5 years ago, a tradition began that has changed the face of competitive gaming. The International, a tournament summoning the finest Dota teams from across the globe. Since its creation, much has changed. The crowds have grown, from modest gatherings to a roaring sea of fans. The tools have expanded, from a humble selection of heroes to over 100 potential gladiators. And with the help of the Dota community, each year the stakes have risen. Again and again, becoming the largest prize pool in esports history. Once more, the time has come. From across the world, they have gathered. They have prepared. They are the best of the best. Some are veterans, warriors and victors of tournaments past. And others, ambitious newcomers, ready to prove themselves against revered champions. The eyes of the world now turn to Key Arena, eager to witness history firsthand, hungry to watch the war unfold. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International 2015, Day 5, live from the Key Arena in Seattle, where the fans are getting ready to enjoy another fantastic day of Dota action. We're back at the panel as well, with a number of personalities, luminaries, I should say, from the Dota 2 world. We have Melini, of course, ex-professional player. We also have Winter, ex-professional player. We also have Seb, current pro player.
Thank you.
And of course, we have the lovely Shiva as well, who once upon a time was amazed by a spinning table.
This is actually true.
It was. How are you all doing this morning?
Very good, very well.
Yeah.
It's day 5,
Yeah.
top 5 left. It's going to be amazing.
Yep, day of 5s indeed. Yesterday was a crazy day for a number of reasons. Really fun day as well towards the end, but not fun for everyone, obviously. It was a serious battle of wits out there for 3 of the teams that unfortunately weren't able to go through. So we'll start with you, Melini. Yesterday had a number of cool things happening in terms of, you know, great games and the stuff that happened at the end of the day, of course, with all of the All-Star stuff. But what stood out for you?
I'm still sad that Secret is out. They were my favorites going in and taking the whole thing down. But on the brighter side, it's good to see VG back in shape. They're cool, calm, collected. They really haven't lost a match. And they seem to be playing together as a team and drafting well for 6.84.
Okay, Shiva?
Well, for me, mostly, I mean, I also was voting for Secret, so there's that. But then seeing Virtus.pro and mostly seeing DK Phobos Earthshaker for me was really something that stood out. He played amazing, a real playmaker. Combine that with Lil's Visage, another signature hero. It was just amazing to watch.
Okay, we'll get the thoughts of both Winter and Mad in just a moment. But if you weren't here yesterday, and again, you should have been, because you shouldn't miss any of these days. They're all exciting, and every single day, the pressure gets higher and higher. If you did miss yesterday, though, don't worry. Here's what happened at day 4.
It is time to get underway with VG Gaming as MVP.
He goes for the ulti, but then the Yules launch another charge, heading into Hal. But he can push him up on top of the cliffside. He's inside the rock face. Hal bashed again. 77%. Hal is down. March breaking the game.
VG Gaming are in such a rough spot. They need a fantastic fight.
March, he's been picked up and tossed around. He'll TP out in time. Bevy will not be so lucky. Over the years, one extra stun. You are dropping low and fly. There she blows. And down he goes. Triple kill for Hal and GG. VG Gaming will take game 1 here against the Korean team MVP. He does it again. He might get the kill. He still scream. FY. Unbelievable. This could be it right now. There's no way for Nuns to survive. They're losing too many players. chance. An MVP, the crowd favorite, will be eliminated.
Virtus Pro facing up against Team Secret, who are supposed to be the favorites of this tournament. Arteezy's trying to pick up as many kills as possible. Illidan will end up going down, and Team Secret just wiped 4 right in front of their base. Melee Rax goes down, and GG is the call of Team Secret. Once they got that slight lead, they held onto it so tight. Virtus Pro need to walk away with the win in this game number 2. He managed to pick up 1 already, but Zai gonna get turned around up with a 3. A Virtus Pro triple kill. Team Secret get wiped inside of their own base. And Arteezy gets zapped by FNG, who turns around and gets the light strike array. They chain stun down S4. Now Illidan, he's gonna be able to fight up against Arteezy as well. Picks up that kill, GG! Virtus Pro will take game number 2 and keep their hopes alive in this tournament. The wall hit God makes the jump away, but he falls well. Zai keeps Team Secret in this for a little bit longer. Artur down for 2 minutes. BP, they're moving forward. TT, well played. Secret call it. BP have eliminated the fan favorites of this tournament.
VG Gaming haven't lost a single game so far in the main stage.
getting blown up there.
Ehome on the retreat. He's going to be bombed. Oh, Fairway with the Echo Snap. Oh, he has the pitch up to 2. TTY is getting left. Finally, VG break the gate and they break down Ehome. They win game 1. Now revealing himself and they'll get him in straight away. He's not going to get a chance to get off this mountain. Can they bring him before he gets it off? Yes, they will. Super. Moving in onto TDC with Eyesight Sash and F5. They'll find at 4. VG Gaming taking the fight. I don't know what Ehome can do now. They need a miracle, nothing less. The snowball changes direction to TDC and TDC's going to go down. It's all over. It's got to be. VG do it. They'll move on. And Ehome go home.
And that was day 4. Spectacular day it was. That game 3 in Virtus Pro versus Secret will live with me for a very long time. It was incredibly exciting as a neutral. Winter, maybe not so for Secret, of course, but Virtus Pro showing they've got some real guts and determination.
Yeah, they were really confident yesterday. After bouncing back from the second game and in the third game, I felt they just played so much better in all the series in the main stages.
Yeah, very disappointing for Secret, obviously, and very disappointing for their fans, numerous fans, millions of them around the world. They were such favourites coming into this. Are you able to put into context what this means in the Dota 2 world?
Well, it means a lot because it also says a lot about the pressure on the team, and you know, everyone pretty much expected Secret to win the tournament, if not be in the grand finals. But not only because people like Secret, I think people were also being objective about it in the sense that they just destroyed the 4 last big lands. And they were so much better than other teams, but in that tournament, and they had to know it because they are all experienced players. TI is always different, and you can't go into TI and be like, I got this. It's never going to be easy. It's always going to be the toughest tournament of the year.
Yeah. The other thing, of course, was Veni Vidi Vici victorious, not just once, but twice yesterday, 4-0, and now 7-0 through the lower bracket. What's going on there, Merlini? How have they suddenly woken up when the main events come on? Is that what it is?
I think that's where they're supposed to be, though. At DAC, I thought they were going to be first, and again, we really don't know what happened. Ice was interviewed a couple of times, and he's like, I don't really know. All my team's doing badly either, and they just finally seem to find their stride.
Yeah, and what did you think of their performances yesterday? Because they looked very strong, didn't they?
I actually noticed something very important with Vichy. Like during the course of last week and this week, the weeks before, the last week during the group stages, when they were in the bus and when they were actually having meals together, they didn't really look like a team. Like sometimes people were like sitting not on the same table and some were like alone. And after the group stages, they proceeded into the playoffs and they won their first game. And that's when I saw everyone of their teammates sitting together and talking. Right. So I knew that they were going to come back after that.
Good point. Yeah, it's all about the friendships as well as the play here at the International. It makes a big difference. Talking of plays, the top 10 from yesterday was fantastic. I'm not sure they can beat day 2 because that was pretty extraordinary. But let's have a look at day 4's top 10.
trying to get the push on this top lane, but he's going to have to TP back for the defense here because Vici already on it. TDC with telekinesis onto Hao, trying to bring him back into this one. They're going to play as well. Hao getting low. Oh, he gets taken down before he can do anything in response. Fantastic play there from eHome, but now they're going to look for more. Looking for Fenrir. The song's going to come out. Trying to set this one up. Should be able to find the Earthshake here. He's been left behind. They're chasing down. Fisher was stolen, a little bit off the mark, and Fenrir with the Glimmer Cape. Looking for the Jukes, and he's going to do it as well. Into the hiding spot, and TP's out.
Ward being placed, but there was already a counter there. And this also makes Secret realize that there is going to be a smoke. FNG, okay, this is going to be an offensive sleep for them to try and
they got to get a lot out of this.
This is really dangerous. They popped the global silence. RP on two, but S4 has already managed to get the
They just don't have the damage.
They're going to try and burst down DK Phobos. Kuro is going to be the target. Snowball going to run into two here. Illidan, meanwhile, just trying to get the rest of his team out of this one with his ultimate. But Secret are still going to be able to search for it. They're going
comes
for Lil right
RTZ.
now. Puppey comes in with the Echo Slam on top of the vacuum. Beautiful combination. Taken out two. The slow is there on FNG as well as God. Puppey looking for the Fisher. Catches at least G. That's going to be a third kill coming out as Curl kills him with the Ice Shards. Now FNG runs into one trap, a secondary one, trying to TP up, but the Snowball is going to be there in time. A fourth kill for Team Secret.
Illidan walking in and out. This is such a dangerous game that he's playing. The Storm Spirit isn't close enough. Everybody TPing in now.
Oh, Illidan already the Shallow Grave preemptively used by Puppey. Illidan's going to try and TP out seconds away. What a familiar drop there from Lil.
How often do you see a Rubik support zoning away a quad?
Not very often, but when it's FY and he does it again, he might even get the kill. He steals Scream. FY, unbelievable. S4 will have his. He's only missing 100 gold for it, so he should be able to get a three-man vacuum. Nice wall on top of that. Sonic Wave goes off, but VP are still taking enough to survive through this. Illidan will drop a little low thanks to that Orchid, but he's still able to get out. Secret desperately need to try and chase down these heroes, but they can't overextend. VP are ready for a response. In fact, now they've got S4. Eul Scepter, Light Strike Array, trying to burst him down as fast as possible. S4 does go down. He does not have to buyback. There goes DK Phobos. Echo Slam on two. Trying to pop RTZ. They get Puppey as well. Curl's now going to be caught on top of Light Strike Array, and Team Secret may have just fallen apart in this team fight as they don't get anybody out of VP. Puppey's already bought back. Zai going to be able to get another three-man vacuum, but Puppey's locked down by these familiars. He turns around, but God surges forward with the Fisher on top. They will be able to get this kill. Crimson Guard be damned, but they're all low. Zai has to make a big play right here. He managed to pick up one already, but Zai going to get turned around up with a three. A Verdict Pro triple kill. Team Secret get wiped inside of their own base.
They need to just prod and poke.
So much money, so much pride on the line here for VB. They cannot afford any mistakes.
Oh, here we go.
Start beating onto RTZ. Jump in by God. Illidan is already losing his Aegis, but S4, he's in some serious trouble. Looks like the Shallow Grave keeps him alive on the side. We have a two-man vacuum. DK Phobos pops his BKB and gets away. RTZ now pops no Satanic, and he's actually fighting up against Illidan, but is now being chased away with God, taking away the Dazzle in the background. There's going to be no more Shallow Grave anymore. S4 gets some damage out. They manage to Scythe-ice up the Drone Ranger, who's down to only 600 HP.
RTZ's actually beating them back.
Illidan, he's actually going all in. He has to fight up against Zai, who's doing it for these kills. Will be able to pick it up. Echo Slam misses out. Let go to play. Turn around by Kuro. There goes DK Phobos, but those so tuned as S4 fall. Now they're turning around. RTZ. He can't afford to die here. This life steal's not going to be enough. He goes down. He does not have a buyback, but the group off the vacuum. It's actually controlling him. He's got to get Illidan. He managed to get the wall hit. God makes the jump away, but he will fall as well. Zai keeps Team Secret in this for a little bit longer. FNG. He keeps on going. Managed to pick up the kill on Kuro.
Back, and Illidan doesn't have the regen to deal with this.
They got the silence on Zai. It will run out eventually, though. He'll get the surge. FNG is hoping to be able to get close enough for the Light Strike Array. They're actually still close enough for a Cold Arrows. Maybe FNG can land this one. He's going to turn around with the double Ion Shell, go straight for Lil. He's going to be able to pick up the kill. Unbelievable play by Zai. He might even get out. He health potions up, trying to dodge, turns around, goes to kill. FNG almost there, gets the kill. 2 for 1 by Zai.
What kind of monster are you, Zai?
To help against these hexes, and Zip 4 from CTY straight onto Super. BKB popped as well. Lanham trying to help. Global Silence has come out here. The Snowball comes out from my side there, and they're able to find the kill onto Lanham. Howell trying to work his way onto YJ with the bash as well. Looking for the Gyro here. Lotus Orb has been popped down onto YJ, and Howell is actually looking for CTY here. There's Snow coming for RTK. They're controlling the anti-mage with the Winter's Curse out to RTK. Oh, Ice with the punch onto YJ. CTY looking for Howell. Cold Embrace is there though. Howell will live. The Bloodstone tonight comes out. Howell gets stumped up by a strike. Ice trying to help Howell. The Snowball's there. He'll protect Howell. Moving it onto DDC here. Howell with the right click. Howell's actually got DDC and YJ trying to do what they can. How moves it with the mana void onto YJ. F5 still there looking for DDC. Super, Fenrir and DDC, can they find it? They will. And Fenrir falls though. YJ is all on his own. Can he find something? Return the hexes there. No, he can't. Super with a double kill as they take down the entirety of home CTY. Look at this hit. Here he comes. Here he comes. Oh! Not quite long enough. Not quite long enough. He goes for the play.
Oh, he gets the courier. Maybe.
Oh.
No.
Oh, how? How? The ball! The Abyssal Blade! No, he's going to get it! He's going to get it! He gets it! He kills Storm a second time! Home are there. Just a question whether VG can find the jump. Don't quite have Sonic Wave, and oh, Super just going straight in with the BKB. The Ice Shine's actually blocking Super up. No, the Snowball picks him up, but the stolen Snowball dodges the stun. Nicely done, and now they'll move forward onto House. CTY coming in as well. They get off the cooldown here. YJ might be able to turn this. They've found Super on the quad. They're looking for House. Well, he gets off the mana void onto YJ, but RTK with the epicenter. Ice getting low. They won't be quite able to kill him. No, they do get him. They might find House. Well, they'll put the Aegis here. They do lose YJ here in the Static Storm, but are they going to go for round two? Looks like they're on the retreat. They're terrified of How moving in, RTK with the burst drive with the party ring. It catches all three of them. How needs to start going to work. The cold embrace healing him up. Won't be able to fight for the time being, but now here we go. Back in. He's actually getting low down with the telekinesis to go up on silence. How? Oh, he mounts it off. Tries to blink out with the burst strike there from RTK. CTY moving forward, trying to find F5. They'll get F5 as well. It's a double kill for the Storm Spirit. Trying to find Fenrir here, Lanham. Blinking down, looking for the Wyvern desperately. Fenrir trying to juke out through the tree line, but oh, blink forward from Lanham. Can he find him? Yes, he can. He hasn't got the mana to do anything. It's just going to be right clicks. The cold embrace holds Fenrir in place, but it's almost certainly going to be holding him in place to his doom. And we're going to look at Eon getting a team-wide triple kill for CTY.
It's easy. He's got that suicide ready to go. They want to go for the snowball. Snowball suicide play. It's coming.
Come on, guys. Yes! It's an ultra kill. RTZ, he's learned something over the last year. You are not. Oh, the Timber Saw toss. It's beautiful. He gets it. Flower can't get how. You can do, yes. Xiaowei with the double kill. Get Yang here as well. Yes, a charge. He goes, oh, the Pankies. RTZ with a remote mind. Not sure if this is quite where he wants to be. Mushi, get it low. Can he get it? Yes. We get Mushi. Ferrari, can we get the Ferrari? Yes, we can. Come on. Yeah, Burning sits on Mushi's face and kills him.
Comes here, 3-man stun. He's got the clean, gone straight. Already cleaning through a couple wide. Oh, Flower's gone. No. My team just got white.
It's a team wide. It's another trucking team wide. Team No-Tail are doing it.
There we go.
Wow. RTZ, come on.
Oh, man,
Yes, Fear. He didn't expect that. Back to the retirement home, son. Push on. Xiaowei hitting level 22.
How?
Oh, RTZ.
He's just sitting right up in the front. He's even challenging the fountain at this point. Even if he does die, it's all for the greater good.
Get yourself
Focus
to the
on that
ancient.
fountain.
And we're actually defending it now. Come on, Team No-Tail. They're still home. Rapier's on the deck. We've got the Rari. Oh, no. The Aghanim's. Oh, Omnina, you beautiful son of a gun. Get Ferrari. Yeah. No. 17%. It's not happening today. Get How can he not kill the ancient? We're going to kill him. Yes. Also, Bale's got a rapier. There's a rapier on Tiny. Go for the base. Come on, No-Tail. Come on, Team No-Tail. Come on. Yes. It could turn this. It's the biggest comeback.
Oh, God, that would
Come on.
doing so much damage. Puppy's going to go down soon. Oh, my God. The Ancient is exposed. We've got nobody left to defend.
Hit the ancient. Hit the ancient, Team No-Tail. Hit the ancient. That's right, Timber. Get yourself to work.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Now
Go, go, go. Hit the ancient, guys. Kill Mushi first. Come on. Are we going to do it? Come on. Where's your defense? Yes! Team No-Tail win!
Well, how do you summarise that as a top 10? It was kind of 9 pieces of play with a whole game at number 1.
Happy to note that I talked to Odie Pixel this morning.
Right.
His voice is fine.
Okay, he's been to
Because-
surgery, he's been to the hospital,
Yeah.
he's been checked out, everything's okay.
Yeah, and it
Okay.
makes, much like this makes me wonder that if we, what if we have a caster pair for a match, and the caster pair is ultra biased for one team.
Right.
And that team is winning. How amazing would that be?
Well,
if it's the team that I'm cheering for as well.
Once the custom games come in and you can play 12v12, I'm absolutely going to get a 12v12 going where the casters actually have to support one team on the day. It's brilliant. It's perfect.
That will be
so
amazing.
much fun yesterday.
Yes.
Talk about some of the other pieces in there, some of the more serious pieces. I mean, I quite like the ultra kill from Arteezy, but that was a Techies 10v10 game, so we'll skip that one for now. But what stood out for you, Winter? There was some really good plays in there.
I mean, there were a couple of Zai plays, but for me, the most important and the biggest one was the supports and the team play of Vici in one of the clips where they actually save each other. They save the anti-mage counters time, and when they were going on FY, Fenrir saves him, and when they go on Fenrir, FY saves Fenrir.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It was also a solo kill in there from FY. I think that was number 7 or something. Just fantastic plays, particularly by Vici and Eheim. I think they dominated the top 10 yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. And I want to quote Nahaz on that one. Like, great players respond to adversity, and then I think yesterday what we saw was like, to me, the awakening of a Titan or something. Like Vici Gaming, really, I've expected them to do better, and they did bad. Let's be honest, in the group stage,
definitely
standards,
underperformed, didn't they?
But now they haven't lost a single map. Like that team is probably one of the strongest team, if not the strongest right now at the main event. They just destroyed C9. So it was Western, like different styles. Then eHome that did really well versus Secret. Took a map versus EG extremely convincingly, and then it was not so hard for Vici Gaming to 2-0 them. So I'm more than impressed by that team, and I'm looking forward to see what they can achieve.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get to our first game of the day, which is LGD versus Virtus Pro. But Virtus Pro, just on the subject of the lower bracket, have done the same thing as Vici Gaming so far, albeit a little bit harder for them. They've always seemingly gone down, or they've had 2-1s and what have you. But they're also looking like one of those sort of stronger teams compared to what they were in the group stages.
Still consider them slightly the underdog, but they did look very solid. And if you compare the match they had against Complexity on Wednesday and then against Secret yesterday, you definitely saw some improvement as well. I thought they performed better against Secret than they did against Complexity, for sure.
Yeah, there's definitely a key between all the 5 teams left, and it's faith. They all have faith that they can go on and win this tournament.
Well, that's actually, I'm not sure if that's true, because I think you need more than faith to actually win, because otherwise IG would have gone further.
Okay, I give that 7.5 today.
7.5?
Yeah, it's gone up.
It was better.
Slightly better than yesterday.
Oh, thank you.
I quite like that one.
Thank you.
Shiva dropping the joke bombs in the middle of the analyst panel. I love it. Melini, top that.
I could be rude.
Wow.
But Vici's been way different with their drafts. We've seen them utilize Disruptor, which we really haven't seen VPs busted out the Drow Ranger, which I thought was also pretty cool. And of course, their Silencer picks. I mean, everyone's been tending towards like the Darkseer and the Lina, but the teams in the lower bracket, when they have nothing to lose, they go for these heroes that kind of are from other eras.
Does that not suggest that perhaps the teams at the top of the bracket could have been a little bit more riskier, shall we say, or a bit more bolder with their picks? Or
they think they're safe, though. They think they're in the upper bracket, and then it's like, oh, I can lose one match, and then I'm still okay. And then we see eHome just lose 2 games in a row, and sadly, they're out of the tournament. So I think it's a safety net that actually hinders some teams.
Okay. I'm looking forward later on in the day. We also have the upper bracket where we have CDEC and Evil Geniuses, and you can see that on the bracket right now behind us, just coming out from the quarterfinals all the way through to the upper bracket final. That one's going to be an amazing game for a number of different reasons, because obviously Evil Geniuses actually they've been fairly quiet. They've just kind of gone about their business and got on with it and qualified through the groups okay, not being too spectacular, gone through the quarterfinals, even though they have a difficult game against Complexity, but came through that. And the same with Eham. It just seems like they've got on with their job, made no fuss, and just delivered what they needed to do, and have got to the upper bracket.
I feel for EG, as well as for the comparison between EG and CDEC. In this case, EG is like, I mean, they're a fan favorite, right? They were expected to do well, to get at least top 3, and I mean, they're cruising on. And then on the other side of the bracket, you see CDEC coming through the qualifiers, coming to the wild cards, rather. And it's kind of a world of difference, and I think CDEC will be their true tryout today. I'm really, really curious for that match.
Okay, let's take a look at the lower bracket as well, because that one's been very spectacular. We saw the loss of MVP Phoenix yesterday, but they became a very firm favourite with the crowd as they went through that lower bracket. Finally dumped out, and Vici Gaming advanced. Yesterday, of course, they removed eHome as well. Fantastic day for the Chinese team, and today we'll start things off with LGD versus Virtus Pro. So very interesting matchup as well. We haven't spoken about LGD, the only one of the 5 we haven't spoken about, so let's do that quickly now. They looked great in the group stages. Looked like they were going to steamroller through the upper bracket and then kind of came undone against their old second team. That must have been a bit of a shock to the system for them.
Definitely. I mean, LGD CDEC, before that match, we said that both teams, they know each other really well. They played a lot of matches against each other, and like the players themselves, outside of the competitive scene, they just know what the others are going to do. So, I mean, CDEC came on, like, CDEC beat them 2-0 and quite convincingly, to be honest. But LGD is one of those teams that didn't really adapt yet. I feel like they just kept on playing what they have been playing this tournament, and they were very successful with it. So the other day it did not work. So now it's their time to answer the question, can you adapt during the tournament? And all teams so far have been forced to do so. Secret, we saw them. I mean, all the big guns. EG was the same versus eHome, where they lost the first map horribly, and then they just switched it around completely. LGD, they still have that step 2 to confirm. If they do, then they can go really far and go where they are expected to be. And if they don't, they might, drop.
Yeah, they seem to fall into the same trap as Secret. It's like, oh, we're winning all our games. We don't really need to change anything. And I would dare say that LGD is one of the few teams that have been playing worse in the main event than in the group stage. Like, they almost lost to Empire 0-2, I would say.
Yep. Okay. We'll get more thoughts from day 4 and also look ahead to day 5 very shortly. But yesterday, we had one of the most amazing matches of all time, but it wasn't part of the main tournament. It was, of course, the greatest all-star game of all time.
Welcome to the official All-Star Game of TI5! Boy, are you in for a fun night. Ladies and gentlemen, Big Daddy No-Tail and Chuan! Don't you think a real professional Dota player could manage 10 versus 10?
Let's be honest, this is way too easy.
Them's fighting this. Or maybe you'll bring home the cheese, Chuan.
I will eat the cheese.
So you're probably wondering, where are the other 10 coming from? It's coming from out here! 1, 2, 3. It's the terrible dancer in the aisle. Yes, you. You guys excited? You look a little scared.
Not very good.
Shao 8 has your back. How confident are you in this team?
Sitting next to Bendy.
You wish it were Bendy.
Isn't it?
This is shaping up to be a great match. Are you ready, Dendy?
Oh, Bendy.
It's 10 versus 10 here at the arena.
Let's go, Team Chuan! Adherin! Come on, baby!
Come on, No-Tail! Let's get ourselves. Oh my God!
Oh, Jesus, we're already gonna action.
Oh, hello, Dendy.
Typical Dendy, let's go. All right, he's done for. He's done for. What is it? 7 versus 1? This is gonna be like a 10-minute victory
Triple kill
for my
for
team.
Lucia.
Oh, poor puppy. Snowball suicide play. It's coming.
Come on, guys! Yes! It's an ultra kill!
So your team's just diving into tier 2 towers, and we've got nobody left alive. Oh, what a disaster this has turned into. Echo slam. Oh, no.
How did he miss? There's 10 heroes. Come on, Samael, don't do this, son. You're too young. We're about to hit the 100th kill here for the side of Team Chuan. Team Chuan now pressuring the base. Oh, he hasn't got the suicide. Oh, no! Arteezy, what? What? 33 minutes in. Over 200 kills in this matchup. But Team No-Tail, they're still on. Rapier's on the deck. Yeah. No! 17%! It's not happening today. How can he not kill the Ancient? We're going to kill him. Yes! Come on, Team No-Tail. It could turn this. It's the biggest comeback. Where's your defense? Yes! Team No-Tail win! Look at the comeback! Nobody has ever done that in the history of Dota! Wow!
It is my honor and my privilege to present to you the Great Cheese. Pick up the cheese. There you go. Does anybody else want a bite? It's delicious.
such a terrific day, such a brilliant end to the day as well. There's so many moments in that. There's bits of commentary from Cap and bits of Odie Pixel as well going nuts, and No Tail and Chuan teaming up together on Casey for the cheese, and Arteezy with quad ultra kills and suicide techies and
the Omni Knight.
The Omni Knight as well, and then getting thrown off at the end and not getting the ancient with 100 health. I mean, there was so much. What did you pick out of that, Shiva? What was your favourite bit?
The Omni Knight using his ultimate, and on top of that, the Omni Knight, I believe, was one of the people from the audience.
I think it was.
So that was like, basically that Omni Knight saved that game.
Yes.
100%.
I also want to do a shout out for the Weaver in that game, because
Yes.
early game, holy Moses, he was destroyed everyone with that Weaver.
And I think at some point, actually, Weaver went off from the battle in mid lane to actually farm somewhere else.
Sneak. I'd have done the same thing if I'd have thought about it.
But the end of the game was like really epic. Also, the fact that Size, I think Alex on Tusk, so he just tossed back the Quab that can get the last hit into Omni ulti with that. It was insane, you know. Honestly, like, that was easily one of the most epic matches in Dota.
He even kicked the Pudge into the fountain before that.
Yes, he did. Yes. Yes, he did. Yeah, I forgot that moment. That's why there were so many of those cool and crazy things in there. Would you have liked to have been playing in that game?
Yeah, of course.
Really? That wouldn't have driven you mad? You wouldn't have been like, I want to play properly.
The fun is just too hard to resist.
And we had a Shaker that missed Echo Slam on 10 heroes. that was also a thing.
We weren't supposed to bring that up, poor guy.
That was a highlight. To me, it was a highlight.
All right, okay. What about you?
I mean, it's just great. I love Bloodbath. I love all random deathmatch. It's probably my most fun play mode, and it's kind of like that. Everyone just goes down and kills each other.
Yeah, I think we should definitely form a caster, analyst, host team to do a 12v12 when we get home. How about that?
Definitely.
We'll do that later in the month.
We'll 2v2 you guys.
Whatever. Really, these guys.
They'll win.
Dreaming, you know.
I've got this guy on this side.
Dreaming's fine.
He lost in sniper duels. Come on, man.
Spirit Breaker, techies.
The combo, we already know what they're playing. We can do that. We can
yesterday, the first action of the match, you know, set the tone instantly. It was a 10-man snowball. It was like, all right, let's do this, you know.
Yeah, 10-man snowball into a 4-man suicide techies.
Under the tower.
Brilliant. It was fantastic. A lot of fun. Great to see action like that as well. Really good fun. And brilliant to have the crowd being able to come and join in and play alongside it. And Dendy's reveal, I mean, haven't spoken about that either. I mean, how hot was he in that suit yesterday? And what a champion he was for just carrying on as if it was absolutely fine.
And the whole show was so entertaining, and I want to give props to Poppy and Dandy for that. You know, you wish it was Dandy. You know, the whole thing. I personally, I really did not see it coming at all. And I think they were really good actors because it was great, definitely.
I also want to give a very quick shout out to Wapas as well, who was observing that carnage, who did an amazing job of following. When it first started, I thought, if this splits into 3 team fights, I don't know how he's going to do this, but it sort of stayed in the middle-ish. But yeah, well done, Wapas. Very, very good. Turning our attention to day 5, what are you most looking forward to? We've got 3 games, of course, today. The lower bracket, then the upper bracket final, and then back down to the lower bracket where we see Vici Gaming playing for the 3rd time in 2 days. So they've been busy. Boys, what are you looking forward to?
EG CDEC, I think, is going to be the most exciting matchup. We saw eHome play versus EG. EG kind of dismantled them. We also saw EG CDEC play each other in the group stage, but that was a 2-0 for EG, but only because of techies, I think. I think CDEC is going to first ban techies, and then we're going to see whether or not EG can outdraft them and outplay them. PBD, I think, has shown the greatest versatility of any drafter in this tournament.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking EG CDEC will be the better match today to watch. If you can only choose one match to watch, it should be EG CDEC. Both teams very convincing in the upper bracket, both for their own reasons, and it should be a hell of a match.
We've sort of adopted Virtus Pro. I was talking to my Russian colleagues from Starladder last night in the hotel, and they were like, "We're very happy that we've got a CIS representative," and I was like, "Whoa, hold on, they're European." No, they're CIS. So we've kind of adopted them because we've got no one else left. We've got to root for these guys.
Well, I'm going to tell them now they're European.
They are European. We are Team European.
Back off. They're ours.
Oh, dear. There's going to be arguments in the car park after this. But it's very interesting to see how well they're done. I know you're really rooting for them in the sense that we need that kind of, that play, the style that they bring and the pizzazz. And FNG has been fantastic so far. I mean, I know Malini pointed out PPD's been the drafter of the international so far, but FNG at 19 has been fabulous.
I heard he's getting married.
And he's getting married?
Well, yeah.
Well, we saw the... Explain it.
He tweeted out, well, I told my girlfriend that if I beat Secret, we'd get married. I mean, it's not really a really romantic proposal or anything like that, but...
Isn't it?
Well,
I thought it was.
Well, if you're a Dota fan, beating Secret in order to get married, that means he can just nothing will stop him from marrying the girl he wants to marry. So it's quite.
That is true. It is a romantic story.
Brilliant.
A French being romantic.
Yeah.
It's a shocker, isn't
French
it, Winter?
stamp. That was
It's an
romantic.
absolute shocker.
Thank you for
It really is.
reinforcing the stereotype.
Stamp. Romantic.
Okay, Vici Gaming, of course, are waiting now today. They get a morning off. They had 2 games yesterday to get through, obviously because they were in the lower bracket. And now they have a chance to study both the matches that are going to go on today, which helps them in many ways, doesn't it? Because they're going to play LGD or Virtus Pro, and then if they win that one, they've got to play one of the 2 upper bracket losers. So I think that's a nice position for them to be in.
And to be honest, Virtus Pro, they are that CIS team that's not really a CIS team. I mean, in the sense that it's not Chaos Dota, it's very structured. They're like between Secret and Virtus Pro, the most safe team, the safest team in my opinion was definitely Virtus Pro. They were playing a lot with 5 heroes, making sure that they don't never overextend. It's always very, methodical, very strategical. That's definitely FNG's influence on his teammates. And G performed like, I made the joke earlier about God killed them all. Like, he really killed them all, and I think he's going to keep on killing them all until he gets the Aegis. So definitely a very strong team. DK Phobos, extremely solid performance as well yesterday.
I think you can describe it as controlled chaos, basically, because they still have the fighting spirit that CIS teams are kind of known for, but at the same time they've got this strategy going on. They have a plan, and that's really important. They just don't draft heroes that what do you want to play, but they have a plan. They stick to it. They execute it, and they make sure that there is still a lot of fighting and that they can excel in that as well.
And we said that PPD was very versatile with the draft, but I think FNG was up there as well. Like, they showed a strategy, for example, that didn't work, but it's still a strategy that they went for. Magnus Medusa, so very late game oriented, turtle lineup. They went after for Draw Visage, something we haven't seen before. They played a lot of Silencer, it's them. They play a lot of SF mid Dazzle, that's very standard for all the teams. So they have a lot of strategies ready for that tournament.
All right, thank you very much, panel. We'll come back to you in just a moment. But first, we're going to go somewhere else in the show, because one of the most important things for me last year watching the International 4 was the Newbie stream. And I had an absolute ball listening to the guys explain all of the things that you need to know about Dota 2. And Casey is right now down on the desk with Purge and with OD Pixel as we simultaneously go out on both channels. How you doing? Good morning, Casey.
Good morning. We're extra special because we have 2 things. Yes, hello. How's everybody doing? Everybody is so awake this early. Yeah, we have Purge. Everybody say hi to Purge. And OD Pixel. And as you mentioned, there is a great newbie stream. This is the first year, yes, that you're doing? Second year. So how is it different this year from last year? What have you changed?
Last year, they hit us in a little booth up behind the stage, and we actually have to be on camera this time, which is too bad because I just wore pajamas the whole time last year. So kind of a downgrade in that way, but we're pretty happy to be here.
So for people who are tuning into this stream that we're on right now, and maybe they haven't been playing Dota very long, what are some things they can learn by checking in with you guys?
Well, we cover a lot of the more basic stuff that the average player already knows. We explain what Black King Bar is. Most of the time people just say BKB and they just move on. So we focus on some of those smaller basic things that are really integral towards understanding why some team fights are really cool to watch. And I just think that's really important for the new player to enjoy the game, because they always come from a spectator point at first, unless their friends introduce them to the game, and then they can move into playing themselves and kind of get the core things. So the passion comes from understanding why the game is great, and we help you do that, and then hopefully it'll channel you playing the game yourself.
You've been playing a long time, you're well respected in the community, and you've also been doing these guides for a few years. Why did you want to start getting into that, into helping other people understand Dota?
Back when I first started making guides in about 2011, there was very little content. Nobody streamed Dota, nobody made, they made some written guides, but nobody made videos, and I really felt like the way that I learned in Dota 1 was I watched somebody beat me with the hero, and then I was like, oh, that's how the best way to do the skills is. And I thought the best way to see that is just watching somebody else play it in a video. So that's why I started making the videos and eventually turned it into a job. So here I am.
And OD Pixel, how are you doing?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Looking forward to the games today, and I'm loving being on the newcomer stream because it's a totally different angle that I get to approach the games from, of course, because I've been on the main stage as well. But here, I've got to kind of tone it down a bit. As Purge says, we break it down, we introduce people to the game, which is a lot of fun as well, because there's a lot of genuine people who are interested in getting involved in Dota, who come from lots of different backgrounds, similar other games that are of a similar genre, and we're here to just kind of say, this is Dota 2, this is how enjoyable it can be, and this is why I get a little bit too excited sometimes about the game.
Something I asked you both on your stream that I want to ask you again for the benefit of everyone here, just in case they have the same question. For a lot of us who have ever been new to Dota, we assume the professionals and people like yourselves just kind of are amazing at it right away. Like maybe it's just me. You were saying that's not the case. I mean, even the pros have gone through this steep learning curve too?
Yeah, the only thing that really separates pros from the average person is they maybe learn faster than other people. So their ability to go from being an absolutely terrible player who has no understanding to a better one is simply raw talent. And we've seen that time and time again. They play different games casually on the side and they're still amazing at them. And it's just really a talent aspect, and they learn faster and they're very, very smart compared to the average person. So, you know, most people suck, and that's totally fine. And I'm here to help with that. So.
At the end of the week, I know we only have a couple more days of this. What is your hope for people who have been following the stream, popping in and out over the week? What do you hope they walk away with after the tournament's over?
I just hope that they can see the quality of the games and how deep the game is and how close it can be even at a team deficit. And that's what part of what makes Dota so fun, is that you can always come back and win at a disadvantage. It all comes down to execution, better item builds in your opponents, and many other factors.
Thank you both so much for doing this. I really appreciate it.
Yep, no problem.
We're going to give you a little bit of a tour because there's more to see. I'm going to take these headphones off and give them back to you. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to try to get out of here as smoothly as possible. There you go. Thank you. So you were mentioning how games can be really close. The All-Star game, we were backstage going, Chuan's team has this, clearly. And then we went running out, and everything changed in like 2 seconds, which is why I think people love it so much. So everybody who has been watching the feed knows that we have casters, obviously, but we have casters in a lot of different languages and a lot of different streams. So I want to show you down the line really quick. Myron's going to help me here. This was the Newbie stream we were just talking to. Right next to them, we have Portuguese. And right next to them, we have Spanish. Hi, guys. All right. And then down here, we have the Chinese stream, our English casters in the middle. Woohoo! Our English casters in the middle there. Russian. And Swedish. There they are. Good job. There you go. So this is our commitment to making Dota accessible to everyone worldwide. This is an international game that brings an amazing community together, and we are so appreciative to all of you for making TI5 so fantastic. Hasn't this been one of the best yet? I think so. So we're going to send it back to you guys, but we're going to continue doing this throughout the next couple of days, bringing you behind the scenes and making you all who are watching, no matter what the stream is, feel like you're right here with us, guys.
Thank you very much, Casey. Yeah, fantastic. Really great point to point out. It does go out in so many languages as well. I think the Swedish is also going out on TV over there in Scandinavia as well. So we're all literally all over the world right now.
Right now.
Right now.
I think I would like to see maybe a Dutch stream at some point.
Did wonder. That's why I kind of looked at you.
Yeah.
It's very hard because you guys. It's
you know, we don't have a big esports scene.
But you're good at it though. That's the weirdest thing. Is you've produced some amazing champions over the years.
No, we have only got like 2 in Dota though.
In Dota, yes, but yeah, grubby. Who else do you need?
Yeah, that's true.
You should just come and play some Dota.
It's also fair to say that there are a lot of other languages, other streams that are not here, but they just restream. You know, I think of the French stream, for example. I know they do a lot of coverage around.
That's
TI.
shocking. You think of the French stream? I'm amazed.
It's just as a Polish, I think of the French stream. I'm not French, so no, I know they do a lot of coverage and they put a lot of effort and work into it, and they're not the only ones. Probably Danes or every country basically.
I know Vietnamese as well.
Yep.
Indeed.
Yeah,
and
spreading all over the world. It's very good.
Shout out to all those guys.
Absolutely. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much for all of your efforts as well. More efforts, of course, have gone into the Arcana Wars votes that you guys have been casting a very long time indeed. It's down to the final, where it's Queen of Pain versus Zeus. Let's find out who the Arcana winner is.
Does that mean that Zeus? Or does that mean that Queen of Pain is going to appear on the other side? Is it Zeus? It is.
It is.
Yes!
Just leaving the suspense there. Yes, Zeus is the Arcana Wars winner.
I actually voted Zeus.
I'm pretty happy about that.
This man is very unhappy right now.
I won't talk.
What was your
He's
reason
now
for picking
he's
Queen of Pain?
officially now the King of Pain.
I won't talk.
Why would you pick Queen of Pain?
Why are you happy, Merlin? What is wrong with you?
I try not to sway people to vote, but that's what it was in my compendium. His lightning bolt is cool, but he needs something else. I'm actually pretty unhappy that he's not cosmeticized yet, because I want to sport some cool Zeus items. I'm overall really happy. Queen of Pain has like 1,000 sets. She has like the blood feather wings and all that other stuff, man.
Yeah, but she's pretty.
The King of Pain.
King of Pain. That's what you said.
Well, I actually like Zeus a lot. I think it's very cool that he gets a set.
Yeah.
Don't try and rescue it now. There's no rescuing. You were all the way down the line with Queen of Pain.
For real. I was for Queen of Pain.
Oh, hello. There's a good signal. The horn has sounded, which means the start of day 5, which also means we're going to move in to our first game of the day. So let's take a look at the lineups with LGD first. Excellent in the group stage, fantastic in their opening game against Team Empire, but dropping down to the lower bracket are LGD Gaming, and they go up against CIS's last remaining hope in Virtus Pro. FNG and his friends are about to embark on a journey towards the grand final at the International 5, but they've got a big, tall order to get through in order to reach the final in the case of LGD. They are on their way out to the arena. LGD and Virtus Pro, 2 of the last 5 teams remaining at the International 2015, and it's winner takes all in this game. The loser is done. The winner moves on. Having already knocked out the favourite Secret, they now have another job to do in the new favourites potentially at TI5. Okay, let's get to it. Who starts favourite, Melina?
Excuse me? Sorry, I was admiring.
You were mesmerised, weren't you? Mesmerised by the players getting into the pods. Who starts as the favourite?
I think it's LGD.
Yeah. Okay. You still feel that way?
In terms of who is expected to be coming out victorious here, I think it's LGD. I personally think that those people that think that might underestimate Virtus Pro a bit, and I don't blame them because, I mean, this is actually the first stage where they looked as dominant as they do now. But I think after yesterday's performance, VP might actually be the actual favourite.
Okay, yeah,
it's very close.
Yeah, it is very interesting for them because I feel like every time we've had one of their games at the main event, we've gone, they're pretty much the underdogs here.
Yeah.
It's pretty tough for them to come through, and they've done it every time. So we're going to stick with that, are we? We're going to stay with the same theme?
It's hard to say. I feel like LGD is still the stronger team, although what you said is very true, and I feel bad about saying it, but I still think LGD is the stronger team. But in that matchup, I don't think it's a clear. They're clearly the favorites. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I feel like it's quite even, but a slight advantage for LGD.
I think it's 6.5 for LGD and 3.5 for BP, because BP have, even though they beat Secret, but certain points in the game they were looking very scratchy and they made mistakes here and there. So
they do mistakes that the bigger teams so far, or that were the biggest teams before the tournament, don't really do.
Yeah.
Where you had mistakes, for example, versus Secret, where they went for a fight, and then the casters and everyone was like, they just don't have the damage to do that, and they end up getting team wiped. And those are mistakes that you won't see LGD do a mistake like this.
Melini, how much can we take from the upper bracket quarterfinal game with Team Empire as a team in the similar ilk, if you like, to Virtus Pro, in the way that Empire could have won that? I remember Winter distinctly saying they should have won that 2-0, but LGD came back and won that 2-1. What does that tell us about this kind of matchup? Does it say LGD are resilient, they can come back if they go down, or does it tell us that maybe Empire had the ability to beat them and didn't?
Empire certainly had the ability to beat them, and they didn't. Empire actually, I think, played really well that day, and I think Empire on a good day is actually better than VP is playing at this current state. But that was like the only series that Empire played amazingly well. At the same time, I still think LGD are favorites. We've seen LGD go, what, 2-3, I think, in the tournament, and we've been watching VP a lot more because they have been in the lower bracket and because they have won a lot more games. But the strength of the opponents is not as strong, and their mistakes are going to be punished much more heavily by LGD.
Okay, Shiva, what do you think about this whole run business where teams get on a run and they kind of get that momentum? I think we used to call it the big M or whatever, but they seem to be doing really well with that at the bottom. Vici Gaming demonstrating it yesterday. Now Virtus Pro doing the same thing. They both dropped into the lower bracket in the best of one, the Death Doom games that we called them at the very start. But they've just carried on. How much does that help them, do you think, playing every day and carrying on?
I think it definitely helped them in some stage in terms of getting the momentum rolling, as you say, and also for being able to just be in the zone constantly without getting a day off, basically. Having to play almost every day and just continue on that roll. For LGD, that's not the case. They've played less games on stage. They have had less hardships, so to say. And maybe that will work against them. It will all determine, I think, in the second game. First game, doesn't matter who wins, I think. It's going to be the second game. The team that wins that one is going to take it all. And be that it goes to a third game and the same team wins, or that it's a 2-0. But that's going to show which team has grown the most, which team can actually improve from game to game. And I think that's going to be the most important game of today.
Matt, who stands out player-wise for both teams? Who are you most focused on? Pick a player from each.
Again, I'll go for the mid matchup. I mean, to me, all those games, they revolve around mid a lot, at least early game. And maybe versus God, that's going to be probably one of the best matchups we had so far.
Okay, Merlini, you agree with that?
Yes, definitely. Like, G has had a lot of time to shine, but maybe we can't forget like his Ember Spirit that just destroys some teams. They lost one game too, but his Leshrac that just got godlike in 12 minutes, I think, versus Team Secret, maybe is a player to look out for.
Yeah, he's got better and better as the tournament's gone. He's been one of those that maybe started a little quieter and has got better all the way through.
Yeah, his mechanical skill, I think, is on par with CTY's and best in the Chinese scene, tied with CTY. And he has the ability to just completely dominate, somewhat similar to Samael too.
Okay. What about you two? What are you looking forward to?
I actually agree to both of them. The mid matchup is very important, but let's not forget there are 4 people that's going to change the mid matchup, and who does better in the support department and how they help out the middle lane. It's going to be crucial.
Yeah, for me, it's actually mostly the offlane matchup, and then mostly the battle for Earthshaker. We've seen DK Phobos yesterday. He's amazing on that hero. Yao also plays a really great Earthshaker as well. We haven't seen him on the main stage, I think, on offlane Earthshaker, but I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Yeah.
Or maybe his bounty
in the group
hunter
stages,
offlane.
he's shown that he can actually. They won a lot of their games from that.
Yeah.
One big advantage I see that VP has against LGD is that VP is one of those teams, they don't struggle to end the game. When they're ahead, I don't feel like their pushes are always very effective and they do it really well. And LGD, they're known for, the base defense. You just can't break our high ground, so that's not going to be an issue for VP.
All right, very quickly, 15 seconds. Team M over there, who are you going for?
The Great Wall of China.
Team Europe.
My little prayer, God, kill them all.
That makes it much easier between the two of them, yes, indeed. Okay, get ready for game 1, ladies and gents. The draft is on its way.
LGD Gaming versus Virtus Pro. Game 1.
Here we go then. First draft of the day. First draft between LGD and Virtus Pro. And we will find out where their picks and bans are going. Lena, just by the way, at the moment, top pick of TI5.
And I don't think we've seen
Most played, I should say.
first ban silencer yet. I mean, it's been banned before against Virtus Pro, obviously, but first ban? First phase ban?
I mean, in the first phase, wasn't it yesterday? Do you remember, Seb?
It was.
There's so many games.
There was a first phase pick silencer.
But not first phase ban.
I don't remember a first phase ban. I remember the first phase pick from Virtus Pro, but I don't think anyone... The first phase ban was like very early in the tournament. It wasn't yesterday. It was the first team they faced, and I think it was Fnatic. That first phase ban, actually it was Fnatic, they first phase ban silencer against VP, and that's why the day after we were like, since VP are getting it, they might first pick it. I mean, first phase it. Which they did.
They did indeed. I'm actually curious, Yao on the offlane on Bounty Hunter has actually got a record of 19 or 19-2 in terms of win rate, 90%. Is there any chance we're going to see anything but a support bounty hunter in this series?
I feel it's less likely because, you know, the Chinese teams, they've been focusing more on team fight compositions, and their position 3 is the key team fight. Be it the Darkseer, be it the Earthshaker, and Bounty is just not going to be suitable for that position. So I feel like it's just more or less going to be a support if it's going to be picked up.
Fair enough.
The Naga ban is very important. I feel for LGD, it's a very nice ban. It's been definitely the key hero for VP so far in the tournament. They've used Naga like very, very well. We saw Naga Phoenix combos. We saw just to disengage, like a lot of different usage for Naga from FNG.
I mean, this kind of the expected opening from LGD going for their standard gyrocopter here. So as usual, they're not going to go for the queen, and LGD, I don't expect them to go for the hero at all.
10 seconds
So there's still Shadow Fiend on the Radiant side for G.
Still Lina too.
Indeed, it's one of the first times that actually they could get their SF Radiant. It's something they love to play.
Lina.
And they're gonna go for the Lina. It might not be a Lina mid, like really VP is one of those teams. I mean, a lot of teams are the same right now, but you really can't predict what kind of Lina it's gonna be.
Yeah, they play
you
it
see
everywhere.
FNG, he's 2-0 with Lina, God plays Lina a lot.
Illidan plays Lina as well.
Yep, yeah, exactly.
I think they even ran it offlane on Phobos on occasion.
Okay.
Yeah, so they definitely play the hero everywhere.
And the 3-3 stats from God on Coop, painful stats. When you realize his KD on Coop even when he loses is extremely high.
If you were LGD, would you prefer to have the gyro or the Lina? I actually feel like the Lina is more important than the gyro.
For LGD?
Shaker.
It's kind of hard to say though, because they are focusing on team fight, and Lina is single target, gyro is team fight.
This is the same opening Virtus Pro had yesterday versus Secret in Game 2 and Game 3, which they won. They opened with Lina Shaker. It was the exact same. So LGD is definitely going to be ready for that. And their second phase, the follow-up picks were Storm Spirit, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they had Storm Spirit
and
Visage.
yeah, twice. So we're going to see what LGD, that's the Visage ban, that's the first one. So the Visage ban is, I feel, important in the sense that it also denies the draw pick a lot. And what people have to know about Lil, his first appear, like he appeared first in the competitive scene. He was picked up by Go Black in NVMI team back in the days, and he was a pop star, you know, that would play Visage solo mid every game almost, and he had insane win rate. He's like, in the Western scene, he's considered as one of the best Visage players by far.
And he's one of the few Visage players that actually, after the nerf to Drow Visage, continued playing Visage even without the Drow and just still managed to dominate with him as well.
Yeah.
Smart to remove that one. Really happy that DK Phobos gets his Earthshaker again, if it's going to DK Phobos, because also that hero they have played on different heroes before, but I think it's safe to say that it should be his hero this game.
So let's see if LGD decides to ban the Storm.
Do you think Sylar at all yesterday, he saw Vici playing Morphling, he's like, man, I really want to play that hero. When I think of Morphling, I actually think of Sylar way more than How.
That's true, he's been very known for his Morphling. He didn't get to play it yet, did he?
No. There's only been one Morphling. Anyways, heroes I'm looking at for Lil, probably Rubik I think is pretty standard for them. I think actually Crystal Maiden might be picked up by either side. A very good support if you want to keep up the pressure with Lina and Shaker.
And a great duo mid together with Morphling if they want to go that route as well.
I think Rubik will definitely be picked up here, either by the next pick or the pick after.
It's also a very good hero to have versus Clockwork on the lane, because you just, you know, take him out of the cogs.
Yeah, taking out the AA, are they going to go for some healing hero?
That Witch Doctor is still in the pool.
Wisp,
Io?
maybe?
Yeah.
I think Wisp seems more likely if you're banning the AA.
So VP, the way they play Wisp, they're not your classic Wisp team in the sense that they don't run the classic Wisp tiny. I mean, they do a bit, but like they're most known, for example, for combos like Wisp Medusa.
CK?
Wisp
CK a bit, but they were doing earlier in the year Wisp Medusa, and it's one of their focus strat, where they just rush a Rapier on the Medusa. It's like a Lincoln's Rapier Medusa with the Wisp behind to back her up.
And they're also a team that also plays Tree and Protector, by the way, which we haven't really seen apart from in the hands of EG, I think, this tournament.
Indeed. It hasn't been picked at all. It's been ignored completely. The main reason is that, like, a lot of heroes that are picked right now, such as Gyro or Darkseer, they like the living armor is not a factor at all versus those heroes. They just get removed instantly.
Oh, and almost forgot Winter Wyvern is still in the pool as well.
Yeah, I think right now LGD might actually want to go for the Wiz as well. If you look at their support positions, it's kind of, I feel like that's like one of the better choices they have, and they have the Clockwork to start for relocate. So you can actually just find pickoffs anywhere.
Interesting. SF Dire.
They went for all their calls right away.
Yeah.
It might be an SF picked into a Lina as well, so it's a bit scary versus Lina Shaker to run on SF. So they definitely have a plan behind that.
Do you think they're just actually trying to deny, because they actually feel VP might actually go for Shadowfiend on Radiant, so they felt like it's actually going to be very good in this situation, so they just want to...
I think they actually just want a mech carrier. They're still team fight centric, and without Darkseer in the off lane, with Gyro and Clockwork being the other cores, they have to have one.
I feel like at this level and at this stage in the tournament, no team really deny a hero unless they think it's also a very good pick for them. I think the only option where you deny your hero is like we're hesitating between SF and something good that's very nice for us as well. And they might want SF, so let's just get SF instead of, you know, the other hero you were looking at.
So right now, you guys are more or less feeling that the Earthshaker is going to be the offlane?
Most likely. I think Shaker Rubik is a bit too defensive.
Yeah.
It lacks a lot of damage. I think those two supports are very, very defensive.
Well, they're taking their time here, taking into some bonus time. So we're assuming right now that we are looking for a core and a support still. What do we think that Lina is going to be? Now that Storm is picked.
So I think that more or less says that, actually no, because they still play Lina safe lane.
Yeah, they do.
It's funny because they're really doing the exact same. I mean, if it's been known also for VP to just put Lil on either Visit or Rubik, regardless of what the opponent play, because it's two of his best heroes by far, and he's exceptionally good at playing those heroes. So it's the exact same draft they had yesterday twice, and yesterday they ended up last picking Dro.
Dro still fits.
Dro and Silencer last yesterday.
Yep, and Secret banned PL versus them as well as the last pick, so it could be a hero they would want for Illidan right now.
I'd be much more scared of...
PL?
No, not PL. Dro, yeah.
But they have Clockwork though. Clockwork is like a good way of dealing with the Drow.
It works both ways though.
You take away the damage right away when you hook in.
Yeah, but at the same time, Drow is really good versus Clockwork in lane, I feel like.
So Lion's just you know, counter pick to the Storm pretty much. They just want more reliable disable, which is completely understandable, and you can get away with the Lion pick because you're laning with the Gyro, so it's already a strong safe lane, and it's most likely going to be a Shaker off lane. That's the problem with the Shaker off lane, is that he doesn't pressure your opponent's safe lane at all.
When we talk about picking Lion, we always worry because when there's a Tusk, when there's Undying, when there's Spirit Breaker, but when there's an Earthshaker off lane, I mean, you don't have to worry about it.
How greedy do you think LGD can be in their last pick? In terms of maybe go for a Sand King that stays in the jungle a little
Depends
while?
on if it's like Drow, they have to focus more early.
I actually feel that they might actually just leave the jungle for the Shadowfiend. The Shadowfiend might have a hard early game.
Yeah, exactly. They need to. I think they need to protect the SF. I would agree with that, because whenever you face like the thing with Shaker offlane is that he's bad at pressuring your safe lane. So usually what he does is just he roams around mid. So the SF is gonna be under pressure because one Fisher and he's gonna die. Lina's already a tough hero to face one-on-one, but with the help of the Shaker, the Fisher, it's extremely scary for SF. So they banned the PL, as we mentioned. So we're looking at Draw Ranger. We saw Silencer, I mean, he's banned, so it's not an option either. Which heroes could they grab for Illidan? There is the Slark that he hasn't played so far. I don't know if it's so good here. I'm just, you know, thinking of Illidan heroes.
Yeah, or Lina is going to be the Illidan hero if they still want to go that route.
That could also be an option.
But that is.
I think they need more damage, though, like physical damage, because if they have Lina safe lane, Storm mid,
Luna's still in the pool as well.
Yeah, they need something that is more damage-wise in their right clicks, like very heavy right click damage.
I think I like Draw the most.
Slug or Draw.
Can I agree with Merlini? I think Draw might be the best option for them right now. Also because SF feels so weak versus high physical damage lineup like this. When it's your SF with just a BKB, he just melts.
Yeah, I would have much preferred the Drow ban. They might have banned PL just because they struggled a lot with it versus CDEC, but I think versus VP, the Drow is a much better ban.
Secret went for almost the same ban.
Drow Ranger.
There you go. So there's a Drow Ranger, and LGD must have expected it.
Exact same lineup, yeah.
Yep, pretty much. They changed the the visage for Rubik, but it's Lil Hero, so nothing very surprising in that.
Just the third time we've seen Drow at TI5, formerly Ferrari 430 and Illidan, the only pickers of Drow Rangers so far.
They need a very strong support right now, like damage support. Because Lion's Finger is very long cooldown, you generally want something else with the Clockwork, because Clockwork hookshot is far shorter cooldown than the Lion Finger. So you want someone else to actually be able to help him get kills.
Sky, maybe?
Yeah, I was thinking of Sky as well. Like, it's good versus the Storm, good burst with the Clock.
Yeah, only problem is it lacks anti-push and tower defense.
It's great against Storm, though.
Yeah,
Great
but
against Storm.
they need, like Ben said, deep push as well. So Skyroth doesn't provide deep push for his team. It's kind of a difficult one here.
I like Omni Knight, but that's one.
Tusker.
Tusker. So it's gonna be a Tusker support most likely.
Yes. It's face rush against the draw. Really good.
Looks like it.
Draft done. Game 1 about to begin as the players get ready. This opening match in the lower bracket. So time to go over to a pair who are more popular than a Lena Shaker first pick. Ladies and gentlemen, Synderen and Toby1.
Thank you very much, Red. Yes, I get to be here with the wonderful Synderen as we do LGD versus Virtus Pro. Didn't really feel like we're going to have this matchup. Virtus Pro yesterday doing what most people would not believe they would do. They eliminated the favorite Team Secret in LGD. We also got to see their path down here into the lower bracket, and it wasn't a smooth ride at all.
No, LGD actually got completely beat down by CDEC, at least in the second game. The first game was a little bit closer, but overall just got out-executed. This is going to be a really interesting matchup. I don't know if there's a very clear favorite for me in general, just going into the series. In this draft, I really like Virtus Pro's last pick Drow. I think it's going to work very well with their overall game plan. And of course, they're very comfortable with their picks. They've got all the heroes they really could want. I think DK Phobos yesterday was an absolute key part in how they defeated Team Secret. His Shaker was incredible in that series. I think he wasn't given enough credit. Everyone was talking about G and his Storm, and of course, it was a Storm Spirit show, but it was also a draft that it was easier to play Storm Spirit in. There were very few disables on the enemy team, but Phobos' Shaker was definitely something to keep an eye out for in this game.
I will agree that it's wonderful to see the Drow Ranger as a personal favorite hero of mine. But I am very, very concerned that Illidan's not going to find a lot of space on this map. You're up against heroes like Clockwork, who can easily hookshot you in, and Drow Ranger does not function if you've got heroes directly on top of it. Gust will get you a little bit of the way, and that's actually kind of nice up against the Clockwork. But then, with the last pick, Tusker from LGD, as Winter said, it's a face rush. You get right on top of the Drow, and there's very little she can do about this. Even Lion's going to have a Blink Dagger. If Drow can't initially walk away, then you have to deal with Call Down as well, or potentially be too close to the Requiem. She's really going to rely on the rest of Virtus Pro to do the work, and I'm almost wondering if this is the game which we see a build which we haven't seen from the two previous plays of Drow Ranger here at TI5, which is more of the stats build. So Rubik, Lena, as well as Storm are able to achieve so much more in the lane by just going the early Wraithband build instead.
It's definitely a possible route to take here. I do want to say, though, when it comes to the team fights, it's very clear what LGD are trying to do with their draft. As you pointed out, they want to get up in Drow's face. But it's not just that Gust is good against the Clockwork, but they have really good defensive picks with it, too. They have the Fissure, they have the Rubik, who can throw away whoever comes in close, whether it's Tusk, Clock, or both. And they have really good Force Staff carriers too, which I think we're going to see out of VP here. It's possible that it'll be the first main item for Lil. I do think Phobos will want a Blink Dagger first. He generally does go that way. But we'll see in time. As far as LGD goes, they have got one of the most favored carry heroes of this metagame right now, the Gyrocopter. We should not forget about this hero as far as win rate goes in this tournament. I think it's been really, really good. Mainly at the main event. I think overall at TI5 it's like 55 or 56%, so it's not overwhelming. But at the main event, it's got a really good win rate, like above 65% or something, I think. So really, really solid pick for them.
The Gyro's just bringing everything to the field. Because he's one of these heroes too, which is able to function even with lower farm, just find a couple of levels here and there. But the Rocket Barrage early on, with the changes that happened a couple of months to that, the Gyro just skyrocketed in popularity, where you're just able to move so quickly underneath buildings. And even though Flat Cannon did get nerfed before that change came in, we're still seeing a huge amount of damage coming out from the Gyro. The fact you're able to have a slow in the middle of a team fight, which splits everything up, being the cooldown, and will go through that immunity, it's a fantastic hero. And LGD, they've got the great combinations too. It's an element of burst damage coming in from both areas. Like, yes, Finger of Death is a long cooldown timer, but you're still going to have razors, even shards from range with Lion's Fingers, rockets. You got a lot to work with here from LGD. Maybe not as much as Virtus Pro have to work with, considering Rubik can take anything they have to work with and make it his own. But there's still a lot of options for both teams, and I'm actually looking massively forward to this match. The laning phase is going to be fun for Virtus Pro because they'll have the bonus damage plus already the advantage with having the Earthshaker movement when he does decide to move Phobos. But then LGD, like, they've also got that level 6 moment you can look for on the Clockwork. You've got that early Tuskar presence as well, which can just shift the balance.
Look at those stats. That is that does not bode well for LGD.
No, it does not.
That's pretty crazy, actually.
This is the time when I almost want to quote something I was saying to Theben watching Secret play, not yesterday, but the day before. And it kind of felt like SF was dropping off. He gets really, really big, but you never really feel like he's got the solid presence during the team fight the entire way through until he's fully six-slotted. And by that point, it's only for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then he drops off again.
I wonder if the poor win rate is just because teams are hesitant at the main event to make the big plays when Shadow Fiend is strong, because of course he does have a timing window, and you want to try to end the game while your Shadow Fiend is strong. I feel like the hero hasn't been shut down that hard. He's been getting the farm he wants in most cases, but teams haven't, it looks, really been able to win many of the games out of it.
Yeah, but it maybe didn't level up Razor at the start. He went for Necromastery, so we can't really punish Lena's positioning there. But this is something good from LGD. They've learned the Virtus Pro. They like to get that secondary support coming in and just harassing the mid lane. Give God that space. But it will be just denied by Yao, who instantly moves back to start stacking up the jungle. I know the panelists were also talking about the fact you're picking up SF over on the Dire side. He's going to need his supports to really stack up that jungle because he can't do it himself, which you can do on the Radiant side.
Definitely going to take care of that with Yao. He's going to be probably tripling, if not even quad stacking the big one at least, and maybe we'll be claiming that at level, most likely level 5. Nice ice shards there, but there is an escape path for G on the left-hand side, else it would be on the right-hand side. You can't cover the entire mid lane with ice shards. How sick would that be?
That would be pretty powerful.
It's like a fissure that is not even that positional dependent. That was pretty ridiculous.
I want to keep eyes on this bottom lane too, not just because Drow Ranger is down here, but it's also because Drow Ranger up against the Clockwork is one of these beautiful combinations. Once you get your second point up in the ice arrows as well as boots, you can basically outrun the Clockwork, especially when Zhao Wei hasn't gone for boots first. He's upsetting Lil inside the jungle, but with these cold arrows, you can basically keep Clockwork at bay, even to a point where you can find yourself a kill if you got the early damage. So this movement up right now, that's a level 2 cold arrow I'm talking about. And with the one creep behind, Illidan will keep the vision on him. It'll just make him burn through a little bit of consumables now. In fact, Illidan's just going to give it up.
Well, you actually brought up a really good point. It's Xiao 8 in the offlane.
Yeah.
It's not Yao. I think it's been Yao in almost every other game I remember of LGD at this tournament, but maybe he's not feeling comfortable on Clockwork, or he's just a better Tusk player and they're like, whatever role we need Tusk in, Yao has to play it over Xiao 8. But
it could also be the change-up. I know LGD, they released a video shortly after their loss against CDEC, and they look completely disheartened, but there was one big part of the video where they said they went into their hotel room and just locked the door, and for hours on end they just decoded the game. They said, what went wrong? We got completely crushed. This cannot happen again. Find a way around it, and this flexibility may be a result of that.
It's generally, I do think across tournaments when we see after one loss that a team switches around the roles, it could just be a one-game thing, right? As we talked about, it could just be the heroes they have. But if this is a general change-up, it could be a sign of weakness that you're trying to find a solution for a problem that, you know, might be there but might not be the bigger issue. You just you're like, our offlane in both games didn't go that well, but maybe it's the overarching strategy, maybe it's the shot calling, maybe it's the drafting. It could be so many things. But we'll see how it works out for them with this change, and I'm really curious to see what they do in game 2 if Xiaowei does offlane again, because then it could just be a flat
Top lane, this could be the first blood right now. MMY is moving in quick. He can go start with the stun, follow up into the Hex with a Rocket Barrage. Phobos not tanky enough to survive this, not win the shards, or maybe he will. Back behind the tower, TEB support's coming in on 11 life. Yaz too low, FNG with a stun! Virtus Pro! Underneath the tier 1 tower, LGD call for a moment. And they need one. They were committing so well. But the Earthshaker just strong enough to get back under the tower. One more attack, just one more attack would have done it.
Yeah, that was just not the execution LGD was looking for. They 3-on-1, they end up dying, the rocket misses, the ice shards I think didn't get the perfect angle that Yao was looking for. And you know, if you can dodge a gank like that with an offlane Earthshaker and get a turnaround kill, that is such a good start. It really slows down LGD, and FNG being able to grab that kill, give him a nice amount of gold. He should get boots from that. This is a pretty costly mistake. But of course, it's just one kill, and they could easily be able to turn it around. But the problem is, with this gank failing, Tusk is level 1, and he has 38 experience at minute 4. So everything he's been doing has been... He hasn't actually even stacked that much. Yao has been trying to put a little bit of pressure here and there, but hasn't really been that successful. And it's only a double stack that's available for Shadowfiend right now. At this point, you would like it to be a quad.
It was actually the sacrifice he took, because they went to do the smoke, but he picked up an illusion rune early on and then tried to use the illusion rune to stack. That was the one that did succeed. But the other times he was rotating and having his presence in the mid, and they actually spent 30 seconds walking around the top of the river with that smoke, wondering where he's going to go. Hence, no 3-minute stack.
But it's a big problem, because this is how... So if you look at how supports go and stack the jungle, they will often just split the experience with the mid laner, but let the mid laner get the gold. But since he hasn't succeeded on stacking more than once, the gank failed, he's going to be really under-leveled. And it's possible we see a Tusk who isn't even level 6 at minute 10 or 11 if the next gank is also not successful. He could just have a very hard game. It's, in my opinion, already not the best Tusk game, and I do think LGD overall last picked it. I feel like the hero is decently countered. You snowball in, you have Fissure, of course. You also have the Lina stun to make a turnaround play immediately. So, well,
it's not the greatest
hard game.
It's a hard game to start with. We also have to keep in mind that while this is going on, like, this has repercussions down the road. We still have Drow Ranger. Like, they try to pressure top lane, they try to pressure the Earthshaker. They don't slow down his Blink Dagger. In fact, all 4 staff, whatever he's going to go with. But you keep the Drow Ranger being uncontested. Like, Xiaowe's down there, and he's managed to find 3 levels by being on this bottom lane, but it's against the 5 levels of the Drow Ranger. She's starting to really get more momentum, and once she's got that level 6, I don't believe Xiaowei could even sit on the lane, not without a little bit of help. Because when you get that huge burst of agility, that's when, what I was talking about before, where you don't have the damage on the Drow Ranger, you do actually get it. And of course, you get everything else that comes with the agility too. So I'm a little concerned for LGD that the next rotation has to be down the bot lane, and then it's up to Virtus Pro to see how awake they are. This is the first game of the day, nice and early in the morning, and of course everyone else has woken up for it as well. But it's if Virtus Pro are ready and see the movement of LGD coming.
The question is, who's going to gank him? The Shadowfiend can't leave mid.
True.
The top lane, the chance that Gyro rotates at minute 4 or minute 5 is very low, and it's going to be super obvious, most likely.
And I suppose Tusk out without a snowball.
Tusk is level 1, has no snowball. They have a line level 3, so it's technically a possible gank, but it's going to be a very slow kill, and that should make it very easy for VP to just go for one defensive TP and just disrupt the gank. So I don't even think they need to be that much on their toes for this particular kill.
So what should we be looking at instead for LGD? Is this when you just say, just keep up with the farm, we flash farm the SF, we keep the gyro working, okay, the gank didn't work, but you also know that burst of power is going to be coming in from Virtus Pro at roughly the 10 to 15 minute mark, and you've got to be ready to defend it. The panel was saying as well, like, where is this counter push going to be? How do you stop Virtus Pro from taking out your towers? The Clockwork doesn't offer this. A Tuskar without aggression doesn't offer this. The Lion definitely doesn't offer this. Unless you're going to bring in both the SF and the Gyro, you're going to lose that tier 1 tower before the 15-minute mark.
I think they have to just stack the jungle. Right now, their ganking potential is really underwhelming. Tusk has to find level 2. Like, that's got to be the first step, because without Snowball, their chance of ganking the mid lane is pretty... It is possible, but not without a smoke whatsoever. It's never going to happen.
Yep.
Well, technically, you can start with shards and get Lion in position, but it's pretty difficult for them to set that up. So stack the jungle, let SF raise it, get the levels on the Tusk, let Lion soak experience somewhere else. He's already level 3, as mentioned, Tusk being the one who's really starving for it. And I would say that's the first step, and then you try to look for ganks afterwards.
Well, we're going to see while LGD sort out their issues in the box. We'll see if the panelists agree with our thoughts. Back to you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Toby. Yes. What do you make? I mean, 3.5 minutes in, it's a difficult thing to talk about right now. We've got the picks up behind us, of course. So if there's anything in particular of the early part, what have you seen so far, Seb? Anything that would stand out?
I like the fact that FNG just went offlane with the Shaker. I think we said that Shaker offlane alone is really weak. And now we have dual lane, and like the good thing about Dual Ranger is that he's strong laner if he doesn't have to fight at zoning heroes. Droll plus Rubik, they don't need Lina. Like the Clockwork is gonna be shut down anyway. So it's good that they pressure a bit that Gyro, and he's gonna give more space to the Shaker. I like that decision.
We had a big argument about whether they should have banned Drow or PL in the 5th pick. That was like a 5-minute discussion.
Well, carry on. Do it again. Do it again for the benefit of the viewers.
So I said they should have banned Drow just because I think their lineup's much weaker versus Drow. Like Clockwork struggles against it. They don't have that much anti-push, and it just makes all their lanes a lot stronger. And they won with it yesterday. And then he said they should ban PL.
Why?
Yeah, because I'm not saying they should ban PL. I'm just trying to reason why they wanted to ban PL. I do think that it's much more difficult to actually deal with the Drow compared to the PL, but I feel like the reason they actually didn't want to go against the PL is because PL is much stronger late game, PL plus Storm, and because VP hasn't been so consistent in their early game, so they felt like if we could just hang on and go to the late game against them, we don't want them having something that's really strong in the late game. And Drow, if you don't get a good start, it's much more riskier, and you go late game without a good start with a Drow, she's usually very useless in the late game if she doesn't have a good start.
I sense some division in Team M over there. So Team S, have you got division over here, or are you in agreement?
I think they should not ban Drow and not ban PL. I think they should give them Drow and pick PL.
Completely Shiva.
Well, I just am very happy to see Illidan play Drow because I think that would be the better hero for them compared to PL.
Yeah, but they can't pick the PL, dude. They have Gyro and SS.
Yeah, but then I think the way they approached draft versus VP is not the way to approach it. I mean, VP, they look like they want to get Drow as much as they can. And then considering that, and FNG also, he respects the PL versus Drow matchup. Like he's shown it in drafts earlier this year, where Drow is probably the worst carry, I'd say, versus PL. I can't think of a carry that's as bad as Drow versus PL, because the silence is not a factor. PL gets Diffusal Blade, the counter silence, the Manta side is the same, and Drow just can't deal with illusion heroes. And like, there's no item that Drow can get that's actually decent versus PL.
Yeah, I mean, that's true as well, but I feel like what Ben mentioned, the Clockwork, he said Clockwork is bad in the lane versus Drow, but during team fights, you can still like nullify the Drow ultimate because you can just hook and get close to the Drow.
Distance, yeah.
At the start of the game, you said the most interesting matchup for you would be mid.
Yep.
We're going to Shadow Fiend versus Storm Spirit. What do you think so far?
I think it's that even.
Yeah, in terms of last step, what's going to make the difference? What's going to happen, you think?
Now it's the phase where nothing's going to happen because like if something...
Okay, good. We'll just not watch anything for the next 20 minutes.
What I mean is that if anything were to happen, it would have been before. Like this is when Storm can just farm jungle and SF as well. So I mean, they might end up getting ganked, but they have what they need. They have bottle, they have boost, they have decent levels. The matchup is even.
Okay. What do you think over there, Team M? I see you studying Team S over here.
What's going to make the change? Like, who's going to rotate first to help out his teammate? Because if what Seb says is right, which we're going to assume it is, someone else has to help.
I mean, you could assume it wasn't.
Good team play.
I'm used to Paul, so I mean.
Fair enough.
We didn't talk about that tree by Illidan.
You see?
So Illidan ate those trees on the side, which makes Xiao Ace's life a lot more difficult. So the harder Clockwork's life is, the easier it is for them to take the T1 tower and force LGD to respond. And again, why I think the Drow is much worse for LGD is because the early game for Drow is much more difficult to deal with in the late game from PL, because they have SF and Gyro, which aren't the best versus PL, but they're pretty darn good. They have a lot of AoE. They scale pretty well. And You mentioned that PL plus Storm is really, really scary late game, and I agree with that. But at the same time, LGD defending their towers, especially with Tusk not having that great of a start, the trees being eaten for the clockwork, like everything's shaping up for a bad early game for LGD.
Yeah, and we didn't really talk about the role swap as well on LGD.
Yeah.
The director is actually going to the offlane, and Yao is actually doing the Tusk support. I mean, it might be the case that he's the only Tusk player in the team.
Yeah, and he is, I believe, 5-on-1 on the Tusk this tournament, so a pretty good Tusk record. And we know that Zoe has played offlane before, so he'll play a good clock.
He's just sad the trees are gone. You know, Illidan took away the trees.
Yeah, that was such a good play.
They didn't have to pick Tusk, though. Like, Xiaowei could have played, like, I don't know, Spirit Breaker or something like that. There are other options for heroes that get into Drow's face.
I mean, the Sigil is definitely a great spell versus the Roche strat. I mean, that's for sure, especially with the Roche factor. It's just, you know, Scout, Roshan. They have a lot of... I think when you play versus... Like, we even spoke about it earlier. We were like, but why was Drow such a key hero versus Secret? It was mainly because of the Roche, because Drow itself was not a factor. He was just dying every fight. He didn't go for agility items. You know, sometimes you see Drow, like Envy, he will go 3 triple Wraith Bands, then he will just go Sanj and Yasha. So he's just passively being a factor. But yesterday it was not the case. It was just the fact that they got rushed so early, and that they go Storm Drow, because if there's one hero that you want to give Aegis early on, it's terrifying. You have a Storm with Aegis. I mean, either you let him kill you or you kill him and then he's gonna kill you. I mean, you just lose the fight and you just give him Bloodstone charges. And so Roshan is going to be a crucial factor. So I feel like having the Clockwork and the Tusk, the Sigil, it makes the Roshan potential better.
Yeah, and I think what Ben mentioned, the Spirit Breaker, I feel Spirit Breaker is going to have a hard time with the Earthshaker, the Rubik, and the Lina. Even the silence from the Drow. So he might actually have a much harder time than compared to the Tusk in this game.
And I'd love to see a Dagger BKB SF once. I think versus Drow strats, you need to, you know, close the distance.
So earlier was said that they needed a mech carrier and that's why they picked the SF. You don't agree with that anymore?
I think it's fine, but he has to itemize into a dagger at one point.
Okay, we can head back to the commentary team, so let's go back down to Synderen and Toby1.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are back here. Virtus Pro versus LGD continues 4 minutes in after our first blood spilt by Virtus Pro, turning it around on LGD. Hopefully all issues are sorted and we'll have a flawless game throughout the end. Welcome back, Sind. Welcome back.
Welcome back to you too, although neither of us actually left.
No, we did not. We were still here. And those first 3 arrow hits from Illidan, when he's level 6, that's kill potential right there. And also noticing his build, we haven't seen anything up just yet. He's a 2-1-2 on the Drow Ranger. Going different from his build he did the other day, where he just left the 1 point up in the aura, actually bypassed the gust, and went for the 4 points up in arrows. So it leans a little bit heavily toward, more heavily towards the aura, but haven't seen the build-up of items just yet. So that's all.
I think in this case where he doesn't really need the Frost Arrows, he doesn't need more than 2 points to run down the Clockwork. It's way more beneficial for his team that he maxes the aura. It helps Storm a lot in ganks. And the Lina as well as Rubik of course benefit as well, but it's more about the...
Yao, you do not want to be here.
Yeah.
God, he's right next to him. He doesn't know if he pots 1 red, but now he will know. Yao in close with a fidget to help him out. God, putting the extra damage to work. 1 last attack, and it will be a kill. Going the way of the VP mid, while maybe a long way up. The Light Strike Array going to connect on the SF. God, not enough mana. She's got enough for 1 more jump in. It's going to be close enough with the dust. He can't hide, but then again, he can bottle up the extra fissure as well. Maybe surviving into the tower, and Yao TP's into the mid, and now LGD, they brought practically their entire team bar Sylar into that mid lane to defend it. That's actually going to be like half of the life of the tier 1 tower lost in this time.
Yeah, and Clockwork's level 4. He can't do anything in this bottom lane actually. Xiaowei has to just try to soak whatever experience he can, but he's not finding as much as he would like. And he knows that if he comes in remotely close here, Illidan's going to start doing this, and if he gets lifted by Rubik, he's dead. You already saw there, by the way, how much the Drow Ranger aura came into play. I think G got the kill with 1 less attack, and it may not sound like the biggest of deals, but it is. It changes everything that you have that you get the kill 1 second faster. As okay, this might be a little greedy here.
Yeah, God, with a jump, he wanted to get the rune. He's going to die for the cause. Maybe comes through with the double raises and the extra support control from LGD.
Notice the moment Yao gets level 2, they can suddenly do something right here. That kill would have been very difficult to pull off with Ice Shards. He brings in Lion close, Snowball, and they easily get a very, very key kill. And it goes to Shadow Fiend, which I think is good here as well. You need to make sure maybe has a good game.
How's he still looking on these stacks? Because Yao's moving back up for him now.
He's going to make a quad here.
Okay.
He times it right. This is a little bit tricky with the composition of this creep camp. He might have... Yeah, he's good. He's got it for sure.
Virtus Pro is grouping up. They're ready for another smoke. This time they're going to combine up with Phobos, and they move themselves away from the Dire Observer Ward. In fact, they're actually going to combine with God as well. He's still got the double damage rune. That is the one upside of what did happen. He did pick up the rune, even though he didn't get the man to get out. And now Yao so close, the smoke's going to break. They put the Observer Ward down, but Yao walking to the side. And LGD, they managed to dodge a bullet for the moment, but only for the moment. Are they going to commit? Like, are they going to come up for Sylar?
It's very good for LGD, though. Yeah, obviously, they didn't die. But it's a lot of time commitment from VP. And you want, at this point, you want your Storm to be farming up as effectively as possible. He joins the gank because they think that they'll need him, and that he's going to obviously help out with his DD. It's a DD rune wasted. Lost 2 creeps.
He's dead. Completely dead. There's no way out this one. Not when there's 4 heroes coming down. And again, the Shadow Fiend will be taking this last hit. And Dro Ranger was just not ready. There was an Observer and Sentry in the lane trying to see deep, but LGD coming under the cover of smoke.
They're going to get a tower, too. I don't think there's any...
On top lane, Sylar going after Phobos. The call out, not enough to kill him off. FNG stuns and Feybolt's going to remove the damage of Sylar. They can't get a revenge until Stormspirit. God! A long jump into the tower. Sylar's going to sink charge, but God's got momentum. But no! 12 life! He has to go again! But God will find the kill. That time he had to do it without the Dro Aura. But still able to be successful. That's his second kill of the game.
This is still very good for LGD. They've managed to fully pull back this game. They're actually leading quite a bit now by claiming that tower and by having maybe have 2 kills, clearing out that big quad stack. He should be very far ahead on net worth, and he is 800 ahead of G. There's a big gap down to the next heroes on the list. The safe laners for both sides are trailing the mid lanes quite a bit. And now, this is where it gets really interesting, because Xiaowei is closing in on level 6. The Tusk is starting to become valuable as well. This becomes a game of protect Illidan, I think. If you're LGD, you want to try to chase him down as much as possible, constantly gank out the Drow. And that means they might have to rotate Phobos' Shaker defensively a couple of times, and that will delay his blink a lot. Because I don't think the Rubik can protect the Drow alone. She's still going to die from this massive burst damage that LGD can roll in.
I'm wondering if he can protect it at all, because like the Fissure stun's going to be the only thing. You telekinesis grab 1 of LGD when they snowball in, but the stun's still going to be there, and you'll still have multiple LGD heroes on top of the Dro. And if you do use that telekinesis, or even if you don't, like it could just be Xiao Wei hooking in, soaking up a lot of damage, allowing maybe to come in and do the rest of the work. This is a rough position for Virtus Pro, and LGD, they've worked wonders to get themselves back into a commanding position in this game, and they're going to try and force the issue even more with a 3-man smoke, but they did it underneath the Radiant Observer Ward, so Virtus Pro are well aware of what's going on.
FNG is like spam pinging Illidan. Illidan, what are you doing? We saw the smoke get out.
The money is not worth it. The money is just not worth it.
He really wanted that big Drake so he could get his treads, but playing it safe here is the right call.
So they're going to 5-man smoke up. I think Virtus Pro have had enough of LGD just taking tier 1 towers for free. They got the bottom one, but they'll refuse to give him the top. Phobos moving in. He's got a future block potential on Sylar right now, and he'll need it. The double stun, FNG to follow up, and Yao dead very quickly. God, expending a large chunk of mana to get in that close.
Maybe has TP'd up here though. He has haste. If they want to fight this, they should do it right now, before the spells come off cooldown again for the Radiant.
It's so difficult though. There's also another Radiant Observer Ward sitting behind us, watching MMY, Sylar, and maybe's movements. And they see the haste rune with only a quarter left. Yeah, VP just back up. They got to get back to their own farming.
There's going to be a mech for the next fight. Maybe he's going to claim it right now. He's missing 15 gold. And we might see them get the tower after all. VP have rotated mid, so they can't defend it anymore. They did not have mana on Shaker, and I think they just decided, you know what, without Fissure, we're not holding this.
They can slow it down a little bit, but that's only if Lil feels he can even get in range for a Fade Bolt. But there goes your tier 1 tower, so LGD will take it, and early mech. 11.5 minutes coming in from maybe. That's where all the money goes. And this is just a ticket to push for LGD. Like your 5-man movement from LGD is just so strong. And Storm's not in a position where he can disable yet.
Yeah, you just go mid. If VP try to fight into them, they have defensive cogs, they have mech, they have snowball, call down. It's something we haven't talked about too much because we've been focusing a lot on the aggressive aspect of things, but initiating into LGD is actually very difficult. There are a lot of things that need to happen for you to be successful in that fight. They will lose this tower. Oh, that's a really... Oh, wow.
That was a small gap to walk around the tree line. Going to gust back Yao, but Illidan fingered down and destroyed by the call down to Gyro. Plus the tier 1 tower. It was meant to be the 10 to 15 minute mark when Virtus Pro were meant to come online, but right now, LGD, with his 5-man wall move, Virtus Pro just have no answer to the Chinese.
They've got a really big problem now, which is they can't really enter their jungle anymore. They lost the access point towers. LGD have good aggressive warding, and LGD flat out just have the better skirmishing heroes right now. Lina's only level 5, not 6 yet. Same for Rubik. We're 12.5 minutes in. This is pretty unusual for Virtus Pro, at least in this tournament. I feel like their supports and their offlanes have been getting a lot of levels. DK Phobos is also only level 5, so...
DK Phobos is dead. Hook shot in from Xiaowei, locking him in. Lil needs to force it back, but he gets burned by the cogs. Coming in a little bit too close, but now they go on maybe, gusting him back out again. Trying to buy a little bit of space. This Earthshaker is going to take a very long time. He's actually just trying to get a soul ring at the moment. Not even worrying about Blink Dagger or Force Staff. Fisher spam to delay LGD.
And this is what you can do when the enemy team can't really initiate into you very well. Just go into a minute 13 Roshan. They have a very tanky Shadow Fiend. They do a good job spreading out the damage. They have Frozen Sigil. And they're
backing out.
Didn't like doing that, so they just go do something else.
It was too much success for LGD.
Game is too easy.
Yep. Challenge
Feels like we're cheating. Let's go back to mid.
Challenge yourself. Give Dro level 11.
They might have just wanted to push out mid first and make sure they bring in Xiaowei, because in case this fight does bring out, it's very crucial for them that Clockwork is there. So no chances taken here. They push out mid. They'll maybe lose their top tier 1 tower here if G decides to really push it hard together with the Rubik and Shaker.
I think you might be right about the whole waiting for Xiaowei, because the timing of when they're going to be killing off Roshan is at the same time as the hook shot was coming off cooldown. So Virtus Pro, if they have any intention of fighting LGD, they will lose this engagement. And Virtus Pro know this. That's why they're not getting involved. They leave Illidan to just push pressure on mid lane. On top, you got a double damage from God, pushing into the tier 1 tower with no fortification from LGD. They can't protect the tier 1 tower, but they don't care. They've got the Aegis to the Immortal in the hands of Maybe, and they're coming down for the tier 2 tower. At this point, I know we're only 15 minutes in Sim, but could LGD entertain the possibility of pressuring tier 3? I'm only saying pressuring because I only feel like it could be a bait for Virtus Pro to come out and defend against it.
Yeah.
And then LGD fight. Then potentially they can go up.
If they see 2 heroes on the map after they destroy this tower, they'll go 2-3, just to force the TPs back. Because the risk of them getting killed twice on the Shadow Fiend with no good counterplay is almost non-existent. See, this is what's really, really good about this draft. It's a good mech carrier. He's a really good Aegis carrier too. And you just... At this point in time, Virtus Pro hasn't got to build up their Drow enough. These Drow lineups come online a little bit later when Drow has some more farm. So the right-click damage isn't enough yet to overpower Maybe, who has 16 armor. So LGD, I think they can just go from one tower to the next I'm not really seeing VP with a good chance of holding. They just put Shadow Fiend in front. He stands and hits the tower with the creep wave. If VP want to kill him, they more or less have to jump in G, and then he's at a big risk of getting hexed from a distance. If they don't, well, they just lose another tower. They've got to do something about this right now. Any sort of response, at the very least, just trying to pressure LGD and not giving them for free.
They're letting all the towers go. Virtus Pro are playing the wait game. They will not battle LGD outside their base. They know they can't win. Maybe they can let the Aegis, the Immortal, tick down. And in the meantime, you just keep pushing out the lanes. Illidan's going to add a little bit of pressure towards this tier 2 tower. He also finished up a helm with the Dominator and hit level 11. So you do have that bonus 60 agility coming into the Dro Ranger, which shares 45 damage with every range hero on Virtus Pro. They are all about defending from inside their base and getting LGD to fight in unfavorable circumstances, and even a denial from FNG on that tier 2 tower. Wait, are they snowballing him? They're going an Illidan on top lane. Yao gets the Walrus punch off the guts. Gonna push back Silent with a TP out, but Xiaowei hook shots in. The Dro is dead for 44 seconds. But God's pressuring out bottom lane. FNG's kept the creep wave in mid at bay. So LGD can't really capitalize on this death time. But it's still a death for a Dro.
this has the potential to be a really short game. But
it does.
The thing LGD needs to be careful with is going high ground against VP. If they make one mistake and they lose, let's just say 2 or 3 heroes, not necessarily the 5-man wipe, but just give VP a little bit of breathing room. When they're ahead this much in gold, the kills that VP will get on the defense will be really valuable.
God needs to get out of there. There's no disable on maybe, so it would have only been damage that would kill him. But with this, the Observer Ward should have scouted out the fact that Bloodstone is completed. There's an Obs Ward from LGD, which is watching the movement of the courier to and from the secret shop.
You know who else is rich?
Who is rich, apart from SF?
Yeah, SF.
It's just SF?
He just got a full BKB.
I was waiting for a huge surprise, Syndra.
Yeah, Lion has a Dagon 5. The Shadow Fiend has a BKB already with mech at minute 17. Treads Aquila, Bottle as well. He's very, very rich. This is one of the richest Shadow Fiends I think we've seen.
Illidan dead. Hawk shot down again from Xiaowei. Illidan can't find the angle for the gun. Xiaowei's positioning was perfect at that point. He knew he was making the Drow Ranger have to turn. Hence, she couldn't get the Gus line right.
And even if she does, Xiaowei has a Force Staff. He's actually itemized differently. What we usually see from Clockwork's first in this tournament is the Blade Mail. I like the Force Staff first build a lot. It allows you to set up and get out and re-engage at any point you like, and it's a counter to the enemy Force Staffs. If they push someone out of Cox, you can actually run them down. And here we go, 18-minute high ground. There's no buyback on Illidan.
No, there's not.
They have just going in.
They got to defend it with stuns and whatever they got. Maybe so low. FNG Laguna play. They're going to pop the Aegis to the Immortal. It buys time more than anything else. And FNG, no new Light Strike Array. But actually, no, he will. Maybe force-staffed away by Xiaowei. They'll back themselves up.
That's a good hold.
At the same time, you got to look up towards that top lane. The tier 2 tower is actually going down pretty quickly, and yet they're having to bring support in. They could fortify to save it anyway. Salah will be the man to turn the flat cannon on, but Cardi's still doing the work. And if Storm's really cheeky about this, God could just jump in. Okay, no, he can't. That tower's got 107, but with the Invis Rune, he sees Yao and MMY moving up. But surprisingly for this game, like, okay, so LGD, they do some chip damage to that tier 3 tower, but beyond that, they're still not getting close to the end, and Virtus Pro are finding farm across the map. God's hoping for a solo kill on MMY or any hero that's isolated, but instead the rest of Virtus Pro, they're going to find the better target. The smoke, will it break with Xiaowei in the tree line? The Gus, they do find the right target. Cleaning up the tree lines, they find Xiaowei. No Laguna Blade right now, and well, what was stolen? Rocket Flare only, but Storm Spirit jumping in. Xiaowei, the cogs come up, pushing God back, and with maybe arriving with the mech. Xiaowei being protected. God doesn't want to give this up just yet. FNG's managed to soak up the creep wave.
So LGD, they don't manage to, like you said, they don't manage to break the base. Like the tier 3 tower still has a lot of health in mid, but Virtus Pro are not finding anything either. So the issue here is G is finding farm, Drow is not. And an underfarmed Drow is paper for this dire lineup. The whole draft of Virtus Pro was reliant on Illidan having a good game, and his early game was obviously great. He wasn't pressured in lane. But LGD's 4 out of their 6 kills are on that Drow, so there's very little that VP can do until Illidan gets more farm. So they have to just try to slow down the game and farm up as much as possible. But with LGD getting superior map control and easily being able to take the next Roshan probably without being contested by VP, it's still looking really grim for them, even though that first attempt didn't work.
It really is. And like normally I disagree with you with the whole Drow Ranger underfarmed, like things don't really work. Because you can just go down the line and say, well, as long as she's got a Mask of Madness as well as like either a Shadowblade or a Chrysalis, she's going to do the damage during the team fight. But we've got the Helm with a Dominator build from Illidan. It's a lot more stable, a lot more required up against this LGD lineup. It's now God jumping in, but okay. Yeah, he has a regeneration rune. But when he arrived, he still didn't have the mana for it. Like, to go for a Vortex around thing. And now actually maybe jumping up here. That tower's on 36 life. It only needs one more attack to bring it down, and Xiaowei's going to actually offer 2. Okay, 3. He's not that strong. But the tower gets denied. I still can't believe that tier 1 tower remains in middle lane.
Bottom lane, FNG's in trouble, but
all down.
BKB.
FNG's in trouble, on the run out of here. He needs more life. The Rocket's going to kill him. They need someone to get rid of this for him, and Lil, the Storm God, was jumping for it desperately. Couldn't reach it in time. And while he was doing that, Sylar was TPing back to base, enjoying the spoils of war.
That was a level 1 homing missile as well, so any bottle charge, destroying the rocket, of course, would be great. It's another kill. He had to expend a BKB charge for that. So I don't think that's an incredibly good kill for LGD, but it's definitely better than not going for it.
Illidan's trying to keep the rest of LGD away. The shards, it doesn't lock in Illidan, but Xiaowei will. The snowball's coming as well. The Gus can't push him back. The Fissure will push Yao out of the cogs, but it will not stop him from killing the Dro Ranger. Xiaowei's battery assault working in combination with the Walrus Punch, and maybe to the front lines. Lil's going to pick him up and throw him back. Trying to keep LGD away from their base. But the Blink Dagger now online. There's better initiation, especially when you can force up into a Blink on the SF. They can't get close enough to do enough damage. As Virtus Pro actually being held at bay a little bit here by a lot of spam. Because you've got a level 4 Rocket Flare on the Rubik. He's had this for a while. He's been using it to control the side lanes more than anything else, Lil. But getting up with a full creep wave, you got Feybolt, Fissure, Slave, potential Remnants, and whatever Rubik can steal. Which there's a lot of good abilities for as well. So getting a creep wave and keeping a creep wave on the high ground of VP's base is very difficult for LGD. But then again, their team is so strong, they get one, it only has to go up for a second to turn the backdoor regen off. God's pressuring bottom lane while while LGD take tier 2 tower on top, and they're already coming back to stop this, as God will zip himself away to safety.
They have to protect Illidan more. It's very, very clear that that's what... Oh, that rocket. Would probably see that smoke coming out just...
It came at the last second, though. And LGD haven't done mass pings for it. They are grouping up together and behind their tier 1 tower. So they're moving like they did see it. But they're also moving like Roshan should be respawning, which he just did. So LGD, they have the option of Roshan. And they're already going to take it.
If a fight breaks out in this Roshan pit, LGD is going to absolutely crush them if Drow isn't there. And if Drow is there, they might still absolutely crush them, but then they have a chance.
It would take Illidan too long to get there.
Yeah.
Okay, he might have a TP scroll, but he'll have to TP himself down to that tier 3 tower on bot lane. Because with no out of towers, there's just no way to move.
I think this is the type of situation where you try to steal it with Swarm.
This one little creep which got stolen. The Radiant creep wave followed him into the pit. This is the control right now coming in from Sylar. That's what he's doing. He's just messing with the creep wave. And now they'll move in and take out Roshan. And VP have no intention of fighting this. They're still farming Drow up on top. She's getting closer and closer to having that BKB of hers. But there's still a recipe away. And Lil's on babysitting duty.
And the issue for Illidan is that he was forced into getting the BKB in the first place. Because this means he can maybe survive the fight, but can he output a lot of damage? He doesn't have the aggressive build with, like, say, Sanjin Yasha or just a Yasha Mask of Madness or any build up for Butterfly, that kind of stuff.
He could still go into the SNY, but it kind of feels like LGD's heroes are forcing him into the BKB.
But if he has a BKB and the Clockwork jumps him, let's say he survives, what's his impact in the fight anyway? He's probably going to get, like, he's going to get some attacks off on the Clockwork in melee range, but Clock has 11 armor and he's losing so much agility. He's losing the 60 when he comes in close. It's tricky. Do they have any Force Staff on the Radiant? They do not.
It's coming up on Phobos.
Yeah. He chooses to go with Overblink this game. Looks like Lil will get one as well.
Illidan's in real trouble. Hook shot in. He's going to lose his Alpha Wolf as well. That's the extra damage down the drain. And once again, maybe find the kill. He goes 4 for 0 on this SF.
They actually just stole his Alpha Wolf.
The helm of the Dominator of Sylar.
It has 1600 health because he dominated another Dominator creep. It's really tanky. If they keep ping-ponging this could be a really big wolf. It does work that way, right? Yeah, there's no way to get 1600 health from one domination.
So many turncoats in this game.
It has more health than the Shadow Fiend.
VP's picking out God, jumping in on maybe, but this is only harassment. Make LGD think twice, but it already reveals the fact that we have a Glimmer Cape on the Tusker to go along with his Urn and Arcane Boots. That Blink Dagger of Line is also waiting for the perfect moment against the Storm. A Storm that doesn't have Lincolns or BKB. So it's a guaranteed control every time from MMY over on God. And FNG, well, there's your jump. They find Lil, they bring him down. Storm Spirit jumping in. MMY already down for the count. Maybe it's BKB. It was a 10-second charge coming out. And now they just back out. They trigger the drums. With both BKBs now on cooldown and drove back to the world of living, they're not going to fight it. And it is actually going to be the BKB. He bought the Mithril Hammer.
Good hold by VP, though. But the question is, how long can they go on? These BKBs were used from LGD, so they're going to wait until they're off cooldown again. But they didn't lose the Aegis, so the moment Lion is back, they can look to group up again and try one more time. And this tower is getting really low on health and the Glyph was forced, so there's another good 4 minutes that they can use on just setting up for that one tower.
Illidan, you don't want to be here. That Dire Observer Ward, watch him go up. Xiao Wei, hook shots in, and now real trouble for Illidan. He can't break free. The Gus will push Xiao Wei out, but then the SF locks in. God looking for revenge kill over on Yao, able to claim it with Lil, finishing the job with a Fade Bomb. They move over to Maybe, just throwing him back with the telekinesis. FNG timing it out. There is time. God still got mana as well to jump back into base, but Lil needs to force stuff away from Phobos. Way too much damage coming out from that SF for a Rubik to stand there.
And I think this is when LGD just go and get, at the very least, the tower. They have their BKB ready on Shadow Fiend and Gyro again. Decent fissure from Phobos.
Storm Spirit so close to this Orchid of his. Having that, they might be able to find some openings right now. FNG, it's a trade-off, and actually the 4-star found gets him out of the corner, and God! Maybe! Down at 25 life. Remember, he's still got the Aegis to the Immortal. So he would have just cracked it.
VP are doing such a good job. Another fantastic hold. I was sure they were going to at least lose their tower there, but they put so much pressure on Maybe in that situation that LGD go back a bit. And the 4-staff plays, of course, they're saving FNG. Very well done. And maybe they can outlast the Aegis now. There's 1.5 minutes left on it. Maybe has to go back to base to heal up. That means they actually only have like a minute to get there.
VP actually have openings now. They got choices, even though they keep getting seen by this Dire Observer Ward, which is sitting on the hill near the mid lane. They keep getting scouted out their movements from this. This is why Illidan's died now twice over on those Ancients. But it's the fact you got the Orchid flying in on God. So they got a way to get this instant kill. Fissure out, MMY's going to jump God. Where's his silence going to come? The call down, 3 euros to burst pro. Caught this one, the 4-star down by Phobos, getting himself away from Xiao Wei, but Xiao Wei keeping on the back of him. The Battery of Soul will finish the job while Illidan, Styles going to finish this job. Xiao Wei's actually managed to pick up a double kill, and Illidan actually away to safety for now. TPing out, FNG will not be so lucky, and actually Illidan won't either. The Blink Dagger on the SF gets him there in the nick of time. As God's just trying to creep, skip this out and keep the wave away from the VP base. And he'll be successful for the moment. Yeah, he missed the timing out just by a little bit. So 30 seconds until Dro's up. That creep wave is still going to take some time. Another 10 seconds before we get to the Radiant base.
He's going to cut the next one, but I think it doesn't matter. It was actually really, really important he hit his wave. And with that miss, the tower's gone this time, I promise. They're not holding it this time.
Well, they lose the Aegis to the Immortal LGT, so if they're going to do this, it comes with an element of risk. Phobos still has that Echo Slam. He's looking at a nice creep wave, even though he's going to fissure it for now. And, well, I guess your promises are true, Synderen. That tier 3 tower will drop.
There goes the Aegis. I think you already said that.
Yep.
He lost it twice.
Snap. And these ranks is getting worked on at the moment. The Sigil will drop. Shards out. Illidan and Lil getting caught, but then maybe they do have Laguna Blade. They're going to pop the SF, force-off him up, and they've got extra health. Both Meg and there's your Echo, so more control required. It's just not there. LGD's too strong. The Cogs keeping the rest of Virtus Pro away from LGD. But maybe Glimmercape plus the mech and BKB survivability was essential.
It's so crucial Yao gets that off. If he didn't glimmer him right when he did, maybe would have definitely died there. And that fight could have maybe been 2 or 3 kills for VP. The moment Shadow Fiend is down and doesn't get Requiem off, they have so much damage between the Drow and the Storm. But Requiem removes a lot of it.
And now they go in for that range Drax taken. God jumping up forward, but Xiao Wei going in deeper. He forced up into that one. They find the Illidan, and they'll go over to God as well as FNG, retreating back behind the tier 4 towers. Only the Storm has the ability to escape at the moment, and they're TPing a long way forward, actually trying to get outside the base. Xiao Wei so low, Laguna Blade, it's 5 seconds off cooldown. It's enough to kill Xiao Wei, but he's got to live for 5 seconds. Maybe not even possible. Storm Spirit, a long way out. They lose the Lina. And the Storm TP ball attempt to get a kill was not enough damage to pick up LGD.
And that is a dieback for FNG.
So costly, especially as he's trying to somehow rush up into that Aghanim Scepter on the Lina. If he was capable of achieving that one, he wouldn't really care about Glimmer or these BKBs anymore. Life is becoming more and more troublesome here for Virtus Pro. They need a miracle to turn what is now a 20k net worth deficit around on LGD. 14,000 for the experience as well. LGD are just in a commanding position, and they really needed a game like this. After what happened in the winners bracket semi-final, they needed something like this against Virtus Pro. And they need to hold on to this as well.
And that stat you just saw there shows how absolutely countered Illidan has been in this game. He has been shut down so hard by LGD. He doesn't have a killer assist at minute 32. Just extremely unusual for him because he's an aggressive carry, and you know, he's renowned for... In recent times, he's become a lot more stable, but he's been renowned for playing like super aggressive.
Oh, Xiao Wei just didn't have the length on it, but Illidan, they're trying to force up him into the base, not possible. Maybe we'll trigger the BKB and the four stuffs, and the walk back was just enough for Illidan.
Oh, Fissure?
Yeah, they get one on Yao. It's going to allow Lil to steal shards. Not a bad ability. Going to turn around. Xiao Wei back in again. FNG with a stun. They Laguna Blade over on Xiao Wei. They're looking for the kill, but then again, the Glimmer Cape doing the work. God, he just wants to find the kill. Able to do so. The gems on the deck, but so are three of the VP players. Trying to run himself away, but God, there's just no mana. The Bloodstone denied, but can they keep him stunned up long enough? And no! They just let the Requiem play out its song. And they explode the Storm Spirit. No denial from the Bloodstone. And now SF is 11 for 0. And Illidan.
He got an assist.
That's applause. He's 0 for 10 on this draw.
It's funny because the panel, and I thought too that Drow could be a really good pick in this game. I thought it actually could work out very well, but LGD has just been playing so extremely aggressively on him that he never came online.
Storm jumping out, Orchid's over on MMY. So there's no ability to hex him. But it's at least an intimidation enough for LG to back up. And Menar's with you until the Tuskar pick as well.
Well, even after the Tuskar pick, we were talking about how they had the solutions, but LGD has outmaneuvered them. They kept finding... See, that's another thing. They kept finding Illidan on his own. If backup was there, maybe they could have turned it, but I think at least 5 of his deaths have just been like 3-on-1. Well, what are you going to do as Drow? You're going to die.
Yep.
There's absolutely nothing in this hero's spell kit that allows you to escape at all. So...
It's a hard life.
This game is... If VP come back from this, that would be the most impressive comeback of the term. Wow, I don't even know if
next to the All-Star match comeback, it would be an impressive comeback. But LGD, they're looking to ensure even more. This is the third Roshan now. In 34 minutes, both Aegis and Cheese have put the Cheese over on Sylar, while the SF is the man carrying the Aegis to the Immortal. And FNG is doing all he can. He's moved up to the top lane, and they just try and keep these lanes pushing out. But they realize now LGD are coming to end this game, to take a one-game advantage against Virtus Pro and keep their hopes alive here in the International. This is lower bracket. This is elimination. The loser of this series goes out, so it's all or nothing. But they leave maybe on the front lines. LGD, they know the burst is there. And then MMY, the Orchid from God. He wants to finish the job. MMY, Glimmer Cave up though. God can't see him. He can't kill him. FNG's down. Phobos as well. The tournament maybe winding up the Ulti. Illidan destroyed. Sylar will actually take the ultra kill. They'll take the bottom rack. They'll take the GG. LGD, a terrific performance. It looked a little bit weird with the snowball on the top lane. But after that, it was all Gucci for LGD.
Yeah, I even think VP had a good start to that game. That's the scariest part. Like, their first 5 minutes were actually good. They got the counter kill top, so Lina was off to a good start. Shaker survived. They found they found another kill. Drow had good farm. Storm had a good mid lane. And then LGD just, with a snap of their fingers, they killed Illidan 11 times in this game. They keep just looking for the openings. They keep finding them. I think VP, as mentioned, they had to protect Illidan more. He was left on his own too much, and LGD take full advantage of it and roll with game one. That went really quick all of a sudden.
It really, really did. And of course, that means now we get to say goodbye to the players on the stage, and we'll throw it back over to the panel to see what they think will happen in game 2.
Thank you very much, Toby and Synderen down there in the main arena. Game 1 in the books, and LGD claimed that one. Let's talk about the opposite ends of the scales, shall we? Malini, Drow.
I thought it was going to be good. They got off to a good start, but I don't know if it was like a bait pick or what. LGD just completely rolled them the Tusk pick. There was like one Ice Shards where he just like completely locked the Drow, and she's like, oh crap, where do I go? And I don't think the casters picked up on how nice of a play that was. And you know, if they have to make a switch and rolls to justify that, it was worth it.
You were convinced by this pick, though.
Well, it was the best for them at the time. I think LGD is the better team, but it's one of VP's bread and butter.
Okay, well, let's have a look at why Drell wasn't a good pick, or at least got hard countered in that game as well, because there's a few highlights in this particular game, so hopefully we can have a look at those right now.
And then he's going to obviously help out with his DD. It's a
This was early on.
He's dead. The first of many deaths.
And that's a gank that honestly you should avoid, because just before that there was a 4-man smoke gank and everyone was missing, so it's very scary to stay like this as well.
Yeah, this was the shot Mulaney was talking about. He blocked up the draw alone, and there was just no way he could have gone.
It was a common theme throughout the game, though, wasn't it? I was sitting with Shiva watching the game, and we remarked the fact that they keep finding those one pickoffs
again and again.
Yeah, over and over and over again. Cinderin said early on that they'd had a great start, or a good start at the very least, but it just never seemed to get going for Virtus Pro, and these are probably many of the reasons why.
Yeah, just look at it in the fights. The Clockwork is just totally tunnel visioning the draw. Like, he saw the Earthshaker, and he's just like, I'm not going to go for you, I'm going to go for the draw.
Yeah, and then they have the clock and the tusk that can just get up in her face, so the moment that she silences one of the two, the other one will go in.
This is actually embarrassing.
It's just eye on the prize, you know. They know the draw is the key piece of the puzzle for Virtus Pro, and they just... That was like the time.
I like the way they approached the game. All they did was, okay, we're going to get an early mech, we're going to push your towers. If you try and split push, we'll pick you off with Clockwork. And VP couldn't really do anything. Every time, like, Drow just got picked off if she was trying to do something on her lonesome, and even in team fights, she got, again, tunnel vision by the Clockwork, which was the right play.
On hindsight, do you feel like this was an outdraft, or did they just play it really well? LGD, that is.
I think the first time they used a Drow strategy, it was, it was surprising because Drow wasn't really seen that much in this tournament. It's like, oh, wow, people taking our towers really early and, the strong physical damage, that's not something that's very common from the games that we've seen. And then now it's like, oh, well, you guys ran like almost the exact same strategy yesterday. And LGD is going to pick up on it and adapt to it.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll take a quick break here at the desk and head upstairs because Casey, I believe, has infiltrated the VIP room.
Well, we're trying to, yeah. So we're up on the suite level. We snuck up here because we thought we would give you a sneak peek at the VIP experience. Come on in. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, no fair. How come those guys paid a lot of money to be here in the VIP section? Well, they didn't. They were randomly selected after all the tickets were bought. So they're very lucky. Let's go meet, no, guys. There you, yeah. Tell us your names.
Brian Jones.
And Andrew Kanagaki.
Have either of you been to an international before?
Yes, this is actually my 4th.
What is it like experiencing it as a VIP?
It's way different than any experience I've had. Just the higher seating, the free food, just the also sensation of just being randomly selected was insane. Like just normal Tuesday, sitting in there and checking my email, all of a sudden it's like, you're selected. I was like, ooh. It was crazy.
What were you like again? What were you like when you found out you got to come?
I was kind of speechless. I got a text from him while I was at work on my break, and it just made my day the best day ever.
How are you ever going to repay him for this?
I don't know. I'm still working that out. We haven't laid out all the agreements on our contract yet.
Friendship contracts. Thanks for talking to us, guys. I'm so glad you're having fun here.
Yeah, it's been amazing so far. A little sad, Teeth Secret already got kicked out, but VG looks amazing, and CDEC has been playing amazing, so I'm really excited to root for both of them.
Which ones are you excited for?
I'm pretty much on the same boat with him. I'm really looking forward to EG's game.
And they mentioned the view up here. Myron, if you could focus behind them, that's super, look at that. Woohoo! Perfect view of the stage, perfect view of the crowd, perfect view of the screen. And I want to take you back inside to show you a little bit more of the things they were talking about, like the free food. Was it delicious?
It's amazing so far. It's like wedding food.
Wedding food. Okay, let's see if we can show you some of it. Bear with us. Look! Wedding food! I wonder what wedding food looks like. Ooh, nutritious vegetables. Yummy carrots. Oh my gosh, chicken strips? Potatoes? I'm in heaven. So just remember, the VIP experience is accessible to everyone when you're randomly selected. Pretty cool. Yeah. Yay! Oh, look at that. It's uncanny, the resemblance. I'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Casey, up in the VIP lounge. Yeah, great initiative for that. Have any of you been able to sneak in there yet? Have you gone in there?
I have.
Have you?
I have actually been
my
able to
goodness.
watch the games as well from the same
my
level.
goodness,
The view
that's-
is amazing, the games are amazing, the people are amazing, and everybody is super hyped. Also, like the VIPs, just it's just they're there with the players as well. They run into the players. They have maybe easier access than anybody else to try and get photos and of the sorts if they want.
Yeah, and the food looked quite tasty. I'm kind of jealous actually. I might have to sneak up there if I can blag my way in. Has anyone got a pass to get in there? I don't know. Let's turn our attention towards the second game. Players are about to come out and rejoin us in the arena. So, game number 2. What are your thoughts? Obviously, we're not going to get a draw, that's for sure.
I think they should try and change it up. Merlini said it. They tried the same thing as yesterday. Didn't work. I think LGD is going to be prepared for anything that they've already seen before. And we know that FNG can draft also differently. So I'm looking for something new, something refreshing, something that will throw LGD slightly off their game.
It's been a bit of a theme, actually, Winter, for the Virtus Pro team of losing this game and then making an epic comeback. They did the same thing yesterday. So then it's not beyond the realms of possibility.
Great wall of China.
Yeah, great wall
You're
of
sticking
China.
to it, are you?
It takes a lot to get over the wall, but VP definitely has the potential to do that. And like what Shiva mentioned, they definitely need to change things up.
You feel like this could be a 2-0 though?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Shiva?
I hope it won't be. I hope we're going to see a third game regardless. And I'm still sticking to Team Europe that Virtus Pro can do this. And as you said, Virtus Pro has been here before. They have played this actual elimination match, not just elimination match, like elimination game before. And they've come through. And we talked about it before the series as well. And I mentioned that whoever wins the second game is going to take the whole series. So if Virtus Pro can get a game in, I think they're going to do it.
I like this new win second game meta takes it all. I like that. That works for me.
works.
What about you, Seb?
I think VP is in a very tough spot right now because, like when you, like they beat the strongest, I mean, let's say with one of the favorite of the tournament was Secret yesterday with the same strategy twice and it was quite convincing, and now they run the same and they actually got crushed. So you must be like, all right, what just happened? Because the strategy is not it's not a bad one because it worked really well yesterday, but now we just got destroyed, so it must be that either we played really bad or they are better. And if they think that LGD is better, then they're going to be afraid for the second game. And then, from there on, it's just a very bad, psychological approach. But I hope they don't get into that one and they just,
I mean, it's a good point you raised, but psychologically, they've been very strong in their previous games.
they have.
They've gone down. So I'm not sure that's going to be an issue.
No, I'm not saying it's what's going to be in their heads. It's just that it's, a risk. Like it's a risk for them right now.
The other desperation issue here is that they've shown how they can come back by utilising some different picks. How many more different picks have they got, do you think?
I think a lot. Slark, we talked about the tiny Medusa. Although they bust out Medusa, it wasn't the tiny or the Wisp Medusa that we've seen. They have a lot.
And honestly, I think it's up to Illidan. Illidan is the one that during that break, he had to say to his teammates, all right, my bad, that was a very bad performance. I'll do way better in the second game. We're going to bounce back as a team. Keep the focus. We got this.
I mean, you say that. Illidan, it was pretty obvious, I think, that he was focused. There was no doubt about that.
No,
Every time they saw him, I think Winter picked up on the fact that the Clockwork could have gone for something completely different. And actually, they all just turned around and went, no, we're going on Drow right now. And so it felt like, actually, they were saying, no, we don't care about anything else except for Illidan. We're going to take him out every time.
Sure. And also, it wasn't the easiest draw game, right? Because as a draw, if you don't have BKB and Clocks goes on you, you're just going to die. But besides that, his map awareness was off. Let's be honest. Like, for example, the first ganks he eats, it's a very obvious move at this level of Dota because, his team, it was a 4-man gank smoke from VP. They went to contest the SF stacks. No one was in jungle. No one was on top lane. No one mid lane. Where are they? They're either taking Ancients, but that's not going to take forever. And that early on in the game, they're smoking in their own jungle. And usually through the woods or the safe lane. And he's under a tower, auto-attacking a tower. So, I mean, that's a gank that anyone could have seen coming. It's just him being a bit nervous or, just sometimes you think about something else and then you don't see it coming. So it happens. A bad performance happens. So
I mean, all players have a bad game.
Of course.
It's impossible to expect them hit that high level absolutely every single time. What did you make of G in that last game?
I think he actually had the best game among all of his teammates, but he couldn't do it alone. No. He needed the draw to actually back him up, and it was just way too difficult because a Storm against a 5-man lineup, you generally can't do much if your team is so far behind. A Storm is good if you actually get to pick people off, but when you don't, no matter how farm you were, he was just like doing ratting stuff, like Prophet stuff.
G could only shine if they lack discipline, and we were actually looking at LGD push a bottom tower. It was SF with Mech and Aegis, and he was the only one hitting the tower. Usually you'd have the Gyro hitting the tower too, but they were so disciplined that the Gyro was actually sitting behind the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I was like telling him, look at that. They have Aegis, they have Mech, and they're actually still being very cautious that something might go wrong, and Gyro was like behind the SF, like waiting. Usually teams would just be confident. We'll just take the tower. They're not going to defend. Yeah.
Do you feel like they could have done something else, or rather G could have done something else instead of building a Bloodstone? Because building a Bloodstone in a game where you're not going to get a lot of kills is not as
It's
effective.
a farming build, though.
Yeah.
So I think, he couldn't really do that much.
To me,
yeah, I think it's the whole team in general. Just they got crushed too hard.
The biggest factor was that Shaker offlane. Like I have to say, I feel like LGD really abused that. The fact that Shaker offlane is, it's strong, but it's not gonna be the X factor early on because a Shaker he didn't get space to farm his dagger because they pressured very early. Like that was so much pressure. LGD were like, all right, that draw does nothing. He's just running around with poor threads and he can't really fight back. Storm early on, not the best fighter. Sure, he's good at chasing people, but blinking into a Lion, SF Mech, you're not gonna do this as a Storm. And then the Shaker can't really get in because no dagger. They just abused that and they took objective after objective.
Okay, well, we are going to head back into game 2 and get the draft underway very shortly.
LGD Gaming versus Virtus Pro. Game 2.
Not for the first time do Virtus Pro find themselves in the midst of elimination from the International 2015. The question is, can they have a draft worthy of bringing it back to 1-1? Let's find out.
What's pretty interesting is that there's been 6 teams that have dropped to a lower bracket, and all of them have lost out so far. Like none of the upper bracket teams have beaten a lower bracket team, but I think this one's the time.
Yeah, it's a great point. I also had it pointed out to me earlier of the teams left in. Group B is strongest.
Yeah, was it 4 out of the 5 teams still in come out of Group B?
Evil Geniuses, CDEC, Virtus Pro, and Vici Gaming, all from Group B.
A tough group.
Yep.
LGD
the only ones. LGD the only ones from Group A, and they won it. So I don't know what that says about the strength of the 2 groups overall.
Anything can happen though. So I feel LGD could still go all the way, and Group A is stronger.
Yeah. That's the beauty of it.
They're dipping into reserve time. Are they actually thinking about not banning Lesh?
Yep.
Oh,
is this the first time?
Okay. Got a pretty good feeling here that this pick 1 is obvious. It should be the most obvious pick of the entire
At
tournament.
the same time, LGD let it go through, so maybe it's like, pick Lash. We got something prepared against it.
If I had to pick one player before the tournament that you don't give Lash to, it would be G. Really.
Why would you do that?
He is amazing on Leshrac.
We saw teams do this in the group stage. They teased teams to see whether they would pick Leshrac, and they did, and they got beaten. So why would you do it now?
I don't know. To me, this is the mark of a team that wants to go far. The only point you have to do such a move right now is, all right, we're going to start giving Leshrac to teams and beat Leshrac.
The most obvious first pick of the main event.
Yeah, but if you aim for nothing but top 1, you give Leshrac and you beat Leshrac, because the good thing about that Leshrac for LGD is that if they actually know how to beat it, then they have a draft advantage on all the other teams, and that draft advantage can actually win your TI.
The other notable point is that Bounty Hunter wasn't banned in the first 4 either, and will now be picked as well. So 2 of the biggest heroes that we've seen throughout TI5, but not seen a huge amount of at the main event.
During the bus right here, I was talking to...
we've got a man running along the side of the concourse with a sign that says, Leshrac is life, Leshrac is love. Brilliant.
Earth.
He finally gets to show that here.
I think he's been carrying this
Yeah, he
sign
probably
around
has.
all week.
Since Monday. He's been coming in every day and going home very miserable.
FNG looked really confused. He's like, did they just give us Leshrac?
He did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Guys, should we pick Leshrac?
This is poker from Xiao 8. Like, it's such a smart move because he knows they are pressured. They are one game away from elimination. And then he goes for something really unusual and he's like baiting them into picking Leshrac. So it could have been both options, right? FNG could have been like, all right, this is a trap. I'm not first picking Leshrac. I'm giving them Leshrac.
But I think they rather not give them Naga. That's probably also another possible reason why they actually let.
I think you'd rather give them Silencer than Leshrac.
Yeah, I agree.
For the Naga part, I agree, but on the Silencer, I don't.
Unless you really want to confuse them.
I think this is planned. It has been planned the whole time. I mean, Leshrac has been banned all the time by every team. LGD was one of those. So it means that the Silencer from VP is by far the best hero that any team can, like maybe, I don't know, the SF from another team was very strong as well, but they still banned Leshrac. I think they have a plan behind it. They must have.
So what Leshrac counters have we seen? We've seen Anti-Mage, probably the most common one. He's been banned out. We've seen Pugna. I saw EG try Nyx, and it got owned. Any others that you can think of?
Well, right now, LGD, I mean, they're very early on, heavy aggression. They can try and nuke it down with Lina Bounty Hunter and start just basically doing the same thing as it did in the previous game, but this time on the Lesh. Let's constantly go on the Lesh. Try and slow him down that way.
Does Viper mid beat Lesh?
I don't think so. I mean, it does well versus Lesh, but it's very easy to kill the Viper. As soon as the Viper starts dying, then the lane is a nightmare, basically. You need a perfect lane in order to do well. And Leshrac is one of those heroes. Like, we've seen those SF. He's probably the best comeback hero. He farms more, like, faster than any other hero. That's the thing with it. I mentioned G earlier. He's good on Leshrac because obviously he's good at snowballing with Leshrac, but he's one of those players where he played games where he was 0-5, 0-6. First 5-6 minutes, they destroyed him. They ganked him like 5 times. He kept on dying, and then 10 minutes after, he was, the strongest hero in the game. So he knows how to come back with the hero as well.
So LGD once again going for the Darks here, more team fight again, just like the last game, and they have the Bounty Hunter, so possible Bounty Hunter running around with Iron Shells being annoying.
Really good to see Virtus Pro having fun in their booth as well.
Despite the pressure.
Despite the pressure, just enjoying the draft alone. Yeah. They gave us Leshrac.
Yeah, yeah, I'm pretty sure that is.
So we're going to give our Leshrac more mana.
Yeah, I really like that actually. I actually got a question on Twitter earlier today, and it was from Benjamin Krieger, and he asked why Forstaff was so unseen in the tournament and also abandoned because there's a lot of single target initiations.
I think Forstaff has been taken over by Glimmer Cape.
Yep. Sadly.
And Abaddon?
I think Abaddon is just like a little, like, there's too many better, like, he's a defensive support, but right now there's Dazzle and Wyvern. Both of these heroes do a similar job, but better than Abaddon.
Glimmer Cape does a better job than Abaddon.
Yeah, really, and he's really not good at that team.
Hero replaced by an item.
When I asked a similar question to someone well in the know, and I won't repeat who it was, he said, the clue is in the name.
Abad.
Yeah.
Abaddon. Can I give that I call it a 6.5 out of 10.
Oh, that wasn't even an attempt at a joke, but yeah, I'll take the 6.5.
Yeah.
So the Phantom Lancer has been viewed as pretty strong in the recent couple of days, but not versus Leshrac, I feel like. Leshrac destroys him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be a scary hero, I feel, with Darkseer and Bounty Hunter, but indeed, versus Leshrac Shaker, it's a very weird pick. Definitely.
Yeah.
Probably two of the best heroes to have versus PL.
I think if you plan on giving the other team Leshrac, you generally wouldn't go for a PL strat at all. That's like one of the furthest carries away.
Yeah, I don't really understand. Right now, what is Xiao 8 aiming for?
Do you two have any suggestions on this?
Maybe it's just like us securing off like late game because there's no anti-mage, and we already talked about this before. Anti-mage and PL are the two strongest in the late game right now.
But I feel like Leshrac is one of those heroes that's also extremely strong late game.
6-slot Leshrac, I think, beats 6-slot PL.
With the Octarine, it's so hard to fight him. Yeah. So I'm not sure about that approach.
I would like to see a hero on LGD that has like more of a disable than just a light strike array. I feel like that's what they're lacking right now.
Bane. Virtus Pro, they've been the team to draft like always the same type of heroes, like the Rubik, Lina, Shaker, Leshrac. It's the same type of heroes. It's like spell-heavy heroes.
Yeah,
and
wouldn't
good laners.
Like Bane is also weird here, right? Because it's not a hero that you go like a support that you go for against PL.
It's good versus Darkseer though.
Yeah, it's good in the lane versus Darkseer, but not
yeah,
really good.
Not good versus PL.
Yeah.
So is LGD going to do something funny with their last pick? Like, are they going to, I mean, like, pick Pugna and push, or?
It's really hard to predict, honestly. To be completely honest, I feel clueless about both those drafts because, I mean, they just picked a PL and you decide that your Shaker is not going to be a support, so it's going to be that Shaker offlane again, and PL is going to free farm, most likely, and they're drafting heroes that aren't really good versus PL.
CK ban out.
We talked about CK
we
yesterday,
did.
like,
And
being
today
a good
as well.
pick. Yeah, I think he actually should have been picked up a little bit more by Virtus Pro. They can throw it in sometimes instead of Silencer. He's underrated.
Just going to throw this one in here. EG versus VG in the group stages. VG took Leshrac. AG won the game with Bounty Gyro, Wyvern, Spirit, and Undying.
Templar Assassin.
And they go for a TA versus Leshrac. It's a so-so matchup. It's decent, but it's going to force Leshrac to maybe take a level in Edict. And in that case, he does way better versus the TA. He has a lot of killing potential on the TA.
But I remember talking to some players, they feel like even without the Edict, you can still beat the TA.
Yeah.
Like sometimes the Edict would actually be not so good because it takes away your farming during the early game, the stacks and stuff.
And with the Crystal Maiden Aura as well, I mean, you're just going to outlast the TA.
Yeah, so probably he doesn't really need it that much, but like what Seb said, it could be an option that makes him, like he leaves a skill point, so when he needs it, when the TA dives to him, he can always just take it when he needs it.
Samael took Windrunner for EG, also in the group stages against MVP Hot 6, and they beat Leshrac.
I think this is a good Slark game. I kind of like it. I don't think
they
they have a lot of control for Slark.
There's no control for Slark apart from the stun from the Lina.
Yeah.
There's Leshrac. Tons of AoE damage.
Wow.
Queen
That's a very
and it is
draft.
an Illidan Leshrac.
What a crazy draft. We finally get Leshrac on the board in the main arena. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head back to our commentary team for Game 2.
Well, can we believe it? Virtus Pro versus LGD. It is love. It is life. It is Leshrac. They actually let him have it.
Yeah, and as the panel is pointing out, it's one thing giving away Lesh, which has been banned every single game of the main event. It's been the only hero, I think, so far that was banned every single game out of the top tier heroes. I feel like LGD hasn't really counterpicked it that well, so that's what's puzzling for me. If you give away a hero that's widely regarded as being like the most powerful hero in Dota right now, you generally are expected to have a really clear plan against it, and I'm with them. I don't see it that much. I think the one thing that they didn't talk about enough, though, is that the Ion Shell carriers that LGD have are really good. They have a PL, he can easily get in close, and they have a TA who's most likely to get a Blink Dagger. And maybe the plan for LGD here is we give them Lesh, but we're going to be all up in Leshrac's face so early that the Lightning Storm and the stuns will come out like once in a fight. They will run in and they will try to kill him off.
But that's when heroes like the Bane can come in, or the Earthshaker, or the Crystal
really
Maiden. Like, they got so much control, and maybe that is the reason why the Bane is being picked up. Maybe not that great up against Phantom Lancer, but great against the early aggression that LGD might want to be forcing. I'm with you. Like, it seems like a really unusual draft, and if it pays off, brilliant. If it doesn't pay off, LGD will still be sitting there going, like, we gave them Leshrac. Like, this isn't the greatest thing. I also love the fact that Xiaowei just managed to do what he just did. He slipped himself around the tree line, saw where Virtus Pro was standing, and then put an observer ward right behind them without revealing his position at all. So VP will have no idea how to counter that ward, or where it is to counter that ward early on. Yeah, I remember one game standing actually in this room where I was also just as confused about the draft. But it's the game that shall not be named. But that's what I'm feeling right now. If LGD pull this off, it's going to be amazing. If they don't, then Virtus Pro will comfortably walk their way forward to victory in the third game.
It's definitely a sign of confidence from LGD that they go for this, right? They're up 1-0. They feel like they can try something different. They knew that VP were going to take the Lash, right?
Yes.
And you saw them, they took quite a bit of time in the first banding phase. I guess they were discussing, are we going to go for this right now? Are we going to try to let it through? And what's our plan for the follow-up 2 picks? And they agreed that it was worth a shot here to throw VP off their game a bit. Because realistically, VP were definitely not expecting getting this hero.
Yeah, it was a very unusual kind of thing to get. But now let's focus on our lanes, which are already underway. So we do have this duel versus duel lane on top, where it's Lil and Illidan working together as a Baneless Shrag. Nice setups into stun combos. Illidan did go for that stun, but he is not waiting for the Nightmare from Lil just to go for it. So decides to spam it out.
The moment Xiao8 sees that stun, he's like, I regret nothing giving them Lash. This is what I wanted to happen.
The Sentry Ward battle is also happening on this top lane. They were trying to get rid of him for the moment. Wow, that middle lane. Got out to blink himself away to safety. Be very careful of the sidewall up on top. The Nightmare's keeping Darkseer away. Xiao8. Man, I'm wondering if the reason why Leshrac is on this safe lane is, as you said, like LGD want to get up at his face. So they put him up there to keep him safe. But Darkseer as well as Xiao8, like they're doing a real good job of keeping right on top of Illidan and not giving him breathing room just to farm. He's 3-2 on this lane. Compared to Sylar, who's having a lot more space thanks to MMY. Phobos can't do anything on this bot lane. He's managed to at least find 2.5 levels.
This top lane is still very volatile. I mean, sure, Illidan misses that stun, but it's also a level 1 splitter. It's not the easiest spell in the world to land. The target he was trying to land on, I believe, was the Bounty Hunter. He has good base move speed, so it's not that.
Phobos, trouble after getting that lance. I'm just going to slow him down, but MMY not in range for his stun or his slave, so he'll be fine.
I mean, if Yao gets nightmared up right here, he could almost die from full health. That's what's really scary. I think he would manage to survive, because what VP need to accomplish is they need to make a surge and then stun him.
And even when maybe is denying his creeps, you've got to look for the Psyblade spill. And God again! Okay, now, maybe does have vision on that hillside. So he is seeing where God is moving, but his positioning is wonderful. Should also flag the fact that Xiaohui's got the end of this DD rune. He's going to get rid of that dire Sentry Ward, and that was the last one they had up there. So he can now freely move, while FNG, I applaud him for smoke movement, but he did it right on top of the Observer Ward that LGD placed before. So the smoke movement has already been seen by the Templar Assassin.
If they went in right now, they would kill maybe, but he's hesitating. Now the bottle is going to be there. Now he will have Refraction mana.
And God moving forward.
This was the
missed timing.
Worst possible timing, unfortunately, there for FNG.
Well, they're still going to go for the Frostbite. Burns through the Refraction, and God. He's not baiting out the melt. Nightmare up on top. Illidan's going to get the follow-ups on over on Xiao8. They do have a level 2 Brain Sap. Unfortunately for them, they cannot see Xiao8. Meanwhile, on bot lane, MMY is having the time of his life, just pulling out and watching Sylar getting bigger and bigger. He's got 18 for 4 as far as the CS goes. And this PL will come online very early on.
And it is, of course, something the panel talked about during the draft is the PL versus Lesh matchup. Oh, wait a second. He's going to switch out.
The D-Ward of the D-Ward of the D-Ward. That's the top lane battle right now.
It's a matchup, so the PL versus Lesh is a matchup that PL does not like compared to a lot of other ones, but the thing you can do is, of course, you can...
Oh, God, trouble. Xiao8 on the other side of him. He's still got Blink available, and Xiao8 ticking down quickly. That attack missing up the hill. And FNG just needs a Nova, a Frostbite, or just something. He's not in range, and Xiao8 back into Invis and away to safety.
Yeah, if FNG had the 1-1-1 build, that would have been first clutch. Pretty unfortunate.
But he went for the 0-1-2. And Couriers, beware. Maybe just having a great old time.
Laning against TA just sucks if you're not winning the lane immediately. Like, it's so frustrating. He's playing a lane dominant in the quick
top lane. They need the vision. They're trying to actually get, and there it goes. But TP support's going to come in. Illidan, he doesn't know if he really wants to stun. MMY is also moving up. So LGD have 3 players on the top lane.
Oh, Xiao8.
Yeah, he's going to find Illidan. He's also going to aggro the stack to come out and attack him. And he's realizing, yeah, that's only going to happen if they've got true side of me, which they do. It's the Sentry Ward on the side, and this is not a position where he wants to be nightmared. Illidan having 2 points up in line, he could just harass back both Yao as well as MMY from this lane. And they even get a couple of Diacries pulled over to the stack, which will deny up a little bit more. While now middle lane, maybe, as a new sentry ward down, he still never leveled up Meld. So he doesn't have the normal dodge, but with the movement, it's almost a dance around the middle lane, a blink away by God. These side blade movements are wonderful. And still Phobos not finding anything. He's actually got 8 CS on the off lane. That's more than I thought he would. It's actually less than I thought Yao would be able to pick up running this second level Iron Shell.
Yeah, the laning stage is okay for VP so far, but of course the problem is that Salar is farming way more than the Lash because he's way less contested. It's just natural that this is dodge. For this kind of matchup, wait a second, OGD? No, this is, they're gonna find there's another sentry.
Nightmare top lane, Yao could be in trouble. This might be the first blood with the stun and the brain sap and lightning it will be. Virtus Pro get their combo off. And the Darkseer is the casualty of war here for LGD.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is gonna close the gap between Illidan and Salar. Of course, he gets quite a bit of gold from that 350. It's about
God's also going to make a play for bottom.
Value.
We got a fresh TP just flowing in, but it's Sylar who's down here. Going to start the doppelganger now. God does have ulti, but Phobos is too far away. So the rotation from God will be unsuccessful. And maybe tries to make the most out of it by pushing his creep into the tower. Unfortunately for him, there's no catapult there, so no real damage being dealt to that tier 1. Xiao 8 still waiting for opening. Oh, what a time to put down a sentry ward. They'll get on Xiao 8 in the tree line. They don't even need to use the stun just yet. He's moving out of range of the sentry, but they still kill him off in time. So Virtus Pro, another kill, and this time, importantly, going into the track. He's going to speed along his farm quite nicely.
Yeah, this top lane is not working out the way LGD were hoping for. If this is what they were hoping for, they definitely drafted a losing game. 1-2. VP are looking for more.
Yep, they're coming after Maybe. They need Maybe to move forward, however. If you can bring him in range at the Nova, then, yep, there's enough of a slow. They can follow up with the Frostbite. God looking forward, keeps the vision up. They'll trigger the dust, so nowhere to hide here for Maybe. And the Sonic Wave takes him out, dishing out some good damage to Sylar and God. No blink. They need more space. FNG, Frostbite, 1 second. He'll keep Sylar back, but he cannot hold the illusions in play. All the attack coming in from the Lina. So you lose the Templar Assassin, but you claim the Queen of Pain in return. Not to mention the smoke movements from VP, but also TPs from LGD. Even trade really at the end of the day. Xiao 8 being a big nuisance. Stealing the rune out from underneath the Bane.
This is space for Phobos, though. This is something we need to keep in mind. The PL rotated, so I want to call it a minor victory for VP. They had to use a smoke, but they forced TPs. They get some farm on Phobos, who will now have a Soul Ring and Tranquils. Start building up towards his blink. And this is the kind of game, so if you've looked at Shaker's itemization in this patch compared to previous patches, the Tranquil Soul build has fallen out of favor a lot more. Generally, Shakers favor getting the Arcane Boots now after the buff to them. But when you have Crystal Maiden Aura, this build is very sustainable.
I'm actually wondering about one little item build, that skill build that maybe you can shed some light on. The Queen of Pain is staying on level 1 Shadow Strike and going into now a second point in Blink. But the Shadow Strike's not ticking out the defensive refraction charges on Maybe. And Maybe hasn't Meld dodged a single time. Wow, okay, Yao, that's a lot of damage coming into you. Isn't it worth it going for that second point up in the Shadow Strike on God?
It does take refraction now.
It wasn't when he had the level 1 on him. I think it's going to be level 2 before it's actually going to do anything.
That sounds very... Wait, are you sure?
Have a look again. I was double checking because my mechanics aren't that terrific, but I was checking.
It deals 30 damage per tick. If that doesn't remove refraction, it's bugged. So if you're sure you found a bug,
wait for me. I'll get on the dev forums later on. Have a look if he doesn't level it up again. Anyway, yeah, but it's one of those small little things to keep your eyes on. These observer wards from LGD. Their vision in the last game was terrific. The second they got an advantage, they placed down 2 very aggressive observer wards. Now they've done the same thing watching the VP jungle. So there's no easy way just to flash farm without knowing that they've disappeared. Also allows Xiao 8 to more freely move around this map. Oh, Xiao 8. Fiend Grip. into
you
the
can
screen.
move around freely until you get gripped. Then you can't really move at all.
Now he's going to understand, because normally he'd be safe. Like, you'd think you're safe on that position. The tree should block the fog of war, but there's an observer ward watching the Radiant stack, the Radiant Ancients, and that's what revealed at his position.
Honestly, this has got to be worrying for LGD. They know Leshrac is finding good farm. He has 2 kills. They know their PL is getting good farm himself, but as I was mentioning earlier, it's not really a good matchup for PL. What you can do is that you can try to dodge the stun with Doppelganger, and when you're starting to lose your illusions to all the AoE damage from the Pulse Nova, you can make some new ones with Doppelganger as well. But for that to work, your main hero needs to have pretty much full health. And even then, just 1 Lightning Storm can get rid of them. This game plan for LGD is not really working here unless they're just planning to really slow play it with TA and PL.
We're going to hit that 15-minute mark where it's like, all of a sudden, surprise is exactly what LGD was planning. Because right now, it just feels like this slow walk forward for Virtus Pro. It's not for golden experience. In fact, the experience is 100% on 0, while Illidan now being charged down with a Pulse Nova with Laguna Blade. They're able to find the kill on the Leshrac, and maybe even Lil with a Life Strike Array. In comes maybe huge amounts of damage working for him. And 2 quick kills here for LGD. They'll de-ward Virtus Pro as well on this top lane. And that is the first death of the Lesh.
Very nice rotation. Just
Are we actually in a 4-man mode right now?
Just
like,
outnumbering.
That's it. Like, Phobos is still having his fun on bot lane up against Sylar, but it's just a 4 on what was a 2 situation then. And they see the rotation of God.
So there's something to keep in mind about this bottom matchup. Let's see if there's some fight happening here first. I think LGD are going to get the hell out of there. Yeah.
Yep.
So generally, if you're playing any sort of offlaner with Tranquil Boots, one of the big benefits of this build is that if you get targeted by spells, you just keep regenning up, so they have to get in with an actual attack on you. But PL has a very special ability in that Phantom Lance where it deals magic damage, but then the illusion you spawn deals physical, and it's going to break the Tranquils. So Phobos has to stand back more than he would like against the Spell Harass, and he has to wait quite a lot from time to time. And it's limiting his impact here a little bit. He's still getting decent farm, though. He's up to 36.
Oh, wow. Reality was not discovered, only illusion. Virtus Pro wasting their Fiend's Grip on just a fake PL. It would have been amazing if it was a real Sylar, but it wasn't amazing. It was terrible.
For EP.
Nice in.
Thank you.
All right, so Virtus Pro, at least they're showing initiative to move around and find the openings. But putting someone like Lil now here in the mid lane up against Maybe is not the most comfortable position for a Bane to be in. He's already hit level 6. But they're doing this because God's moved into the jungle, trying to farm up towards that Orchid. He's almost level 11 as well, so the Sonic Wave's going to get stronger and stronger. And Illidan going on his Bloodstone build. Still, this top tower has not been removed. Fortification also still exists for LGD. So he can't just walk in, edict the tower, and then just walk himself away. Not with at least the fortification popping, and they'll burn most of the time of the edict. And Yao's doing a good job of dragging that creep wave back down. But even with that 1 death that came the way of Illidan, he's still sitting at the top net worth. Almost 5,400 gold sitting in him right now. But the worrying thing for Virtus Pro is going to be the next 2. You got 5.2k on the Templar Assassin as well as the PL. That's a lot of money coming in, but maybe it's not an aggressive build. Like, what have we got? We're going into the Desolator build by the looks of it.
Oh, he's making them again. This time they're not going to fall for it.
Well, this time they don't have mana for a Fiend's Grip.
Yeah, who knows?
He could have done it. 2 for 2.
I found him this time.
The only thing that would be more insulting would be roaring a boar. But right now, Virtus Pro, the push coming in on the top lane. Illidan, he wants it. Like with the catapult, they might just use the fortification anyway to try and find this denial. They got to time the attacks right, and yep, there goes your fortification. The catapult instead just one attack, and Illidan here, he's sticking around for this. And, well, no, doesn't attack at the right time. Actually canceled his animation at the last moment, allowing Sylar to complete his TP and get in, while Lil, he's in more trouble. Brain Sap's alive back that MMY stole. Not all of it, but the Fissure block catching out too, while Illidan stunning on Yao. The Pulse Nerf is going to go to work. The Darkseer throws down the wall. FNG's actually dying if he's not careful. You can't hold the inside of a wall until the Sonic Wave from God all over LGD, but not really, again, enough damage to find another pickoff. He'll have to blink himself away to safety. Tracked up at the moment, the Obs and Sentries are left behind, so they see maybe chasing an FNG. He needs more time to find mana before he can TP out. Now he's got that time and the TP. He'll get himself away to safety and we'll get a 2-1 trade-off. Where Virtus Pro, they do get a slight advantage in it in both gold as well as experience.
Very nice escape from FNG there, cutting through the lane. Well, the Leshrac that they tried a little bit to counter with their dual offlane found a 15-minute Bloodstone. This is generally not a good sign for the enemy team when Leshrac has this amount of farm. So the reason this hero has been banned almost, well, actually every single game of the main event until now, and for the vast majority of the group stage, is he has very, very few weaknesses. The only two weaknesses that I feel like he really has is he has low base armor and he has no mobility ability. Apart from that, he is really strong in lane, he has long range, he has a lot of damage, he has incredible itemization, he farms very fast, he can jungle, he can support. He's pretty good. He's also decently weak against Roshan. Edict isn't that good, so I guess that's another slight weakness compared to other heroes.
Yeah, he really sounds like the perfect horse.
Yes.
Even his weaknesses you can learn to love. But right now, LGD will not be loving the movement coming in from Virtus Pro. They throw down the sentry ward in case Xiao Wei walks up the hill. He is actually out of invis right now on the Fissure. Stunning on MMY. God's going to jump in and ensure the kill. FNG. Full duration channel? No. Obviously not a real CM, but he'll need more help here. Where's the Fiend's Grip? Actually, Nightmare over on the Crystal Maiden. It will not save her from Sylar's wrath. As they go further over on Lil, Track will come now off cooldown. The Fissure from Phobos, it keeps Xiao Wei out. While God, now it goes on maybe. You can watch that tick. We've actually got level 1 on it. But they're getting through the damage and God blinks himself away to safety. Illidan still in the neighborhood. Don't want to take any more of the risks.
So they get the kill on CM was a track kill, I think. Or yeah, it must have been. I think Xiao Wei was definitely.
Yeah, he had track off cooldown, on cooldown when they chased down further. So it was a track kill.
This is when it starts getting interesting for LGD, because even if that early game didn't go exceptionally well, they also didn't get crushed. And if they can start taking even fights with the Bounty Hunter, who, by the way, I think is like 8-1 at the main event, his win rate is ridiculously high, then we might see a 0% win rate Leshrac at the main event. If that happens.
That would be crazy. You can, if for all those stats friends out there, you can enjoy it for Leshrac.
This is a pretty interesting stat. So, you know, generally when you go into super late game, Leshrac tends to win. So the games Leshrac is strong in, he tends to win them between minute 30 and 40, which you also saw from that is like a really high win rate in those games. But in super late game, PL just becomes a monster. And even if you have really, really good farm on your Lesh, lots of AoE damage like level 3 Pulse Nova, Shiva's Guard, everything, if PL is farmed enough...
Oh, Xiao Wei, FNG, there's no mana for his ultimate, so we can't throw it down on Xiao Wei, but he'll have help coming in from God with a Sonic Wave. They take out the LGD captain. There's a very defensive sentry wall being planted down by FNG.
Cost them a tower, though. Sylar will take the top tier 1.
But they also grab the tier 1 tower on bot lane for it. That's where VP.
Oh, that happened at the same time. So Illidan's getting that one. He is getting very rich. And you see, this is just the thing about Lesh. It's such a natural transition. You take the tower, then you don't have to just stay in lane. You just cross the map. Oh, I'm on my way to mid lane. Let me just kill these two Ursas at 0 mana cost almost because my Bloodstone keeps my Pulse Nova for free. You go in, you take the next tower with Edict. You might be forced back here though, as LGD are coming in with multiple heroes. Track is starting to come out as well.
Yeah, a lot of heroes, and VP have to be mindful about this. It's not just if they get an even fight that everything is even Stevens. It's when LGD starts getting a lot more money, especially during these 5-on-5 fights. Xiao Wei trying to get more information.
That's a big item. That's also decently timed. He's level 10, by the way, on Shaker, which is perfect. That's level 4 Aftershock.
He needs to wait for it to fly out. Like, it's still coming on the courier. It's the Blink Dagger we're talking about over on Phobos. But he is tracked up, and the track will now wear off. The vision on the Dire side, it is decent. Templar Assassin, nice denial in the mid-tier 1 tower. But that's now all the tier 1 towers down. Now, I'm not seeing anyone from LGD peeing out at the moment the fact that Phobos has this Blink Dagger, and they should probably keep Lil away from Phobos during this time. Just so it doesn't show.
Of course, Shaker pretty good at wiping out the Phantom Lancer illusions. Now with the Blink Dagger should easily be able to get in Sylar.
What a room for Illidan to have. And the Sentry Ward. Xiao Wei's about to walk in range of it. They'll see him straight away. And there's your Fiend's Grip on a real target. It's going to be the Bounty Hunter and the follow-up Fissure. It keeps Yao and MMY away. So Xiao Wei will drop. And now MMY didn't realize Illidan was there. He came out of the inventory with the damage with the Echo Sand blinking. They'll still pick up the Leshrac. But with the CM ulti, Sylar's trying to run himself away one way, while the Templar Assassin is just on a small little hunting spree of her own, trying to chase down Phobos. He's able to blink himself over the hillside. Courier's even dying as well. The Radiant lost their Courier. It only had a TP though.
Such a good play from Illidan not breaking the invis there. I think most other players in that situation just go for the quick kill on Bounty Hunter and get out of there, knowing that, okay, they got information, let's kill him quick. He uses the invis to his advantage. He knows that the Shaker and Bane together should be able to kill the Bounty from full health. And that surprise jump he gets on the Lina because of it really makes a big difference there. Big fight for VP. That's going to pretty much brings the game back in their favor right away.
They got to get away though. Illidan and God is still here. Sonic Wave is available, and FNG being initiated on. They're going to back and back in, and FNG only 2 hits from maybe. Now the Desolator is up with the 3 heroes locked in. Sonic Wave, God, let her out, and there she goes, a double kill with a spill of the last bit of the wave. Phobos, they could blink into a Totem Stomp right now, but does not have Fissure or Echo Slam. The VP came here for objective-based gaming. They want that tier 2 tower. Aggressive TP coming in right now from Sylar. Looking over towards God. The stun from Illidan. Just a little bit of time, and the blink away from God has to happen. They got Pulse over back, and these illusions will not survive long once Illidan turns that on. So Sylar need to throw out more. Maybe Blink Dagger. Another 7 seconds so he can catch up, and then just using the T8 traps to slow down this retreat of Lil as well as Illidan. And Lil, well, at least got the medallion. Helps him for the moment. And Virtus Pro, they'll back up. They did take the tier 2 tower. And a very successful fight for them. They managed to gain over 4,000 net worth with that fight, and we won't even see the follow-up repercussions of it. That's really going to cripple LGD, not to mention momentum on a Leshrac.
He's back to 8 Bloodstone charges. He must have died with it once.
He died once and bought BTs and came straight back to the push.
Now he's getting a Staff of Wizardry. There's a couple of potential build-ups with this. I think I guess the most obvious one would probably be the Yule Scepter. We see that a lot of the time, just to set up for a stun for yourself. In this game, I think 4 Staff could be decent as well. Of course, he could go for the Axe. Probably unlikely in this game, though. I think it's Yule's. We'll see.
For now, I can at least tell you they'll go for Roshan. That is something which VP not very quickly do it, but they're still getting through it. And LGD just try and make the most of the downtime where maybe pushing out the top lane. That TA is still the #1 net worth hero on the map. Over 10,000 net worth on the Templar Assassin with Blink Desolator, another 1,600. Looks like FNG doesn't want to let this mid tower go without a fight. And does push him back. But at the same time now LGD with a 5-man movement into the dive jungle and up to the tier 2 tower. VP cannot defend this. No fortification and no time to get their players up. But they have an Aegis Immortal in the hands of a Leshrac. Not to mention, if he finds a couple of kills during the team fight, he may just instant respawn anyway. And we'll BT in, so it's 3 Leshracs.
He is one of the best heroes to have an Aegis on. He has so much benefit from burning his entire mana and health pool in a fight, just dying and coming back because you have your entire array of spells again. In a way, it's similar to Storm, where you want to commit in, you want to deal all the damage, lose all your mana, and then just come back and do it again. He's at the absolute top of the list of heroes that really seem to always be good Aegis carriers when played in a core position.
FNG is going to find one of the Observer Wards, but that Observer Ward was the bait ward. They still leave another one deep on that top lane, which will allow them to see just how much VP is committing to hold on to their jungle, or at least push into that top lane for the moment. It's not that great to watch the lower entry into the jungle. The time is on VP's side for the moment. They're still going to hit that timing attack. God's getting closer and closer towards his Aghanim Scepter. And we are looking at the Yule's build from Illidan. While Earthshaker even now finds another big item, a 4-star up from the Earthshaker. play the maneuvering game. Blink, Echo, Forstaff back out, or Forstaff, your own heroes in or out to safety. Mid lane's where they're coming in. That's the BT in from Illidan, and they're looking for an opening target on MMY. He's going to tick down from just almost the Orchid itself. God does have a blink, and yep, he'll come in and finish the job. Wicked sick now for God. Just rolling through the kills. He's 8-1 on this Queen of Pain. The highest kill count of any hero in game number 2 right now. It makes up for the troll of last game, even though that was played by Illidan.
G played fine in the last game too on the Storm. I think he played the best out of his team. He's been really solid at this main event. And he's gonna almost have an Axe Scepter now. He's 400 short after claiming this bottom wave.
He's actually got the whole thing, I think. Is that on the courier?
He's missing the point booster, right?
Point booster's on the courier.
Oh yeah, you're right.
He's actually got the whole thing 25 minutes in at the same time the Yule Scepter gets completed.
He bought the Ogre Club first, which signals to me that he was considering BKB as his build-up, and then he just saw how the fight started going and how rich they got. And now that he has Sonic Wave level 3 with Ags, that's a 575 pure damage noob.
And Templar Assassin thought life was going to get easier now she got the BKB. You've still got Fiend Script to deal with as well. So you've got silences, you've got controls through BKB, and you've got a huge amount of area of effect damage coming out with a combination of both Illidan as well as God. But they're going to try and play this one. You got Xiaowei moving in from behind, trying to get the vision up with the early tracks. As the Fissure stunning maybe. He blinked forward to try and take out Phobos, and Xiaowei the TP out in time. He's able to do so. Barely, however. The tier 2 town will still drop down, even if it is denied by the Phantom Lance. I think it's like 3 LGD towns that have been denied in just this game. Now the 5 that were taken.
It's still such an even game on gold. Like, they're behind 8 kills. They're behind 4 towers. Yeah, and the net worth is almost dead even. So it means that if VP lose a fight, they're playing into track. There are unclaimed towers that LGD can get. Oh, they're also Roshan ahead, by the way. Like, this is... I'm starting to wonder if VP are far enough ahead. With all the things they have taken, it seems like they might not have enough later on. When the BKB start coming out, they're going to be really good against VP. I mean, sure, you've got the strong Sonic Wave against a hero like Templar Assassin, but if she doesn't get hit multiple times by Diabolic Edict first to break that refraction, she could pretty much go on anyone else. And it's going to be very difficult for the Dire side to deal with. They have to either commit Fiend's Grip or to have Leshrac run into her, which can also be pretty scary if she has the farm. I mean, he also has the BKB now. It's up on Siler. 10 seconds on both of them. With Ion Shells, they could look for a fight.
They really could. For now, though, she's nursing Xiaowei going in Viz. The Psionic Traps are down. And Virtus Pro, they gotta be careful about where they're walking as well. It's almost worth actually, they've already got it. They got a gem over on God. So they're going to get rid of this vision of LGD, and this is the right choice. Like, you can talk about what would happen if Templar Assassin has the refraction charges up, but Virtus Pro have a lot of what they want where they can just initiate the fight themselves. They've still got Phobos with that Blink Dagger Force Staff, one of the best initiations out there with the instant stun that comes out from Echo Slam and the damage with it. So if you can keep LGD blind on the map, they'll never know exactly where they can go to find the openings, and which they're trying to find one right now. It's a 4-man smoke move. They just got a fresh Blink Dagger over on the Darkseer, and they will be fighting this Bane. Nightmare just going to slow it up, and the rest of Virtus Pro are coming in. They don't think they really want to, however. Maybe triggers the BKB. God, force-staffed away to safety. And yeah, Virtus Pro realize they want to pull back the tier 1 tower, and yeah, the Vac can't pull him into the wall, however, and with a Sonic Wave and the Edict damage, there's not enough damage until the stun hits from Leshrac. But Sylar going after the Crystal Maiden. She is a very easy hero to kill up, especially when maybe moves up with the stun from Phobos. Still with the Echo Sim, looking for more stuns, maybe dying the Pulse Nova. He has to move further away, but Phobos up with the stun. Control is there, but they can't see him until one burst of the Pulse. Feeling out the Templar Assassin, and she'll go down the high ground. It's still a 3-for-2 trade-off, but you get the big hero of LGD, the Templar Assassin. But with the track gold, LGD gained 1,800 compared to the 300 that VP got from that one fight.
This is, by the way, pretty interesting stat. It just goes to show that LGD are... This is definitely the game plan, right? They want it. They look at the VP's lineup. They know it's so much about the magic damage in the lockdown, so they get an item that's very unusual for PL to get second. You saw the stat. He never gets it first. This is the second time he got it as the second item. And in 4% of games he gets it as the third item. It's very unusual. Of course, the reason you generally don't see it so much on PL is that the hero itself is just very elusive, and the illusions obviously don't benefit from BKB at all. But they have to have one on Silo this game so that he can come in close and start dealing damage. It's the BKB that's allowing him to play his hero in the fights right now. If he didn't have it, that last fight he would have had 0 impact. So I 100% agree with this pickup, and it looks like he's going into a Manta now. I think that's very good too.
This is enough really for him to fight though. That BKB is early on, and the charge time is going to obviously get a lot lower for him. Is this one of these things where, like you were talking before about the Phantom Lancer, you get into the late game and it really just starts to take over? Is the BKB the way to do that? Or is it at that point you'd say, you know what, fine, like, I'll just get Heart, I'll just get Butterfly, we'll have fun with that?
Well, if he wants, he can just drop it later, right? Or just sell it. So it's definitely a possibility for Sylar to exchange the BKB for something else later, but I think in this situation it's definitely the right choice right now. They have to be able to use him in fights, else VP will take all objectives. They've taken a lot of them already, only 1 tier 2 tower remaining, and the next Roshan is definitely going to be on LGD's radar. They will want to contest that, because to be honest, fighting in the Roche pit, sure VP have incredible amounts of AoE, but LGD aren't bad either. They have Vacuum Wall, they have Alina. Of course, they have 2 good Ion Shell carriers with BKBs that won't just die instantly. Like, there's no way maybe and Sylar get killed immediately in the fights. It's more risky for the bounty hunter.
TPs are coming down the bottom lane. Virtus.pro want to try and defend this, or at least stall down the push. Illidan just walks straight forward and mops up the wave, while God finishes the tier 2 tower on top. And now he'll come to join the rest of his teammates on bottom, and LGD, I don't want to bar of it, they're already leaving. Without that tier 1 tower gone, it's not easy to slip for Roshan, but what they do have an advantage of is, okay, well, I have a Sentry Ward on the cliffside. I was about to say, they don't have that gem anymore on Virtus.pro. They lost it during the last fight. It's currently sitting in the well of LGD. So they weren't going to have an easy way to remove the Sonic Traps, but they put down 2 Sentry Wards. No way for Bounty Hunter just to slip his way in. The Observer Ward did actually just scout out. Actually, no, the Iranian don't have any vision around here. But it's still not going to stop him from coming over. A 5-man smoke move from LGD. Roshan down at 3.5k. They need more time here, Virtus.pro. They don't really have it. The tracks begin. Lil's being exposed. They're sending in the PL illusions. Look at Phobos walking on the cliffside, waiting for that Echo Slam time. Sylar moves forward. The Bane's already down. CM, FNG on the hillside throwing out the ulti. But we still don't have anything really until that Sonic Wave connects on Xiaowei as well as MMY. But Illidan, he doesn't have a BKB, going to get Laguna up in the air, trying to buy a little bit more space as it self-fuels into the Pulse Nova, and he actually ended up killing himself similarly on the wall. Maybe stunned up by Phobos, but it took so long for him to come in. LGD, they wipe 4 players of VP off. Thank God, there's nothing more he can do. They have to let him have Roshan. What a fight for LGD.
That's probably about 6,000 gold they just got there relative to VP. It's a 5,000 swing from the fight. They get the Roshan, they get another 30 seconds of farm without VP farming on most of their heroes. And what can I say? It's the BKBs, it's the way they initiate. The Bane is pretty much a non-factor, because what LGD do is they just blink in with maybe onto the Bane with Ion Shell on, and blow him up in 2 hits. If he tries to cast Fiend Script, he's going to die immediately to something else, like even the either the Ion Shell or like a Dragon Slave or something. He actually can't really do much with the Bane, and they have to approach the fights differently. I think the way VP need to do this is that they need to get either the Leshrac used as bait, where he doesn't get stunned up by the Lina. That's the only stun on LGD's side, unless you count Vacuum, which is, you know, a very short duration. If Illidan's the one engaged on, it will enable Bane to maybe get a Fiend Script off. It will enable him to get a better Echo Slam than the one they just got. And maybe they can extend the fight long enough for the BKBs to expire them. But if Bane dies in the start, it's just a flat out 5-on-4. Like, he lives for literally 2 seconds in the fight.
You're coming up with a lot of maybes, man.
Yep. Oh.
But only one is causing VP the troubles. Templar Assassin is getting so big. 2,100 gold on her right now. That Mana Style from her will be done very, very shortly, and still with the immortality of the Aegis for another roughly 3.5 minutes. They can still push in and look to take some objectives of their own. That tier 1 tower, VP denied them last time. Ilden's coming out a long way, and we actually get the Assault Cuirass. You'll set from bottom lane, looking for the perfect stun timing over on Silent, but he'll trigger the BKB. It's now down to 7 seconds, and Ilden just wants to TP out, but Xiaowe's there with a shuriken toss. He'll stop the TP out. He has a Pulse Nova up. There's more support coming in from Virtus Pro, but Ilden's already dead. God will arrive, and he's walking into Xiaowei. We'll see him come out. There's an Invid through and an Assault Cuirass, which is having its effect on LGD. If they're looking at their bars right now, they'll understand they're being affected up by something. They haven't seen the gods at this AC yet. Latrak has buyback 27 seconds before he'll naturally respawn. But the Fissures, God, he doesn't want anything to do with it. They just back up, and LGD will take tier 1 and tier 2 tower here.
And there's just so much unclaimed gold on the map that LGD managed to pick up within the last 5 minutes. They're going to have about a 10,000 gold lead now, out of nowhere. Just these key track kills, and the towers, and the Roche they stole.
They're taking everything from Virtus Pro. Again, VP had a good start. They were looking good. The momentum was there. You move around, you take out some towers. God had brilliant farm. Sure, Latrak had a couple of times, but he was still looking very, very good. And then this bounty kicks in, the Templar Assassins finding pickoffs, the PL's able to stand during fights. And Virtus Pro were really not ready for this. They thought there could be some level of trap coming out from LGD. Like, they gave them Latrak. This does not happen often. So something had to be in LGD's books to fix it. Get that balance out. Now this game, even if LGD move through, it's going to affect future drafts as well, yes, with people, how they ban Latrak against LGD. Or how LGD bans against them.
Yeah, we saw Maybe play Lesh earlier in the tournament against Secret. That was not something you want to do again. He absolutely destroyed that game. It's only one game, of course, and a lot of factors affect that, but Maybe is definitely very comfortable playing Lesh. So is Illidan, though.
And Illidan's right on top of 2 Templar Assassin traps. His smoke broke. Virtus Pro were looking for any angle which would give them a favorable initiation, and they could not find it. And in fact, as a self-fuel, just getting rid of the track. But Lil still got it on him. So LGD safely take out all the remaining outer towers of Virtus Pro. And this gold draft's now at 10,000, 8K on the experience. It just continues to rise for LGD. At the same time, what do we got being built up? Maybe he's actually finishing a full Daedalus. So he's not buying up the mana style. He's keeping it as a casual Yasha. And when this Aegis times out, which it will do so in roughly 30 seconds, he'll just sub in the Daedalus. And there it is.
Yeah, this is the right call from VP. I was about to say they need to buy smoke and try to make it play. It's very clear for them right now with the advantage they had. They knew they were ahead, I think it was 15-6. So they've lost the mid-game, or the later portion of the mid-game, 9-2. They've just lost a lot of towers. They're playing against Trek, and they lost the Roche. They must know they're behind on gold here. Even as farmed as G and Illidan are, the 2 supports on their side are very, very poor. Crystal Maiden and Bane, compared to, like, Lina has more net worth than the 2 of them combined right now. He has a Yules and is going to get an Aghanim Scepter and 25 gold now on MMY.
You brought up the smoke of Virtus Pro. Just double checking. This is their last smoke for 11 minutes. They cannot buy another smoke for another 11 minutes over on Virtus Pro. So when they do use it, if it doesn't pay off, they're in real trouble.
There we go. That's the Octarine core. I think this is the best opportunity they're going to have for the rest of the game.
Well, they got to keep God alive if they're going to have that opportunity. God's walking back into LGD. In fact, blinks into LGD. The Yule setter up from MMY with a follow-up stun. There's still a little life on him, but God cannot blink again. 80 seconds on the sideline. He bought an Ultimate Orb before he died. Hence, the money is not there. They have to force this out. Zhao Wei not hit by that dust. They're trying to reveal him. That Octarine core is repairing the lack of Bloodstone charges on Latrak for the moment. There's now PL looking for the kills after Phobos. And Echo Slam needs to buy more space. Phobos just doesn't have it. Not when the Shuriken Toss bounces up as well. Illidan, they'll chase him in deeper. LGD looking to come on a rampage. FNG, in fact, they even just lost the Courier of the Radiant side, but it does not matter. It was the Aghanim Scepter lost. Lil has to put himself into a nightmare, but the nightmare is what's happening inside of Virtus Pro's base. FNG, no ulti, the back will cancel. He held it for so long. VP are completely team wiped. And right now, with no buybacks on anyone but the Earthshaker, they will lose potentially 2 lanes of racks, if not more.
They don't even care about the backdoor protection. Whatever. Let's just go through it here. PL as well as the TA with Desolator are doing so much damage that they can actually pull this off. And I want to say Xiaowei in this game, he died a couple of times in the early game, but the amount of information he has been able to gather for them, the way he's been leading their movements in this game has been such a big part of this victory.
The Creep Wave just entered the base, and now you see just how much easier it is as the gold skyrockets. God, he's staring down LGD, but LGD are going to take their spoils of war and invest it in something good to come back later. The Templar Assassin has 4K gold now. The PL buys a casual 40-minute S&Y after having the full Skadi up and running.
Yeah, he didn't want to upgrade the Yasha into Manta after all. I thought he was going to do it for some split push power and just more illusions in the team fight. But since they have so many illusion clearing heroes, he wants to focus on just making his main PL as strong as possible. And turning the Yasha into an S&Y after he used the Yasha as a farming item, I think in this particular game is actually a pretty good choice. Even though I'm not a fan of post 30-minute S&Ys in general, I think this is one of the cases where it's actually a better choice than Manta.
He's just there to end the game now. Like, LGD just group up. Roshan will spawn the next 3 minutes. This will be the next LGD fighting point. But for now, we like the second level up in Diffusal, the S&Y. It's all nice for him. Maybe he can spend his money later. They got to wait another minute as well until MMY, because it was his Aghanim Scepter. It was the Laguna upgrade level 3 ulti for the Lina, which was denied when that courier ended up getting popped. But at the same time, like, they have to wait 1 minute and it's back.
And it actually doesn't make that much of a difference, because there's no BKBs on the Dire side. So
even the Darkseid's having a great time. He can blink Shiva's Greaves. Everything's right for him. At least there's a little bit more armor coming up for the Earthshaker with his own plate mail. But you're down to a 2 Bloodstone Leshrac. That's all the charge he's got, and you're going to lose FNG. The TA traps it down, maybe. Blink it. And go it. God's waiting for him, and Sylar comes up. FNG, quick work. Sonic Wave will be there with the back wall. Virtus Pro, they're getting fought outside their own base and dying. God's on the run, but Sylar just dashing himself down. And this could be the opening 80 seconds without the Queen of Pain and Leshrac down. That's really over. They can just go down and take the GG push here. LGD, there's nothing left for Virtus Pro. They will be eliminated from the International 5. It's been a terrific run. The questions were there, could LGD pick themselves up after the stomping from CDEC that they got? And the answer is yes, LGD looking strong and looking in charge.
they will proceed and have a shot at... They're now top 4.
Yes.
Virtus Pro finished 5th.
Yes.
It's still a really admirable run for them. And LGD are still on the way to that top 3 that most people were predicting they would end up in. Now they will have to play against Vici Gaming.
Yeah, that is their next opponent. Then up against the loser of the winners bracket final, which is coming up next. But it's great to see LGD back in form. Big props as well to Virtus Pro. They had a fantastic tournament. They did take out one of the big favorites, Team Secrets. They can be very happy with their performance here at TI5. For now, though, we'll see just how happy the panel are.
Thank you very much, Toby. Yes, congratulations to LGD. They do make top 4. And commiserations to our friends from Virtus Pro, who do finish 5th, 6th. Still a great achievement. Wagger's joined us, and so is 1437 from Secret as well. Thank you for joining us. It's great to have you on the panel. Let's talk about Virtus Pro just very briefly, Wagger. Sum up what you think of their achievement here as 5th and 6th. Was that about right, or do you think they did better than expected?
I think they did as good as their fans would expect them, probably, because that's a strong performance. It really is. I think they showed a lot of strength in the lower bracket in particular. So, well done by them, and you can't say other than well played.
Okay. Steven, what do you think? About right?
Yeah, sounds about right. I mean, I felt like VP could have drafted a little bit better in this game, especially when they had the opportunity to take Leshrac.
Yeah.
But when Leshrac is banned in pretty much every single game, you sort of lose track of what's actually good with it. I think if, let's say, VP have some sort of a PL hard carry or something, that's what Leshrac is good with, the dual cores. And they didn't get that this game, and they ended up with a Quap and a Lesh, which sort of do like the same job in the game, and they just fell apart. But it really felt like they had a chance to at least push it to game 3.
Yeah, well, one of you two said before the game you felt like it might have been a bait, that they actually baited him into. I don't know if maybe it was Nalini actually. Maybe
yeah, it was Ben.
And do you still feel that way? Do you think that maybe was the thinking behind LGD in terms of giving them Leshrac?
No, I didn't see any Leshrac counter. Honestly, I think it was just them giving Leshrac. They were like, well, we can beat it, and they probably rather ban Naga or Silencer because they felt that maybe they felt that they were better than Virtus Pro and that Naga could have been an issue, or Silencer, some sort of pocket strats, because they did play really well around those heroes. And they were like, let's just give them a hero they didn't practice as much or didn't play as much with during the tournament and just beat them.
Okay, around about 32 minutes in, things look relatively even. Virtus Pro had a couple of great exchanges, and then all of a sudden, LGD just turn on the magic.
Yeah, this is the fight where LGD just go in and take full control. Going in when the enemy is on Roshan is such a fortunate situation.
This fight just happens because they have 2 BKBs. They've been playing patiently, and then PL goes diffuser into BKB. It's something you don't see often. And Virtus Pro, there's nothing they can do versus BKBs. Literally, they're just, you can tell, like, sure, they took the co-op ulti damage, but besides that, nothing happened.
Yeah, Leshrac is useless when you have 10-second BKBs, especially 2 of them in the same fight.
Yeah, that's why, going back to what T-Ben said, you want to utilize Leshrac in a dual core so you have someone to dish out the physical damage when the opponents get their BKB. And when the opponent's BKB get low, that's when Leshrac comes back online.
Right. The problem with their lineup is that like versus BKBs, they had nothing. They had co-op ulti, Bane ult, but Bane ult is never going to happen in this type of game. I think they have too much chaos. They have vacuum, tosses, and they didn't push the issue enough before they...
Okay, we'll get a few more opinions from you in just a moment, but first, Casey is in the player area where she is with Zhao 8 right now. One of only 2 players left in the tournament, remember, that can do a repeat here at the International.
Very true. Yes, we're talking with Zhao 8 along with Josh, who's going to help us translate. A decisive win against Virtus Pro, 2 games right off the bat. What do you think were your strengths as a team in getting it done?
一个决定性的2-0，然后你觉得你们打得最好的地方是哪里？
我觉得我们最好的地方就是我们慢慢的把状态恢复过来，然后到败者组以后，就是感觉更放得开了一点。因为之前其实包括第1场我们打 N 派，第2场打 CDEC， 其实我们发挥的都不是特别好，就到这个淘汰赛以后。
I feel like the main thing is that as we've been playing, we've been finding our form. After we dropped down to the lower bracket, I felt like we were able to let go of the pressure somewhat. Because against Empire and C9, we don't feel like we played that well, really, or CDEC.
So that brings me to my next question, feeling the pressure. You're either going to be facing this afternoon Evil Geniuses or CDEC. What are your thoughts on potentially having to face CDEC again? Would you rather face Evil Geniuses, or do you want a shot at redemption?
那你们下午的话，顺便的EG和 CDC 之间其中一个，那你是比较愿意面对谁？
我们下一场是打危机，然后但是其实 CDEC 跟 EG 这2支队，我更看好 EG 一点，因为我觉得 EG 它这一次 TI5就是不管是阵容方面还是状态方面调整，然后准备的都是特别好，我觉得，所以他是中国队一个很强大的对手。但是 CDEC 最近也是打得特别好，在这场 TI5以后爆发了，所以我觉得肯定是一场很精彩的比赛。
I think we'll be facing VG next, but as for EG and CDC, EG is a very strong opponent, especially for all of us Chinese teams. And CDEC recently, they've kind of just exploded onto the tournament, so they've been playing really well.
Yeah, you're right. You will be facing VG next. That was my mistake. So moving forward in the tournament, are you thinking about the fact that you could be a returning champion, winning again, winning an international 2 years in a row, or is that too much pressure?
往前看的话，你有没有想象你能够成为第一个赢得2次 TI 的一个冠军？你就是有没有想过，还是现在还没有想？
我没有想过，就是比如说我会什么拿了2个冠军以后怎么样，但是至少在这个比赛上，我希望就是我跟我的队伍能做到把自己的水平发挥出来，至于能拿到第几，我觉得都 OK 的，因为如果自己发挥好了，就没有遗憾了。
I haven't really thought about what I might do if I win another TI, But what I have thought about is to be able to play to the best of our ability. As long as we play as long as we can, it doesn't really matter where we achieve. That way we won't have any regrets as long as we play as well as we are able to.
And last question, I know that you've played in various stages with some of your teammates now. What is it like to be able to captain them as a team to come to the international together like this?
然后我知道你是跟你现在队友其中几个人以前就打过，然后这次能够回来这个队伍，然后再带领他们来打 TI 是什么样的感觉？
我觉得感觉回到了 T2的老干爹吧，因为那时候留下很多遗憾，所以就这一次想尽力的打好自己的队伍吧。
I feel like I'm back to TI2 LGD because back then we left a lot of regrets on the stage, so I hope that we can play well this time.
Well, Xiaowei, congratulations. Thank you so much and best of luck today. Josh, thank you too. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks very much. Yes, thank you to Josh, as well as Xiaowei and Casey down there in the player arena. Very interesting. They seem very relaxed, very cool and very calm. I want to get all of your views on how they match up now, because they've got Vici Gaming, who have been this kind of train going through the lower bracket and have just destroyed everyone. 1437, let's talk to you about that in particular. What have you found in that lower bracket? Because we know, obviously, you guys had a tough game in that lower bracket, but other than that, Vici have been absolutely amazing this week.
Yeah, I think they're beginning to trust each other again, and they're all playing the heroes that they like to play. You saw Hal playing like Spectre, Lunas, and stuff again. And FY has been really spot on. I think this LGD versus BG matchup is going to be really good, because I know from what people have told me, LGD has been doing really good in China, especially against VG.
Yeah.
But VG coming from the loser bracket, they've been winning every game, so they're like on this big roll going in. And LGD, even though they say that they found their form again after losing, it could still be shaky for them. You don't, but if they do win against VG, it's going to be a huge momentum boost.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
Seb, final thoughts on Virtus Pro? Sad for them, obviously, going out of the competition, but they can be proud, surely.
They can be definitely proud. I think they put up a great fight versus all the teams that we expected to be stronger than them before the tournament. They finished great. They're like the best European team in this tournament by far with what they showed. So they can only be proud. Props to them. Props to FNG and his crew. And I hope they keep on working hard, because there is even room for improvement and they can become even better.
Okay, Wagga, how do you summarize FNG's performance in the team? Such a young head on, and yet actually has done superb things for them.
Yeah, he's very innovative. I feel that in the last draft that I couldn't really see what they were going for, as was mentioned as well by T-Man. The Queen of Pain Leshrac was like a little bit unfortunate, but I think he has done a great job throughout the entire tournament, just with both his play and his draft. And his team has been behind him, as he said in his interview. They trusted him.
Okay, good point to leave that on. We'll move on now to our next set of games, which means we are moving to the upper bracket grand final. Oh yes, we're just one away now from one of these two teams going through to the grand final itself at the International 5, played out tomorrow, of course. And which one will it be? We'll start with the lineups, and we'll start with the surprise of TI5. Impressive in the group stage, the CDEC team have taken the International by storm in the upper bracket, all the way through to the upper bracket final. They'll go head-to-head with the West's final hope, Evil Geniuses. also from the same group as CDEC and also finishing on exactly the same points in the group stage. They are also on their way to the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, Evil Geniuses and CDEC. As you would imagine, plenty of home support in the crowd. There's also plenty of CDEC fans out there as well, though that's for sure. They've enjoyed their run through from the wild card all the way to the upper bracket final. I know the Newbie story from last year is Cinderella-like, 1437, but this is even better, isn't it?
Yeah, I think this is the true Cinderella story happening right now. Going into the tournament, I think CDC had a really good plan as to how they want to play out every single game, and they were probably very far ahead of the curve of all the other teams. I think it should be said that going into this game against EG, during the group stage games, they only lost against Techies.
Yes.
When they played against EG. So I'm still curious as to how EG is going to treat CDC. Maybe they might underestimate them a little bit, I'm not sure, but we're just going to have to see. And I think CDC is a team who value Dyer very highly, and they like a second pick because from all the drafts that I've seen, they don't play Leshrac, and they would even prefer to ban Leshrac from the first pick position. They don't want to touch this hero at all. They don't want to have it in the game whatsoever. And EG, so far, they've been taking first pick in all their games. So if CDEC get Dyer and second pick, I think they're going to have a pretty big draft advantage because you're going to already put them in their comfort zone, and they have a lot of heroes that they can replace banned heroes with, and that's going to put them at a pretty good edge.
Yeah, that's a great point. Wagger, we've mentioned this before. This is almost the perfect matchup for us because CDC will look at this and go, we don't fear anyone. We only lost to Techies. We don't care. We match up really well against EG. They'll be very confident. EG, likewise, will look at CDEC and go, well, we don't lose to Chinese teams right now. We've beaten them all on the way here. We're very happy with who we've got in the upper bracket. So they're both probably looking at this going, yeah, we're really happy with who we're playing.
I mean, this is a worthy winner bracket finals. That's all you can really say. The two teams look really stacked and look really prepared for this. I'm very excited to see who's going to come out on top. I believe CDEC is a monster team considering their background and coming from the qualifiers. That's just crazy.
Yeah, it is. Winter. Assess CDEC right now in the way that the power struggle has been going backwards and forwards between East and West. Right now, China has shown us that they are still strong.
Going back to what T-Burn said just now about the first pick and second pick, Facebook, because I feel if you're CDEC right now, you don't want to play against Techies, you don't want to play against Naga Siren as well. If you are in second pick, you have to give up something. So maybe they would actually prefer to be on first pick against EG so that you can actually make sure that Lesh, Techies, and Naga all get banned.
Okay. And what do you think about the Chinese power? 3 teams in the top 4?
I mean, I kind of didn't expect that, but they proved themselves like through the lower brackets, and they beaten all the stronger teams, and they came back from the group stages, the Chinese teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Seb, thoughts?
Well, the thing is, if what we said is, what's going to happen, and if they actually lose versus Techies, I don't think EG is afraid of first facing Techies at all. And then they're going to be at a draft disadvantage because they're going to have to choose between their bans unless they want to ban Techies and Leshrac, but that opens up for a lot of other heroes. So we'll see if Techies is actually something they fear, then I feel like EG is always going to have the advantage of the draft.
Okay, I want to ask you, Teven. You manage a set of superstars in this game. You coach them, obviously. What do you think of Sumail? 16 years of age, doesn't seem to care about anything other than playing Dota and winning. It's a coach's dream to have a guy like that, isn't it?
Well, I mean, in a way, sure, but you don't know what happens behind the scenes. Maybe he's very difficult to deal with and stuff like that. But yeah, he's an extremely talented player, and he's doing a lot of work for EG, especially in the last game when they played against eHome. His win runner was on point. Yeah. I don't think he could have played any better.
Yeah. You saw that in his team as well, the way they reacted to him coming out of the pod. I mean, they were literally slapping me on the back on the way out of the pod because they realised, I think, just how important that game was from him. So very interesting. He's going to play a key part in this, presumably, today. We mentioned Wagger. He's been a little bit inconsistent. I mean, we're talking about a 16-year-old right now at the very high end of the game, so we're cut him a little bit of slack now and again, but he's had a few quiet first games in the recent series.
I don't know. if you can fully say that he has been inconsistent, it's like teams try and shut him down a lot because they know if he gets momentum, he takes over the game in a way that very few mid players can. So I think he's performing very well at TI.
Okay. CDEC, Seb, who stands out for you?
Definitely aggressive. I think he's one of the best carry players in the tournament. Mechanically, he's very good, but with the way he moves around the map, I think he's very smart and he's very good at punishing over extension. So Sumail is going to have to be careful with that because I haven't seen CDEC get overrun any time. Every time you over-aggress, like you dive them, they're ready, and you pay the very high price.
Okay. Final thoughts. I'm going to go to you, Winter. Predictions? Where is this one going?
I think EG will take it.
Okay, Wager?
I'm going to make a prediction that EG won't let them have Dire all the time, because last time that CDEC played Radiant was in the wild cards.
It was. You're absolutely right. We're about to head into the draft. We'll get the thoughts of the other two in just a moment. But here it is. Game 1.
CDEC Gaming versus Evil Geniuses. Game 1.
Here we go. So, just very quickly as the draft gets underway, Team, who are you going for?
It's a really hard one. Can I say it after I see the first two heroes?
Yeah, sure. I'll let you cheat. That's fine. As long as you promise to come back and see us another time. Seb, who are you going for?
I don't get to wait the first two
No, you
heroes?
don't.
All right, EG. EG.
Okay. So, are we expecting techies? Do we think that CDEC will just be really cheeky? Fair enough. But that's
CDEC were.
Yeah, CDEC were, weren't they?
But they do get Dire side and second pick.
Yeah.
So that's one of their comfort zones, and I think they're gonna be fine with this because now they banned out Leshrac. They get two, like they can see the two bans before they ban out the next hero, so they know they're already planning as to what their two heroes that they're gonna open with are gonna be.
Everyone has been banning Naga all the time versus EG, and I think PPD went for the first pick, and rightly so. Sure, I mean, CDEC, they get what they want, but when you're EG, I feel like, you know, those teams, if they got that far in the tournament, they just focus on what they need and what, you know, they're confident in what they do.
They're both happy right now.
Exactly, but that's what they want. They don't wanna. They're not afraid of each other's.
Yeah.
EG want what they're good at, so they probably expected the Leshrac Techies ban, and we expected it as well. So PPD was like, I'm gonna force them to give me either Leshrac, Techies, or Naga, and I'm gonna take first pick. That's how I'm gonna force it.
Also, EG banning out the Gyrocopter, it might seem pretty standard. It's a very popular hero here. I think it's super important against CDEC. I mentioned it before in this tournament that they are the team that uses Gyrocopter in the most impressive way.
Tusk Undying.
They're going back to their roots, you know. During the wildcard stages, they started out with Spirit Breaker Undying every game, and the first 2 games or 3 games, and we were figuring, do they actually need to actually start it out like all the game like this? And they started to adapt, and now they're going back to how they started in the wildcards.
I thought that maybe they would go with a much different opening than Tusk Undying. I think this is the one that EG expect the most to come out from them, since they also played the same exact opening against them during the group stage. And if I will go back to who I think will come out on top of this series, I'll go with EG now, just from the 2 picks.
The late prediction was worthwhile.
Yeah.
So now when you face...
It's kind of weird that you pick Undying into the Naga.
It is. Naga is a natural counter for Undying for 2 main reasons. First of all, you can just dodge the fights, like try to delay them, because Naga is a very good split pusher, and with Naga you always decide when to fight, and then like mechanically you just sleep, kill the tombstone.
Yeah. And one thing I'm really surprised by is that CDC didn't pick Bounty Hunter. This is like their absolute favorite support hero, and for whatever reason they decide that they prefer Tusk Undying instead of this game.
Yeah, Garder has played Bounty Hunter way before TI as well. He played it a lot and had a very good, consistent win rate with it prior to TI, and of course he had TI. He has been one of the most successful heroes at the main stage, if not the most successful.
But on the other side, EG is really not one of those teams. Like, they're one of the best teams at dealing with Bounty Hunter. I think they probably have the highest win rate amongst all the team here at TI against Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, they go for the tanky heroes against Bounty.
They really know how to deal with it. Like, if it was one team I would study when it comes to how to play versus Bounty Hunter, it would really be EG.
Yeah, just statistically, 47 played Bounty Hunter at TI5, 68.1% win rate.
It's quite high,
Amazingly
and
yeah.
if you look at the
it's
losses,
the highest of any hero played more than 20 times at the event.
then I'm pretty sure a lot of those losses are against EG.
Yeah, and already they have an opening that's pretty hard to play bounty against. Like Razor, super tanky and hard to deal with. Nagasiren, also pretty hard to bring down due to her song and illusions.
I think they're going to go for TA though.
They're not even banning it.
They banned Wyvern. I think they might actually want TA.
I think TA is going to be a hard game because of the Razor. If they put Razor mid against the TA, it's like one of the worst matchups, I would think.
It is a pretty hard matchup, and Nagasiren is also a little bit annoying. If she has an ensnare, if it's a support Naga ensnaring you, that can make it very difficult. The worst case would also be getting static linked and then the song comes out, then you have no damage.
I realize that this EG's bans, they're very similar to what they banned against eHome. They banned out the Lina, Storm, and Quap, and they pretty much forced eHome CTY to not have any heroes left. And that's where he ended up with the Razor mid, where EG just picked up Windrunner, or Windranger right away.
I think that's a pretty smart approach as well, because Shiki is pretty similar to CTY in that sense for CDEC.
Yeah.
He has played really strong and high impact mid lane, so trying to target him is wise.
Yeah, I guess we could probably see a TA or a Windranger from EG themselves, because I do believe that Shiki, CTY, Sumail are pretty much playing the same exact hero pool. And when you ban out these heroes and they run out of heroes, that's a pretty hard situation to be in.
I think Windrunner would be a favorite here as well. Look at how well that would mesh in here. It's great against Undying.
Yeah.
And the Shackle Shot, well, we've seen what Sumail can do with the farmed
Ember Spirits. And that's normally played by Aggressive, I believe.
Yeah, mostly. Mostly. Shiki will not pick up the Embers off.
This is just a classic CDEC lineup. We want to fight you. We want to go early. And the Razor itself is a good way of dealing with the pressure, just in case they want to lane the Razor against the Tusk and Undying. He does it fairly well against those two.
At this point, what do you think that EG are going for? Like, what do you think is going to be their go-to opening with Naga and Razor?
I think another strong support and probably have a safe lane with Naga Razor +1. I think it's a lane that's very, very strong and that can always spam out. You don't necessarily have to fight them. You can always spam out. I'd like something to be able to disengage from that, so I'm not sure. A bit more control maybe on that lane, because they have a lot of diving potential.
I'm really thinking this Windranger from EG, possibly. Right now they have some really strong heroes to fight against CDEC's aggression. When they decide to go into EG safe lane, they have this Razor Plasma Field who does a lot of damage.
They're still Brood though. They're still Brood.
Yeah.
And the 3 heroes here are not very good versus Brood in the lane for CDEC.
They're taking a lot of time on this third pick, it seems. Maybe the Ember Spirit, they're considering to have more disables.
A good way to deal with that as well, usually, you dodge Undying lanes. So they could also switch their lanes a bit and send that Razor on the offlane, for example, to dominate whatever CDEC wants to farm there.
That's a possibility. The Naga Sanking is such a strong combination. It's not a very hard to pull off combo, and it deals tremendous damage just from those 2 heroes.
They ran that earlier in the tournament as well. It was versus Complexity, I believe.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Just the 10th pick at TI5 for Sanking. Does have a 66.7% win rate though, just 3 losses.
Do you think Silencer will be a good way of dealing with the Naga Sanking?
Definitely, I think Silencer is a very good pick for CDC right now, actually. And they've run it on the support position earlier this tournament. It's only them, I think, and Newbie, besides Virtus Pro.
ROTK's played on Sanking.
But they played it yesterday, indeed.
So, yeah.
Oh, the CDEC Visage coming out.
Is back.
That's so much aggression and so much fighting potential.
Yeah,
when
like
you're EG, you probably want to dodge that.
Like Winter said, they had the opportunity to take a Broodmother this game, but because they took the Sanking, it looked like CDC was fine with taking his Visage. I feel like if they had waited one more pick and they saw this Visage, the Broodmother could have been really good pick. But EG's idea this game looks like they just want to counter fight when CDC start running into your jungle and.
And just to come back to the Bounty Hunter, because I just got the stats from Knoxville, so EG is undefeated against Bounty Hunter at TI, although he has 65 or 70% win rate, so they never lost to it.
Interesting to see what EG are doing right now. They're trying. They have Razor to be in the front line always. They have the Grave, they have the Song, very good saving stuff. And when tanking has Blink, they can easily counter-initiate. The question is, do they have enough damage to really kill Ember quick enough? I'm not sure about it.
Oh, and that's a Wind Ranger ban. Seems CDEC knew what's going to come next.
That was smart, because any of the spirits, like Ember Spirit or Storm Spirit, they both suffer against Windrunner when she gets Blink. You can get disabled and instantly die.
Yeah, right now, what Sumail heroes are left? TA, perhaps?
TA works here. I mean, they have Dazzle for themselves as well, so the armor impact is huge in this game.
Yeah, and actually, Ember was also another Sumail hero that CDEC took away. So, unless EG find another hero for him right now, which I believe could be the TA, they may have ran out of heroes for him.
Well, that's partly also because their own bans. They're respecting Shiki, but that also hits Sumail. You ban out Storm when you have Sumail in your team, then you're definitely respecting the opponent's Storm.
He did play Shadow Fiend in the second game against
I mean, what if
CDEC last
What if
time.
CDEC just picked TA here? So what's left?
Actually, that is true. There's still Shadow Fiend left.
He's
I
not
actually completely overlooked this hero,
Oh,
but
this
they
is
can
Shadow
play
Fiend.
the Radiant Shadow Fiend.
Oh, he's
It's
not-
actually
SF isn't
really
banned
good.
yet?
Yeah, SF
no,
is still in
SF
the
is
pool.
not banned.
Oh, it works well here as well.
Yeah.
It's a great hero here.
SF is one of those heroes that feels so good with tanking as well. He does a lot with that AoE disable.
Yeah, SF definitely
Okay,
looks
then.
like one of the few better heroes here left.
I'm
Probably,
curious.
probably their best option though.
What does he play besides SF? He plays Zeus, but I don't think it's so good here.
There's still Tinker, he plays Tinker. But it doesn't feel like you mentioned good here as well. They are building into a lineup that wants to fight you head on, so it certainly fits.
Tinker might be fine. Like when you think about it, just deep push, like deep push lanes all the time. They can always decide when they want to fight.
There's
Then
still the possibility, right, that CDEC just want to switch it up, let Shiki play Ember and pick Peel or something for aggressive.
can.
That's also a hero they have been running a lot.
Feels like a lot of mind games going on between both of the teams. They're trying to really hide what mid hero they have.
Yeah, but generally they want a fighting core when they have a Visage, so you can move away from the lane and the Visage will actually take the lane.
Templar Assassin.
There we go.
It'll
So
be the
they-
TA.
So they do go with the TA, and now I'm thinking if EG wants to put this Razor mid against the okay, so it will be that Shadow Fiend.
I mean, there's not much choice.
They can just come in with support and help the SF last hits. Oh, let's see how this plays out.
All right, thank you very much, panel. We'll be back after the game, of course, to analyse exactly what went down in Game 1. But for now, let's go over to your commentary team for Game 1 of the upper bracket final.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the winners bracket final here between CDEC Gaming and Evil Geniuses. Both teams one series away from finding their spot there into the grand final. As you can see, there's a fair few EG fans in the house, but I'm sure CDEC as well have, for anything, gained themselves a lot over the tournament because they have been playing some incredible Dota 2, and they're a lot of fun to watch in.
You've got to respect the story they have built for themselves already here, coming in as a wildcard team and then managing to already secure themselves top 3. It's pretty incredible stuff out of CDEC, and this is a matchup I'm really looking forward to. I think if you look over the course of the entire tournament, the team that's been the best at adapting and like finding solutions for problems in the draft has been EG, who seem to, in this game as well, have forced, I don't want to say they forced CDEC out of their comfort zone, because this is 5 heroes that CDEC play very well. But it's not the type of lineup we've seen from them in their previous 2-0 sweeps, for example, against LGD. They're going to fall back on their classic Tusk Undying opener for this game. And in addition to that, EG, of course, forcing them to ban the techies, which really influences the entirety of the draft because CDEC don't get that key first phase ban that they would have liked for something else.
Yeah, and it's totally understandable, of course, CDEC. I was talking to some of the analysts earlier saying that they are one of the teams that just really struggles against the techies. They just haven't seemed to have found the way to deal with it, and understandably so. Let's not play with it. Let's look for something else. And CDEC here with the early movement into the Radiant jungle, just trying to get some wards down. At the same time, EG to be grouped up towards this top room, ready to contest, but CDEC looks like they've just secured themselves the bottom. I mean, from a draft perspective, do you feel that anyone's coming into this with a stronger lineup, or do you feel it's pretty balanced between the two sides? Has PPD found the edge this time?
I think EG's lineup is stronger if they don't lose the laning phase. It's like it's the big question mark here is how much they can get out of Q's Visage, which I was thinking CDEC might go for that pick in this game and just run a really strong laning phase and try to pressure EG so much that they don't get to come online with their... Like, I want to say it's a classic, like, slow play kind of game from EG again. The support duo Dazzle Naga is pretty defensive, and then they have a tanky Razor Core and a Shadow Fiend who's probably going to build mech and get tanky too. And they're going to just try to wait for the mid game when their lineup peaks, whereas CDEC can force the issue really early. And maybe they can look to take towers before Naga gets level 6. That's a really key point for EG, as was also brought up by Matt on the panel.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how well CDEC can try and crush the lanes with that Tusk Undying combination. I mean, it's a hero combo that we don't see a lot of teams get through, and normally one or the other being banned when one has been picked up in the draft. And already trying to go in on Taowie here. Fear with the Static Link, moving in on TXC, stealing quite a bit here as well. Soon going on to Garda, but Garda with those double decay stats is going to be okay. So, I mean, yeah, Tusk Undying, are they going to be able to do a lot to hinder Fear's farm here, do you feel?
I don't really think so. The way they can possibly do it is if they get enough decays out with Garda right now and they surprise him with popping level 2 on XZ and then immediately go for a snowball, then maybe. But this dual lane of EG is tailored to survive. It's just very tanky, both Razor and Naga. Pretty difficult to bring down the laning stage. Top lane though. They're putting a lot of pressure on aggressive here with the Poison Touch.
Oh, indeed. He's got to be very careful as well. I like what Universe had. He's got this early point here in the Caustic finale, making it that little bit harder for aggressive to farm on that Ember Spirit in the safe lane.
If he goes for a CS now on this wave, he's dead, actually. He's going to get stunned and Shadow Wave. So, has to be careful here. And he is playing it correctly. Just waiting out. He'll try to get whatever CS he can into his tower. And so far, so good for the EG dual lane off lane. I think they've got the lane matchups they wanted. They wanted the Ember to be top and face that there. They're pretty comfortable with putting Sumail one-on-one against a TA with Shadow Fiend. He is very well versed in this particular matchup, SSF, and you can see he's winning the lane.
Yeah,
right now.
after that wave, he's starting to create the edge here. 11 for 4 against 7 for 1. Cheeky's TA, so yeah, Sumail's going to be happy with how this one started up. Top lane PPD, just doing what he can for the low ground, and CDEC pull the way towards the side. Aggressive, his farm 7 for 1, 6 for 3 on Fierce, so pretty even between the two position ones. And the courier is down. Aoi there with the haste rune, able to snipe it. Didn't have anything on, but nonetheless, nice little bit of play there with the haste from Aoi.
Yeah, and you're just not going to expect that. No. If there was a bounty hunter on EG, you're playing safe with your courier, but what are the odds, right? He got the exact rune he needed to go for that courier snipe at that point in time, and this is a big advantage for EG. First of all, they're already doing well in mid, but now Sumail can actually flat out outlane the TA, not just on farm, but actually force her back. She will need to bottle prone. You can see he's taking full advantage of his position right now, just really going in aggressively, removing the entirety of refraction. Here come the raises. All right, it's another refraction. But now Shiki's going to be out of mana.
And this lane is becoming harder and harder for the team. In fact, Shiki's got to be careful here. Getting low. The Raze bringing him right down. And that's probably, yeah, he's going to have to go back to bases. So more of an edge here to Sumail, who's really breaking away. 18 for 8. Back to base for Shiki. This early game looking very good for the side of EG as well. Universe, I mean, he's 15 for 1 here on this SK. He's out CSing the Ember Spirit. Across the board, I don't think it could be going any better here for EG in these first few minutes.
And the aggressive dual lane from CDEC, we've seen this in the past. This has been something, especially in the qualifiers in the Chinese region. They love picking their Tusk.
Oh, PBD. 14 HP there. Universe getting chased down here by aggressive. But he's going to be fine, healed up by the Dazzle.
Might actually
First going back in. Yeah, here we go with the burst strike onto aggressive. He's going to be able to, but needs to be careful of Q, of course, with that solo submission, and then he's going to turn around and find the kill. First blood there to Q. Very nicely taking advantage of the fact that Universe went a little bit too aggressive there.
Yeah, PPD still had cooldown on Shadow Wave, I think. It was just getting ready. They would have needed it to try for the kill. And even if he got it off, they might still not have found the kill. I think aggressive baited him a bit there. I believe he did have some stick charges. Took full advantage of it. This is very important for CDEC, who are, to be fair, getting really destroyed in the laning phase. It's not an absolute beatdown, but they're definitely falling behind here. Their aggressive dual lane Tusk Undying that we saw a lot from them in the Chinese qualifiers that started getting
He's got to be careful. Look at this now. How he's come up on the Naga. There's no crew wave. They could dive this one here. Moving in onto the Ember Spirit. Aggressive. He's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Universe and PPD coming in for the kill. They'll find it. Bringing it to 1-1 on the board. EG equalizing the kills.
They're also going to steal a little bit of a stack here with Universe. Or not a stack, but rather just the single pull. He's got 1 point in Caustic Finale. I'm curious to see if he's going to put any more points in it, or if he just gets it for the value slow right now and is going to max out Sandstorm. Because it is possible that they can play this lane very aggressively. The combination they have of heroes is, let's say Ember is going for a CS in the creep wave. You Burrow Strike in with Caustic Finale on 1 or 2 melee creeps, and then you Shadow Wave the Sand King and the wave, and you can deal so much
Look at this mid lane. Sumail is just bullying Shiki right back. I mean, you look at the CS and still the top 3 all on the side of EG. Universe is up there second on the Sand King. I mean, I can't remember a time I've seen a laning stage go this favorable to one side. This is quite the start here for EG. And Fear, of course, getting a lot of space in this spot. It just feels like this Tuscan Undying haven't really been able to do that much to stop the Razor's farm.
Yeah, I'm wondering why they stay down here. They could try to rotate the Tusk to the top lane and win that lane, for example, or try to get Shiki a gank in the mid lane. So they seem a little bit stubborn on playing this as a dual lane. And of course, the idea of the draft is that these two heroes synergize so well. You have Frozen Sigil together with the Tombstone, Snowball, and Ice Shards to block off their exit path so more zombies spawn. It is, in theory, a really powerful lane, but when you look at what they're up against, it's just extremely unlikely for them to find a kill on either of these heroes. And to be frank, they're kind of wasting their time a bit down here.
We'll see if they decide to make any movements yet. 6.5 minutes into the game. Sumail as well. Have any stacks been created yet in the jungle? It doesn't look like a... Ah, okay, we've got one double attack down there. Okay.
He's probably going to triple that with PPD, and then Sumail's going to farm it. He's going to get a very, very early mech at this rate. 43 CS minutes 7 in the mid lane.
I mean, what is the plan here? Well, okay, this is going to be the plan. They're going to smoke up with Shiki on the bottom lane. He's got level 6, got those traps here, so maybe have to chase down Fear. They're going to go in with a snowball. Here we go. CDEC looking for a kill onto Fear. Will be a big one if they can find it. Aui's there coming in to try and help out, but Fear's already dead. Aui going to look for the TP out. They haven't got anything to cancel it. And that was, well, CDEC needed that, and that was a big kill as well. Oh, mid lane though, Sumail gets himself a solo kill in return onto Q. But all in all, the fact that CDEC did manage to find the kill onto Fear.
Yeah, and if this was the alternative, either you rotate to TA's lane and gank the Shadow Fiend, or you rotate the TA to the bottom lane and kill the Razor. And I think they just decided the bottom lane is 1 rotation less. They end up being 3 heroes by running her down there. And in addition, the Shadow Fiend had a haste, so that would have been an almost impossible kill to get. So they do find a kill on Fear, but I think EG aren't going to be too phased by it. They know that Sumail is absolutely rolling in this game.
He's a mile ahead of the TA now, 51 for 14 against the 25 for 3. The fact that he's got those kills under his belt as well.
They gave the stacks to Sand King, by the way.
Okay. I mean, he's going to have a very quick timing on his Blink Dagger. He's nearly at 1,700 gold, and with this, we're going to see a pre-10-minute Blink easily here for Universe.
That's scary, because you want to have that ready when Song is up, and, well, you definitely do. In addition to that, you can probably find some ganks in, especially, I would say, the bottom lane is going to be a very easy target for Universe and the Sand King. The mid lane can still be a little tricky if TA has her refraction stacks up. It's certainly possible.
1,900 gold on Universe. This is, yeah, he's going to be able to do so much with this Blink, and I really like how the Sand King picks worked out. It was able to make it very hard for the Ember Spirit to farm in lane against him. And now, of course, getting that early Blink is going to mean that EG can amp up the pressure. CDEC, though, they want to do that themselves. Again, a smoke on bottom. They're looking for that Fear kill. Fear, I think he's going to play a little bit more safely this time, backing up towards the tier 1. Realizes that CDEC are off the map, and he's actually going to come out here with a creep wave, but CDEC actually turning their attentions away. Now the ping's coming back out. Fear realizes, though, as the trap gets dropped, that there's people in the neighborhood, and he's going to play it safe, backing behind the tower, and he's going to be able to avoid this gank.
They might still try to go for a dive. I think that's going to be super risky here. But EG might not expect it because of how unlikely it is. Perhaps CDEC will decide. They do have the good vision with the ward they just placed down behind. So they should know there's no support here.
There's a lot of time they're spending, though, trying to zone out Fear. I mean, they're shutting down his farm, but the space that's been given to Sumail in the mid lane, you know, he's now confident enough to just walk into the enemy jungle and take what he can from their own camps. And he'll continue to farm and reach on to level 10. He's at 5,200 net worth. He is 2,000 ahead of the position 1 of CDEC, Aggressive's Ember. This is before 10 minutes in, this is Sumail getting entirely out of control.
And they have to address that problem, I think. This is not, the CDEC draft doesn't deal particularly well with a Shadow Fiend, in my opinion. The one who does counter him pretty well is the one who's been destroyed in the lane. It's the TA who's supposed to.
Oh, he's got his blink. Blinks himself away there from XZ. Garda Shiki's there as well, spotting out Sumail. But backup is there available for the EG. Aggressive's going to go in with the remnants here, but Sumail here with the ult. It's all been blocked by the Flame Guard. Now Sumail's in trouble. The snowball's closing in. Will catch him with the sun. They are going to fight Sumail. No, he's still alive. Will now go down. That's going to be the first casualty. Universe getting low here. CDEC moving in. PPT trying to heal him up. Will find the kill onto Garda. Now they turn their attention to Fear, but Fear's just a little bit too tanky with the Weave Armor ticking up. Oh, Universe gets the kill there onto Dust. Fear's still alive. He's looking for Q. He's going to get it. And BPD will finally go down. So it's a 2 for 3 favoring the side of VG. Aggressive and Shiki now in the retreat, but Veer's able to live throughout that all and get himself involved in a lot of those kills. It does slightly favor the side of CDEC because of the fact that they did get that kill onto Sumail, who was quite far ahead just in comparison to how CDEC's heroes were doing so far 10 minutes in.
It's a really good sign for EG when they're able to 3-2 a fight that they play 4 and 5. Like, Naga wasn't even there. Aoi was top. He's getting level 6. He split pushed a bit on the tower. He forces a rotation from XC defensively here, and now he's just going to back out as he realizes, okay, the heroes are respawning. It could be the target. Plays it safe. They'll have Song next time, and then they can probably take an even more convincing fight, just dealing with the Tombstone and playing from there.
And at this point, Aoi's going to be feeling more confident to just push out the lanes and farm up and start to rise himself up through that net worth. As we can already see, the top 3 still on the side of EG. CDC yet to be able to catch up. TA trying to catch up with this Universe Sanking, but Sanking on 4,200 net worth. Looking very good. CDC TPing into the mid lane for the defense, but EG just backing themselves off. And Shadow Fiend, so he's going to be looking for that Yules here as his first item. Universe and PPD smoked up, moving towards the top lane. So if they're able to find anything here. XZ's just on his own. He has found level 7 here on the Tusk. Bottom lane, the Familiars trying to scout out Fear. It is just aggressive in the neighborhood though. Might be able to take down Fear on his own. He's going to need some backup, and backup is on its way as CDEC. Moving Shiki down towards this bottom lane along with Q. They've also got Garda coming in as well, so they're sending 4 heroes down for this one. PPD is there, ready to back up, and Fear's just going to he's going to have backup coming in because the TP in from Aoi with the Song of the Siren available. Maybe EG can try and look for a fight. There's going to be a TP out straight away from Q.
From Q. Very unusual for him as well. Just park the Familiars and just let EG take the both of them. As I understood in the start, I thought it was on purpose because it looked like he kept them there to have the creep wave just hit them instead of scouting out their positions, as they might have been spotted by the creeps. But instead, it looked like he just forgot about them and loses 2 Familiars with ultimate on cooldown as well. CDC decides they cannot fight that.
So bottom lane, we are seeing on his own here, aggressive. Going in onto Fear, but there's backup. Yeah, he's just a Remnant straight out. Doesn't want to hang around here in this lane. He's still got a fair bit of catching up to do now. He's now managed to reach up to the same level as Universe's Sanking, but it is still Fear and Sumail that are very much in the lead in terms of farm. And that's your Yule's now done here on the Shadow Fiend, so Sumail's got this killing potential. If he finds any hero on the map now at this point, he should be able to blow them up.
This item allows him to solo TA. Even if she has motion, almost one-shot her at this point with her 900 health. So puts him in a position of power on the map. Definitely looking to play aggressively. There's another side benefit of this item, of course. It's able to dispel Flame Guard, which is purgeable as of... I can't remember if it was 683 or 684, but... Very, very good item against the Emperor Spirit, who at this stage in the game is super reliant on the Flame Guard. It's technically Yuling the Emperor Spirit deals 550 magic damage to him when he has Flame Guard on. So, it's pretty sick.
Oh, he's going to move in onto Aoi though. He's caught him out, but the Song of the Siren will be there. Aoi will be able to back himself up, and he's just going to look for the straight TP out here, avoiding the kill, going to the side of CDC.
Nice play from Aggressive though. I think he actually couldn't even have killed AUI there, but he got really scared because of the triple Remnant. It looks like such a super confident aggressive play that he thinks there's backup. He does get the Song TP, which is what he wanted. I think this is the exact plan Aggressive had in mind. Just playing the mental game there.
Song down for another 3 minutes. We're up to 15 minutes in. We did see drums now being completed by Fear. And Universe now with the Tranquils and Soul Ring on top of the Blink Dagger. I mean, what is the next point of call here for EG? Are they looking to go aggressive themselves, or are they happy kind of waiting until CDEC try and look for another fight?
I think they should wait for their mech. I'm a little bit surprised that neither Fear nor Sumail went for a mech first item. I thought when I saw the Yules and Sumail, I look over Fear and I'm like, okay, he's definitely building a mech. Nope, he went for a drone. So, he might just slow down a little bit until they have that. I'm imagining they want to get it on one of them still. It's such a good item against the dire lineup. The AoE armor is great. The heal is going to counter out the Ember Spirit's spread damage very nicely. It's kind of a must-buy, I think, in this game. Maybe they put it on Sand King, who knows?
Gonna go for a smoke here. Let's see where they head towards. I think he's coming out. We've already seen EG back up behind the tier 1 on this top lane, so they're not going to be able to catch anyone out here. And it looks like, again, CDEC, they've been looking for stuff across the map. Won't be able to... Oh, unless Aoi comes out here. He still hasn't got the song for 80 seconds. If he comes out too close and aggressive, can catch him, yeah, with the searing change. Now the snowball coming in. Easy pick off there for the side of CDEC as Aoi just overstepping the mark a little bit on that lane.
This is probably a tower as well. This is the big benefit of smoking like this. It's been talked about previously as well. Even if you don't find anyone, you're suddenly 5 heroes in one place and you get a tower, but EG are ready for the counterplay.
Oh, with the Yules on to the Undying, moving in with the Burst Strike as well. Garda gonna get taken down there by EG. Like you said, CDEC will be able to find the space for this top tier 1. Cheeky with the double damage.
EG got the better tower though. They got the mid tier 1 of the Dire and a kill. So, considering I don't think they used to smoke. Yeah, if they steal this too, this is really big. Now CDEC should know this with their high ground ward, but I don't know if they can do anything about it. They're simply not in position to contest this. And Sumail, as well as Fear, will be getting even more of an advantage now. Sumail already with the Yasha.
The Yasha Yules, this man's going to be incredibly speedy, moving towards the mid lane. He has this Invis rune, has the Requiem as well, if he can line it up. He's got the Refraction out though. If he gets some kind of backup though, Sumail can certainly go for this. And oh, the blink away there just in time from TA. The Burrow Strike did come in from Universe.
They're going to kill the birds. He has a resummon, so I think he's going to... Oh, maybe they're scared of a counterplay here, as they should be.
CDEC moving in, Sumail. Still with a good duration of this Invis. Ready to go, and he's going to use the Yules here on 10, but doesn't look like he's going to follow it through.
Bye-bye, Flame Guard. Do you have any idea how annoying that is to play against? Like, Ember is one of my favorite heroes to play right now. Whenever the enemy gets a Yule, it's just like... Oh,
that change did hurt the hero a lot.
That is... But he's still a really high pick in this tournament, even with heroes such as Lina being popular with the Yule's pickup, and of course the situational one from Shadow. But it is frustrating, losing your Flame Guard for absolutely nothing.
To the jungle, CDEC. Garda coming in, heading towards the bottom. Aggressive's managed to find a little bit more farm now on the Ember Spirit. He's catching up. He's now 4th on the board, still just, he's 1,000 behind Fear. And TA is actually kind of catching up here with Sumail, just over 1,000 behind also. Visage able to get the deny, and Sumail to try and clear off these familiars. It's not going to be the case there. I mean, Sumail now with the Yasha, what does he go for now as his next item? Does he just finish off the full S1?
I think so.
Yeah.
Seems like a reasonable choice. He can go for a Manta if he wants to have a way of breaking out of Searing Chains. It's pretty decent, but at the same time, he should have BKB somewhere on his list. And SNY is just the stronger snowballing build with his early lead. Keep up the farming pace. Look to be a little bit more tanky fight as well. He's just, you can tell he's just feeling in control. Right? He just farms the enemy jungle with no vision. He's not scared of anything right now. Of course, in part it is because they see a couple of heroes on the map with their own observer wards. It feels like the remaining 2 or 3 cannot take him out.
PPD, but he needs to be careful. As EGR around the corner. And Shiki, of course, trying to work towards that Desolator. Has nearly enough money here for the second Mithril Hammer. Now Sumail coming into his own jungle. Shiki's going to back off. And the thing's coming out as well. Aggressor's got to be careful here as well. Trying to work his way towards that Battle Fury now on top of the drums. And oh, in fact, Shiki going in. They want to try and fight, but EG's all there. They'll find the Burst Strike onto Aggressive. There's your Requiem. Will remove the Flame Guard. Now they're going to continue to chase down Shiki. Aggressive looks for the Searing Chains. Is he going to find it? And Shiki's going to go down. Sumail moving forward, maybe trying to find more, but Aggressive there with the Remnant will be able to escape. But nonetheless, finding the kill onto the TA, and CDEC just getting a little bit ahead of themselves. They're trying to fight into EG's lineup. Didn't quite realize that they were all around the corner, ready and waiting.
This is the strength for Sumail right now. If he can Yule off the Flame Guard, it takes them really long to kill him off. And it's very easy for EG to get in reinforcements. At that point in time, they had them completely red. Sand King was already in position 4, but even if he wasn't, they might have been able to TP on the tier 2 and actually save it.
And it's Phil as well. If you look at Fear, he's nearly got that Aghanim Scepter complete, and once he's got that on the Razor, EG are going to be very much ready to start to push, and it's going to be so hard for CDEC to defend as well. I mean, anytime they come close to the tower, we can expect to see Aoi come out with the song, and then EG will just find themselves in position for a big weave, big epicenter, big Requiem of Souls. It's going to get harder and harder for CDEC.
It looks like Aoi will be carrying the mech for EG here. He's going to go for Guardian Greaves. And on the other side for CDEC, we have the mech on Q. Kind of unusual these days to buy mech on the Visage. We usually see the Solar Crest and Aghanim Scepter, or most of the time actually only Solar Crest. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen an Axe, just because it's pretty expensive to go for that build-up, and most teams favor the Crest. But this could be the game where Q finds that farm. At the rate this is going, this could be a very long game. And CDEC at this point have to realize they're probably going to have to play more defensively and play for the late game with high ground defense from, of course, Visage is really good for it with the birds, Ice Shards, TA can get pretty strong. And Spirit has won quite a few games on his high ground this tournament, so they might play for the 70-80 minute territory with their lineup now. I think that's what they have to do, more or less. They can look for pickoffs, but realistically winning a team fight now in CDG's lineup is very, very difficult.
Let's dispel the smoke. EG moving in for more potentially. Aoi still under the cover of it. She's going to jump in, and they've found PPD here with the Searing Chains. With these as well, we'll be able to get the D-Ward there into the Sentry. But again, EG very much feeling in a power position of control. Desolator's now complete here onto your TA. So we'll see what Shiki's able to do with that on top of the Blink Dagger in the next fight. And they're actually going to smoke up themselves, CDEC. See if they can find a wraparound, catch out the side of EG. They might just find Samael here. He's going to pull himself up this room. Actually going to look for Roshan, okay, and I kind of like this here because they're going to do it fairly quickly. Okay, EG, I think they're aware that Illusion's going to scout it out. And the weave dropped as well. Now Universe trying to find the burst strike, will find out to Garda here. Going to potentially try and kick this one off, so Universe forcing himself away. Now there's the song, but the shards have actually stopped EG from being able to find themselves in a position to fight, so it looks like they're just going to back themselves away from the tombstone. Aggressive wants to fight though, going straight in. Yours is going to be there, Shiki going forward, looking for Aoi. Aoi, the shallow grave is there just in time from PPD. Universe has jumped into the middle of it although, and they'll lose the Sand King. PPD's actually trapped up here by the Ice Shard. Solo Subject going free Sumail with the Requiem, gets it off. Now Fear is going to be able to turn this one. The Snowball coming out straight for Sumail. Fear being healed up by PPD from the back lines. And Fear getting low, but he's got the shallow grave. He's trying to find something, but I don't know if he'll find anything in it, and I think he'll pay with his life. He's looking for Q, but the soul astonishing from Q. Coming out beautifully. Now Aoi as well, the Searing Chains from Aggressive. And what a fight for CDEC. They may even find more. They're chasing down PPD here. PPD's on the run. Will he be able to get himself out of this? No, the Snowball closing in onto him. He's got a shallow grave, not even gonna, yes, he gets it off. Gonna look for the TP. Can he get himself out? There's no mana here. No, the stun from the Familiars. He's down. And CDEC take 4 of EG, and now they'll be able to look back to Roshan.
Just ran his Manta, or some, what was that? He had an illusion chasing Q all the way to base and killing him there. There must have been an illusion rune. He died up here. He got killed by an Illu.
Wow.
Okay.
Sumail trying to equal off the fight, but nonetheless, CDEC very much coming out top. 4 for 2.
So what's
they
really
get Roshan in the Aegis.
What's really important in that fight is that the Ice Shards from XC are incredible. He splits the fight in 2. He blocks the entire path for EG after the song has already been used. So they have kind of no counterplay there. And CDEC just isolate one target after the other. And when you look at how EG initiated that, so Universe goes in for the Blink Burrow, tries to find 2 targets. TA immediately blinks out so he doesn't find her. And then he's in an awkward position where he has to disengage and they have to use the song, and they don't manage to find the combination of song into epicenter as a result, which is the only thing EG really needs to win a team fight. If CDC are somewhat clustered up, you song, you epi, you blink, and you burrow 2 or 3 heroes, and the fight is just lost, which is why I said I don't think CDC should be fighting. But under those conditions, their lineup is still really dangerous.
It's a very, very good fight. Off the back of that now, Aggressive has got his completed Battle Fury, so be able to step up the farm. So 24 minutes in, 9-9 on both sides. It's been quite a passive game. A little bit of a slower pace, but as you said, EG, they'll be I mean, do you think both teams are going to be happy taking this one late, or is there a clear advantage here for one of the lineups?
I think it's difficult to say. If it goes like really, really late, I think EG might have to farm Aoi. and turn him into a core Naga. Because Razor and Shadow Fiend aren't really the fiercest of super late gamers in comparison to, in my opinion, a TA and Ember. Then you look at the supporting cast, Visage scales really well late game. The Tusk, Frozen Sigil is always going to be a problem. It's hard to say, really. I think it's slightly favoring CDEC.
As well, this is a very nice kind of, it feels like a recovery from a very bad kind of farming stage. And oh, they find this kill on PVD as well. XC going forward with a blink of the punch. PVD with a shallow grave here. I don't know if he's going to be able to keep himself alive. He'll pop the charges, but Aggressive's still there. Looking for him with a sleight of fist will find the kill. Now he's going to maybe look for more. The Yules will hold him back, but Shiki moving forward. The song coming out from Aoi. Looks like it will be a defensive one as they just simply TP themselves out here and they will get themselves away. But CDEC again, they find the kill and they'll almost certainly find this tier 1 here. And this is looking very good for them in terms of farm. You've got the TA and the Ember now overtaking Fear's farm here on the Razor. It is still Sumail that's 4,000 ahead, but if it keeps on like this, CDEC should be able to close even that gap.
Wondering if Sumail is making the right call with his item build right now. Looks like he's building into a Butterfly, so still no BKB. And there are quite a few things on CDEC that can mess with him. This bird stuns, Snowball, of course the Searing Chains. Yeah. An issue as well. And all the burst damage between something like Soul Rip and of course the Flesh Golem amplification can be a problem. He's farmed, that's for sure. But he doesn't feel confident engaging into the CDEC lineup, and he can't guarantee getting a Requiem off, which is a really big problem. EG are going to need that, not just for the burst damage, but also for the damage reduction against heroes like TA and Ember.
At this point, just backing off Fear with the Axe, 1,100 gold on top of it as well. And as you were saying, somehow, very close to finishing off that Butterfly. Q.
They expect to even pull back the entire lead EG had is gone down the drain.
Back to 0, very nice. As I said, the fact that CDEC could have done that after such a bad early stage, this is impressive stuff here from the side. And EG need to up their game if they want to keep control of this one. So I think CDEC will be very happy with how they brought this one back around 27 minutes in. And EG looks like they're going to group up and look for some towers themselves, try and get themselves this tier 1 from this bottom lane. And we'll see if any kind of defense comes out from the side of CDEC, but it looks like the TPs are going to come out, so with the Battle Fury as well, Sleight of Fist, Aggressive's going to be able to hold it for the time being, and EG, they're going to back up. They're actually going to TP elsewhere, look to continue to farm up on Fear as he heads towards the top, and now with the TP reaction, the wraparound towards the mid lane as well. Looks like EG are thinking about fighting here. I don't know, Sumail, he moves in, and then he's going to get chased down here by the Familiars, trying to look to scout him out.
He has the full Butterfly on the Courier, so no buyback, but he is really strong if he gets to fight on his terms right now, like ridiculously. But he's still possible to deal with both.
Oh, they get the tier 2, very nicely done there. More gold into the pocket here as Shiki. 12,000 gold now onto your TA. 4,000 gold to spend as well. I mean, what does TA go now? Does he see the Butterfly and just go straight for an MKB, or does he need to go for that Black King bar here in this situation?
It depends what his goal is in the fights. If he thinks he needs to hard counter the Shadow Fiend, of course MKB is great.
More aggressive, catching out Fear, moving in very aggressively as well. Will Remnant back. They'll find themselves another tier 2 potentially Universe with a burst strike onto Shiki, but Four Staffs himself away, aggressive, moving forward here with the Remnant. Looking for the Searing Chains, will find it onto Fear. The Weave Armor is now beginning to stack up for the side of EG, so it's not really the best time for CDEC to fight, and they're happy with that. They get themselves another tier 2, and they'll just back themselves off here as well. CDEC breaking it.
If they keep farming now, everything is fine for them. I think the ball's in EG's court now to start making a move. If they keep just letting CDEC take down the towers, well, there's only one remaining, so I guess they can't lose that much more any longer. I just feel like the cores of CDEC are getting a really good game here, even though Sumail has so much farm. I don't know if Fear can have the impact he's looking for just yet. It's not like he's poor, but he's falling behind the cores of CDEC.
He certainly is. 13,000, 12,000 on the respective Ember and TA, and Fear now about 2,000 or so behind those. Still got a way to catch up. Aggressive now sitting on 2.4k for his Battle Fury. So we'll see if he's able to go for that crit next as his next option.
In addition to that, if you look at the supporting cast, the supports of the Dire are also richer. Marginal lead for the Visage over the Naga, but then a 2,500 difference between the position 5s on the team. And it makes a really big difference. We generally focus a lot on the gold differential between the carries, but having that extra Glimmer Cape and that extra tankiness on your support. How many times have we seen Glimmer Cape win a game in this tournament? Like, I've lost count. I've also never really counted, so it's a little bit hard. Garter with a Glimmer Cape.
Oh, top lane. They're going to find XZ all on his own and pop the snowball here, but Fierce stealing the damage. Oh, he blinks out. Oh, very nicely done there from XZ. Can he get himself out of this shots as well? He's playing it perfectly, but Universe is there with a blink, the Burrow Strike. They'll find the kill nonetheless. But very nicely done there from XZ, trying to buy as much time as possible, keeping EG occupied. But they will find the kill, and they'll find the tier 2 there themselves as well. So EG managing to regain a bit of momentum, but the push is coming here on the bottom lane. Shiki with the Deso and with the Familiars as well. Once he gets himself onto a tower, gonna fall pretty darn quickly. Samel with the helm on the butterfly. 1k gold as well. Still looking to be the strongest member of the side of EG at the moment. 17,000 gold on this man. They've still got a bit of catching up to do, but I guess the good thing, of course, with Fear on the Razor is the fact that if they do take a fight with the Ags, they will be able to push very, very nicely with the Razor.
Kind of see the MKB pick up for Shiki. So what I was going to get at was, if he wants to counter out the Shadow Fiend specifically, MKB is definitely the choice. But for the purpose of fighting pretty much everyone else, there's a lot of value in having the BKB against Sand King, but it can also backfire against Song of the Siren. You can get isolated during BKB and just be brought down very easily from the EG right click. So I actually think in this case, Shiki is definitely making the right choice. Usually we would see BKB, but it's just not that good against EG's heroes. All in all, Dazzle doesn't really care about it. Razor, you can still static link. His ultimate's still good.
Making a beeline straight for the top lane, finding Garda here with the Burrow Strike, going straight for the Undying, but the Glimmer Cape, he's going to be able to get himself away. Q-Lips for the TP out, but the Yours is there to cancel it. They'll try and look for the Visage, and they should be able to find it. Meg's pop is not enough. Oh, but the Slightly Fist! The Battle Fury damage is not quite enough. Aggressive will go down, and now EG looking for more. Shiki on the back, but out there with his stay, out comes your Song. Now, what's the plan here for EG? Who are they going to look to take down first? They're looking for the Familiars, but they'll find one of them. Will they be able to clean this one up? Here we go. Epicenter from Universe on the sidelines, trying to come in, but they're already dead on the side of CDEC. They've found 3. It's a double kill for Samael. And now they're going to find more. XZ, he's got the snowball, but there's 4 members of EG here. He's going to go for PPG, gets the blink off. Very nicely, he's going to get himself found. Nicely done from XZ, but nonetheless, CDEC losing 3. Only finding Universe there. So a very nice fight there for the side of Evil Geniuses. And off the back of that, they may just be able to find a tier 2 here in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, most likely going to be grabbing this now. Interesting to see the Tusk going for the BKB, because if he does and TA doesn't, he's just going to be the one isolated out. And there's a little bit of a disconnect here, so I'm not sure what the goal of the BKB is, if he's specifically scared of that Burrow Strike, or if he wants to just be able to do something during the song. Of course, he's more difficult to isolate with the BKB as he still can use the snowball defensively, but what's... not really sold on this choice. I guess we'll see what XC's plan is.
Ooh, they want to try and catch someone out of Fear. Ooh, won't be just quite trapped by the Ice Shards. Will be able to get himself around those. He's just unable to find anyone off the back of that. And EG did find themselves that tier 1. So now continuing to race ahead of the game as he's reaching 20,000 in terms of net worth and sitting on 2.8k. I mean, what is next here for the Shadow Fiend?
Satanic, I think. Might just go straight for it, so you can just man fight. When you're this far ahead in terms of farm on a Shadow Fiend, yeah, there we go. All right.
33 minutes in. This is, I mean, Samael, he's outdoing himself here today. This is a great performance. 6 kills, 6 assists. He's only died once so far this game. He's really putting in the hard work here for EG.
He needs a damage item next, because I don't think he can put enough pressure on them as it is right now. He's going to need a Daedalus or an MKB to, depending on whether there's a butterfly coming up for the TA. I don't think that's going to be Sheikah's next item, so I'm guessing a Daedalus will be the choice of Samael.
He's managed to find his Shiva's Guard here as well now. That's all completed and done as well, and he is catching back up to the TA Ember.
That is a really huge item in this game, by the way. The Shiva's Guard is very, very good against TA. The attack speed slow, the move speed slow with the active, and of course making Fear himself very tanky. Lots of armor. We're probably going to see the classic Fear build, which is Shivas into AC. as the vast majority of the dire damage pretty much exclusively is physical.
Well, they want to find Sumail here, and it'll be a massive kill if they can. They're trying to move forward here. Shiki with a blink, but Sumail's just too damn tanky. And where's the tanky? We need to get a Universe in and get yourself in it. So there we go with the epic side of the bush with a snowball dodge. They dodge a huge amount and they turn it round. They get the kill to Sumail. Beautiful play there by Exi with the snowball. They might find more. Chasing down Aoi. The shallow graves there from BBD's. Look at the TP. Can they cancel it? No, they can't. Aoi will get out. They might be able to find PPD here. The ice shards won't quite catch it, but Shiki with the slow. No, it's the solo subject bursting. PPD down to the snowball as well. Fear gets the Stanley Link off. Shiki in a bit of trouble. Needs to get himself up, but he's got the Aegis. He's okay. They might even be able to find Fear here as well. And TA's going to come straight back into the game. Shiki's going to look for it with the slow for the trap. The stun as well for the familiars. And Snare will be thrown out to Shiki, but EG, they've got 3 heroes down. Aggressive coming in, moving in on Fear. They're going to continue to do it. CDEC, they find Fear as well. None of the heroes on EG have buyback available. And what a fight from CDEC, and I'm going to say it's all down to XE getting that snowball off just after the song. Beautiful play from the Tusk to avoid the huge team fight that EG tried to jump into CDEC with. That's massive. That one play. And they're getting racks off the back of it.
This is probably maybe the most the biggest impact play we've seen from Tusk all tournament, I think. That could have been such a disaster fight.
2 racks.
Just flat out almost win the game with one big play.
2 melee racks. And EG, they're going to feel a bit battered after that one. 13-15. But it doesn't matter about the kills when you're 2 racks down. And EG now, what is the plan for them here? How do they recover from that kind of kicker?
I feel like the big issue in this situation is not that, how to explain this? So it's not just that CDEC dodge spells, it's that the cooldown of the spells they dodge is more than, it's too long. Like they get too big of an advantage out of it. And you know, it's one of those situations with that play where it's almost impossible, but what they need to realize in the moment when they go for that, they're like, oh, there are 5 heroes left, let's go for the Requiem Sand King combo. What they actually need to do is they need to walk everyone else than Sand King away.
Yeah.
So there's no snowball target. And then they need to play off of that, but thinking about that in the moment is so ridiculously hard.
Yeah, especially just how grouped up CDEC were. It's just so tasty. EG looking for it, and they're like, this is going to be perfect, but...
Because if they get their full combo there, if there's no snowball, they would be the ones pushing for racks. And or getting a... I guess there was no Roche right then, so they did have the lead.
Looks like EG, they're going to group up here and start pushing down the mid. But CDEC, they want to fight into this. They realize that they're in the stronger position now, and they're going to go straight for it. Steven chains onto Sumail. Pew moving in and out with the ice shards. They're going to jump in onto this one. Universe force-starving himself out of this. Fear to get the standing helicopter aggressive, and he's going to steal a nice bit of damage here with the song setting it up. Sumail looking for the Requiem onto aggressive. Oh, aggressive with the remnant straight out. Now the turn, they will find Q on the Visage. And the weaves stacking up now for the side of EG, making that a little bit harder for CDEC to fight into with the Sleight of Fist. Aggressive's going to back off. Shiki's going to blink away. They're trying to push up to the high ground here, EG. Can they do anything? Can they take the tier 3? Maybe the racks. XE blinking himself away. Fear with the Aghanim's ult going to work here onto the tier 3. Fortification will come out from the side of CDEC.
Oh yeah, but that Daedalus from aggressive just easily clears out everything here.
Can't quite get the latch.
EG have a new weave if they want to try again. This is a very important ability for them to be able to siege high ground, but they take their minor win, they back off. As a lost fight there is probably gained. So the risk-reward ratio just not favoring them enough to go for this play.
This is very, very nice from CDEC so far. And I mean, looking at the graph as well, it's been up and down, but now favoring the side of CDEC. It's still not a huge lead out. They might find PPD though, all on his own. Tusk might to catch this, and PPD's going to get away. Okay, very nice done. Only the 2 of them there at the time, no one else to stop the TP, so PPD gets himself out. But they will find the rest of the Ancients there. Shiki cleaning that. Now with the BKB, MKB, and 2,500 gold, this Shiki's TA is catching up to Sumail's SF. He's still 4,000 ahead, but it's the fact that the rest of EG are falling behind in terms of farm that's the real issue against CDEC's cause.
The more BKBs they're getting, the harder it is for EG to pull off their combo. Because even if they set it up perfectly with the song, if there is no snowball play, at least the TA and Tusk can just both BKB. And then maybe the snowball can save the rest of the team afterwards when he gets BKB off. So tricky position to be in for EG. It's still a pretty close game. Like 5,000 golden experience is not that much, but the 2 melee racks are definitely going to hurt EG's economy if this just slows down a little bit. And CDEC, once again, I don't think they mind. Aggressive is starting to get a lot of momentum in the game. Has a very high impact in these fights.
They're doing a heck of a lot of damage here with that Battle Fury Daedalus combo. And with the Manta as well. Harder and harder for EG to try and lock down in these fights. We've seen him dodge a lot as well with those remnants. And EG looks like they're trying to build up a bit of a momentum, bit of force down this mid lane as they group up as 5. EG and Fear's moving into the jungle. CDEC looking ready to back though to try and hold this from their base. They know that EG's coming from. They don't want to be caught out outside of the base. They know that they have the stronger high ground defense here. Just the familiars being sent out here to scout it all out. Looking for them, won't quite be able to find them. Aggressive with the Syrian change onto Sumail. But again, CDC, they definitely look to be waiting for EG to come to them rather than vice versa at this point.
And as long as Sumail doesn't get focused down super hard in the fight, he should be able to get his Satanic off. So I think the strategy here from CDEC is to not go for Sumail, but just try to catch the backline as much as possible. Maybe if they can kill off the Razor, that would be really good so his ultimate doesn't tear down all their armor during the fight. But it's actually tricky. I really don't think these fights are favoring anyone very much right now. They did have that incredible fight in the mid lane, but that's not going to happen.
Fear moving in, XC with the BKB straight onto Fear. Ice Shard trapping him over Aoi with the song. We'll keep Fear safe for some time. Aggressives here as well, though. They want to fight CDEC. Universe gets a Burrow Strike very nicely onto all three of them, but now they're trying to turn this one. EG Sumail moving forward here, trying to find the record with the damage. The MKB cancelling the cast here of the ult, but he still finds the kill onto Shiki. Fear getting low, though, aggressive. Remnants himself away. XE with a punch takes down Fear. Soul Assumption onto Sumail. Sumail getting low as well. The Sleight of Fist, the crits is too much. It's a double kill for XE. They should be able to fight Sumail as well. They will. 3 heroes falling on the side of EG, and PPD left to run himself away. They're going to chase this one down here, CDEC. They should be able to find the Dazzle as well. And they will indeed. 4 heroes dropping on EG, and CDEC lose nothing. Buyback from Sumail and PPD just to defend this bottom lane. And again, CDEC's fight, I mean, when they grouped up like that, the Battle Fury, Sleight of Fist, Daedalus Ember is going to come out on top every time.
There was a buyback from the TA, so that could be the play for EG here. They did buy back both the Shadow Fiend and the Dazzle to push out the mid lane. If they find the TA again, they could be in a good position, but pretty much anything else than that is probably going to be a game over with the buyback used from Sumail. He's finding very little gold right now with that gold penalty. The next Roshan as well, we need to consider that one as a possibility for CDEC as well. I don't think EG can let them have this. I think the game is just flat out over if they get an Aegis on the TA or the Ember.
Yeah, then it's really slipping away. And the fact on the individual net worth that you're now seeing, of course, Ember Spirit, he's actually overtaken Sumail's farm. And this is a Sumail SF that for the whole game has pretty much consistently been 4,000 ahead of anyone on the side of CDEC. So CDEC really coming back into their element here. And as you said, as the game gets later, aggressive on his Ember Spirit, it's just going to get scarier and scarier. And it looks like he's going to go for the Skadi here.
Yeah, he almost has it. He needs another 1,100. He's going to get that very quickly if they grab a Roshan and just a couple of creep camps. So there is a DD in the river. They're just saving it for Roche. We don't know the respawn time, of course, but maybe EG can go for some sort of a play here and disallow them from even getting the Roshan.
Still just under a minute. Oh, aggressive actually coming into the pit, goes straight back out. Oh, Universe nearly finding the Burrow Strike. But I remember though, EG, of course, Aoi with that song, maybe they can still find a huge setup for something that's going to favor them, but CDEC, I'm sure they're not going to let that happen. Just guarding the Roshan pit. As you said, this is the really important part for both teams. It's going to be up now in less than 30 seconds. And it is CDEC remaining closer as EG have to back up just to push those lanes back out.
They were hoping to intercept a Roshan attempt there with Song of the Siren and maybe steal it or take a fight. And they get neither. This is pretty much free.
And it's up now, CDEC, they're going to go straight to work with the damage that they've got as well. I don't know if EG can get her in time. Look how quickly it melts. There's nothing that EG could do. CDEC's physical damage output is ridiculous and aggressive, getting himself the Aegis and taking Roshan down in a matter of seconds.
He can get a Scotty now if he sells his drum, but I think he might want to keep it. Well, okay, looks like he is going to sell that. There we go. So, full Scotty for him, coming out soon when the courier starts moving. Wanted to get the orb of venom. It's a Yasha picked up now for Shiki as well. Or actually, he sent it back on the courier. He wanted the cheese instead of the Yasha. So he's not so mobile in the fights right now on the TA. His move speed very limited. He has, of course, got the Blink Dagger, but if that one gets disabled, he could struggle to find a key target to attack.
Here we go, CDEC, they're ready to try and take this final tier 2 on the side of EG. And EG, it's going to be a hard one to defend. Maybe they'll try and fight into this with the Song, but they'll be fighting into Aegis and Cheese. So now just on the front here. Yes, they're moving forward. Universe actually getting the jump here onto Aggressive. Sumail trying to trade hits, but the Searing Chains now thrown out. And now the Solar Submission. Sumail getting forced back. The Familiars as well, trying to hold EG.
We could kill the birds here. Then they're going to be on cooldown for a whole minute. This is disengaged territory for CDEC, maybe.
Aggressive just going in with the Searing Chains, and indeed they lose both of them. But the Burrow Strike onto Aggressive. Can they kill the Ember? No, Remnant away. He'll be fine. Actually moving back in, just with the Slight of Fist, with the Weave. He's stacking up here onto Sumail. He's got a hell of a lot of armor. Over 50 at the moment, so not the time to fight into. They'll wait until that's come off, and then CDEC may just be confident in hanging around for more. I feel that they're in a very safe position to do so. The Aegis and the Cheese available. And onto the tier 2 they go. Let's see what EG can do to stop this. Not a lot by the looks of it. Sumail just trading hits and well, Aggressive going in with a Slight. They'll have the setup here with the Yules, but he's got a Remnant out and be able to dodge again the Burrow Strike from Universe. Ember just proving very hard to control at this point of the game, and there's a lot of CDEC moving in. Sumail's got to be careful. That fire comes up the lane. Searing Chains will catch him. Ice Shards as well. And now, okay, Fear's going to get a nice static link off here. Tombstone's going to be dropped. Now Aoi with the Song. They'll be able to remove the Tombstone, and let's see if they can fight at the back of this. Sumail looking for the Requiem on top of XE, and he will find it here. Garda getting low, Aggressive just getting himself out of this fight. Fear doing so much, will be able to find Garda, yes. They'll find the Undying here. They'll look towards XE on the Tusk. Solar Subject flying back towards Aoi. Sumail incredibly low, he's got the Shallow Grave here. Shiki looking for PPT, trying to chase out the Dazzle, will find it. Shiki eats the cheese, but he's going to go down as well, potentially. Yes, he will. Shiki's going to fall. And now Sumail, he's getting low as Aggressive. He's still at full health. Back up with the second life. It's a 3 for 3. And now they'll be able to fight Fear as well. Soul Subject bringing him low. It's Aggressive has no damage. He's got enough. Triple kill. Aoi looking for the TP. Can they cancel it? Yes. The Searing Chains. It's going to be a team wipe for CDC. GG. They've outplayed EG. What a performance from CDEC. Coming back from what looked like the most horrific early game. Just dominating EG that one fight in the middle lane, getting the 2 sets of racks, and then after that, Aggressive's Ember Spirit getting out of control, and EG just didn't have an answer.
And that last team fight, that was probably the best EG could have hoped for. They get a full static link off on Aggressive, so he loses a lot of damage. They destroy the Tombstone. They get a really good Requiem. But the Aegis and Cheese, CDEC just with too big of an advantage going into that fight.
What a performance.
That was still... Man, this was really a high-quality game. All of the team fights were exceptional, and that one team fight in the mid lane is obviously going to be the deciding factor here. As if EG didn't take it or took it a little bit differently without that snowball coming out, the game could have been very different. But this bodes well for the remainder of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. If the first game's anything to go by, we can expect some more very high-quality Dota in Game 2. So don't go anywhere. But for the time being, we're going to head over to the analysts to see what they've got to say about Game 1.
Thanks very much, Jody Pixel. Yeah, back with the analyst team. Extraordinary game, really, for EG and for CDEC. We'll start with you, Seb. How would you summarise the game for anyone that missed it and came in now and said, oh, how did EG lose?
I think EG had a really good game. They did really well during the laning phase. I think they kind of hit the hardest. But the fact that CDEC got dire once again and were able to always use that pressure that you have that you put on the other team when you have TA plus dire, you know. So EG had to go and take fights there that they didn't really want to take, that were hard, and then honestly they got punished for every single mistake they did. A very clutch plays from CDEC that got them back into the game, and then from there on they just played better. When they were ahead, they didn't do the mistakes that EG did.
Up to 34 minutes or so, it seemed like it was all right. Everything seemed okay for EG, and then there was that big team fight in the mid, and it kind of went CDEC's way for a 1 for 4.
So they're all clumped up and they're set up for a pretty perfect Song and Universe's channeling Epicenter on the bottom. But these birds come in, they stop the Requiem, Sumail doesn't have a BKB, and they end up getting wiped at this point. And the Snowball also protected, I think, 3 people from the Epicenter, and I think they expected a lot more damage to fly out in the first couple of seconds, but nothing was there. Yeah. And that's a pretty smart combo, the Visage Birds, to combo combo break the Naga.
And EG wasn't ready at all for that smoke. The Dazzle and Razor were like around the bottom area, and Dazzle started running to mid lane. The Shadow Fiend had a Satanic at that point. If Dazzle was behind him and they were ready for this fight, he could have got a Grave off Satanic and they could have completely turned this, but EG got completely blindsided by that smoke.
Yep, it was an excellent piece of play overall from CDEC at exactly the right time as well in the game, just to turn the game on its head and swing it in their way.
What's very sad for EG is that the game is still close at this point, but they just don't have buyback, so they end up losing two sides.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, gents. We'll get more from them in just a moment. But first, we're going to head over to Casey, who's on the main stage.
Hello, everyone! So we want to get the energy level up even more. We have some great stuff to show you, but we want to introduce it in a really cool way. The piece we're going to introduce you to is going to really show you a little bit more about how some of the really cool features work that you've been watching here, but it deserves the appropriate introduction. So we're going to do the wave again, but this time we're going to go counterclockwise. So you ready? We're going to start right here. Ooh, I know. We're all about challenging you guys. So are you guys ready in this section right here? We're going to start it off. Oh, come on. That was pathetic. Are you guys ready to start the wave? All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Louder! Louder! I can't hear you! Come on! Keep it up! Keep going! There you go! Louder! Yeah! Now we're talking! Keep going! I have something even more special to show you! Right now! Right? Take a look at how they make this all happen.
You're going to notice a lot of new elements here at the International. One of them is the stage presentation and the projection mapping. So if you take a look behind me, you can see a lot of really neat things are being projected down onto the stage. What that's doing is it's relaying what's happening in the game itself so that the audience here at Key Arena can look down and see the action playing out on the stage itself, especially when heroes are casting their ultimates. There are a lot of really cool nuggets that you'll see pop up on the stage itself. But we want to show you how they make that happen. So let's go have a look. I'll bet you didn't know it, but underneath where everyone is sitting is this world where they make all the magic happen. For example, this section, the projection mapping we were talking about, this is where they actually are able to make it happen and show it so that we can all see it from Key Arena, and you can see it on the stream at home. Hello, Matt.
Hello, Casey. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Good. So we're back to bother you and force you to be on camera with us.
Love it.
Every moment of it.
Yeah.
Tell me what you guys are doing back here right now.
So back here we have the projection system. What you see during the game is controlled by a copy of Dota. It's communicating with this machine via MIDI, of all things. So it listens for all the abilities that happen in the game and triggers them at hopefully the right time. Some of them go back and forth, so you'll see things like Laguna Blade, Finger of Death, will go from the pod to the pod, the guy that's attacking the other character. Other things like the Witch Doctor LUC will just be channeled at the right time. Walrus Punch is a favorite of everybody backstage.
I know, I've seen that a lot.
Walrus Punch. So we like triggering Walrus Punch.
So those screens, just so that you can walk us through the untrained eye, each shot is, we're actually seeing the stage. I see screen D, screen E, what is all that?
This is a preview here. We have 16 projectors suspended underneath the screens in the middle of the stage. And they're projecting down, and Sam here mapped it out so it's seamless. This is just a preview on the left of what you would actually see on the stage during a game.
How long did this take to build?
It took a long time to set up the movies, to set up the code to output and detect when the right ability should be playing. We take some care to not show anything on the floor that the players wouldn't be able to know from watching, so we don't give out secret information. And then once we got here, it was just a matter of showing it on the stage, seeing what it would actually look like.
Other than the walrus punch thing, what else are you excited to show? Like when you guys are down here and you're in game, what is the thing that gets the most excitement out of you guys when it's like, oh, we can put that on the stage?
We're really excited for a black hole pick, or an enigma pick.
That hasn't really happened yet,
no,
has it?
they haven't picked it yet, so we'll see. We're saving that one.
Okay, so we can wait to see that and see how it projects onto the
The
stage.
players, yeah.
You heard it here, players.
Yeah.
Think
I'm not
about
asking
it.
you to make a particular pick or anything, but
We would never do that.
no.
How crazy does it get back here during the game? Right now it's very calm because people are filing in and we haven't started yet, but how stressful can it get during the matches?
We like to keep it as calm as possible. We like for everything to go smoothly, so hopefully we set up all our machines. We have several different copies of Dota that are connected that are controlling other aspects of the stage. But hopefully we set it and it just runs.
And the feedback that we're seeing online is that people absolutely love it, so congratulations.
Really exciting. Thank you very much.
And there you have it.
Indeed, very impressive. Great to see the technology kind of exposed a little bit and look underneath the hood of the magic that happens down on the main stage. Getting back into the game now, the players are almost ready to come back out into the arena. Where do EG go next with their draft, Malini?
It might even start before that, and they might need to decide which pick that they want. I think one of the reasons why CDEC has had a lot of success, thanks to Winter, is because they've actually chosen Dire, and it might only be like 55-45 that Dire's favoring Roshan, but that few seconds can make all the difference.
So CDEC and EG return to the arena. The game 2 in the upper bracket final, don't forget. These two are already guaranteed a top 3 spot, more than $2 million each. That's not each player, each team. That really would be amazing. As they head back into their pods.
So what do you guys think about the whole Radiant Dire?
I think you need to take CDEC out of Dire. Even if you want first pick more, I think against an opponent that has played the entire event from the wild cards on Dire, you should just put them on Radiant. That's gonna be a bigger impact on the game than you having first pick or not.
I think with CDEC, since they don't actually want Leshrac, I mean, maybe they can take it. Taking Dire away is a lot more important than having first pick for yourself. Because in my opinion, first pick and second pick, there isn't too big of a difference. And actually, I would even prefer to have second pick because you're going to get 2 informative bans from your opponent while you're just banning 1 Leshrac from second pick.
PPD hasn't done an awful lot wrong in the draft so far at TI5, has he?
No, I think there's a lot of good things that EG did throughout the game. It's just a matter of how CDEC is playing. Early game, EG had strong lanes. They put deep wards into the opponent jungle so they know when they're smoking, and they reacted very quickly to all of CDEC's smoke ganks into their jungle and whatnot. But as the game progressed, sometimes you just lose focus of these little things. And we saw at 35 minutes or whatever it was, Sumail getting caught out. And that's just one little mistake. But that's what makes CDEC such a strong, because they play very fast and they always make these calls to just go and attack all the time. And we've seen throughout the whole tournament that the aggressive team always has this advantage.
Indeed. Wega, they've been known to play off a script throughout TI5, but that was a little bit off script for them and they still seem to be playing well.
They're just a very stable team. I'm sure they can perform many different styles, and against EG, they're an altogether different opponent than some of the other teams they played against. I just want to give a shout out to a little Easter egg that happened in that game, which was Sumail killing Visage with his illusion. I believe it was missed on the cast. Maybe they mentioned it, but that was very beautiful. Chased him all the way into his tower.
Okay. Seb, thoughts on game 2? Where do you think this one's going? Are we going to see a 2-0 CDEC into the final?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we might, but I think EG can bounce back. I think they actually were ahead game 1 and they did really well versus CDEC compared to other teams that we saw so far. A match against when they played CDEC. I kind of agree with what has been said. I think it's indeed important to, put them out of their comfort zone about Dire, but there is still the second option that EG went for in game 1. What didn't work for what PPD tried, I think, is that they weren't ready for those Roshans. So maybe ban the key Roshan heroes, because I mean, if you think that you know what's coming, you know how they're gonna play, you know how CDEC is gonna play, and I feel like that's big information that EG can definitely use. And the best way to use it is to probably ban, I don't know, you could ban, for example, TA, or you could have a Rosh lineup yourself, so you get it from them. and then suddenly the game's going to be completely different.
Okay, very interesting. We have a few seconds to change predictions if you'd like to, if anyone wants to sway a different way.
I think EG's a team after the first game, they can go full 180 and have completely different drafts or play style or whatever. You can't ever underestimate them. Even though CDEC played really good that last game and you saw their power and their strategy, but I'll still go with EG.
Okay, anyone else?
I think that's true for sure, but I'm still with CDEC. The dream.
Okay, the dream of a wildcard team going all the way through to win the International. It hasn't happened so far. We're about to find out whether they're going to make the grand final. They are one game away.
CDEC Gaming versus Evil Geniuses. Game 2.
It's all yours, gents. Take it away for draft number 2 of this upper bracket final.
I think they did a really good job of handling the Naga Siren. Generally, when people give EG Naga Siren, they sleep and then they just run away and they just completely reset. But they were actually really good about chasing after the song with the Ember Spirit, and sometimes they locked them in place with the Ice Shards. So I'm a little surprised to see them first ban it because they handled it.
Seems this game EG got Dire.
They took it.
And CDEC got first pick, so maybe they want to track themselves potentially. So let's see what they go with.
Yeah, and CDEC once again, they don't want to get cheesed out by EG, so they're banning the Techie again, just respecting the power that the hero can force you to play a very different game. I think that's smart going into such important games.
Also, I think they showcased the real value of Tusk, like the instant cast on Snowball with the defensive capabilities of being invulnerable during the duration, and using the choke point of the Ice Shards. I think that first Roshan fight they actually lost because the Ice Shards forced them into this 2 different fights.
Beautiful 4 fields, would you say?
Bounty Hunter pickup straight away.
It's a terrifying Bounty Hunter, so it's not just about how many kills you can find, it's about if you lose one team fight to Bounty Hunter, the gold swing is so massive that core items are going to be picked up for sure.
I feel like CDEC's idea of the game all originated from this one hero. You pick Bounty Hunter, you just, it doesn't matter at what point in the game, you just keep going at them with the track, keep going. You're going to get some kills, and eventually, even if you just get 1 kill with 5 heroes there, it's going to be all worth it for you. And that's where their style developed from. And now they're going to go back to that, and it's very good.
I got information that you guys are going to like probably, or like to know, is that CDEC actually picked first pick for that game. And EG in response got Dire.
So it's CDEC's choice to go into the first pick. That's very curious. I'm not sure why they would do that. Well,
played the entire tournament on Dire.
I think going into these games, you really need to have some other plans up your sleeves. You can't just go into the game and just think that whatever you've been running throughout the entire tournament will be enough, because your opponent will prepare for you as much as you prepare for them. So maybe they have a different plan, and they do have some strong heroes. Bounty Lina is very potent. I think this combo is probably top 3 of what 2 heroes you can get together.
Yeah, it's one of the most common 2 combo heroes that we see in the first phase as well, here at the main event for sure. But Darkseer also has shown a lot of strength in many different teams. In Universe, definitely one of the top Darkseer players out there.
Yeah. I believe last game the Darkseer wasn't actually touched at all, and this game EG have decided to go with the DS first pick. DS Spearbreaker is very strong. We saw PPD play Spearbreaker in the last 2 games against eHome. And it actually provides a lot, especially with the vision that it grants from just clicking charge on one hero. And they already have to start playing differently. They need to TP away or go back, and already your momentum of the game is diminishing.
Yeah, Storm being banned out by CDEC this time, so EG banning it last time in the second phase, now CDEC doing it. I think both of these teams just realize how big of an impact that can be for your initiation and the mid-game.
Yeah, I think CDEC sort of had an advantage right now because they got this Lina in the first phase. Evo Genius, since they don't have the first pick, it means that they can't ban out the Lina. They had to ban out this Leshrac they don't want CDEC to have, which means CDEC is just going to ban out all of Sumail's heroes. EG don't really have any specific bans because I feel like whatever they ban, it can be replaced right now. These first 2 heroes were so good.
Probably. They're probably going to target down the carry position, I suppose, with their bans, but as you say, it's still interchangeable. There are many different heroes that fit the style. Anytime I see a Darkseer picked early, there's always Anti-Mage coming to mind as well.
Yeah.
But aggressive, he can play PL just the same, or any other hero, really.
So how do you deal with the Spirit Breaker as a bounty hunter? Because we've seen this combo picked up by EG a couple of times.
I think the bounty hunter just needs to do something early game. From the replays I've seen of CDEC, they tend to put the bounty hunter in the safe lane, whereas normal bounty hunters would go around mid, you know, try to snipe couriers and things like that. But when you put him in the safe lane and support the other hero instead of the other support, now you're freeing up your secondary support to do whatever you want, where your opponent is like placing sentries mid and moves like that, which means that the Spirit Breaker won't have like a very big impact early game against this BH if you like switch it up a little bit. But it is a very hard game for Bounty, typically, when he plays against the Spirit Breaker.
So we've seen Sumail play a wide range of heroes. Looks like TA I'd probably be eyeing to ban out right now, TA or Wind Ranger, but going with the Winter Wyvern. Oh, we just talked about Dire plus TA, right? Isn't that something that they should be scared of?
It's always good to have a TA on your side when you're Dire. I mean, any hero that makes your, like when you go for Roshan and then it's just really fast, puts a lot of pressure on the opponent, and you can just, you know, pressure the lanes, play around the map. You know that they have something to worry about that you don't. So you just have an edge generally. But it feels like EG are going to go for a more fighting-oriented lineup. The last game they sort of had a fighting lineup, but they had long cooldowns. Whereas CDEC, they just, like the way CDEC played last game, they were just kiting, and just waiting for EG to use their big spells, and then, you know, re-engaging again the fight. And EG just couldn't handle those type of fights. They had to, you know, go. I felt like EG had the mistakes. They could make mistakes, whereas CDEC couldn't really. It was easier, an easier lineup to play.
Yeah, I think that EG are going to pick really tanky and strong heroes in general throughout this game, and that as a counter to the Bounty Hunter. I'm still super excited to see how they're going to counter the Bounty Hunter, because Garter is 81% win rate on this hero, and CDEC executed really well as a team. So to see EG, who never lost the Bounty, go up against it, this is quite something.
I feel like if you want to play versus CDEC, either you don't fight, or like you have another plan, or you need to be ready to fight at any time, because they're very good at choosing when to take the fight. As you said earlier, they're very fast with the way they play. They're going to smoke and go for fights when you're not ready. And having a fighting lineup that can join the fight quite fast, you're not relying on really big cooldown spells, then I think it's going to be a better approach for EG. And that's where they're going right now. Like they have a lot of fighting potential with this lineup.
Yeah, this Phantom Lancer is really gonna be troublesome to deal with. So far, they have the Queen of Pain damage and the Vacuum AoE, but they need to stack up some AoE disable or even just more damage on EG right now, I feel. They could, of course, go into the Anti-Mage if they want, but Lina is such a hard hero to play against when she gets Aghanims.
Yeah, both Lina and Phantom Lancer tend to do quite well against the Anti-Mage. And when you play with Anti-Mage, you want to have this one hero that you're looking out for to mana void in fights. And Lina could potentially be that, but at the same time, it goes both ways with the Aghanims, Laguna Blade. And another Razor pick. Okay, this is very surprising because I think Phantom Lancer does really well against Razor. But maybe Evil Genius don't really have another carry that they would rather have in this situation anyway.
What this tells me is like Razor, they want some strong hero that independently can lane without needing so much lane support. If you look at EG, they're trying to have 3 really strong cores and then have the choice to be mobile with the Spirit Breaker +1.
Yeah, what Razor does is when CDEC tries to run at you with 5 heroes, he's the one hero that can really fight well. He's got this very short cooldown, high damage spell that will help Evil Geniuses a lot, especially when you combo it up with the Darkseer, Vacuum, and Queen of Pain.
What do you think that CDEC want as their last hero here, like, to combine into this? So far, it's a very strong fighting lineup. Even Phantom Lancer is a strong fighting carry. I'm not quite sure what they want to grab. I'm gonna assume it's Shiki Lina, because that's how they have run it before. There's no reason to put him on any other position.
Yeah, I think the Lina versus Quad matchup is very favorable for the Lina. So I'm thinking perhaps a Witch Doctor. It's probably Q's hero.
Earthshaker?
Yeah.
Earthshaker.
Oh, they ban it out.
I think they might want a stronger support than that. They probably want the Witch Doctor just so you can like heal up the PL and they can farm against the Darkseer quite well. They need aggressive to have a decent early game so that he can actually move around when the time comes.
I'm not sure
for them to fight.
if EG plays Rubik so much, but I think it's a very good Rubik game so far for them. Like, there are a lot of good spells to steal. It's going to give them a bit more initiation. I'm not sure if AY actually plays the hero.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever played this hero.
So you suggest a hero that deals better with Darkseer in lane?
Yeah, a support hero that'll deal better. Because you want this PL to have a decent game.
Right.
Every game CDEC had played, they've had the safe lane do really well. So I can roam around.
Oh, the PPD hero.
This is interesting. They don't have much against armor at all, actually.
EG's
they have
laning
nothing so far.
Yeah, EG's laning is super strong. Look at their heroes. All of them are strong lane dominators in a way. And then you have Spirit Breaker and Treant just messing with them as well. So CDEC's last hero, I think you're completely on the right track there. They need a Witch Doctor or something.
And Treant is a hero that, like, it's very good synergy with Darkseer, and it's a hero EG used already against Bounty Hunter. It was, I can't remember which tournament it was probably, might have been DAC in the finals versus Witchy Gaming, and their answer to Bounty roaming was actually Treant Protector, and the Bounty could just, he got nothing. Like, he couldn't get any kills.
Eighth pick of TI5, first time at the main event, and PVD's played it 3 times, winning twice at TI5.
But when you think so much about Bounty Hunter, you're like forgetting about the other heroes. CDEC's lineup have a lot of fast-moving heroes. If EG don't like build disables onto their heroes, it's gonna be a hard game nonetheless, even if you're playing with Darkseer Treant.
Okay, final pick is locked in. Both teams have their heroes. And talking of heroes, we're gonna head back to the event arena with our commentary team.
Indeed, thank you very much, Paul. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the second game of this series, Evil Geniuses versus CDEC. CDEC, of course, 1 game away from making it to the grand finals of TI5. Obviously, the big question is, being shifted now onto the Radiant side, how much of this is an impact for CDEC, a team that are used to playing on the Dire for the entirety of the main event so far?
It's hard to say because we haven't seen it, right?
Exactly. We don't know what to come from this. I mean, the lineups from both sides. Do you feel that have EG gone for something drastically different than what they did in game 1 here?
Yeah, this is a classic EG solution for Bounty Hunter. So I think Matt is thinking back a little bit too far when he says this is how EG dealt with a Bounty Hunter at DAC. They might have done it, but they actually did it in the group stage of this event. Vici Gaming were playing a Bounty Hunter on FY, and he had like 0 game impact. I think he didn't even get an assist that game. Maybe he got 1. And in total, EG, I think, died 3 times that game. So their approach to dealing with Bounty Hunter is they take tanky or elusive cores, and then they couple them with Treant. There's no lane for Bounty Hunter to gank. You can't kill Quap, she just blinks. You can't go on the Darkseer, he's innately tanky and gets living armor. Spirit Breaker is a tanky support, you can't do that either. Then they pick the Razor, another tanky hero, and they just farm up key items and try to limit the number of track kills the enemy team can get. The moment Bounty Hunter doesn't find any ganks early, his level 6 gets delayed, and then when he finally gets it, EG will usually have all the key items they need to just out-tank the opponent in team fights in the mid-game. So I like their draft a lot. That said, though, CDEC with extreme comfort picks for them, I guess the slightly out of the ordinary for them is the Witch Doctor that I think we haven't seen them play that much to my memory, but it is one of Q's best heroes, so they're still feeling comfortable, I think.
Well, let's see how this one pans out. Of course, EG, they need to win this game if they want to avoid being knocked down to the lower bracket by CDEC. I mean, game 1, both teams playing very, very high-level Dota 2, but at the end of the day, it was just a kind of a few key decisions that EG kind of messed up on, and the CDEC was straight in through the open door and were able to capitalize on it and find the win. Looks
like this time around it's going to just be no fighting for the root. top room's going to go to Sumail, and bottom room's going to go to Shiki. And this is going to be an interesting mid matchup, because usually what we've seen in this tournament is that when you put Lina against Queen of Pain, it's slightly Lina favored, and Bounty Hunter will want to rotate. But, oh, okay, that's a really good start for CDC, actually, removing that observer ward. He doesn't tango the sentry. He plays it safe here, and that's actually going to allow PPD to take that one out. But this mid lane has a little bit of a difference compared to what we usually see. There's the living armor factor, which often decides mid lanes. Sumail can play a lot more aggressively, because Shiki on Lina does not have any multi-damage instance abilities. It's the living armor will be hard to get up.
Bottom lane, going in a bit aggressively onto Aoi. Aoi dropping now down to half health. Needs to be careful here. Living armor will save him for the time being. The Maledict, it might just be enough here. Yes, it is. Q with the first blood. CDEC there with the tri-lane. Very nicely securing the kill onto SB.
Perfect ice shards. AUI was in a horrible position, and actually, I think starting out by skilling Greater Bash in this lane when you're playing a 2-on-3, I think it's a little bit too aggressive. You have to play it safer and have charge, and then try to focus on the other lanes, maybe ganking Shiki with living armor. You could go for some really aggressive plays. I know, you want to put pressure if you can, but the risk reward here not really favoring the Spirit Breaker, who would have probably lived with a Stout Shield, by the way. He does not have that just yet on the support role. He's doing a very, very long walk down to this bottom lane. They might just put Universe jungle. He doesn't have a single point of experience either. This off lane for EG is starting out horrible.
We'll see what they'll be able to find. That mid lane at the moment, Sumail versus Shiki, 6 for 4 against a 3 for 3. So Sumail are actually doing all right in this matchup that, I mean, as the analysts were saying, would not necessarily favor the co-op in the early stages, but Sumail at the moment playing it very nicely. Top lane, pressure coming in from Fear. He's starting to get some damage onto the tower with the static link onto XZ. Just taking 14, but that's going to help Fear continue to farm here. And slowly apply pressure on this lane. Not a lot that the bounty can do to slow down that push at this point.
But he's going to get a lot of levels. And this might have been CDEC. So wait, so who had the overall last pick? It was CDEC, right? After the Treant. They might have changed their game plan because they realized, okay, when there's a Treant on the enemy team, the chance our Bounty Hunter can roam and kill early is really minimal. So instead, we're going to accelerate the rate at which we get track a hell of a lot by playing it in the off lane and just getting another support, which they got the Witch Doctor. I do believe there was the draft order.
Yeah, that was right. Yeah, Witch Doctor was the final pick indeed from CDEC. Mid lane just continuing to trade hits between the two of them, Sumail and Shiki. Now evening off there in terms of CS. Bottom lane as well, PL, finding a lot of room. 13 for 8, the fact that, of course, we saw Darkseer lead for the jungles. Made that lane a little bit easier, as it is just the Spirit Breaker holding up the off lane. So, I mean, both off laners are going to find this solo XP. And PPD just hanging around here, making sure that nothing happens against Fear on his Razor. Of course, we saw Fear. Razor the first game getting a lot of pressure. Mid lane, Shiki looking for the light strike. He's going to miss Sumail. Manning up. Will be able to blink out just at the last moment. As Tuss did move in as well, so Sumail's got to be careful here. Portal is on his way out, and couldn't have come at a better time here. Sumail is going to need that to regen himself back.
Yeah, Shiki gets his as well, though, so this is pretty much dead even in the mid lane right now.
Lane, Aoi going forward onto aggressive, but Q's there gets the Maledict off. Now with the Doppelganger forward as well. Aoi's going to tick down fairly low here. Won't quite pop. But again, just harassing back this Spirit Breaker, and now we're starting to see, I'd imagine, quite a big level deficiency between him and the Bounty. Yeah, he's level 2, Bounty Hunter's level 4.
There is the jungle factor, though. If CDEC don't...
Whoa. Fear maintains the static link here now with the Leech Seed going forward onto XZ. XZ trying to get himself out of this. The Plasma Field will do it, though. Fear gets himself a kill there.
And it's really interesting to see PPD skill build in this game, going for 2 points in the Leech Seed. Probably with that exact purpose in mind, getting the kill on the safe lane. I think like 90% of Treant games right now, we see getting 1 point in Leech Seed, you max Living Armor, and you max Nature's Guise. And you like become a walking scouting support. This time, more of an aggressive approach from him to secure that kill.
Aoi moving forward, just going to be able to scout out Garda here on the sidelines. Lane continuing to even out in the mid between the co-op and the Lina. 18-6, 16-6. Bottom lane though, PL finding a lot of fun. 28 last hit, 17 denies at the moment. And we can certainly see why SB is missing out on a lot of that XP. Now we just mining in the sidelines. As Tusk was looking for him. Now he's just going to be able to soak up the levels. And looks like Darkseer heading back to base. How's Universe doing in terms of the jungle Darkseer? He's managed to find himself level 4. He's got himself the Soul Ring as well, so Universe will be able to continue to farm quite reliably 5 minutes in. Things coming out, they've realized that SB's hiding there. Witch Doctor rotated towards the mid lane. Shiki now closing in on that level 6. Same time Sumail will here as well, so Sonic Wave is now available if he wishes to try and go for a kill, but it's actually Shiki that's got the backup as XZ is moving towards the mid lane. Sumail's got to be a bit careful here. Looks like XZ's going to look for the wraparound, Sumail. Needs to be careful of the Tusk initiation, but it should be fine unless they can get the chain stun out onto the Quab. It's going to be quite hard for CDEC to find this kill. He's just going to be able to sap some of this XP from Universe as he spots out the Darks here. And he's looking for the Courier Snipe here, XZ. Moving in between the towers. REG going to be on top of this. Oh, it's got the bottle on. It's got the bottle on. This is big if XZ can get it. A second hit will do it. That's the bottle down. XZ there. With what feels like the first Bounty Hunter successful Courier Snipe we've seen in a while, because a lot of the times the teams are able to avoid it, but EG just getting caught off guard there, and that's a big win there for the mid lane.
This is way less predictable than your classic 2-minute, the bottle is flying out, Courier Snipe from support Bounty Hunter. This is an off-lane bounty going off the map at level 5. However, you know, if Universe was playing very close attention, he could have called that he didn't get full experience there, and that could have told them where the bounty was, and then maybe Sumail placed that one differently, but it's very difficult to see that one coming from XZ. And he realizes that, that's why he goes for it. Big play.
I guess the saving grace, of course, the fact that they do have PPD, of course, on that Treant. So the Living Armor will be there to help out Sumail here in the mid lane. Backing up, just clearing up these creep camps as well as he reaches level 7. Still has that Laguna Blade ready to go if he catches anyone out like Sumail. Top lane Tusk, just starting to soak up the solo XP, trying to make his way towards that level 6 here, Garda. Get that Warrior's Punch online, but 7 minutes in, just 1-1. Again, a pretty passive early stage between these two teams. As no one really looking to go too aggressive. Universe actually going to come down here. Aui's still hiding in the trees, has found a fair bit of XP. And we're actually going to lose Witch Doctor. It was Woods is looking for the XP in the mid lane, but Sumail finds himself a solo kill there with the Sonic Wave.
It's really important for EG to find kills because they're actually getting out-farmed very much. They've drafted this lineup that's difficult for the bounty to gank, and CDEC have just shifted their lane to put bounty off lane. They're free-farming the PL safe lane. Their mid lane Lina is doing fine as well, actually completely out-farming Sumail. They were going toe-to-toe, and Shiki just took over. He's got 50 CS to the 33 of Sumail, so very rarely do we see him losing on farm. I'm not sure how many creeps Lina found in the jungle. I think some of them were a stack.
And of course, worth noting for CDEC the fact that they did have XZ on this offlane bounty. Now with that track online at a very early time, just 8 minutes in, he's going to be able to start getting out across the map. Fizz actually moved down here to the bottom lane. He's level 7. And he has also got 2 of the members of EG nearby, both Aoi and Universe here on the bottom lane. So now continuing to farm mid, but the net worth, as we can see individually, favoring the side of CDEC. It is aggressive here at the top of the farm board, so CDEC having a much stronger time in lane than they did in game 1. And we saw, of course, even off the back of that, CDEC are able to take that game. So EG, they've got a few things to worry about at this point early on, 8.5 minutes in.
Yeah, they're rotating down Fear just to challenge aggressive. They realize they can't just let him free farm forever. He got 8 minutes of free farm, which I think is more than he probably should have in this game. Need to solve that problem. So PPD now hits level 6, by the way. Very early level 6 on Treant, so that's the good news for EG. PPD usually hitting that until 2-digit minutes. Radiant structures rather being fortified in the middle lane. Sumail is looking to just keep putting on the pressure here. As long as Lina is off the lane, he rules that mid lane easily. Shiki has of course shown himself in the top. Living Armor is keeping the tower safe easily as well.
And with the backup of, well, 3 of them up here, CDEC may very well look to push down that tier 1. Bottom lane, they're just getting forced back as Aggressive has returned to the lane. Fear's on his own now. Just going to look to spam out the wave and the illusions. Mid lane, Sumail just continuing to apply this pressure. Going to see XZ wrap around towards the mid. Those arcanes now complete. Getting those tracks out. Is in fact Aoi here, hanging between the tier 1 and the tier 2, maybe looking to see if he can find a charge. He has got Dust here, if he feels that there's going to be the opening to go on to XZ when XZ reveals himself. Q still hasn't yet found his level 6 in the Death Ward. Only a couple more creeps and he will have that ultimate online. Same story here with Garden. Not quite got the level 6, but there's going to be an Invis Rune top. Looks like they'll let it go into the bottle of Shiki here as he moves in. And he's still got this Laguna Blade. We're yet to see Shiki be able to find the pick off here with the ultimate. And Aui's still just hanging around in the tree line here. Just waiting for an opening of some sorts. They're actually going to smoke up, but oh, straight away, Aui does dispel it here. They know he's there. He's just going to charge out, realizes that CDEC are going to be onto him, and gets himself out of there.
And this puts Aggressive in a really problematic situation. It's going to force a TP here as well.
Wow, he's going in now. The doppelganger to avoid the charge. Shiki's TP'd in. He's going to look for the Laguna. Will find it. Aui's going to go down. And now CDC will be able to find more snowball forward. Universe surging himself away, but the Ice Shard still trap him in. They go. PPD's turned up for the fight though. They're trying to turn it. Fear getting the paralyzing cards gone to him. Shuriken bouncing between them all, and they'll lose the Tusk. So they finally kill him. Return. Death Ward's been laid down. Now EG on the retreat. Tracks are going out. Fear surged away. There'll be the blink out from Sumail. He's still tracked up. Can they move in onto the Shiki? Looking for a stun. Oh, he's going to find it. Oh, catches Sumail. And they will find the Queen again. CDEC reacting very nicely there to the aggression of EG. And Aggressive stays alive throughout it all. Very nicely played there by the Radiant.
I'm very surprised AUI chose to go through with that charge. They must have realized that after that smoke broke and he is getting in behind the tower on the PL, CDEC are going to go for defensive TPs, and he just got into a really awkward situation where he dies immediately. And he is very important for the team fight. Even though he's not level 6, he's supposed to tank up damage while his allies are nearby. So in turn, they can deal damage back. He just actually died doing more or less nothing. He forced out a doppelganger, and that was it. Sumail was never using the Sonic Wave there. CDC did a good job spreading out. Sumail wanted to go for it, but never really had a good line or a good kill there. And he gets tracked, can't really play around in the jungle.
Indeed, the track goal favouring the side of CDC off the back of those fights as well. EG have to be very careful about these skirmishes that they take. Grouping up. Sumail with the Sonic Wave. He'd love to find some kind of pick off. Pings are coming out to the top lane, but Tusk, he's already TP'd out there. Heads towards the mid. There's this observer here, so Sumail does see the Witch Doctor head up to the high ground. Also, the Sentry, I believe, did catch out Nexi here on the Bounty Hunter. They're going to head up. Nexi is actually moving down towards them. There's a Sentry on the river, so he needs to be careful where he goes. Nexi's going to walk straight under it. Aui going in with the dust. They should be able to find the kill. Sonic Wave comes out, they'll get it. Now they're trying to look for the return, though. CDC going in with the snowball and the punch onto PPD, gets the overgrowth off. Now the Death Ward laid down, they'll find PPD. Aui with the charge to Shiki. Shiki gets Laguna off onto Sumail. Now CDC off the back. Aui trying to find the Banshees, he'll get it. The Ice Shards come out. Aui's going to go for it. The wall's been dropped. Q still alive, finally goes down there to the Illusions. And it is just a 2 for 2, but the fact that Sumail gets himself a double kill. They're trying to go for more here, EG. Looks like they're going to change their mind. Don't want to dive too deep. Again, just a flat-out 2 for 2 trade here between the sides. Again, proving to be a very even game, just slightly favouring the side of EG that fight. And, well, 13 minutes in. Again, we're seeing a very, very close game of Dota. Queen of Pain now with 1700 gold. I mean, what does Sumail go for first in this game? Does he go straight for the Yules, the Axe, or what's he picked up now? Is that the Staff? That's the point.
Like an axe.
Straight up Axe, okay.
But more importantly right now for Sumail, he needs to hit these Screams. I think we've had 2 fights in a row now for EG where he's missing Scream on key targets. That fight could have been way better if he got the Scream on the... He hit 1 target instead of 2, and you could see he was walking in to try to get both, and he was just outranged by one of them. The fight is completely different, because that would have been a way swifter kill, and maybe they could have come out ahead. The same happened on the bottom lane where he tried to get a Scream into Sonic Wave and the Scream didn't reach, and then he didn't use the Sonic Wave either. It's just, and we're talking like 10 or 15 range is how little he's missing it by. But it doesn't matter if you miss it by 200 or 10 range, it's still a miss. They have to land. They need all the damage they can do right now because CDEC are taking the fight to them. And EG have drafted a lineup that don't have very much burst damage, so Sumail's has to come in, because the rest of the heroes are doing damage over time more than anything. Apart from maybe a perfect plasma field from Fear. More reliant on Ion Shell to get the damage.
Talking about the Dark Sea universe now has the mech complete. We're seeing yours being picked up from Shiki on this Lina, and she's also level 11 here as well. So we've got that extra bit of burst here with that Laguna if they can catch some of that. Drum's now done on Fear. 15 minutes in. Still a very close game between these two sides and still a very tense one as well. this game meaning a lot for both of these teams. So understandably, both playing it very, very careful at this point, not wanting to give anything away across the map.
It's more understandable for CDEC to play carefully, because they know they have such a good late gamer in PL. They know he's getting a lot of fun.
Oh, Snowball on the top lane. TP's coming in from CDEC as well. They want to try and fight this PPD. He's going to get caught out here by the Ice Shards. The Shuriken coming out as well. And now with the Light Strike. Oh, beautifully catching two. Lagoon onto PPD. Now with the Death Ward. But it's actually Sumail that's turned up with the Sonic Wave. Will find the kill onto Witch Doctor. Now aggressive with the TP up. He wants to join the fight. Moving in onto Fear the Shuriken as well. Fear, he's still alive. He will. There's the illusion. Yeah, the Maladin gets him in the end. Now the Yule's holding Sumail in place. They're going to look for a forfeit. He will be able to get his blink out, but now it's Owie that's going to be the attention of CDEC coming in onto him, and they'll get it as well. 4 heroes down on EG. CDEC only losing the Witch Doctor. The TP's come out. The track gold as well. A huge gold swing off the back of that one. CDEC again reacting incredibly nicely to the plays and the coming out from EG. And they're going to get a tier 1 off the back of this as well, Sin.
They just got a full mech on Bounty from that fight, I think. He has the Arcane Boots and 1500 gold and a headdress, so when this goes down, that's going to make the EG fight so much harder. Should most definitely be buying that up right now. They get a tower. Aggressive doesn't die. He gets kills and assists. And in my opinion, EG's lineup does not counter PL at all in the late game. Like, they have Sonic Wave, that's it. So this is very worrying. If they can't avoid these Bounty Hunter track kills from coming out in the early game, which was the sole purpose of their draft, of course anticipating him in a support position, if that doesn't work, then their mid-late game strategy, I think, will just not work either.
I think you pretty much spelled it out with the fact that the PL aggressive is able to find himself in all of these, well, 5 of the kills so far. Yeah, the track god as well, really racking up for the PL, and he's going to be able to start building towards his next item, potentially the Diffusal Blade. On top of the box, the drums and the Achilles looking incredibly rich. 8,000 net worth on him at the moment. A good, or pretty much 3,000 ahead of Fear's Razor. Just 17 minutes in after that fight. CDEC backing up as they're going to let aggressive return to farming on this bottom lane. Fear clear out this ancient stack here on the Razor. Get himself back into this game, but it's again definitely CDEC with the stronger position at the moment. 1500 now on your PL. I mean, does he go straight for the Diffusal here, or are we looking at just the Yasha to continue to help him farm?
I think he gets Diffusal. It's the standard build from aggressive, and it's extremely good against Darkseer. You can remove Surge. He will be able to purge Overgrowth as well. He's interested in that. It just maximizes his fighting output, and they want to fight, I think. Even though they could sit back and farm a bit, they have the Bounty Hunter, and they're looking for trades whenever possible. And because of these Boots of Travel from aggressive, he can just farm at the same time, and Diffusal isn't a bad farming item either. So the stats on it are pretty good. He is indeed going to buy it. He almost has it now while farming the jungle. EG are really, really scared of moving across the river. So they could be caught at any point in time. And that just means aggressive farms his own jungle for free.
Understandably so as well, aggressive. Now just a few hundred gold away from that completed Diffusal Blade. 18 minutes in as well. This PL is incredibly stacked for this point of the game. This is a real issue for the side of EG. Somehow has nearly got his Aghanims complete though on the Queen of Pain. It's just a couple of hundred will have that done. Shiki himself on the Lina after the Yules. About halfway on the road to his. PPD just hiding in. He's going to be fine. We'll just get the Invis out in time before they pass by. He's actually coming out. They know that PPD's about. And the Dust won't quite catch PPD. Just out of range. Definitely worth guarded trying to go for that one. A spot out Fear here. We'll lay down the track. PPD's actually coming around the back as well. He does have an Overgrowth, but there's no tier 1 for the side of EG to TP into. So it's going to be very hard for EG to fight into CDEC whilst they've got 4 heroes down here. That's your Diffusal now picked up by aggressive, so we've already seen how much he wants to fight. He's going to want to do so even more now. So now just blinking himself away as a TP does come in from the Lina. He needs to be very careful that he doesn't get himself caught out by the Yule Scepter, because at this point, if Queen gets caught out by the Yule's Light Strike, there's not lots that Sumail can do to stay alive after that. A huge amount of burst damage that's going to come out from the lineup of CDEC.
What do we got coming for EG? So it looks like Fear is working on a BKB. I would guess it's either a BKB or an Axe with this Ogre Club. He might just be keeping his options open. But Darkseer, 50 gold away from Blink. I think that's a gold call, honestly. You have to try to find a big team fight now with a Blink into Sonic Wave and Scream, because if they just sit back and let CDEC farm, they should know right now that they're...
Oh, there's going to be the TP in from Aggressive. He's coming into the tier 1. He knows that they want to fight here. Shiki moving in will find the Yules onto Aoi here. They're going to set this up for the stun. Aoi is going to try and TP ways it up, charge away. He's not even going to get the chance to do so now with the walls put on easy. Fear, they're going to look for more. They're going to play as well. Razor dropping low. We'll get the mech off. The wall's being dropped, but it doesn't matter. Fear's going to go down. Universe is going to look to surge himself away, but Aggressive and Q2 acing him down with the Diffusal Blade. Tony Wave comes out, but it doesn't matter. Universe to fall. BPD just having to get himself out of there with Sumail. The track onto Sumail, they're going to continue to chase this down. They've got the vision onto BBD here with the track out as well. BBD in trouble. They'll get themselves a 4th kill. Sumail, the only last man standing there for each. Is that it? That's it. 20 minutes in, CDEC. They're into the grand finals. They've done it. They've knocked down EG to the lower bracket and CDEC. What a series. What a winner bracket final for them. Absolute textbook performance from them.
And I can understand they're calling the GG there.
Yeah.
PPD had a game plan in mind. It didn't work out. The entire game is falling apart. He knows they got a lot of track kills, and they don't have the solution going in later into the game with this PLs and Lena's farms, and of course all the tracks coming out. So you could tell what EG were trying to do with the draft, and they've made it work previously against the bounty, but that shift from CDEC.
Your first grand final. CDEC climbing all the way up to the grand final. I mean, it's a bit of a Cinderella story for them. It's beautiful to see the team do this well. But of course, EG, they will have another chance. This being the upper bracket, they'll be knocked down to the lower bracket, so they will have the chance to try and come back and maybe even meet CDEC back again in the grand finals. But what a series from CDEC. The second game, their 20-minute victory. And as you said, EG just couldn't turn it around.
Okay, so CDEC's shortest game at the main event was on Radiant.
We talked about it at the beginning. Picking diet every time.
That is not enough to throw them off,
no.
It seems.
They can deal with the Radiant side, and Andy, 20-minute victory. What a game. And indeed, let's have a listen to what the analysts have to say about CDEC's pretty darn impressive and flawless performance here in this winner bracket final.
Thank you very much. Yeah, OD Pixel down there with the commentary. And a 2-0 victory for a team who have never won a tournament. And they are in the grand final of the International 2015.
It's okay.
I'm kind of a bit shell-shocked still. I mean, it's been a fantastic run for them, and they did well in the groups, and they've done well through the upper bracket, but just to have them in the grand final now seems almost extraordinary when we go back 2 weeks ago.
As G would say, it's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. It's sort of all right.
And it wasn't even a hard 2-0, no disrespect, but they looked really dominant. Like that second game, that was a stomp.
Yeah, I think Synderen said in the commentary, it was like PPD had come with an idea of how he wanted to play and what he wanted to do, and it wasn't working, so it was GG.
Yeah, it was an anti-bounty hunter draft, but they really didn't have that much else. Like, they didn't even really deal with the bounty hunter that well. You had a Phantom Lancer to deal with late game. You had this Lena, who was a really strong matchup versus the Queen of Pain. It didn't seem as well-rounded as PPD's usual drafts are.
I mean, was the bounty hunter the biggest problem? Like the PL was also, they couldn't deal with the PL. So.
I feel like they just lacked damage. Like
I think they got outsmarted though, because that was an off-lane bounty hunter. It was not the roaming support bounty. They put so much effort into countering it, and then it ends up just being a leeching experienced bounty on the off-lane, where he got plenty done as well. And then...
It was definitely smart from CDEC, but I don't think that's what lost EG the game. I feel like the draft of EG could have worked, but they really lack damage. Like, they really do. Trian, that hero does no damage. Spirit Baker doesn't do any damage. Darkseer barely does damage in those type of fights, at least, when you can't actually go in. And then, I mean, to me, the co-op, maybe with the BKB co-op, and then he can just go in and dish out damage. Like, Sumail was afraid with that item, like those items, and it was rightly so. You can't really jump in as a co-op. You're going to get burst down by Delina, Tusk, PL. I felt like they needed to adapt a bit. Then maybe co-op Razor as the two cores didn't work.
Yeah, they seem very fixated on the Razor, somewhat similar to how Ehom is. But Ehom's already out of the tournament, and no one's really picking up Razor that much. Why Razor? He doesn't do anything versus PL. He's a good mech carrier, but that's about it.
Okay, we'll continue the discussions in just a moment, because right now Casey is in the player area with Garda.
Yeah, we are. So, and Josh is going to help us once again with the translation. Congratulations. You guys are just kicking major butt. Don't know how that will translate in this tournament. After losing twice in the group stage to Evil Geniuses, what did you learn from those losses that helped you today?
首先就是祝贺，然后你们一直以来就这次比赛打得非常好，非常棒。然后你们小组赛好像是2-0输给过EG，然后这次能2-0赢他们，你们是从之前那个失败学到一些什么？
因为我们队的风格比较是那种干架型的，我们0-2输给EG是因为他们当时有个炸弹人很拖我们的进攻节奏，然后呢我们在那次失败中吸取了教训，所以这次那个胜者组决赛打得比较好。
Our team is more of a fighting style. We like to fight. In our earlier 0-2 loss to EG, they had techies, and that really messed up our rhythm and our tempo. So we learned from that, and then we've played much better this time.
What is the secret to your success as a team? To a lot of people, these are names that we haven't seen a whole lot of. You're newer as a team than a lot of the other teams in the tournament. What do you think is the secret to being as successful as you've been this far?
那你们是一个比较新的队伍，就大家不太了解。然后你觉得你们能打得这么好，到底是为什么呢？
其实我觉得最主要的原因是我们5个人团结。比如说一场比赛中有一个队员或者犯了什么错误，我们队员都是包容的，没有说什么。然后呢，只是一心想打好比赛而已。我觉得团结才是最重要的。
I feel that the biggest thing is our team is very united. We show a lot of unity. Even if someone makes a mistake in the game, we're all very accepting of it. We don't say much. So I feel that unity is the absolute most important thing.
From wildcard to grand finals, did you ever think that was possible?
从外卡打到现在，你们进入了总决赛，有没有想象到会有这一日？
以前开玩笑时有想过我们会进到总决赛，但是说实话，真的没想到能走到这一步。
In the past, as jokes, we had joked before that we might make it to the grand finals, but honestly, we had really never thought that this would happen.
Congratulations. Everyone is thrilled. Thank you so much to you both. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Casey down there with Garda in the interview. What do you make of the interview itself? They seem very calm, even though they've just made the grand final of the international.
Well, that's got to be a message to all the Dota teams and Dota players, unity. Like he says, it's what makes the difference, and they came through the wild card to the grand final. So I think, he nailed it pretty much.
He also said something that's similar to what Alliance were saying at TI3, which is if someone makes a mistake, we don't focus much on it. We don't say, no one says much. We just proceed. And that's what Alliance said. They don't even care if there was a mistake. Everyone knows when they make a mistake.
Yeah.
So it's about helping each other's, just winning together as a team.
We haven't spoken too much about Evil Geniuses. Of course, they're not out of the tournament yet. They're guaranteed top 3. And they have got a chance, of course, of still winning it because they can come up via the lower bracket. I want to take you back to 15 minutes into the game. If we take a look at this 15 minutes in, this is kind of where it looks fairly equal, but actually CDEC are already on the way to victory.
It's hard. I mean, EG they just caught out of position every time. Not out of position, but it's one by one. So they lose the Twin Projector. They can't choose a single spell. The Witch Doctor died, but he used all he had to use. They're taking fights one by one. They're not actually fighting as 5 because CDEC is just so aggressive that you don't expect them. It was pretty much the same situation that happened in game 1 where it was 35 minutes in. Now Spirit Breaker dies by himself. It's like 4 versus 1, then 4 versus 1, then 4 versus 1. I mean, they could kill 15 heroes like this.
Yeah,
or 20.
And the thing there as well, when the Phantom Lancer ran in, there was no one really to do much against him. I talked to T-Ban during the draft as well that Razor is not really a counter. He's horrible against PL, and there was no real solution. And they were never going to be able to push high ground. It's something T-Ban pressured. So even if the game went good in the early game, he did not think there was any chance.
And aggressive again, he has the same kill participation that Shiki has, for example. He's just, in every action, he's there.
Evil Genius, in terms of where they've come from and to, are still having a great tournament. We shouldn't forget that. They've only had this one loss in the upper bracket. Can they bounce back and perhaps win the whole thing? And what if they can? What have they got to do in order to be able to win this title?
I mean, firstly, you have to beat CDEC if you want to take down the title, and I think someone has to take them out of their comfort zone. We thought it was Dire, but then they get all the picks that they want, so we're still not really sure as to how to top this Chinese powerhouse.
As you can see in the upper bracket right now, CDEC in the gold box. They are confirmed grand finalists no matter what happens at the International 2015. TI5 in the lower bracket, we now have just 2 games remaining, and one of those is going to be played today because it's the next one up. EG will fall into that bracket, and we'll now wait for the victors of LGD versus Vici Gaming. That one is coming up next. I just want to get your final thoughts before we move on to our last game. Are CDEC now actually the favourites to win the international winter?
I think the pace of the game they've been playing is just, everyone says it's very fast. You know what is coming, but you actually can't deal with it. So somehow someone has to find a way to slow down the pace. I don't think anyone can actually match the pace, but you might want to change the pace. And as of the question you just asked, I think they are in firm control of favorites in the event now.
Okay, Melini?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I like their attitude and approach. They seem so calm and collected because to them it's about winning Dota. It's not about winning 7 million or whatever the prize pool is. They very calm. Even when we saw the player profiles, like we're going to go home after wild card. They're just taking each match like, okay, once we beat EG, this is where we're at next. Very realistic.
I honestly think that CDEC are the favorites. They 2-0'd EG. They 2-0'd LGD. And the remaining ones are Vici Gaming. They are on a roll though, but they're going to have to work their way through first LGD and then EG to go all the way to the grand finals.
Because so far the two only teams that are undefeated are CDEC and Vici Gaming in the main event. I mean, on the main stage.
That's true.
Yep, absolutely. So we'll see whether we get an all-Chinese final or whether Evil Geniuses can come back via the lower bracket. Time now to move on to our last game of the day. I know, right? It's already there, the last match of the day. And we'll start things off with Vici Gaming. Vici Gaming. 7-0 are FY and the boys in the lower bracket so far, but they now face their toughest test so far. Lower bracket round 4 opponents are LGD. Had a bit of a tanning in the upper bracket semi-final yesterday by their old friends at CDEC, but we've seen what they have been able to do, and now they go head-to-head with Zhao 8's team. Ladies and gentlemen, LGD are in the building, and so are Vici Gaming.
And this is a matchup where we're going to see Hao and Zhao 8 go up against each other, the two remaining former champions at TI5, and there can be only one after this series.
I'm really excited to see how Vici matches up against LGD. I think this is like the biggest test for them.
Plenty of messing around in the line. Good spirits amongst both sets of players. They know each other well, of course. And as they enter the pods, what must be going through their minds? On the verge of making the lower bracket final, where they will meet Evil Geniuses. After this match, this best of 3 will be down to just 3 teams in our last 2 games, and that'll be tomorrow. It's gone by so fast today. Where has today gone?
I don't know. That what happens usually when you play Dota and you watch great Dota. The time, it doesn't mean anything anymore.
Just disappears.
Yeah. We saw some fast wins as well today.
Yes,
so
actually, he's right.
That plays in as well.
Yeah, it does play in, and I don't think anyone expected CDEC to win so convincingly and so quickly. But there we are. We are down into the lower bracket. These two match up again. Vici Gaming are on an absolute tear through this lower bracket. It didn't seem possible when we came here on Monday, did it? After watching them in the group stages, they looked pretty average. They made some sloppy errors. They lost to teams they should never have lost against. They barely showed up, and they got thrown into the lower bracket against Na'Vi, and you thought, this could be dangerous. These guys could be going home in last place.
But honestly, when you look back at it, like, what looked possible on Monday? Like, look at where we are right now. CDEC in the grand finals. EG barely put up a fight against them. Secret is out. Vici Gaming is, on fire.
Yeah, I think we actually got teleported. The whole of the Key West Arena got teleported into like an alternative universe.
Exactly. It's unreal.
Yeah, it's been really tough on you guys as well because you're supposed to be the experts, right?
Yeah,
but how do you analyze this stuff?
As an expert, I can tell you, Dota changes very quickly. Okay, it's hard to
good
keep up.
save, Wagger. Good
I'm gonna
save.
say it here: the 10 versus 10 was easier to analyze. This tournament is like a 20 versus 20. It's even worse.
Yeah, it is very tough. But you have got the job to do, so I'm going to put you on the spot. Ben, Vici have absolutely torn teams apart in this level. They're just going to carry on, aren't they?
Well, I think the first question for me is how are they going to approach beating LGD? Are they going to adopt CDEC's doctrine of really fast-paced Dota centering around the Lina, or are they going to go with their own style with the Rubik center? Which one do you think is the best style to approach LGD?
I think you need to have your own style. I don't think they have to. It's best to follow other styles. I think they have to just pick like how his combat heroes like Luna, whatever he likes to play, Spectre, and just play their own game with the Rubik.
Yeah, I mean, FY has been stupendous on Rubik in this lower bracket.
Rubik is definitely a great hero also to have versus, now I was thinking of CDEC, but I mean, those teams, if they want to be very aggressive, you fight a lot. Rubik is one of the best fighters. He wants to fight, a Rubik that plays a really passive game is not really Rubik that's put into use, so.
Yeah. Okay. In terms of predictions, where are we going here? This might be the toughest game all week to predict.
It definitely is, actually.
Team M over there, they reckon they've got their, they reckon they know what's going on. What's going down?
What do you believe in?
I believe in him.
Oh.
How's that an answer?
That's nicely passed. I like that.
How's that an answer, though?
Well, it's not yet. We're going to get it from Ben.
Give me a minute.
Yeah. Do you want us to come back to you?
Yeah, come back.
Wow. All right. They're going to think about this one. Have you guys got a favourite?
Well, I really want to root for Vici Gaming because I feel like, first of all, they're undefeated, and it's a team that everyone looked. We all expected Vici Gaming to do really well at TI, and now it's happening. Like we were disappointed. Let's forget about what happened in the group stage. It's happening now, so I want to believe in them. And not only for that much, for what's coming next. So I think that's the biggest test.
There has been a lot of people, like before the main event started, that said Vici Gaming are really strong in a long tournament. And in the group stage, we didn't see that. But now they haven't lost a single game in any of their matchups. So
it has to mean something.
Exactly, it definitely means something. And you're on a roll. Whereas I don't know if they're gonna drop. If they're going to drop out to LGD here. Yeah. I believe in Vici as well.
Okay, I've also got an interesting side story. You mentioned it earlier on with the 2 players left that can have a double championship. One of those could actually have a second consecutive championship after winning with Newbie last year. And of course, the runners-up then were Vici Gaming. So this is all a bit weird right now because these two are on different sides of the teams, and you have a player who's already won and one that's been in the runners-up spot. So there's a lot of dynamics going on in here. They're not going to care about any of that stuff. That's kind of stuff that happens after the event and its history and what have you. But for us, it's quite fun to watch.
Oh, it's very fun for us. For them, it's all in the back of the head. They put that aside, only trying to isolate their focus on one game at a time. But it's really a lot of history, this TI, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, I have my answer. 2-0 LGD.
Why?
I think LGD generally just looks stronger. I also thought they put up the best fight versus CDEC in game number 1 yesterday. So yeah, Vici's been on a roll, but I think they've been paired up versus weaker teams, and some of their inconsistency was shown in the last week.
How do you
2-0?
2-0.
How do you view the Empire game then in the quarterfinals? Do you view that as one that Empire should have won? I'm pretty sure Winter said they should have won 2-0.
Empire played really, really well.
Okay, or do you then feel like actually that's a good, it was a resilient show by LGD to actually win that game when they should never have won it? Which way do you look at it?
I don't know.
I think it's like the competition is difficult. So at the same time, Empire was a strong opponent. So I think LGD did show signs of weaknesses.
Okay.
Vici Gaming versus LGD Gaming. Game 1.
Here we go then, lower brackets. LGD versus Vici Gaming. The winner advances to the lower bracket final. The loser finishes in 4th place at the International 2015, and the draft is underway.
So I think LGD will probably go for, more of their similar style, not necessarily a super safe carry for Sylar. Unlike VG Gaming, I think, who tend to pick more stable and late game heroes for How. Like the anti-mage that we've seen a lot, the Morphling that we saw yesterday. And I think that's gonna, change the draft a lot. LGD might just try and 5-man down VG's throat, take it down all their towers really, really quickly, and not give How any space.
Lina ban, that's interesting. We've seen a lot of Lina first pick, obviously, so it's not completely unexpected, but it's, I believe, the first time we have a first phase Lina ban.
Oh, we've had a few.
We've had a couple, yeah.
Yeah, we've had a few.
Yeah. Against Vici Gaming.
Oh, against Vici. I don't think so. I think they got it all the time yesterday.
Yeah, I think they got the Lina every game when they wanted it. Or maybe they were some denied pick. I'm gonna check it out, but I'm pretty sure that's like an approach LGD, like they came into that match with that approach, that we're not gonna give them Lina.
So what do we have left in the pool? Undying, do you think will be popular?
Queen.
I mean, Undying, there's Tusk, so... Oh, they're gonna go for Queen Clockwork. I think Clockwork has seen too little play for how good he has been in the game that he has been picked. I believe a lot of heroes are, fighting very well, like Tusk, etc. They're great fighters, but Clockwork, he is one of the superior fighters to me.
And it's very suitable for VG Gaming. Like in the team characteristics, when we were discussing about VG Gaming, we prioritize giving Ice a disruptive offlaner, and Clock is definitely a very disruptive offlaner.
Yeah.
Those two heroes are also very good versus Gyro. I feel like Clock is one of those heroes on the offlane. If he gets a good start and he gets a fast blade mail, he's one of the very few heroes that can take down Gyro by himself. In hookshot, Cog.
I mean, you kind of force the Gyro not to be playing an item build that's very farm orientated, since you need to get early BKB.
Exactly. So it matters a lot whether or not the Clockwork finds farm on the offlane, because if he doesn't find anything,
then of course
then it's very hard to do your job as Clockwork properly. Like, okay, you do your job and then you die, but if you go blade mail, maybe you kill someone when you...
It's one of those games where, as supports, it's completely worth it to try to gank on Clock's lane and give him a bit of an advantage against the Gyro.
I think I was just about to say, they could do really well with Rubik pick because they don't have to ban it, firstly, versus Vici Gaming. And then secondly, it's really good versus the Clockwork. And we've seen the Rubik Gyro combo really, really strong, and just you don't need more than 2 heroes to deal with that Clock.
Yeah, and you guys were mentioning, what if the Clock doesn't get enough from the lane? And this is the type of lane that Clock might actually not get enough from the lane to actually do his job.
He's still in dire, though. He can still just block the creeps, pull them into the jungle there. He can still get a lot out.
You have to do a Illidan. Tangle the tree.
Oh yeah, run up and tangle. But that was a nice play.
Yesterday, the teams didn't respect FY's Rubik. They let it go through the second phase, and Vici Gaming always picked it up, and FY had a huge impact.
But I remember last year it was FY's Sand King, and then FY's...
Mirana.
Yeah. So I feel like that guy, no matter what, banning that guy is almost impossible.
Definitely difficult, at least. He is versatile on his play. And in the previous game that we saw Vici Gaming play, I called out that Fenrir played amazing as well when he played his Winter Wyvern. So LGD first banning it in this game, I mean, sure, it's a strong hero, but it's also some respect, I think.
I feel like they all stepped up their games yesterday, especially How and Super, and it was even mentioned by FY in his interview. He was like, well, I really got carried by Super and How, so one man that's been playing quite stable so far, and sometimes very, very well, obviously. But Ice might also be... he might shine in that series and cause a lot of troubles to LGD's safe lane, and that's their weakness. I feel like Ice has a really big role in that match.
So you guys were talking about Clockwork being a top tier pick. One of the reasons I don't think he's the best offlaner is just because Darkseer has been really prominent in the past couple of days. And if you pick Clockwork, you can't really run a Darkseer, and then your team fight's hampered a lot. And you can also vacuum people out of the cogs. It's pretty deadly.
I can agree with that. The heroes are different though. That's if you look at the Clockwork as a team fighter. But I mean, what Clockwork brings to the table that Darkseer don't, it's the ganking potential, like the rune control. The Gyro, as we said, is gonna be a bit afraid to run by himself if he doesn't have a BKB and stuff like this. The scouting.
I mean, could you put it that way, where Clockwork is more snowball, because you can actually find solo pickoffs if you get a good time, but Darkseer is more stable. You want to just get your items, levels, and join a team fight with a mech and dagger.
It's also a matter of recovery. Like Clockwork, if he doesn't get stuff on lane, what is the fallback? Well, you need to get level 6 somehow, and then you need to get ganks. Yeah. Whereas if Darkseer has a hard time on lane, which, first of all, he can farm quite easily, he could just run into jungle. He has Iron Shell. So they're very different mechanically how they work.
And I like the AA ban as well. Like Vici has showed that the Clockwork plus AA combination could actually destroy a Gyrocopter very well.
To me, the AA ban is also, like, when I see an AA ban versus Vici Gaming, it feels like a Spectre ban in a way. I feel like the combo AA Spectre is such a good combo, both like in the laning phase and later on in the game, that when you ban AA, you're not getting Spectre, and playing against Spectre is always scary.
Also
especially when it's
cool
Hal.
that they picked up the Dazzle as soon as the Ancient Apparition was banned. They ban out the Tusk and pick up Dazzle. So if the enemy team is denying healing when you don't have a healer already, well, why not just grab it, because the enemy team might be going for it.
Darkseer.
There we do see the Darkseer get picked up.
And Dazzle is definitely not a hero that can deal with Darkseer so well. I mean, he does in a way. You can keep on healing your carry, but you're not going to be able to zone a Darkseer with the Dazzle. So we're looking for a second good support from Vici Gaming.
Skyroth, I actually think Skyroth might actually be the support to deal with the Darkseer.
A hero we haven't seen at all is Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
Shadow Demon Dazzle is
Demon
like one
Dazzle.
of the best support combo you can actually run.
It's strong with Clockwork as well. If you want to make the rotation that you mentioned, coming to the Clockwork's lane, that's something back old LGD Int used to start doing, was ganking the off lane for Clockwork, even setting up a level 1 first.
Isn't picking up their carry more important? Like PL, for example, if they want it now, it's probably going to be banned out in the next phase. Whereas the supports are more interchangeable. Disruptor,
I agree.
You know, Bane, we can even see as a Darkseer counter.
Sure.
Yeah,
But
there's
you might-
definitely many options that they have. And Disruptor, I think they picked that the last series as
Yeah,
well.
they picked it.
They've been favoring more team fight orientated, like bigger AoE spells on the supports.
It was smart by Zhao 8 and his crew to ban out the Anti-Mage as well, because Gyrocopter doesn't do too well against AM in the mid game, and Darkseer is a good target, Rubik as well. So Vici Gaming would love to play that. And now they're going to grab up Sanking instead. Some more fighting. Some combo for the Queen, also follow up on the Clockwork.
This actually might suggest that Quap might go on the safe lane, since if Quap is on the safe lane, Sanking will be free to do whatever he wants in the jungle, since you don't need help. So that might actually be a possible move by Vici Gaming right now.
FY Sandsking. FY Sandsking. Like all over again. He destroyed so many games last year, even this year actually earlier. But they've been ignoring the Sand King completely for quite some time. They were like Vici Gaming was used, like they were known for the Sand King Skyros combo on supports. Like Skyros just zones the offlaner, Sand King can greed a bit, and he has dagger. They can just kill whoever they want on the map.
Glimmer Cape.
Glimmer Cape.
It's pretty hard though to Glimmer Cape. You have to. That has to be a team fight scenario. Like his pick-off potential with the Sand King is pretty high. We'll see. Either way, I think the Darkseer, if he gets a good start, which he almost always does, an early mech can also counteract the Epicenter quite hard. So we'll see how.
So a hero we've seen a lot with Darkseer is TA, because I'm thinking of mid laners.
SF
we saw a lot of
SF and Ember as well. Like LGD just likes to pick dual core.
One of those three, I guess.
I don't think this is the TA game though, but I believe in maybe. He's definitely strong. He could play it, but I don't think this is a game. Undying. They want to contest.
They want to contest the lane. Darkseer Undying, perhaps.
Could be.
I think the reason why, this is the biggest reason why, is because they saw the Sand King. So I was thinking the Sand King will be greedy, right? Because he's going to be able to jungle with the Quap on the safe lane. And so LGD sees that. They want to give pressure. So they do Darkseer Undying. So they make the Sand King. You're going to go jungle, fine. But we're going to pressure your lane.
And it's also that like Gyro Rubik is such a strong safe lane that you can actually get away with that. But I think that Vici Gaming can still run the Quap mid and run a stronger hero on the safe lane.
What's what is there left stronger lane? There's still only Razor.
For what?
For the safe lane. If Sebastian is suggesting that...
I feel like Sand King Dazzle plus another melee could actually be stronger because of the heal bomb. Undying melts level 1. I think they can actually like kill Undying level 1.
Maybe. It's risky though. Undying Darkseer combo is super strong against Tri-Lane.
Yeah.
Like they're absolutely...
I think you can fight against it.
Curious. The PL ban, not too surprising, especially with the Dazzle in the team. They could just have made illusions and heal bombed. Would have been scary for Darkseer for sure.
Yeah, I feel like Vici didn't really want the PL though. They could have easily taken it if they earlier, if they really wanted it. Because it was almost certain to be banned out. Well, there you go.
Is Super gonna play the Razor? At TI4 he was respected as the best Razor player. I suppose he would play it here. And they just give...
It depends what type of lanes they want though, because LGD hasn't showed their mid laner. So Vici Gaming can definitely interchange the Quap and the Razor between the lanes, the mid and the top lane.
I really feel like Razor would be better on the safe lane though. I think with that lane, with Razor, Sand King, Dazzle, they can actually beat Darkseer Undying.
Yeah,
and
I think so.
Easily.
Well.
That was a pretty obvious Ember pick as well as the last pick. When you have Darkseer combination, they needed more right click. Oh, nice lineup.
All right, thank you very much. Let's head down to the arena where our match is about to get underway. We are about to find out who becomes the top 3 at the International 2015.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We're live here on the floor of Key Arena. We're getting ready for Vici Gaming versus LGD Blitz. This is going to be a battle to the death. Loser goes home and will not make it to the final day of the event.
Yeah, this is actually not too surprising because Vici and LGD, those are both teams that I would have pegged as top 4 material. Vici looked a little bit shaky throughout the year, but the fact that they've made Final Four, I mean, this is Ice's second consecutive Final Four. Actually, this is everybody's on Vici Gaming's, yeah.
They've been here. They have gone deep at the event before. Only one player will have a chance to repeat as TI champions, and even should they win this match, EG will stand in their way. It's either Hao or Xiaowei who will be the one last hope for a first ever international repeat. But there's a long way to go before that, and we jump into the game now. Game 1 has officially begun. LGD on Radiant, Vici on the Dire side here, and let's talk a little bit about the draft blitz. For Vici Gaming, they go for the last pick, Razor, and then LGD go into the Ember Spirit. You had been talking about the possibility of a Storm pick. Well, no surprises there, I guess, but it did feel like a good Storm game for LGD. Not a whole lot of control aside from the Sand King stun, but they don't opt to go that way in the end.
Yeah, and at the same time, they also banned out the Anti-Mage, and so I thought they were setting up for a maybe Storm Spirit, but I mean, he's just as good of an Ember. I actually think this is the best two-way player when it comes to the Spirits. Like Ember Spirit, Storm Spirit, maybe is the person that I look to as one of the best for both. They just needed some sort of mobility mid-hero, but I think they favor the Ember Spirit against the Queen of Pain just so you can lock her down. Before she gets something like a BKB or a Yule Scepter even, you can pretty easily kill her with that Sleight of Fist Chains combo.
And they have the Rubik here for MMY, who has gone for boots first, so there is some early roaming potential for this team. And the other big thing that I don't think the analysts really had a chance to talk about because the draft ended almost immediately after that pick was that Flame Guard and Ion Shell together is a devastating combo early game. You just have so much damage that almost nobody can stand against you.
That was actually the point that I was going to bring up. It's really, really strong.
What else you got for me?
Analysis-wise, I mean, LGD, early game, they're going to want to take fights before the Sand King gets a Blink Dagger, but as soon as FY does have that Blink Dagger, it's going to be a really weird, tricky timing where from the get-go, you can get aggressive, but around the 10 to 15 minute mark, once FY has that Blink Dagger, you just have to play carefully. The problem is that LGD have that Undying, so they want to get aggressive at some points in the game.
They do start Xiaowei off here in the middle lane as the first creep waves will connect. One bounty rune for each team. Super's Razor grabbing one, maybe on the Ember getting the other, and we'll ferry out some additional tangos. Not going to be the easiest lane for maybe left alone, and this is why Xiaowei helps him early. But I do want to mention, oftentimes when we see one of those potential jungling supports, like an Enigma Chen, there's a little action on top. Yao taking some damage here. He's not level 2, just said FY wants to go for this. He's committing for it. In goes the Bro Strike, and out goes the auto attacks. Yao still juking, still juking. They may die on the way out here. They're trapped by the creeps. Uh-oh, FY. He's going to take some harass decay and one swipe from the zombie man. That's one down. The Dazzle's going to die here as well. Xiaowei looking for the early double. Only Hao will make it out. Was it worth it? They get the first blood, but they give up 2 Blitz.
I don't think so, because all of a sudden Xiaowei is level 2. Hao has to go all the way around the circle, and he's actually got 0 CS the first minute in. Definitely wasn't worth it, especially with the amount of experience that you just gave up. Those are 2 supports that absolutely rely on getting levels, and that's just time that you don't use to stack or do anything else but go for that game.
And speaking of which, the Dire jungle was not contested, and often you'll see teams, when they're up against one of those heroes that can clear the stacks quickly, a level 1 smoke gank just off the bat into the woods before the creep spawn, or at least making some sort of an expedition, but the Vici Gaming jungle is completely open for them to start stacking, and it looks like that'll be the move here for FY. He's going to head in towards the medium camp near the top rune. Probably will try to secure that for Super afterwards. Let's look at our bottom lane here for the Radiant, where it's the Sylar Gyrocopter up against an off-lane clock. Slice getting his level so far. This is a lane where there's a lot of kill potential for the Gyro if the clock gets caught out.
Yeah, this is the strength of having Sylar play the Gyrocopter. You don't really need a support to hard camp him because he can pretty much zone the Clockwork out by himself, but at the same time, Ice is going to be pretty comfortable with the amount of levels that he's getting. It's hard for MMY to be able to contest an early game, but at some point he does have to worry about that lift into Rocket Barrage combo.
See if MMY makes his move. No smokes picked up on the Rubik as they have settled into dual lanes here. Xiaowei also looking to lane, and he's got his boots and magic stick. Yao, no stick just yet, but has the stout. Making it hard for Vici to harass these heroes out, and nobody's an easy kill. In fact, as Fenrir goes in with the poison touch, he went for it early, looking for that first blood, even took it before the Shadow Wave. They will turn this against Hao, charging for the Ion Shell, eliminating the creep wave, and Hao taking a beating. He might have to blink away to avoid too much additional harass. I'll hold on to it for now, but even with the boots, this Undying just keeps on running at him. And their cores are farming Blitz, maybe 12 and 5 in the mid lane. He only got a little bit of help from the Undying on that first wave or two. Razor not really shutting him down whatsoever. In fact, maybe now ahead of the Razor by 6 CS, and they're also farming the Gyro. They're getting their levels on Yao. I mean, frankly, it feels like they're winning all 3 lanes at this point.
Yeah, they're doing a really smart job with how they lane. Maybe decided to go for the boots, even over the bottle, just so he could actually sustain against the Razor, and I think that was a really intelligent choice, because most people would just get the bottle blindly. Part of the reasons why the lanes work out, though, is because FY is playing this jungling Sand King, who is just not going to be able to provide a lot of help in that top lane, and he just has to get his levels and focus on farming the jungle stacks. This is going to weaken their lanes greatly.
Speaking of weak lanes, Hao is learning that his is not as strong as LGD's so far without the support of the Sand King. He gets hit once more and instantly forced off, and it does still have the one salve, the magic stick up, but they continue to get their experience here. And now the tread's coming out for the gyrocopter of Sylar. Not going for the phase boots here. A little tankier with this build-up. We'll find an invis now. He'll be forced to grab it. Couldn't save it for his mid lane. He may turn on Xiaowei. This is dangerous, though. That's a level 2 tombstone. They'll need to focus it down quickly. He's got the stick charges as well. He's going to pop them. Goes in with the decay. Looks like they'll get the kill. And then turn on the tomb. Vici Gaming, no backup here to protect that tomb. So it ends up being a hero kill and a little bit more. Nice turn of events for them. They'll get the extra 100 gold for the tomb there as well.
Yeah, and FY is just going to go straight back to the jungle and continue to farm it out, but it's going to be a little slow because he doesn't have that level 3 yet. That's what he really needs to speed this process up, and I think that's the only stack in the jungle available for him, and so it's not like he's going to be able to go and do a lot more, because Yao is doing this other stack by himself using the Ion Shell on the creeper.
Yeah, it's the other benefit to this lane here is they get to keep the pressure up on some of the jungle camps. Yao, level 4 now. No real pressure on him from the supports. A lot of the game plan is going to hinge on the FY Sand King, and I mean, if there's anyone you want in this position, it's got to be FY in the support role after what we've seen from his Rubik earlier this tournament. And as Mad mentioned, I believe during the analyst panel, FY Sand King was absolutely magnificent. There used to be a period where they would give away like Enigma when he was a very popular jungler just so they could counterpick with the Sand King, and it got to the point where teams would ban out the Sand King if they wanted their own. But they make the move on mid now, onto supers, caught out, finished off, easy takedown, maybe dropping the triple remnant there to secure the kill. And they try to chip at this tower a little bit. Not a whole lot to keep this Ember in place. They need that Blink Dagger Blitz, but it's still a ways off.
And this is why you see Dazzles typically not go for the Poison Touch, just because what it gives you in the lane versus what getting something like Grave would give you when you TP in. You don't really deter anybody when you've got level 1 Poison Touch.
And they know he's got it as well, so.
Yeah, exactly. He would have used the heal at top if he had that opportunity. And at the same time, LGD doing a good job of punishing this Razor pick. We saw it yesterday, actually. The limitations of Razor as a hero mid is that you can't really go around ganking. It's not the easiest thing to do in the world. You're incredibly reliant on haste runes, which maybe just picks up.
Maybe S4 should be playing more Razor in the future then.
Yeah, and you can't jungle. That's probably the biggest thing, is that it's just incredibly inefficient to jungle if you're behind. You're a static laning hero, meaning that your laning phase has to go exceedingly well. You can't just have a neutral laning phase, but maybe he's even winning in the CS regard, so this Razor pick just isn't paying off.
Speaking of haste runes, maybe's the one that's bottled one up. His remnants are recharging now. There is a Radiant or a Dire Hill Ward that spots this rotation from Yao. This will make his way in mid, and it seems they want to move maybe off the lane. Something Vici probably can read though, just because they did see the Darkseer show his head as maybe backed off, and now they smoke. They're moving. Or does LGD want to strike first? MMY in front. Should be able to breach high ground here. It seems like they want to slow down the Sand King jungle game of FY. As Super and Fenrir look to break this, they're going to engage now. Level 2 Burrow Strike available, and they will drop the ward. Super getting caught out. There's the 2 arrow chains, maybe popping the haste and using it to run away. Now the hook from Ice Ice. He only connects on his own teammate. Not the best counter initiation as of yet, but they finish off the tombstone. MMY forced back. Super chasing in, and Yao surges himself away. Xiaowei gets low. Again, the change, but everybody tanky and healthy until the Gyrocopter comes in from behind. Sylar finding the opening. 2 down And Vici in a headlong retreat, maybe. He wants a bit more here. They actually have the surge and a remnant or two available, but he's not going to commit for this.
Oh, he didn't go low.
In, and he will find the Rubik. Still going north is maybe he wants something else here. He's looking for Super. He turns back onto FY, who does manage to dodge the chains courtesy of the Sandstorm, but still FY finished off in the LGD, cleaning up this VG Gaming jungle. It's 3 down. It may even be 4. Hal's out of mana now. He's got 2 stick charges, no TP scroll. Buys his Gloves of Haste in a bit of a panic. The Sand King even falling there in the end, and just a disastrous jungle hold for Vici Gaming.
That's the strength of Sylar as a player. He's one of those carries that is always willing to carry a TP around, and you saw him just TP into the mid lane, immediately walk over because he anticipates the team fight, and that turns it around completely. That's the power of the Rocket Barrage, plus an Ember Spirit who's had a really good start in the mid lane. On top of that, you saw that combination that we talked about early on in the game. The Ion Shell plus Flame Guard combination, almost nobody wanted to be near that Ember Spirit.
And he had the haste rune, which just makes it even more difficult for them. Didn't find the best hook there in Ice 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 either. Maybe something that could have changed the fight if he's able to lock down one of the backliners. But Vici Gaming, still the Blink Dagger in the works here for FY. They did get a ward down, but it was immediately dewarded by Vici after the fight. So there's no vision, there's no tracking of FY here. But that does not deter LGD, who go right back to the well as they move through the river, heading north. FY in a pretty good position to reveal this one, and he's getting a bit suspicious. He backs off, up a cliff. And now Fenrir, the man who may get caught out. How far do they want to go? Oh, ward drop, but it's just the nick of time for MMY to find Fenrir and look to make him meet his maker. He's on the back foot, and yeah, creeps are there. Not going to help him. Gets off a nice heal bomb, but it only delays the inevitable, as he will fall in the end. So the split push will come from Super. He works on the mid lane, bottom Ice Ice Ice, working towards the Urn of Shadows. LGD, looks like they may want to continue pushing this top lane out. Xiao gets his arcane boots. That can fuel the push. He's almost got the level 4 tomb here. And they will keep the pressure up. Call down at the ready. How hiding in the trees. Has the Sonic Wave available. No epicenter just yet. They can maybe set up for a kill here onto Sylar with the full combo, but you have to worry about the counterplay from Xiao. Vici will end up just backing off and playing defense.
At the same time, Hal's just kind of sitting here. He's not able to get any levels, and LGD, this is a really aggressive lineup that we've seen from them, and they're going to go on top on Sylar. He might instantly get blown up, and he does.
Beautiful combination there. Taking down a very farm gyrocopter, leader in terms of CS, not quite in terms of net worth. But that man, the title still goes to Maybe for that. He pushes in the mid lane, clears out the wave. Been applying a lot of pressure here, and again, he feels very safe to move around the map until the FY Blink comes out. Speaking of which, is very, very close, and we cannot see LGD able to stop this any longer. They've used quite a few of their smokes, and at this point, only down to 1 in the in the inventory of the shop, and seems they want to hold on to it for now. So FY will get his blink. He hits level 6, still only a level 2 burrow though. Let's see what he can do once he picks it up.
And this is a really absurdly farmed Maybe right now. He's got 3 kills, 50 CS. For an Ember Spirit who's meant to lose his lane in the middle lane.
His versus a Razor.
Yeah, exactly. He should be about 1,500, maybe even 2K behind in net worth, but...
And he's almost 1,000 ahead.
It's really difficult right now for Super to do anything because he just has to kind of come back to this mid lane, hope for the best. If they decide to gank him, there's not a whole lot he can do in response. And it's hard. And they're going to smoke.
They are going to smoke again here.
Oh, if they go for mid again, I mean, this would just ruin Super's game.
7 minutes cooldown on the smoke. LGD just all in as far as their smokes go on dominating this laning stage. They will move into the jungle. FY has already secured the blink, and he's actually heading towards bottom.
He doesn't have a TP, though.
Oh, he's not available here to help out Hal. A tough target to wrangle. They will drop an Observer Ward for now, and it is out of range here of the Dire Sentry. They're still stalking towards this Vici Gaming base. They're about to find 2 heroes, but it's a long dive. Very dangerous to commit around the tier 3 towers. LGD. And third smoke won't connect. Now the hook though. Ice Ice Ice, he's found one. It's MMY. Looks for the 2-hero cog pushback, but instead the tomb gets dropped. He finds nobody. Maybe looking to turn this. They chain and isolate Ice Ice Ice, who drops the cogs and is just going to hang on for dear life. Remnant out available. Maybe going in with auto text. Yao finally will fall here. The grave on Ice Ice Ice, keeping him alive. They're forced to jump Maybe back, but charging in is Sylar, who pounds his way right through the dazzle that was on mid. Now the call down. Blake Burrow from FY. Where's that Epi? He doesn't have the clarity, but no mana. Super just taking it in the mouth. He can't hang on. FY, can he turn this? It's Hal who does. Makes it 3. It's 4. The lone survivor, Sylar, limping away on 50 HP. My oh my, it turns out they didn't even need an epicenter that fight.
And that's the scary thing right now for LGD, because that was a fight that looked really advantageous for them. They immediately catch Ice Ice Ice. It took them so long to do damage to him. He actually had 1100 HP and they couldn't burst through that even though it was 4v1. FY didn't even get an opportunity and the rocket
got him! It's a 5-man wipe. Vici Gaming standing strong and turning this one early on its head. Let's see what more they can do. Ice 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 getting aggressive here, and he sees they have two heroes great at clearing the Ancient, so he's going to drop a ward there, blocks the stacking potential. And he is rotating towards top. He gets a lane ward down on Yao. Is he going to go for the solo kill? You can see it. He wants to. But he needs a little more backup, which is coming in now. It's Hao with a DD rune directly above this hook shot. They've isolated Yao. There's no backup in sight. One auto attack, maybe two should do it. And Yao, the next man to fall. 6 kills in a row here for Vici as they continue to plow ahead. MMY just a bit late on the counter rotation. And Hao will blink into the trees. He's not TPing out yet. He has the ward. He's hoping to see the squishy Rubik poke his head out. And he's found MMY, but has to be worried about the lift under tower and the counterplay. MMY, a creep from 6, and now he's got it. Could go for the spell steal. This is making Hao a bit more nervous. Was hoping for that rocket to connect, but Hao, in the end, seems you won't find the easy takedown. LGD are going to back off towards mid.
and that DD rune at the same time. It expires, and Hao's just continuing to wait for here, and now he blinks out, and this is going to tell LGD, okay, we made the right play. The ward was definitely there, but the sentry's just outside of vision, and that's an easy call for them to make that the ward is there, especially if Hao's just waiting in their blind for over 35 seconds.
You see the rocket coming like that as well, and you just get really suspicious. Why is there a rocket there? Nobody was low. They probably have some idea of a potential kill in this lane. Ice now picking up his Staff of Wizardry, and well, still a close game here early. It's been pretty back and forth in terms of the momentum swings, but they've overall been relatively small ones. What do you see as the next step here for Vici Gaming Blitz? They have the Blink Dagger and FY. He's picked up 2 smokes, and he has the level 4 burrow. Good aggressive wards are up. What's your move as Vici?
Just start smoke ganking like crazy. You can go for kills on maybe if you have Hao there, who's almost completed the Orchid. Going for the Roshan probably isn't feasible, but you've got 4 smokes available to you. And yes, LGD were winning the early game, but that was on the back of the fact that they used 4 smokes really early. Half of them didn't pan out for them. 2 of them led to, what, a 3 kill? But aside from that, Vici Gaming, they've got so much more room to work with when it comes to map control. They can pretty much go wherever they want at this phase of the game. You have no idea how much smoke matters when you can't really get a gem this early on in the game, and you can't justify one either. And so LGD's really going to struggle at this phase of the game. They pretty much just have to wait behind each other in anticipation for things like this.
Ideally, during that time, you'd love to be stacking, and there's an illusion here that attempted to do it just a moment ago for maybe at the Ancients, but that ward also hasn't been dewarded, and it's going to slow down the economy.
Vici is thorough.
Yeah. They're not making it easy here. They will work on the creep wave. Maybe he'll eat a heal bomb for his insolence. Ice. Moves towards the bottom lane. Nobody even showing on this side of the map. They're literally just 5-manning around the tier 1 tower and their own jungle, terrified of the moves Vici can make. And this is with every tower up blitz. It's not like they've actually lost the points of control. They just don't have the confidence to get out and get active.
It's just when you know a team hasn't attempted a smoke gank the entire game, and you're waiting for it. You're just in anticipation. And
I think they've also probably seen FY's inventory at some point.
Yeah, and what also helps is that FY isn't showing himself on the map, and he's not walking through wards. Those are 2 really key points, because that means LGD have no idea where he is half the time. He doesn't just show himself on the map at all times. He'll just poke his head, wait for farm, and notice he does that at top too. He makes it a point not to show himself no matter what. He doesn't even bother farming jungle stacks.
He knows he'll catch up if he has the one big fight. You get the epicenter burrow strike, you get involved in a kill or 2. Any amount that you fall behind experience-wise will come right back your way from the kills themselves. It's just blood that FY wants right now. LGD bringing the full 5-man squad in on mid. Hook shot's ready, and Ice moves into position from the south. Coming back from behind the towers, Fenrir. They surge, maybe, but he doesn't really want to go in. And the tower will end up falling. They even popped the mech. It is a tower down for LGD, but while that was all going on, Super took a freebie bottom, and they're also going to take top as well. Glyph is used. Sylar burrowed. FY takes the tower. He blinks out. Nice little individual play there. Getting 2 towers for Vici Gaming for the 1 of LGD, and you can really start to see it, not so much in the gold graph, but especially in the experience, where despite no kills for some time, they're now up to a 3,000, almost 3,500 experience lead.
And what helps Vici a lot is that Hao's about to finish that Orchid, and that gives him solo kill potential. And in these team fights, it's going to allow him to just force the Ember Spirit to never walk in. Like, maybe he has to play this so cautiously at this phase of the game. This might actually even force him to go for a Manta style or something defensive, just so he can survive.
And if you do that, unlike, say, an anti-mage, like that's a big win, because Manta is not normally the best Ember item, so it'll delay his farm progression, it'll delay the potential late game that LGD look for, where they've got two big AoE damage dealers in the Gyro and the Ember.
So they know Sylar's alone by himself.
He's pretty far here. BKB not quite ready yet, and they're going to go FY with the Burrow to start. Hao follow up with the Scream, looking for the Sonic Wave, not using it yet. They use the Epi instead. FY strikes and gets closer to level 10. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, maybe was chasing out Fenrir, but he'll just TP away after the chains get used. So LGD unable to find the counter thrust. It's another kill for Vici, and it's on a big core here. Despite not having the best control for an Ember as far as heroes go, they now are going to get it. The Orchid of Hao is officially online. He's still got the Sonic Wave. He salves up. He wants to make this work for him and his team as soon as possible. Already just rushing down this top lane.
And LGD, they don't... How long until their next smoke, actually? Okay, they have one smoke. This has to count, LD. They actually have to get so much out of this.
I almost feel like they don't want to use it right now. I feel like they just want to sit back and farm and just try to wait out Vici, get the BKB on the Gyro of Sylar up, and get maybe's first item. You mentioned Manta. Do you think he has to go Manta? Can he risk a Battle Fury, or is that just too greedy here?
You go for the Battle Fury and you get Orchided up, all your net worth goes away. Then the Battle Fury is almost completely pointless. You could maybe just sit behind the power of the Gyrocopter and the Undying, but...
And kind of bait your team a little bit.
Yeah, but even that isn't the best play that you could possibly make. Maybe LGD do wait to use the smoke, but I think it's better for them to use it and maybe contest that bottom tier 1 tower, or wrap around and try to look for a kill. You have to open up the map though and find some space, because they have no idea where the wards are from Vici Gaming. They can't really play aggressively because they know that Vici Gaming has smokes of their own. So this makes it really difficult for LGD to play anything other than 5-man. Once they completed the mech on Yao, they decided to take that mid tower because they felt, okay, we have to eventually leave our base, but you're probably waiting for your next major tier item, which is going to be Sylar's BKB, and then after that, you have to start getting aggressive.
Well, maybe still saving his gold. It seems like he wants to see if they can win a fight before he decides here. Up to 3,700 already. Really does want that Battle Fury, it feels. But not spending the gold yet, and Sylar will close in on his BKB. Scouting in front. Uh-oh. Double sentry, and they found him. Maybe caught out. The silence is there. Well, he's going to pay for that. Vici were ready. They just knew something was up, and they will punish him. Well, now he's going to still go for the Battle Fury. Looks like he buys 3 of the components. He's not even deterred by it, Blitz, but it may cost him later on.
I feel like that should, once he sees the Orchid too, and that Blink Dagger Sand King, he should tell himself, okay, there's almost no chance that...
It's funny, like normally the response is like, oh shit, I'm gonna need a Manta here, but his response is, definitely getting a Battle Fury now. Another hook from Ice Ice Ice, this on the out in the Radiant jungle. Completely caught out, he'll pop the mech, he hangs on, but he can't get away. No force step to save him, and they are engaging with the, watch out for FY. He gets lifted, he's got the epicenter, they drop the Tombstone in time, and they will bring him down. Tomb gets killed off, but no epi for this fight. Didn't even get a chance to channel it. Super with his own BKB moving in. Xiaowei very slow here. Can't get away. It's up to Sylar. Doesn't have the BKB. Remnants have arrived. Maybe trying to turn this, but he's fighting into 3. Can he finish off Hao even? The Grave! He can't do it. It's 4. Maybe Remnanting away and just running for dear life. The creep's almost catching him out, but he will escape in the end. And again, another one fight for Vici without the Epi Blitz. They just don't need it.
It's just a superior vision in these fights. Vici Gaming have a lot more to work with when it comes to farm. That Queen of Pain scares maybe so much. He can't actually just walk into the fight blindly and start casting abilities. He has to play the spacing game, but when your team gets caught out like that and you don't have a BKB completed yet on your Gyrocopter, you've got no frontline tank that prevents them from just going on you. And we saw that right there as maybe... The other issue is that Grave is just doing absolute work. He can't just stand there and say, okay, maybe he'll miss the spell. He has to hard commit for it, but every single time he does, he'll die.
Yeah, I mean, the accidental self-cast is not something you really want to build your game plan around here for LGD. And the frontline tank on paper, it could be an Undying. Xiaowei had a good start, but he's just playing too much of that support role. He's not really getting all that much farm, and they're not really getting much use out of the Tombstone. The Razor's able to focus it down, and even the Queen of Pain does pretty good physical damage now. About 140 a pop. It feels like without the Tombstone and without the BKB on Gyro, the team fight just isn't really there for LGD.
Yeah, they're actually going to have to wait for the Battle Fury to complete and then for Sylar to get that BKB. Like you said, they saved up that smoke. They don't have one for another 8 minutes. Whatever smoke timing comes, they actually have to win the fight at that point, or it's just going to be a waiting game for them where Vici Gaming can just farm out the entire map because they have superior vision. They can get a gem if they want at some point on either of their cores and give it to the supports just to deward. And at the same time, they've got more smokes to work with, and so they can just get all the map control in the world that they want, and you're seeing that here.
We are seeing it for most of the heroes, but maybe is getting out on the map. He's not deterred by this Queen of Pain Orchid, and they do have some Radiant Wards now in their own jungle, and this lets them know that he's safe to go aggressive on the top lane, Battle Fury complete in the stash. He is fighting his farm here, Blitz. The rest of the team falling behind, but we've seen this from Maybe. I mean, you go back to the opening group stage game where LGD took on Cloud9, and it was an absolute thriller, and Maybe just made all the individual plays in the world. It seems like that's where LGD are headed. Just bank on the Ember Spirit, getting out of control, play defensive, turtle around him, let your focal point for now be Sylar's BKB, and let Maybe be the person who pushes you over the top later on.
I think they should smoke for this and try to go for the wraparound. They've got the BKB completed on Sylar. They don't have the best team at holding this high ground area, but
comes the weave.
They feel confident.
Ice does have a hook. Can he bait out the Sylar BKB and just try and force a fight from there? Also has his own 4-step ready, so he can quickly disengage. On the side of LGD, no 4-step yet. Yao is going towards one, but hasn't completed it. He's actually only about 75 gold here away. Well, another 4-step. This one for Vici. Item we haven't seen a whole lot of coming more into play here. Top lane slowly getting pushed out for the Radiant. So too is the mid. And LGD holding very far back. Courier even coming over the tree line a bit. I'm not sure what he's up to. Just maybe doing a bit of scouting. He's in a dangerous position to get picked off. And LGD just turtling. They're holding the tower. The tier 2 not claimed. It's going to be a second weave from Fenrir as the slow chip continues. Another rocket from Ice. Still just looking for the right opening. They don't want to hard commit. They want to find that quick, clean pickoff. Maybe he's actually the man in front, trying to bait this a bit. They want them to go on him. They have the 4-step to counterplay.
Maybe he's in vision. He's going to go in on now.
He's going to engage. There's the chains. He jumps out instantly, hoping to force out something from Vici, but the tower is being chipped down here. And Super continues to stand in front. Creep's doing the work that the LGD heroes can't on the other lanes. They catch out Super again, trying to really force this BKB, but no one's cooperating. Now the decay. Out goes the tombstone. Vici just want to back and wait this one out. Ice goes in, looking for the cogs. He doesn't pop them in time. He's surrounded by many. They get off a beautiful static link. Called out's there. Guapo over the top, connects on 2. Sylar Joey holding their ground for now as MMY has stolen the hook. He goes back in, but it's too late as FY's already gotten off the up. He hasn't finished off anyone yet, though. Only these backline heroes. Maybe stands, and he looks to turn this as the chains available, but not the vision he needs. Every bit on Vici getting low aside from the Queen of Pain, who is the healthy one that goes in first. Maybe Silence, can they catch him out? This will be a huge takedown. He's kept alive, glimmered back, healed up, survives, and now jumps double Remnant away, but it's Hao getting the kills, and Maybe and Sylar the ones on the run. Hao wants to go for it. He got him! Again, the pick. This might cost him. He's up high. Chains are there. No! The Arcade! Get this man!
He wants it!
It's a rampage for Hao! They are outfighting the crap out of LGD, and they're not going to back down here. They want to clear out this wave. A very prolonged fight. Normally, that's where heroes like Ember, Undying excel, but Vici Gaming just outlasted them.
It's just the amount of farm right now. The initiation from Ice, which allowed the Razor to steal so much damage. Vici Gaming, they were patient throughout the entire fight. Sand King comes in with the epicenter at the last second. He was clutch. FY hit multiple hero burrow strikes repeatedly. Fenrir was always there with the shallow grave and the heal. And I mean, LGD, that was a really admirable effort. It looked for half a second like they were going to hold that fight with that mech turnaround, but it's just the amount of farm that they have. And this has to be so scary for LGD because they hit their item timing right there. They got the BKB on Sylar. He's not going to get any items off to the back of that fight. He doesn't have enough gold. That was the fight that LGD had to win to come back into this game. Their heroes aren't going to get stronger from here on out. The Ember Spirit, 146 gold. Xiaowei has a Glimmer Cape. Like, nobody's getting any more items.
And there is a Dazzle on the other team, which means no matter how farmed this Ember gets, if he gets the weave off, and I think he used it twice, maybe even a third time towards the end, there's a lot he can get accomplished. Ice hooking in, he's able to force out a BKB charge, essentially just trading a cooldown that they are unlikely to use anyway. This keeps Sylar back in the lane. and still the aggressive wards. You just gotta look at the map control for Vici. You've brought it up a few times, Blitz, and it continues to be worth repeating that this is the team who has the vision right now. Even though there's some decent wards for LGD, they don't really accomplish anything offensively because they can't get out on the map. They're just not strong in fights. So Vici will take the opportunity, and they walk into the Roche pit. Be a relatively slow going here.
It's almost like they have wards up just to have wards up.
Yeah.
Like you want some vision on the map. You don't really care where it comes from. You just want some vision to kind of make yourself feel a little bit more safe. But I think LGD, they know about the Roche. They have to take this fight. This is their only smoke.
It's the big smoke that you mentioned, but Ice is in position. He can completely interrupt this chain. Starts it out. He gets the cogs down. Roche is in danger of dropping. Who's going to get it? Will they go in? Do they engage? Where's the leap? Oh, he's too late. He went for the Remnant, but doesn't find it. And now the Aegis on the Queen of Pain, who jumps in, finds the quad ball, driving Sylar back. Ice hurrying him away. And meanwhile, MY also pursuing down MY. They've gotten two. They're looking for the third. And the line of Burrow to get him as well. Oh, we had a big steal there too, Blitz, but never got a chance to grab the epicenter counterplay and use it. They drop 3. They do keep alive the Darkseer and the Ember, but to what avail? Nothing really ventured there by Vici. Just a couple of low cooldown ultimates, and they're going to go high ground with this.
It's going to be so hard for them to stop this too, because maybe he doesn't have quite enough farm, and as long as Vici Gaming stays spread out, Fenrir can heal out most of it, and Ice with the semi-jump in, but he doesn't want to hard commit for this. Hit the tower.
Vision here from Hao. The TP comes in from Xiaowei. FY could go at him. The Orchid to start. He wants FY to engage, but he's not cooperating. FY's looking for the 2-hero burrow. The bigger play. He won't find it. Vici Gaming will back out, but they have done a ton of structural damage here. The glyph was cooling down up in 6 seconds, but it's too late for that push. Still holding on to the Aegis, and Hao will move into a Hyperstone. Feels like it's a pretty good Assault Cuirass game just to be able to break the base.
This just feels like the build that he wants to go for in most games. I think this is actually the 3rd or 4th time I've seen him go for the Orchid and a BKB for the defensive item, and then you get an Assault Cuirass into something like a crit or an MKB if you need it. He just wants to pack a punch. He wants his hero to be able to transition into the late game and be a physical damage dealer when those BKBs are so prevalent. But, I mean, it doesn't even matter because LGD, 2 of those BKB charges were already used on Sylar, and we remember the one at top, which was just traded for a cooldown. That's an 8-second BKB now. And in a fight where you might see multiple Hero Sand King stunts over and over again, he needs that full 10 seconds.
And they don't have the great defensive save of a Grave like the Dazzle can bring to bear here for Vici. It is punishing them. Undying normally pretty good through the early to mid games for that type of thing, but we're getting to that point now where the heal just doesn't stand up to the Vici Gaming damage output. And it is really a different build for the Queen of Pain. I mean, you look at, I think Fada's a great example of a Queen of Pain who got 6 slotted, had the full like caster build. Your Aghanim Scepter, Hex, Refresher, Octarine Core, BKB. But there was one game in the tournament, I remember, where it turned super late and he just couldn't go blow for blow with some of the traditional right-click carries in the game. So we'll have to see if Hao is forced into that position, and if so, if he can withstand the damage LGD bring. For now, they get more active on the map, but they will push out the mid lane here. It seems maybe he's going to begin taking some chances, knowing that if he doesn't get out, Vici will just win by death ball, moving towards bottom. They are strong enough to just clump up now. They've got the advantage they're looking for, 31 minutes in. And that Aegis still sitting on Hao. No Assault Cuirass just yet, but still looking to go. Looks like FY is going to be building towards a Yule Scepter for additional kiting potential and setup here. Point Booster coming out for Super, who will go into the Aghanims most likely. Another good item for breaking the base. And LGD are a great high ground lineup, and they go on Sylar to start. Will he BKB? No. Patiently going to back out. Trying to just bait these cooldowns from LGD and then break the base. But for now, they get the glyph out. That's just as good as a BKB. Chains onto Super. Rocket will be dealt with. Still MMY sitting way back, looking for a big spell still. He could be the difference maker for LGD, but they've already lost the tower. FY, a rare miss on the Burrow Strike, and now they engage onto Super. They drop the Tombstone in a very forward position, perhaps too forward. How's going to deal with it? No Tombstone for this fight, really.
Oh, the cogs
now, and there's the cogs comboed with the Queen of Pain on. They found another kill. How just goes in with an epi from FY. They're all dead. Vici wipe them out again, and LGD tap out.
Beautiful team play by Vici Gaming. They all knew when they wanted to go in.
This team has come alive here at the main event. They looked lost in the group stage. They looked like their mojo was gone, but Blitz, they had a pep talk. I just don't know how else to put it. Somebody got through their heads that you guys are a great team if you work together, and we just see them continue to rise to the occasion time and again here at the main event. They put LGD into a 0-1 hole in an elimination match. What a run for Vici.
It honestly just feels like Vici understand their drafts now a lot better. They understand what they should be picking. And FY and Fenrir, they're finally starting to play like that golden support duo that we saw at TI4. And we saw a little bit of that in the group stage, but the main event is where it really comes out.
Truly a team effort here from Vici Gaming and LGD. They may have to reevaluate their approach going into game 2, but we'll talk more about it as we hand it back to Paul and the rest of the analysts.
Thanks very much, LD. Yes, another fantastic victory for Vici Gaming. 8 on the bounce without reply now in the lower bracket. And you get the feeling, gents, that it might just be 9 as well after the next game. I'm not sure what can stop the VG train right now. Wagger, any ideas?
I honestly think that there's a possibility Vici can go all the way from lower bracket into grand finals, which would be amazing. Then you have CDEC all the way from upper bracket. That would be a clash. But that's getting ahead of ourselves.
They've got a few roadblocks in
there's still some pretty heavy roadblocks in LGD.
And we shouldn't write LGD off. They've got great players. We know they can play.
But you can write our prediction off.
Yeah, I wasn't going to raise that.
Thank you,
I'm glad
Winter.
you did, Winter.
I'm glad you did. We're still on the LGD train, though.
Okay. All right. Why?
Desperate.
You had a chance to leave it. Join the winners.
Just join the VG train already.
No, yeah. I'm not ditching the captain.
So much space on the Vici train.
But I mean, that game looked rough for LGD. You know, you're on Undying, Darkseer plus whatever lineup, but already when you have Undying plus Darkseer, you kind of want to fight, but it felt like they just couldn't fight. Like during mid game, those fights were so tough to take, and I mean, to me, it was an incredible performance from Ice on Clockwork. I think he played really, really well, although the score doesn't really show.
That's the thing, though, isn't it? I mean, what holes can you find? Super's having a great game. Ice is having a great game. FY and Fenrir are back to being the golden support players from TI4 all the way through this lower bracket. And then on top of that, you've got Hell.
He was practicing in the All-Star game, though. He was playing Queen of Pain there as well.
When?
Why?
How?
It was that rampage, though, was...
It was absurd, wasn't it?
It was
absolutely
the first
absurd.
rampage we saw in the main event, at least, for sure.
Yeah,
Main
24 minutes or so into the game. Just
rampage.
A casual little rampage there by Hal, just ruining people all over the map. Here we go.
They catch out Super again.
This is hashtag just Hal things now.
It was a pretty long and drawn-out fight.
It was.
It's good because you can kite the tombstone if you're Vici Gaming. There was a BKB on the gyrocopter, but it didn't really matter that much. He got most of his damage taken away by the Razor, and he got controlled really, really well. FY with amazing stuns and epicenters all game. Glimmer Cape saves them for just a little bit. But the early Orchid on how, like, you know, usually you want to get Manta style on Ember before that happens, but his impact was severely limited because of that.
And the combo with Sanking as well. Queen works so well with that stun. They're trying to save him as best as they can, but he just keeps diving.
What was that Remnant, by the way? He like moved like 500 distance away from where the Remnant was supposed to be.
Yeah, even here as they try to turn on him, but the silence is up again and he just keeps going.
Rampage.
This is also impressive that they win with the Razor, because Razor has not had the best run, but super amazing Razor performance.
Yeah, almost flawless really from all 5 of them in their own ways and collectively as a team. What have LGD got to change up then to get them back into it, since you're on the Team LGD train over there?
I think the Undying picks, again, it's very risky. They really wanted to dominate that safe lane. They got a couple kills at the start, but after that, it just really didn't seem to come together for them. I also didn't really necessarily like the Ember pick. Most of the times we've seen him play Ember, it's versus a PL or it's versus a very easy matchup in the mid lane, and he couldn't get his items fast enough to compete with the Queen of Pain.
Okay. You guys obviously on the Vici train still.
Just keep rolling.
The captain over here as well, the captain of the train. He said he'd been on it for a while.
I mean, he even called it out without me saying it, so I think he's definitely a full convert to Vici as well.
Thank you.
All right, okay. Well, it's no secret there that you two are bonding well, and I like that very much. We're going to take a quick break on the panel and head over to the secret shop, actually, because we haven't visited it yet, and I know that you guys watching like these little features that we do, and especially when it's Casey inside the shop.
Okay. Where's everybody here from?
California lifestyle.
Who are you here to see?
EG, baby.
EG
Yeah.
That's why you have their flag tucked behind your ear there?
Yeah, and the wristbands.
Let's see your Evil Geniuses outfits. All right, got it. Hold them up, hold them up. We got to see them. How long did you have to wait in line?
Actually, probably close to, I want to say an hour and a half. Two of these little charactering.
Oh, wow. That looks great.
A t-shirt and two of the micro plushes.
Do you eat with that beard on?
No, I eat with this one on.
Well played.
Thank you.
One of the first things you'll notice after you've waited in line for the secret shop is a familiar face. We see him every year. Arsenio's back. Hello.
Hi, everybody. How's it going?
What keeps you coming back every year?
Oh, I would say it have to be the community love. I love it. It's, you know, you work on something for so long and then suddenly it becomes real. And that moment you first hear the crowd together, it's like, oh, all of a sudden you're surrounded by true community, true love.
What's going on? I know everybody's helpful. Your number one priority is to get people cycled through quickly. What can you show us behind the scenes?
I'd love to show you guys our operations. It's like 3 big plates spinning. One is the line, it's order intake, the warehouse, and then checkout. I guess that's 4 plates spinning. Yeah, let's go talk to Matthew in the bottom.
Have a look-see. Oh, wow, we get to go behind the curtain here.
Back here we have the warehouse. We divided up our warehouse by pre-order inventory, retail inventory, and customer service inventory. So over here we have Matthew.
Hi, Matthew. Come on in.
Who is orchestrating the operations here at the secret shop.
That's a big job.
A little bit, but we have a lot of people helping out with it, a lot of people working on it. Down this way, we have where the warehouse picks are going on. Essentially, as the customers come through to the retail intake, a ticket prints out back here, and any one of these people get distributed it, and they run through these racks to essentially pull the order and make sure that the person has everything that's supposed to be in their order for retail.
Tell me more about the community, because I talk to a lot of people who say that they're one of the best they've ever dealt with.
It's absolutely the best. So like even last year when we had some longer lines, as soon as they get to the cash stands, they're happy, they're willing to interact with our people. None of them escalate, because as soon as they get that merch, they love it. And that's what we love to see, and the same thing's happening here this year. They're getting merch, they're enjoying the lawn, and just seeing them like unbox stuff and like interact with each other to trade and get their Emota charms and stuff has been great. So overall, the secret shop is a pretty big operation, but we have a lot of people working here, working security, keeping the product on site and getting it out the doors to customers so that we know everything here is going to a customer who really wants it and really loves Dota. And that's the secret shop.
Oh, Casey. Cheeky Casey, sneaking off. I've probably done the same thing. Anyway, fantastic. Nice to see the line again. Nice to see what goes on in the secret shop. I'm always blown away by just how many people are in there, working their way away, like beavering away, making sure that everyone's got their swag. And I just want to give a quick shout out to all of the staff that work down at the secret shop and all of you for standing in line and being patient and being so civil about everything as well. It's really good. Really, really good to see. Have you guys had a chance to get out and see the secret shop?
Yeah, I was there before the main event started. We had some chance to go there because they opened the pre-order early.
Right.
So that was nice.
Okay, cool. What about you, Seb?
I was there a bit as well, earlier prior to the main event, and I went there, I think it was 2 days ago. Time passes so fast, I don't even know. But I think during TI, I can't remember.
What is up with you?
That's actually scary.
Seriously.
They're working
We're on,
too hard.
It's okay, buddy. It's okay, buddy. I've got this. We're on day 5. Okay. This is Dota 2 at the International. You good?
I'm good.
Okay. Have you guys been down there?
Yeah, I picked up a couple of things. I'm still looking for more stickers, though. Looking to complete the set.
Never have enough. Never. Even when you've got enough, you could never have enough.
Yeah,
Here we go then. Players are re-entering the arena. LGD versus VG Gaming. Game 2 is moments away. As they re-enter for battle once more. As we've said already, there's a player on either side attempting his second championship. And Vici, of course, attempting a second final in a row. And Na'Vi know all about that, of course. Hold the record for the first 3. And we'll let them get settled in. Also gives us a chance to talk a little bit more about potentially what LGD can do to break this run of 8 straight games. Winter, what is the best thing that LGD could do right now? Draft aggressively, draft differently, throw them a curveball, seeing as that's where we are What do you think?
I think they need to play a tempo that's faster because the last game they were more on a slower tempo, and we all agreed that Vichy had a much early to mid-game orientated lineup, and LGD had a more late-game lineup, but they couldn't fight and they lost so much map control in the early game, and they couldn't just hang on until the late game. So I think they needed to have something more fast-paced.
I agree. I didn't like how the Gyro had to get a BKB to fight, and the trade-off was that they gave up Gyro first and banned Lina. They could have easily just banned Gyro and taken Lina, and I think that would have been much, much better for them.
Okay. Boys, what do you think for Vichy's point of view? Not going to change too much, have they, really?
Not really. I feel like the way they draft is very, like, they have a lot of different strategies to go to. The way they play is also very different. Sometimes they go for late game lineups, like they were the ones running the Spectre lineup, and then suddenly they go full on aggressive. I think they have, they can do whatever they want, basically. I feel very confident for them.
Okay, what do you expect them to do?
I think they should feel confident, and I expect them to play something similar to what they played in the previous game, probably. But they have to be on their toes because Xiao 8, he can definitely adapt on the fly, and so can his team. So need to pay close attention in the early phase, especially before the first pick.
What do you make of the two teams drafting? We've talked a lot about drafters this week and the effect that it's had on the games. We've talked about PPD. I think Malini said PPD was hands down the best drafter this week, regardless of whatever the last game results were. How do these two stack up?
I honestly think the draft is pretty similar in these two teams. Like they have the same strength in drafting, which is impressive from Vichy, because I thought LGD would outdraft them hard, but this is actually quite even.
Okay. And in terms of where they are and where they've been this year, these two teams have sort of knocked on the door occasionally. We know that they're both great teams, but they didn't necessarily show us this kind of form coming into the international.
Vichy? Certainly not. I mean, after seeing them drop out of ESL first round versus EG and lose to EG again at DAC and last in group stage, like no one would have thought Vichy would have come this far.
Yeah. Okay. Last few seconds then. You guys, are you happy to stick with your choice?
Yeah, definitely.
2-0?
2-0.
2-0. Okay, all right. Obviously, you guys are going to be rooting for 1-1, I would assume.
Yes.
Okay.
We're not so clever.
Don't look lost.
I was going to say it wasn't very convincing to me, but nevertheless, we are going to get into the draft momentarily for Game 2.
VG Gaming versus LGD Gaming. Game 2.
Here we go then. Vichy Gaming on the verge of making it through to the top 3 for a second consecutive year, and only one game away from LGD having to win 2 straight now against the team who've won 8 in a row.
Interesting to see that Vichy are the ones that actually ban out the clock. Maybe they want to actually force the gyro ban, or they're actually thinking, yeah, it's going to be gone.
They're also leaving more stuff open than, sure, they removed the Bounty Hunter, but Clockwork is not a standard early ban, so because of the Gyro Lesh being banned out, Lina is available. So this
it feels like Vichy Gaming, they have the edge right now with the draft. Like, I'm not saying that they will have a better draft, it's just like, that usual mind game with the first 2 bans and into first pick. I just feel like they get the better trade.
Yeah, this is what I felt like LGD should have done last game. The Gyro has been strong, but Lina, I think, has been proven to be a little bit stronger, even if her win rate hasn't suggested as much.
Shadow Fiend and Earthshaker. Shadow has not had the best success at the main event, but ES has had a really good success at the... If we discount the group stages and just take the main event.
Well, I mean, LGD they had a really good game today with the SF, so maybe that's why they go back to it. So they destroyed Virtus Pro earlier with SF on maybe, so... That's, it's very common from teams to just go back to what you won with when you
yeah, definitely.
have a tough game.
I like the Winter Wyvern pick against Shadow Fiend though. The only downside, of course, is that he can still raise you, but your ulti is so good, and sometimes in the later portion of the game, you can save someone just by freezing them with the cold.
What's this Juggernaut ban for?
I was going to say,
that is very surprising.
What is going on?
Who banned Juggernaut? LGD?
Vichy.
Oh, Vichy, okay. So there might be a strat that we're not aware of. I mean, those teams, what we need to take into account is they might have scrimmed versus each other before that match, so that could explain it, because obviously we haven't seen any Juggernaut with those picks.
I mean, Wyvern and Lina are both really good versus Juggernaut.
Definitely.
I feel so too. It doesn't make sense on paper, but maybe they're just... I mean, that's one of those traumatized bans, right? You got crushed by Jugger at some point, and probably by LGD. You're just like, no, not playing that again.
I mean, it could also have been a misclick. You know, sometimes it's as simple as that.
I don't know.
You never know.
It's pretty hard to misclick ban though when you're drafting.
It could happen. Like it can be anything. So it could be because
have you ever misclicked a ban?
I'm not saying I have. But I'm saying it's
You're defending this.
You're defending this guy. It's super unlikely.
So they banned Juggernaut because it made a lot of sense, and obviously getting SF and Juggernaut is a deadly combo, and it's one of the games so far.
Okay,
I'm
gonna help you out. They banned Juggernaut because Juggernaut is good at dire side taking Roshan with SF.
Thank you. Sounds like
that's a much
good
better
explanation.
reason. Good job, Winter.
I mean, going back to the draft, also Winter Wyvern was first faced banned by LGD. I think first game, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So now they're getting basically all they want, Vichy Gaming, and LGD on the. I think they're just gonna go back to something very standard.
I think so, but it's quite easy to protect your Shadow Fiend's farm early on when you have a Shaker in your team. Whether it's an off-lane Shaker or a mid-Shaker or, you know, support mid-Shaker, that doesn't really matter. I think this is a pretty solid start for LGD as well. But with the current like main stage meta, I think Vichy have a really dream start.
I think they didn't ban Darkseer, so I think they kind of have to take Darkseer at this point, or Vichy will immediately take it up.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. If they don't pick it here, I have no idea why. Ice is just looking at it right now. You know, he's...
I mean, there's still Tusk, too, for Yao, which he plays very, very well, and they're very comfortable with. The only problem is they don't have the Lina to pair it with in the offlane.
Rubik. Oh, true.
It seemed like a denied pick again.
Definitely.
I'm not saying it's bad for LGD, but...
You're denying FY's Rubik, but you're leaving Ice Darkseer when there's a Lina and Winter Wyvern? I strongly disagree with that. I think that's giving too much credit to the Rubik, even if FY is a god at it. I think it's just way too strong of a combination.
Indeed. And it's definitely something they could get right now.
I think Vichy, they want to pick it, but they're just thinking, why are they letting us have this? So right now they're trying to figure out LGD gaming. But LGD are only showing a Rubik, Shaker, and of course the SF. It's pretty hard to tell where they want to go so far.
I always feel like Shaker plus Rubik, it's a bit too defensive. So, I mean, I'm just trying to think if it's going to be a Shaker offlane or a Shaker support.
I mean, more or less, most of the games where we saw Rubik and Earthshaker, it's a higher percentage of the Earthshaker going offlane. Because, like you mentioned, it's just too defensive and weak as a support duo.
Agreed. You can't really push towers, is the downside. You can maybe gank someone, that's doable. Fisher has long range, like your smoke gank's pretty effective. But you won't get a reward for it. You won't get a tower. I don't think it's the best support duo.
Anti-Mage has been banned every second phase so far.
For good reasons as well. We haven't had the chance to see Luna come back as well and make her mark.
I think that LGD actually have a good Luna lineup so far.
So they didn't go for the Darkseer, like Waga suggested, but they are going for, once again, the Razor, which means that they are going to be able to play at a faster pace as well, like the last game, and their lanes are much stronger right now.
Yeah, Razor is very nice. I mean, they have Dragon Slave, they have Winter Wyvern in his second spell, and then they have the Plasma Field as well. So pushing high ground against Vichy looks extremely hard right now. And SF, while he farms quickly, he doesn't scale super well into late game. A lot of late game heroes can just straight up go on him.
So. Especially versus, I feel like Lina Wyvern, like those two heroes, they're very good at, you know, playing late game team fights versus SF.
Oh, Lina scales really well. Like, despite her being a nuker and you think of her like that, Fiery Soul late game is super strong. If you go Bloodstone Shiva, something like that, you become a beast on Lina.
It's also super difficult to itemize against her. Like Lincoln's is pretty weak. BKB is also pretty weak.
You need to like hex her, right? That's,
yeah.
You need disables on her.
At least that's what the Shaker's there for.
What are the obvious good options here for LGD?
I kind of like Luna. I think they could have a really good pushing lineup with Luna, but yet again, you guys mentioned it. All right, there it goes. But like the problem with that is that there's a lot of anti-push on Vichy's side. And even though they have SF Mech and Luna, it's still going to be tough to break high ground.
I mean, they have good synergy between those two heroes. The auras work really well together. Lunar Blessing, the presence of the Dark Lord. But as you say, breaking high ground, super difficult. The teamfight spells, Winter Wyvern is going to have a blast with his ulti. And Lina can, in the early game, shut down Luna pretty hard if she doesn't build HP early on.
have a blast. I see what you did there.
Nice. Nice catch.
I mean, yet again, going back to LGD's lineup, do they actually need to rush pushing high ground with what VG have if it's a Razor on the safe lane? They don't really need to go high ground that early. And you don't have to worry about it too much.
So do you think they should have picked a safer late game carry?
Maybe. I mean, Luna is still fairly strong late game. It's just that sometimes she has limitations.
I'm curious, what do you think that VG Gaming want to look into now, Mad?
Well, the thing is, we've seen Razor mid last game, and I thought it would be a Lina mid at first, by the looks of it, because I don't think Winter Wyvern plus Lina support is such a good support combo, and also Lina is pretty good versus SF to have. So I'm assuming it's a safe lane Razor, and it's still a Lina mid. And in that case, you know, it's a lineup that comes online quite early. I feel like, yeah, that's what I was looking for, like a very early aggression. I think like LG Gaming, they don't really have a way to answer that aggression so early. Once they get their BKBs, then it's gonna be a bit different. And then in the very late game, I feel like again VG Gaming might have an edge.
Yeah,
so it's like, you know, this like momentum change.
That's a strong pick.
We've seen sometimes.
I was thinking about Tuskar for them, but Undying probably plays out even better, and that forces people to go on the Tombstone. Even if Shadow Fiend and Luna kills it easily, it still draws attention away from Razor.
And I know we might have said earlier during the tournament that heroes, for example, like Razor and Undying together, if you, let's say, you last pick a Pugna or something, it's a bit all in because they all do the same. But once you have, like, the good thing about Lina is that it's a hero that by herself alone brings so much disable and catch potential that you actually can actually run heroes like this that Razor and Dying. You're not gonna get overwhelmed by, like, for example, split push or just like mobile heroes.
But their lineup is once again, from what I see right now, it's more fast-paced than what LGD have. LGD takes more time; they need more time to come online, whereas VG's lineup is much more. They want to fight as soon as possible.
LGD also doesn't have the best high ground defense right now. They have Shaker, who's amazing, of course. Rubik is decent, can be good, but they really don't have much against the high ground pressure.
I don't think it's gonna be a Shaker offlane anymore. I think this is a Shaker support because now with Luna, Rubik, Shaker, they have a lane that's strong enough. And yeah, I'd like to think that is a Tusk offlane.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen from LGD the last time when they picked Tusk, it's exclusively for Yao.
Okay. But he played it support once though.
Yeah, it was because maybe Xiao 8
doesn't play it,
so.
Yeah, I think this time we might have Xiao 8 on the Shaker and Yao on the Tusk. And as for VG Gaming, they're looking for an offlaner or it's an Undying offlane, and then they're looking for a support. I'm not quite sure.
Which lineup do you believe in more, Milini? Just looking at these two drafts, because LGD have the late game, but
do you like Spirit Breaker here? Like any?
I like it actually. I think it can be very good to control the Luna as well in the SF.
How about you, Ben? Do you like it?
I think Rubik and Earthshaker are already pretty good versus SB. That's what we talked about earlier. Tusk is also pretty good to counter initiate. It does cause a lot of havoc in the fights. Oh God.
Oh wow.
What happened?
LGD.
But that's a wild one.
Why Sniper? Last time we saw it was versus the Pugna Ward as well as the Tombstone. That's the main reason why I thought it was decent.
And Tusk is good versus Sniper.
Okay, Sniper is the final pick. We've been surprised by it once before, and we've been surprised by it again. Let's go to game 2 then, with the original Lone Druid. LD, it's all yours.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Blitz, after 6.84 hit, we thought we were free of Mr. Ho Ho Ha Ha. But VG Gaming refuses to let him die. This is twice now we've seen him here at the main event.
I always knew he was going to continue to come back.
You believed in the old man.
There's just no way that he goes from being played that much to absolutely nothing. But VG Gaming, they pick him again. And this is a strong hero, LD. This is a really underrated hero, I feel.
Tell me why.
I think that against a hero like Shadow Fiend 1, he beats it. 2, it's really hard for the Earthshaker to initiate. Even if you get the fissure off on him, LGD don't have the best way to distance close. He absolutely destroys the Luna in that sense, and same with the Rubik. Like, the Rubik doesn't really want anything that the Sniper has. Maybe the Assassinate, but the mana cost for it is a little bit too high.
And getting in range to spell steal is quite difficult as well. The Shrapnel is nice if you can get it, and you always get those 3 charges when you steal it, which does help. But yeah, this is VG Gaming showing a lot of strength in little fella. And with that, we'll get underway here, folks. It's game 2. LGD down in a hole here, 0-1, as Vici Gaming have gone undefeated here at the main event thus far. Quite possibly the most convincing lower bracket run we've ever seen here at TI. They're not done yet, though, and LGD certainly capable of mounting a comeback. The lanes are going to be interesting. It looks like LGD sending 4 heroes towards this bottom rune and potentially even go into an aggressive tri-lane here. For now, Xiao8 may protect the Shadow Fiend mid, but it looks like they're doing something unconventional here with the laning setup.
Yeah, they can afford to get away with this because you know that Vici Gaming's lanes are probably going to be dual lanes at the same time. There's an Undying in the game which usually tells you that, especially if it's an Ice 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 Undying, it's probably going to be Fenrir either camping mid and then rotating top. But if he sees that aggressive tri-lane at bottom, then he might just opt to switch. But Luna against the Razor isn't terrible because the Luna has such fast move speed. You can get away with the static link really quickly, and you have a lot of offensive potential with the Lunar Blessing, but it does look like they're just going to go to the standard setups. They were just trying to secure the rune.
We saw FY up to some shenanigans here in the tree line, trying to ensure that there's no blocking of creeps into the trees. The ping does come out here. Did he actually get the right tree? Yeah, it looks like he's cleared out the path, potentially. No, guess not. So the creeps are going to hide out for now, and that will pull the lane back a bit. He has opted for the light strike right early, so it isn't going to be the aggressive lane that we saw, that we expected might come out. Yao should be able to get his levels here with the pullback.
Yeah, but at top, the Winter Wyvern does go top, and this is what I was talking about. The Undying plus Winter Wyvern combo is incredibly strong. The Arctic Burn plus the zombies just make it so hard to fight into anything.
You just can't move. I mean, even Luna is going to have trouble getting away from that. Nice shards here on the bottom lane, though, as Yao catches out Hal. He doesn't quite keep him under the tower. He's just going to go to work.
Oh, he's going to fight him.
His damage being stolen, but Hal's going to die to this. It's a totally unexpected first blood. Yao, normally not known for dominating the lanes early. His real strength lies in the team fights, but he found a sweet catch there. And FY's just like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do, Hal. You're on your own, buddy.
And the Razor's not supposed to lose that matchup. That's why you pick a Razor, so your supports can go and do other things. You can go for the dual lanes as a result. You can just continue to stack and pull, but Yao winning this lane helps him so much. He's going to get the boots off the bat. He can even decide to go for a bottle if he wants at this point, and this Razor's going to struggle now, and how? That level 1 static link does not take as much damage as you think it would.
And then he even ran back in. He could have tried to immediately retreat, but they're going on top now as they catch out Sylar. The slow stack up, as you mentioned, Blitz, and he's on the run. Slowly, though, zombies just whittling away at him. They'll have another decay, and Sylar will go down. The trade is there for Vici up top, but it's the expected kill. The one bottom was the one we didn't really see coming. And now let's take a look here at the mid lane. There's been some Earthshaker support for maybe. No actual goes from Xiao8, but just threatening to move in. It was all scouted here by a Hill Ward. But it does mean that maybe he's getting his CS, already 10-2. Should make it easier for him to lane against the little dwarf here.
Yeah, but Super, he can get help at any point, and once he starts to get the levels of the Shrapnel, this lane's going to even out again. But that top lane for me is a little bit concerning because Ice Ice Ice, it's a really good hero against the Luna. When you get the Undying, one decay pretty much puts her at nearly 450 HP. Another decay puts you at 300. One Arctic Burn hits takes away a quarter. You have to be incredibly careful.
Not to mention the auto attack damage of an Undying in his prime when the stacks really come out. They make their go into Fenrir. They'll pull him back into the creep camp, and he takes a lot of damage. Fissure, follow up with the Tombstone's going to look to turn this one. They need to back out quickly. Are they going to focus it? Oh, they will kill it off. It's only level 1. So they get the Tomb, they get the Winter Wyvern kill. And a bit unexpected, I guess, the rotation there from the Earthshaker. Normally he's just going to sit mid and protect the Shadow Fiend, but it does catch Vici Gaming off guard here as LGD. Once again, they jump into the lead in terms of kills, now leading 2-1.
I actually think they might have been able to turn it down, or turn it around if he was able to get the Splinter Blast off, and he was just about to. The slow might have been enough for Ice 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 to just man fight, and the damage would have been enough for him to kill the Undying, or the Rubik, but it was just that split-second timing. And the amount of damage they have with the Lunar Blessing allows them to take down the Tombstone really quickly.
For now, Super sitting back and forming the mid lane. Hits the 13-4 creep score, but he is beginning to get out CS'd here by Maybe, who's instead looking for Xiao8. Went in a bit too deep. The ward scouted him out. A good fissure. Oh, not good enough. Super barely able to squeeze his way through. He'll get the last hit. He'll get the free kill, and now they've got to know there's a ward in the neighborhood. They may try to deward it, but they're going to have to wait until somebody comes back with it. For now, Xiao8, he's only got the 2 observers. No sentries on the Rubik, so this will continue to protect the sniper for some time. And he's actually losing the lane pretty badly in terms of CS splits. 24-6, so he really did need that kill.
Yeah, it's a matchup nowadays where Sniper will struggle. you need some form of help, and in this mid lane, what also hurt him is that he wasn't able to get the bounty rune. The Shadow Fiend felt incredibly safe, and as soon as he hit level 2, he pretty much just raised to get farm, got that quick bottle, and it was almost impossible at that point for Super to be able to get aggressive.
Even though you have the great attack animation on Sniper, the damage for Maybe is he's almost doubling him up, and he's moving in for a potential kill here. The attack speed slow comes out, though, just threatening. Xiao was in position on the low ground with the fissure, but doesn't end up committing for it. And they have found the shards bottom. Yao trying to pull the lane back here, slow down the push, which Hao and FY are mounting, both getting good experience bottom now. And despite the first blood, it is just on paper a very tough matchup for Tusk to really get active in the lane. You can see it. Only 4 CS here at 5 minutes, but he is getting his levels. VG Gaming trying to pull ahead here now in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and it's going to take Ice really doing a lot of work at top for VG to kind of center out their lanes. Because even though Super did get that kill onto the Earthshaker, it was split, and the Shadow Fiend can just go to the jungle and farm a whole lot more than he can. So he has to start getting active either by pressuring the Shadow Fiend a little bit more or looking for the counter initiation game. And that means both are unlikely, and Ice has to do something about this top lane, or they just have to go into 3-mans. I think these are the 2 options for VG Gaming right now.
So it's interesting, the little ward battle we've seen going on in the mid lane. They dropped 2 sentries. I think they expected Xiao had warded, but in fact, he had not. And he just chose to go the other way. He wrapped around to the south. He knew there was a hill ward towards mid, and so he's dropped 2, I'd say a little bit unusual wards given their draft here, off in the Radiant jungle. What do you make of these? What do these tell you about like the way LGD want to approach the game?
I think, one, they want to be able to invade the jungle early and often. They just don't want VG Gaming to use that as a resource. And it's also, in case they go for the stack, they can go for the smoke gank. It's a sniper. You can kill him really easily. And
they've got great smoke gank heroes. The Snowball, the Fissure, long-range initiation.
Exactly, but at the same time, I mean, they aren't stacking, and they're pretty much relying on these lanes right now, which isn't a good sign for VG.
Last game, we saw them up to a bit of a hotter start. Once they got that Blink Dagger, it was the turning point. LGD for now, bringing Yao back towards bottom. He continues to get his levels, hits 5. They really are focusing on trying to secure Maybe's farm here, realizing that Sylar is having an easier time since it's been mostly just Ice here the past couple minutes. MMY also in position just to protect him. No real big moves yet from either team. Still waiting on the Tuskar to hit level 6, the Luna to get her Eclipse. For now, just kind of a stalling game. It's the bottom tower that looks like it may go down first. 1 auto attack away from deny range, so with this next wave coming out, there's a catapult here. VG are going to go for this, and I guess the question is, does LGD try to hold? They are burning Xiao in. Oh, meanwhile top, they're going to force Sylar to TP, and does make it out. Tombstone there, they continue to chase. And now the courier, not the courier, sorry, the zombie getting picked off. Still chasing MMY on the run. He will make it out. They aren't going to get the tower top, so can LGD hold bottom? That's the next big question.
I think they can. With Shroud here, they can get a lot of TP rotations in. The Luna can't come over, but the Rubik can. The Shadow Fiend should have a TP. He doesn't have the best mana pool to work with and no room. But if they want to go for this defense, they probably could. But now that the catapult's here, I think it's unlikely. You probably just go for the fissure block and then hopefully go for the tower deny.
Maybe if they can trap somebody out of position.
I don't think they have the damage though. Oh, and actually Sylar rotates in early.
For this, they want to go for it. And they're going to make their move. Hao and FY. Hao's going to get caught out. The fissure connects on 2. Beautifully placed by Xiao, and even MMY joining the fight. They turn it, though, with the stun from FY. Massive damage from the support Lina, who scurries away. No more mana here, but there are bottle charges on Yao, and they're going to get off the Lucent Beam. He'll have the shard soon. He needs to stun. He does connect on Yao, but the Sigil flies high, maybe even rotating in. It's a full team defense bottom. The Dwarf will turn it, cleaning up the scraps, makes it a 2 for 2. The tower was killed off by FY in the end, so they still get the tower there, Blitz, despite the massive rotation from LGD.
I mean, the tower had 137 HP. You know that it's going to go down guaranteed, but what matters more is what they got off of it. They were able to kill the Razor, they killed the Lina, and all it costs you is a Rubik and a Tusk. You take that trade every single time. Hao is already not doing great because of that early start. He has 50 CS, and relative to this game, it's okay, but he also has 2 deaths to back it up, and VG Gaming, they just need more out of this. They don't have heroes that can jungle. They don't really have heroes that can just fall back and farm all game, whereas LGD do. LGD can do ancient stacks. They can do jungle stacks. They have a lot of heroes that can play defensively, and so the onus is on VG Gaming to get aggressive in this part of the game.
Well, FY might like to have a word with you. He's already cracked level 6 here, so he was the big winner, I guess, as far as experience goes. He's Got the Laguna Blade. He is scouted out here right now. But LGD, true to form in the last game. They look for a fairly early smoke timing. Movie on top there, scouted out. Fenrir on the run. They want How, it seems, but he could be saved. Fissure to try and block them out. The Tombstone on the other side of the Fissure. Slowing down maybe and forcing him back as How goes in on this. He's engaging onto MMY. He doesn't quite finish him off, though. Walrus Punch will end him. Zombies still moving forward. There's the Assassinate. Take that, you wanker. MMY's down for the count. And they continue to hustle forward. They are no longer in range of the Tombstone, though. And this is all while FY's just farming mid lane. He's looking to be the carry, but still Super gets caught out. He's overextended. It's his turn to pay. Got a little bit cocky there on the sniper. No way for Vici to save him. And still no FY. He just wants this tower mid.
Xiao has been on point with those fissure stuns the entire game, and the Undying stole like 10 stacks of the strength, and it still wasn't enough for them to get aggressive.
They're just so good at kiting him. They've got the Sigil, the Fissure, a lot of ways to slow Ice down here.
And they're sending the sniper in first, but you can't do that as a sniper. You have to play that space game, but VG Gaming, they just don't have enough to save him right now, and Fenrir not being level 6 is hurting them so much right now. They don't have the best way to take a fight and play defensively at the same time.
FY now going for a bit of a D-ward here at the top side of the map. Xiaowei just planted this down. That really hurts the map control. Along with this tower that's going to fall top, Vici Gaming getting more active here. Will look to pull ahead, and you know, truth be told, Blitz, these two aggressive wards that Xiaowei put down, we haven't really seen the follow-up to the ward placement. Haven't scouted any ganks, haven't actually slowed down the jungle farm at all. Vici's still getting a lot here out of their side of the map, and they also hold the tier 1 bottom. That's something maybe looks to challenge now.
Yeah, and they did that without the help of their Luna this entire game, who's pretty much just been farming now and trying to pressure that mid tower. And that's impressive that they were able to get the tower down despite losing their sniper early and How going down.
Look at these stacks just piling in for FY. He's got a nice triple stack here off in the big camp closer to the Dire side. He's also created another triple stack down to the south. And well, you said they're not good at jungling, and look at the cores, truth be told, they're not, but that's where the supports can look to make up for this. FY is going to get a lot of gold. Already has completed the Arcane Boots, now working towards a Bracer. This may become a carry Lina at the rate he's going.
Oh, this bottom tower, though, once it goes down, Super, he doesn't have a TP.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Tower, one last hit. Super does get the deny. That's something.
He's going to die for it,
but
though.
He is in so much trouble. They try. He might go for the Assassinate here, but in comes the Snowball of Destruction. And they even steal the Shrapnel again.
Yao's just been a monster this game with his initiations,
Oh,
that
they're looking
solo
to
kill,
counter.
and they might even get more.
Xiaowei, Plasma Field, where's that Laguna? FY tries to get a range, but the Fissure's there, the Ice Shards.
Oh, FY stuck.
He's completely corralled here by all the control that LGD bring to the fight, but nobody wants to go in on this. They're worried about what lurks behind him, and they know with the Tombstone down, it's just too risky. So they back off in the end here. Tower denied does go to Super. It costs him his life, but the rest of the team hangs on.
Yeah, they're waiting for maybe to get his first real item. It'll probably be the mech. And once he has that, LGD can just go full-on force 5-mans because Vici Gaming just aren't getting levels anymore. The Undying is going for his own mech, but he's still a full recipe away. LGD have a pretty decent grip on this game because they've got the late game covered too. Vici Gaming just don't have enough farm. Their Winter Wyvern still only level 5 right now. Maybe we see things change once he's level 6, but it's crucial. Like Xiaowei can rely on just being level 4 because the Fissure is always useful no matter what, just for the block aspect. You don't need the Echo Slam to be useful in the fights, and MMY being level 6 is the crucial of the two supports.
Speaking of that Wyvern, very important that he gets his levels, and you know, it's something that I know Matt has mentioned many a time on the panel over the course of the event is just the ability to interrupt a BKB Requiem will be essential for this team, but he's not going to be very mobile in the fights at the rate he's headed. Just trying to complete his Tranquil Boots now. We will see Super heading onto the mid lane. LGD group up a bit. They're going to spam out the wave here, getting slightly more aggressive. Just biding their time. There's the Spell Steal. Again, it's the Shrapnel. Fresh 3 charges ready to go for MMY, and with this, you're not pushing into him. Certainly not without a gank. And speaking of ganks, in Silo they find neutrals are here to prevent an Eclipse, but they don't get a stun off the bat. Now the Curse, that's what they needed to lock him down. Laguna secures the kill. LGD coming in from the rear. They fissure the rest of Vici away. Ice Shards keep 2 in, almost, but not entirely. They squirm away to the north, and now look to go back in, but they fight without the Tombstone here. Ice, only 350 health. He's definitely in kill range. Snowball coming forth. Shrapnel covering the retreat, held in place, can't survive even through the Embrace, and now an Assassinate on the out. No, Super, not enough damage. He gets caught again by the Fissure. Xiaowei controlling Vici beautifully here. And without the Tombstone Blitz, there simply is no team fight for Vici. They do find that last kill for the sniper in the end. But we see some of the limitations of their 5-man lineup.
it's a little bit difficult for them to continue the chase. They don't have the best ways to initiate these fights. There's no clockwork in their off lane.
Oh, he's been found. Xiao Wei showing him who's the real support boss. Will catch him out in the trees and brings down the Prince.
LGD though, they've got the mech on maybe. I think this is going to be their cue to start taking these 5-on-5 fights because they know that VG Gaming can't outlast them because they can just disengage and knock over the tombstone if they want to.
Say he has the mech. It's only just now arrived. Maybe not popping before the TPL. Will it cost him? Oh, close. Mech says he arrives at the fountain almost in a panic there, but he will survive.
Going to start walking in now, and I think this is going to tell LGD, okay, we can go for fights right now if we want. We can decide to get a little bit more aggressive.
Uh-oh. Speaking of aggressive, How caught out Walrus Punch, Fade Bolt, and another kill. LGD, that was just a gimme.
I mean, Yao's just been a monster this game. This is a guy who, no offense to him, hasn't been the strongest in the laning phase, and we see his impact in the later phases of the game. But in this game especially, he's just been dominant.
He's done both. He gets a solo kill on the enemy Razor, who's supposed to crush that lane, even 1v1, and yeah, he's just continued to do work ever since. And like you said, the snowball is just such good initiation here for LGD. Maybe Fenrir can counter it with a nicely timed Winner's Curse, but not finding them just yet. He's hiding up on the high ground. No vision here. LGD, they have the 5-man through the mech and the drums. Sylar also going for the build that we saw from Arteezy when he first started playing Luna in the event. Just the team-oriented Luna. And now they smoke. LGD, south is the direction. They move up through the river, now rotating on towards the mid lane. At the same moment, Vici are very far back, and they've also just smoked. Who's going to get the jump here? Oh, they have the snowball. LGD just biding their time. Are they going to show anyone? It's just Super they've shown in the mid lane. LGD probably know there's more here, but they're not afraid by this.
Oh, they're going to go right now.
The backstab is coming. There's the snowball. Eclipse is at the ready. It's going to do work on the carries, bringing them both to low almost instantly. FY also in danger, punished on the low ground. It's Ice next, wrecked by LGD. They'll kill off the tombstone as well. The lone survivor is Hal, who limps away to little avail. LGD with an amazing turnaround there, just completely catching Vici off guard.
Yeah, they had to have known that the smoke was a possibility, but they wanted to kill maybe so badly. They expend the Winner's Curse. In some ways, that was incredibly inefficient because they were on the low ground. They really couldn't get to maybe, who was in really good position. He was right by his tier 1 tower. He had that mech on the ready. Even with that Winner's Curse and the stun follow-up, he had about 500 HP left, and after that, you've wasted 2 really big abilities on a Shadow Fiend that has his ultimate at the fly, and he was on the high ground at the same time, and Vici Gaming just get backstabbed.
And that's without even counting the MMY Tombstone. Stole it in the last fight. It's ready to go for round 2 now. As though their 5-man wasn't already strong enough. Like, how do you fight them at this point?
Now you've got a Rubik.
And you can't, can you rat? I mean, they don't have the most mobile cores here.
No, not at all.
Spirit Bomb maybe in the offing. No, they're going to snowball in. How doesn't actually connect with the stun, but they lift him. They drop him back into the raises. How again caught out. It was the story when this team struggled. How a very aggressive core player by nature. We even saw it in the Spectre game that they went on to win, that he could always tend to be aggressive and sometimes out of position. Nobody there to protect him. Look for the siege anyway, despite not having a Razor. Doing some chip damage here on mid, but at this point they just don't feel like they can push into LGD, and certainly not without Hal.
The issue with VG Gaming's lineup, when you look at it, is that a hero like Undying is incredibly strong for the laning phase, and in these early game teamfight engagements, yes, he's incredibly strong. You drop the tombstone, it's hard for people to run away when they don't have boots or upgraded boots. But at this phase of the game, you need an initiator. You need somebody that can go in, tank up a lot of damage, and start the fights on your turf. VG Gaming simply don't have that. They've got a lot of slows, and they've got a lot of stuns that could land, but at the same time, LGD have guaranteed stuns. They have a lot of lockdown. They've got team fight. You've got 2 AoE ultimates that can go off and win you the fight.
And you go back to the draft, where Darkseer was left available into the 3rd pick. It wasn't banned. It was something that I think everyone would have expected after how well CDEC have used it. We've seen all of the other teams at this event start to prioritize it more and more, and they opted to go a different direction. And maybe looking back on it now, if they had that Darkseer vacuum into Winner's Curse, it is so scary. They make their move south. How again getting caught out. Can he make it out? He pops the drums, has the stick charges. Oh, that last ray is not going to connect. But instead, FY.
Oh, they still catch him.
They look for the initiation here, and FY just gets incinerated. No chance. He just can't really make the plays this game. They have such a safe way to jump him. And again, it's not what Vici bring to the table. They don't have the fissure. They don't have the snowball. LGD with all the control in the world.
They don't have the farm cores either. Super. I mean, he's making a valiant effort to push up this top lane and pressure them back. And he does have a better KDA than you would expect out of a sniper in a game like this. But this is a hero that used to be able to come back, but this isn't the type of lineup for that. He doesn't have anybody that can initiate for him. There's no AoE control aside from the Winner's Curse. And even the Winner's Curse isn't even being used very efficiently in these fights. And
it's tough to find a good setup here, to be fair. And yeah, they're not able to lock heroes down. And you look at when Sniper was really popular, the two biggest heroes at that time in 6.83 to kind of counter him were, we saw Clockwork at DAC and we saw Earthshaker offensively and defensively to protect him or to set up kills on a mid. Teams who didn't have one of those, or maybe like a Storm Spirit, really struggled to control him. And well, we're seeing in this game, LGD have the new, I won't even call it flavor of the month, but just the new extremely strong long-range initiator in the Tusk, and they have the Earthshaker. There's so many ways to get the jump on the Dwarf when it comes to a true 5v5 fight that no matter how farmed you get, you worry about his ability to stay alive.
He does have the Yasha now, and their Tombstone's been dropped.
They're trying to farm the Ancients here, using the zombies to tank, but yeah, it's again How walking into LGD. Fissure will catch him, Ice Shards will further keep him in place, and they snowball, they stun him, uppercut, again How. Just the punching bag for LGD. He is bruised and battered. This is not How's game.
1-6-3. Razor again, we don't want to harp on it too much, but this is a hero that was meant to do a lot better in that laning phase, and he's been playing almost overly aggressive to try to get back into the game and catch up, but Razor's not one of those heroes. When you're this underfarmed, they're going to punish you every single time, and it almost feels like he thinks that his team can get there in time because of how tanky he is, but all he really has is an Ogre Club and a Drum of Endurance in 20 minutes. There's no mech on the way for him. It's on the Undying, who doesn't even quite have it yet, and
Ice has had these components for some time. His bottom lane, Fenrir tries to retreat through the trees. Ice Shards actually blocks Xiao 8 away. Will he just go for a blind stun? He's too late. The snowball. Well, that's not the right direction. Yeah, we'll end up retreating, but a bit too late there. So he does make it out. It still feels like kind of a small victory, but you do see the game plan emerging here for Vici is aggressive risk-taking, super. Oh, my! There used to be a sniper there. How chasing in. Hunting for maybe, but a double shrapnel pop will prevent the chase. That's at the tier 2 tower blitz. Like they're just running all over this team.
It's those aggressive boards right now, and Fenrir, I like this decision for him to go for a gem at this point in the game. There's not a whole lot of items that he can buy himself. Like the Glimmer Cape is way too far away. There's no way that they're going to win a fight before that. So the better thing to do is to try to finally get vision on the map or take it away from LGD so they can't get so aggressive on you. But LGD, they had perfect vision behind that tower. They were able to go in and kill him in front of pretty much everybody. And there's really very little that they can do about it because they just don't have hard lockdown stuns.
How do you even walk into this fight? No Blink Dagger on Fenrir. FY no Yule Scepter. Looks like he wants to build towards it, but they just don't have that way to start the fight. It's like they have to allow LGD to come to them, which gives LGD all the time they could ever ask for to get their next round of items. Sylar could complete a BKB if he wants. He's got the 3,000 gold. Maybe considering a different item or even a Sanjin Yasha potentially. Yao, Glimmer Cape complete on the off-lane Tusk. We've seen maybe go back into a Yasha, so a very mobile build from him. Xiao 8 also got his Blink Dagger, and even Momoya, MMY, he's got the Force Staff now. They're all getting their key items. They control the map. Vici Gaming, this is a team that likes to play aggressive. You go back to how they really came on fire 6 to 9 months ago, maybe even a year ago, when it was all about the dual roam, the early game pressure of FY and Fenrir, and they have changed up their strategy a little bit here, and we've seen them have a lot of success, but normally by this point in the game, they are the ones in the driver's seat, and I feel like they haven't controlled the game at all, aside from that one time when LGD overextended bottom and they got the double kill in the Undying. They just have to play reactionary, and it's just not really the Vici gaming way.
Oh, and maybe
going for the plays.
That would have been sick.
If there's somebody there.
I think he realizes the time advantage that he has at this point.
Like, they don't even need the record.
Yeah, he's like, if it works and it looks cool, that's a highlight video. If it doesn't, whatever. I'll kind of kill the creep wave.
I don't think he's actually thinking about the highlight reel, but it's just a...
Dude, I would.
Top lane, FY caught out. There's the combo, and he's dead. They're trying to split push, but it's just not being allowed. LGD are so mobile. Maybe Blink, Sanjin, Yasha. You've got the snowball, the additional blink on Xiao 8 plus the catch range of a fissure, and the Force Staff. Like, split push is tough for Vici, and they are not mobile. There's no anti-mage this game, no elusive Phantom Lancer, no Storm Spirit, who we've seen a lot of this event. They just struggle to get out on the map, but you can see they know they can't get bottled up. They have to take these risks, and unfortunately, none of these risks are paying off.
I think it's one of those situations where the Lina, I think she actually played that correctly. She's got enough farm right now so that she can solo contest the hero, but at the same time, you have to open up the map in some ways. By going there, Super's going to have a little bit more space at this bottom lane, and the Lina dies, but you traded for information and to get your carry a little bit more farm. You can't just stay bottlenecked into your base the entire time. Like, somebody has to rotate around the map to make that happen. Otherwise, LGD just continues to outfarm you. They wait for Roshans, and they play a very formulaic game. You have to just kind of force them to still play reactionary Dota, which is why you see Hao go to this top lane, because he wants them all to come up here, then you'll TP out, then you'll open up space on another side of the map.
And this is really the LGD way, the shall wait way. The script is you get ahead here, you control the map, and like you said, you wait for the next Aegis, you continue to farm, and then once you've got your key items to be able to break the base safely, then you go for the push. They're not quite there yet, mainly because it seems like they want this next Roshan, but once they get it, Blitz, they've got a BKB on the Luna and the Shadow Fiend of maybe, even if he doesn't get one, he's already tanking up in his own right and probably will be the Aegis carrier, so it's just, it's a very straightforward game, and that's the kind where it feels like LGD have really thrived throughout the event.
Right now, Vici Gaming, they have to make something happen at the same time, and I think it's going to come when you see the Razor get a BKB. That's their next timing here.
They're going in.
This mid lane.
Another jump again. It's onto Hao. The Echo's there as well. Fenrir trying to protect him with the Cold Embrace. Will keep him alive, but up on the high ground, Ice is being pummeled by maybe the Sanji Yasha. Almost enough to get the kill. Very well timed. Winter's Curse there to save him. So maybe says, screw it. Eat the Requiem. Super dead. And then the Eclipse, and Vici are routed and largely slaughtered. The ones that survive limp back towards the well with no real cooldowns to hold off this round 2 of the assault. And LGD are just, they're just an absolute hammer and anvil right now, crushing what little resistance Vici bring to bear. They try to hold the high ground, but no Winter's Curse, and a Blink, a Walrus Punch, see ya! Fenrir also down, and yeah, what's more, he's just diving them at tier 4s and making it look all too easy. It's an execution. Vici Gaming are beheaded here in game number 2, and LGD stay alive to force what is undoubtedly going to be a very exciting and decisive game number 3.
They were dominant from the laning phase and on, and I felt like that was where they were going to actually struggle. That Undying Winter Wyvern lane is incredibly strong. The Razor should be able to contest against the Tusk pretty much by himself, but because the laning phase went so well, they were able to kill the Winter Wyvern in that top lane. They somehow got a solo kill on the Razor at the bottom, and from there, LGD just snowball against a team that was meant to win the laning phase and then just 5-man.
And we just didn't see the same kinds of supports either for FY and Fenrir, who could really take the game over. He tried with the Lina, had a pretty good start in terms of levels, but it's just not a Rubik. It's not an Earthshaker or Sand that can dominate the team fights. And so with that, to break it down further and tell us what we can expect in game 3, back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, LD. Yes, a very interesting game as Vici Gaming come out of their pods and head for the break room and a little bit of rest and relaxation. We also get the opportunity to talk about what they did wrong in that second game. Very surprising result, perhaps, gentlemen, after all this 2-0 stuff that was going on over here. The men over in the corner, Team M, they believed.
What can I say? You guys are oracles.
I mean, one game can happen, right? If it's 2-1, then there are oracles.
I was pretty confident in ho-ho-ha-ha, but it really didn't pay out.
No, no.
I mean, as we said, you know, picking into Tusk, I'm not saying it was what made the biggest difference, but
he's trolling you so hard.
There's something
right
you want to say, Winter. Go ahead.
Speak your mind, Winter.
Oh dear.
Was it because of the first fight of the game?
No, you said you were confident of ho ho haha, but I was confident once I saw it.
I guess you were right.
I mean, the sniper pick kind of baffled us because it came after a Tuskar pick as well. It just feels very hard to protect a sniper.
Yeah, definitely. And also, Winter Wyvern is one of those heroes. Sure, he protects the sniper in a way, but he doesn't fix the problem, which is, you know, you want to reposition the sniper. When he gets jumped off, the sniper is not a hero that can actually fight back melee heroes, for example. So when sniper is fighting, you know, he's into Earthshaker, Tuskar, Luna, you want to reposition him. So either with Force Staff, Venge, Swap, you know, heroes like this. But Winter Wyvern, he's just going to delay the death of the sniper, pretty much.
Okay. Do you feel like Vici should have been ahead in the laning phase? Did they not have the draft to do that?
Yeah, I think I sort of agree with what Blitz said, like during the draft, during the game as well. Like he said, Vici didn't had a good laning phase, even though they had the stronger early game. So that sort of caused a lot of problems because their lineup were built to be stronger early game, and they weren't.
Well, this kill, for example, like the first blood on the Tusk on the Razor, that's something that's not really supposed to happen, right? He just solo killed the Razor with the Tusk because the Razor was being very aggressive, which is always good. But I mean, a mistake from Hao cost him a first blood, and then suddenly the Tusk does better. And then because being aggressive also relies on making sure your safe lane goes fine. If you want to be able to roam around with Lina, pressure with Undying, if your safe lane is out of control, then suddenly you have to go back to being defensive. That's not what they wanted.
I mean, I can kind of see where they were going with it, though. It's like, okay, your front line's a farm Razor with a mech and an Undying that can kind of provide this buffer for him, and then the Winter Wyvern just in case things go really wrong, but it just never really came to fruition. We saw like a lot of stolen tombstones too, that certainly didn't help, and there was a lot of magic damage coming out. Like Requiem plus Eclipse is brutal. All the creeps are gone, and everyone's just going to die if you don't have BKBs.
I think you mentioned something there as well. I think you should skill ulti on Undying and just pop it after a tombstone every time, because if you don't, giving away tombstone is too massive. Even if you have counters to tombstone, it's not meant to be on the enemy team. So it's too much.
Okay. In terms of the fact that LGD have fought back now, this is new for VG. They don't know what losing at the main event is like. So how do they come back from that?
That's actually the first map they lost. It's so sad.
Yeah.
The dream is
dead.
The dream is dead.
Yeah, the flawless record down the bottom is gone.
No thanks to ho ho ha ha.
No thanks to
what a hater.
I think you're a sniper hater.
I mean, he got nerfed 6 times.
Yeah, I mean, how much more do you want to nerf that poor guy?
The poor sniper, like, it's not even playable anymore.
The shrapnel
really
is
fun.
awful. Have you played it?
Yeah, it's awful. Yeah, you're like, I'm going to kill him. Oh, wait, he's gone. I don't have vision. It doesn't slow him. What does that do anyway? It's just a sound effect now.
You take stats.
Yeah, probably. No, but I mean, I think Sniper was not really a pocket pick because they've used it before in the tournament, but it was definitely something they went for and expected LGD. It was it's a good hero versus SF and Luna because those heroes are not very mobile. They just stand in the fight and Sniper can just shoot them down, but in that case it really didn't work out.
If you have a touch to snowball them in,
yeah, then suddenly, exactly. But what surprised me is that they actually picked the Sniper into the Tusk.
Yeah,
so
it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't...
They also didn't think too long about it. Like, after a Tusk came out, they just, like, no, Sniper.
Sometimes you build your whole lineup around the hero, and they might have picked a counter. You're like, well, I gotta go for the Sniper anyway because like our game plan is the Sniper, and I don't have time to actually come up with another.
I mean, it probably worked in scrims before. It's like, okay, we have Winter Wyvern and Shrapnel. The Splinter Shards plus a Shrapnel can actually just completely halt pushes, but they got really farmed really quickly, and they really weren't phased by any of the anti-push that VG threw out.
And I like the dagger decision-making from Maybe. I thought it was great. You need to like close the gap with the Sniper, and if you don't, you're gonna lose the fight.
You can see the teams are re-entering the arena for the final time in the lower bracket. It's this one that will decide it all. Vici Gaming versus LGD, Game 3. This is coming up very shortly. They'll get settled inside the pods once more, and we'll be headed off to the draft in a few minutes' time. Other than the end of that last game, did anything else stand out in terms of, worthy submissions for the top 10 perhaps? Anything that you saw in there?
Nothing in particular that I noticed. It's just very tough game since they fell behind in farm. I think we could have seen some amazing plays if it was more even, but Vici Gaming came off to a weak start, and they had no mobility items when there was like 3 Blink Daggers and a 4-staff on the side of LGD. It's just too
much. What do we expect in Game 3 then? You guys are with Vici Gaming, so why don't you support that side of things?
Kill Maybe's SF. He hasn't died once today.
Just ban it then.
I think it was 11-0, and now he was 7-0. So he doesn't even die on the hero.
Yeah, 18-0 right now.
No, Maybe is a monster. So targeting him, try to shut him down in any single way, whether it's through one rotation or in other means. If you want to snipe the courier, if you have the possibility, just maybe no C9 full out strat.
Okay, from LGD's point of view,
counting on those guys to pick ho ho ha.
Somehow I think that's a flawed strategy, Winter. I'm not sure that's going to work this time round. I think that was a good strategy to have in Game 2. It definitely paid off for you guys, but I'm not sure I'd rely on it again. What are they going to do, LGD?
I like how in the first game, Vici tried to control maybe, and the Razor pick has been something that's been very controversial. People are like, why Razor? He seems very useless. We saw him lose his lane last game. I think it can be used to neutralize maybe in the mid lane and limit his farm heavily because he does well with a lot of farm and he can win his lane. So you give him a matchup that he can't really win. Not that he can lose that matchup, but it's just he's going to break even at best.
No. Okay. So something different now. Are we expecting anything crazy from Vici now?
I don't think
they don't need
will
to, do they?
No, I don't think they do. And I mean, even that wasn't really something crazy.
No, I mean, like you said, they have used it before.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they're just going to play standard, draft accordingly to what LGD does. It might be different because Vici is the team that, one kind of team that they don't go for the same picks. You never see them opening the same way, for example. They've been known for that as well this year. It's really rare that you see Vici Gaming opening with the same two heroes again and again and again. They always switch it up. So it's probably going to happen, but that doesn't mean they're going to go for a bucket strat.
I wish to see him do a little bit more reactive drafting, though, because that game, it felt like they had a strategy. It's like, we want to have these heroes, this combination. It works really well around the sniper. But sometimes you have to adjust to what the enemy is doing, however slightly. If you fully do it, then you might end up with nothing on your own end. But I think it was the wrong game to pull this strategy.
Okay. I know it's difficult to assess because of the draft and heroes and what have you, but when you assess, when we talked about FY and Fenrir for the first game, we were like, literally, the golden supports are back, and then kind of watch them game 2 and go, ooh, maybe not then. But difficult to assess them, isn't it, when it didn't really, it was never going to go their way in that game.
Well, for FY's defense, it was a tough game to play Lina in the sense that, well, first of all, it's a squishy hero, and they had a lot of nuke damage, as you guys said, and also there was no setup.
Losing their lanes makes it hard for the supports to do their job.
Yeah, if it just draws even, they can have more of an impact. If you win, it's easy to shine, of course.
Well, especially when you're those two as well.
Yeah.
Things go crazy. We've got 20 seconds, so you guys are sticking with your pick, obviously.
Yeah, LGD has to play fast pace.
Okay, fast pace from LGD. VG, what do we think?
2-1.
That's what, yeah, we think 2-1, man.
Unbelievable.
Captain Obvious. At your service.
VG Gaming versus LGD Gaming. Game 3.
It's definitely going to be 2-1, but let's find out who it's going to be. 2-1-2. It's LGD versus VG Gaming for the last place in the top 3. They'll play Evil Geniuses tomorrow in our first game of the final day. We're into the draft, the final draft of the lower bracket.
And no Winter Ribbon this time around.
And LGD, I think, has first pick, I suppose.
Yeah, they do.
They do.
Yes.
I mean, sorry, did they choose pick or did they choose side?
Oh, that.
Sorry.
I can probably get that information.
It's okay. We have Captain Obvious on the case. Let's go find it out.
Because that's
not so obvious to me.
It would have been brilliant if somewhere on the screen it actually said, you know, LGD picked first, and he goes, "Let me find that out for you."
It's just an overlay. Okay, so Leshrac gets banned out by second pick FY. Winter Wyvern was the first one to be removed, but Xiao8 taking some time to dig into this.
So what do we have left? Gyro, Bounty Hunter,
Lina, possible.
Lina.
Yeah. What do you think that VG Gaming utilizes the best, though, out of those heroes?
I think if
Bounty.
They want the gyro, they were gonna ban the clockwork. So I think they want the gyro.
Okay. So LGD get their gyrocopter, Bounty Hunter removed as well. Now 2 picks available for VG. I think they're just gonna go into a Lina combination. I don't know if they're gonna do Undying again though, like they did in last game. It just felt.
Undying seemed weak, really weak both games.
Yeah.
And they've been like really early focused games too.
He hasn't been so impressive in many of these games, but I mean that was picking Undying into a lineup that certainly could kill the Tombstone so quickly. Like picking it into a Shadow Fiend Luna, the Tombstone dies immediately.
And it's funny because we see again this like duo between Clockwork and Gyro because they banned Clockwork into first picking Gyro again. And this time they would get the FY Rubik. A bit of frustration maybe.
Yeah, this is finally the game.
FY, the captain, he's like, okay, let's do it.
Yeah, let's get it on the board early.
Just securing his own hero.
Maybe he was like, I just lost to Rubik and that's not even how you play Rubik. Let me play it.
Time to show him.
You never know. So yeah, this time around, so far not the best spells to steal. It always feels a bit Clooney to steal the flag cannon.
That's his confidence, man.
You're a bit ashamed to use it in the team fight. When you play
DPS
Rubik, sometimes you see a spell that you don't want to use. You're like, I didn't see anything. I'm just I misclicked. The Tuskar, I felt like it was a big factor for LGD last game, and they're one of those teams that utilize Tuskar a bit. I wouldn't say better than the other teams, but I always feel like they have such a high impact with their Tuskar.
Okay.
He definitely played a big part in the last game. And wow, they're rushing through the second ban phase.
Normal bans from LGD. I think they banned this all 3 games, I want to say, for second phase.
Sorry to interrupt. We just have the answer from Nox that it was a coin toss and Vichy took Dire, LGD took first pick.
All right.
So they probably wanted that. I mean, we've seen that Clockwork Gyro duel, and that's probably what they were aiming for with the Gyro first pick.
So Vichys at this junction once more. You ban one and you pick one. It's really important for them to strategize accordingly to that. And they took out the Undying in the previous ban, which is really good with the Tusk. Even though you guys were mentioning Undying it's like so-so in this series, doesn't really do too well, but Undying plus the Tusk could be very hard to deal with.
It could be, because Tusk is so good at just stopping people from going on the Tombstone. He rolls in, stuns people for a short while, then he blocks them off, and it's a very tough spot to be in. Oh, they're going to remove the Storm. Scared of the maybe Storm. I wonder what that means they're going to go for, though. Still taking their time. I think the Storm is one of the best heroes to counter Lina, honestly. When I think about it, he's one of the few heroes who can jump in and kill Lina, because you need disables to kill her.
It's one of those openings as well, when you open with Lina, the Rubik like this, you never know what you can expect. Obviously, Rubik is going to be a support, but the support combo is so strong, Rubik Lina, they can do roam so effectively that you can never know if Lina's going to be mid or just going to be another support.
I wonder if they're going to take a page out of Vichi's book and use Pugna versus the Lina in Darkseer.
That's a strong weapon.
It is. But I don't know if anyone outside of Vici and Cloud9 have picked Pugna yet this tournament.
I mean, it's so superb against Darkseer. Lina for sure, but Darkseer, he just struggles because you need to have a lot of luxury items before you can have a BKB or anything like that on a Darkseer.
Shaker has been a little bit overlooked. I think LGD is a little bit hesitant to pick it though because of the Rubik. Vici probably more at leisure.
But they don't really have any good support utility picks right now. Like Shaker is one of those few better ones that doesn't show any of your strat, and it's really good with the Tusk, so you can actually focus and block off a hero and target him down with the gyro.
I think they will go for it. They had it last game, and they're probably going to be pretty happy to have that combination again. Sure, it has to be in the back of their head that Rubik will steal Fisher.
It's also weak versus Darkseer in lane, too.
I mean, you're not going to be in lane, right? You're going to be just moving.
Well, you might try to kill him, I guess.
I don't think it's weak against him. You have Gyrocopter coming in with the Rocket Barrage.
Yeah, you can
block him.
Block him
He's
off.
Dead.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a good block, Darkseer with Surge will still probably die. But he can't really zone him out, so if you're talking about weak in lane against the Darkseer.
Yeah, well, it does. We see Tusk often in pressure lanes, especially from LGD. So I'm thinking of as a solo support with Gyro.
That's true. You can't really zone him. You can kill the Darkseer, but you can't keep him away.
Shaker.
There it goes, the Shaker.
Good thing they picked it. We theorized so much around it. Let's see what Vici want to go into. Razor is still not banned out, and it's been popular.
I feel like
we've talked about the Dragon Knight before, Min and Ben. Sometimes it's really good. Like you were talking about Lina and Rubik, good support duo, and maybe this is the game where you can have the Dragon Knight plus the Darkseer combination. Yeah, it's a lot of success in the past series as well.
And it's Dire as well. They have the Dire advantage, so Juggernaut fits much better there than Dragon Radiant. Dragon Knight?
Dragon Knight?
Dragon Knight.
Because
I understand you, Winter.
I was actually on the Dragon Knight as well, because we haven't seen DK at all during this on the main stage at least, and it's very surprising. It was one of the most popular picks, at least in this patch. So and what about the Juggernaut ban though? No, seriously, I mean, are they giving away the Juggernaut? I'm actually gonna ask them if it was not a misclick. You guys made fun of me, but
I looked at the hero list.
Yeah, I thought it made sense.
Yeah, it has.
You made a good point.
it has been picked this during TI.
He's next to Drow, Vengeful, and Mirana, and diagonal from Riki and PL.
So, nice.
Sonny, you're not getting Juggernaut. No way. What?
Nice police work there, dude.
I'm pretty sure he wanted to ban Juggernaut the last game.
Okay. He's been 6 picks so far at TI 5, and
mainly by
a lot of MVP.
Yeah, mainly MVP. Very, very popular with MVP players. QO has played him as well. Phoenix.
They're taking so long though. It feels like they're gonna just go for the Luna. Do you guys feel? Oh, the combo.
They're trying to counter out the gyrocopter. Scared of his
coming.
lifesteal.
You know what's coming? Vici Gaming picking AA.
There.
Yeah, it's coming. I mean, most likely going to be banned though.
Yeah.
But
I think they will.
It was a fine try.
I think it's a very nice combo if they can get it. But as you said, whenever you have Ancient Apparition in any game, it just telegraphs to you that Spectre is incoming. And you never want to pick Spectre early, so you can't really
it's such
get
a
around
strong
that.
lane as well. Rubik AA plus any hero is such a scary lane to fight.
It is. The damage is high.
Right. Kill him.
This is very reminiscent of the Cloud9 game. They actually have Shadow Fiend and Gyrocopter against the AA.
Indeed, it's actually the same heroes completely.
And the only time that Spectre has been seen at TI5 was, of course, with Hell.
And Dark Tier A is also a very, very strong combo because like A will shoot his ulti first and then Dark Tier will just jump at the very right moment. It's very easy. It's a very easy combo to land.
Yeah, when like the hard part about that combination is not executing it, it's getting the farm on Spectre so that her ulti actually does something. Early on it can deal some damage. Desolate does deal tremendous damage if you get to attack, but it's just about getting that radiance.
We haven't seen the Mask of Madness Spectre at all. I mean, we haven't seen Spectre so much, so I guess that's why, but it's been a trend at some point, at least in Europe.
6.83.
We haven't seen Mask of Madness.
Mask of Madness got nerfed, and after that, I don't think anyone really stuck on the Spectre train.
There was some builds like this after that, even.
Oh, they actually...
Especially for Spectre.
I think S4 was popping that a lot. He was playing that.
They actually took up the Venge.
It's next to Juggernaut.
Wow.
They were ready for this. I mean, they were probably like, we're not getting Spectre, so that's the other option, and that's why they insta-picked Phantom Lancer.
So they want to lock down and kill the Gyrocopter, I feel like. If they get... Yeah.
They have such a strong lane. I was just wanted, like, they could even go aggressive. Like, their lane is so strong. Rubik AAPL.
Yeah, I actually think that's actually a really good idea. If you put the Darkseid on a 1v1 matchup versus the Tusk, he's going to have a good time, and your tri-lane will actually beat their tri-lane because they have a melee support.
The last time they said that with the Razor died, so...
Oh, the Visage is back. Also a strong tri-laner.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll get your thoughts after the match as we conclude the lower bracket with our final game of the day. Winner takes it all. It's Vici Gaming versus LGD. Here's your commentary team of Blitz and LD.
Thank you very much, Paul. Blitz, it's finally arrived. Deciding Game 3 winner is guaranteed top 3, and they go into tomorrow with Evil Geniuses waiting in the lower bracket finals.
Not much of a consolation prize.
But they've got a tough match ahead of them, whoever goes on to win this. And on each team, you've got one former TI champion looking to become one of the first players to repeat. Old teammates, Xiao Wade and Hao. Only one of them can survive. Looking at the draft here, do you favor either team? What are your thoughts on the compositions?
I mean, when it comes to LGD's lineup, like you said, it's a little bit weak when they're all going to pick up their BKBs, and it goes ultra late. I think it was actually you that brought it up where, well, it's definitely you that brought it up where the Ancient Apparition, if you hit the Ice Blast, then things like the Satanic, the Mech, whatever, even with the BKB, the Lina can just pretty much one-shot you with the Aghanims. You're guaranteed dead after that. And that pretty much takes care of one core. And the Phantom Lancer, you just want the hardest hitting late game hero that you can possibly pick up in conjunction with that combination. Like with that AA, you want to extend the game for as long as you possibly can. So that means LGD, they have to get aggressive in the laning phase. Yao pretty much has to do what he did in that last game. And
do you see him as able to do it this time around? It felt like it was almost entirely a Hao misplay that gives him that first blood in the last game and gave him a lot of momentum. Barring a misplay, do you see Yao getting much out of this off lane?
I don't think so. I think the last game was really fortuitous. He got 4 creeps into the side block, right? And he was able to kill Hao with the help of that, just because the creep wave was so close to the tower, and it happened to be when the support was pulling. You'll almost never see a combination of all 3 of those happening at once. And I think it was, like you said, Hao's misplay, but this time he's playing Phantom Lancer, and Doppelganger is just one of the best abilities of being able to get away.
It feels like PL is just much more of a Hao hero than Razor is likely to be, because you can just get away with more. We've seen it from Aggressive a lot in the tournament. It just feels like it's more well suited for his playstyle.
It really just feels like he likes to play that flashy role where he can make the big play abilities happen, and
he likes to dive.
Yeah,
this guy loves to dive.
He's an aggressive player.
All right, so the lanes will get underway here. We did see early on, Vici Gaming got into the enemy jungle. They dropped down an Observer and a Sentry, almost guaranteeing this camp will stay blocked. Currently 1 Sentry Ward on MMY and 1 on Maybe, so they're reserving it here for the mid lane. may force this support MMY Visage to buy extra sentries in order to get the camp unblocked. Should allow for a little more room for Ice 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 here bottom. He'll be on the Darkseer and on the mid lane. Super getting his extra salve, and he'll be going blow for blow with the Shadow Fiend to start things off.
Yeah, and Super in this lane, he should do okay. Lina against the Shadow Fiend, eventually the Shadow Fiend pulls ahead by virtue of being able to do the stacks. But the key here is that Super shouldn't get over-aggressive and try to look for too much. Maybe he's going to win this lane when it comes to flat CS.
Bottom lane, there is a Shao 8 Fissure block, potentially. Ice 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 has to be careful. He gets caught into a rocket barrage. Where is he going to go? He doesn't have Surge yet. This is the first blood for LGD, and it goes the way of MMY. That's the boots, and that is soon gold for the sentries if he wants to go back for them. Just didn't have the level 2 yet. LGD really showing how to take care of this Darkseer early.
It just feels like Shao 8's a monster when it comes to that Earthshaker. Fissure block after Fissure block. He was godly in that first game. Only level 4 at something like 12 minutes, but still every single Fissure he follows up with.
How's our mid lane doing here? Still pretty early, maybe. Chewing through a single pool tango. He's still got a salve super as well. Is this just a farming lane? Do you see much kill potential for either team?
I think Super might get over-aggressive and could die, but other than that, it should just be trade back and forth farm. And
it's Shao 8 again, Blitz. You called it, and he's done it another time. The director, a flawless script being executed thus far. 2 ganks, 0 smokes used, and 2 kills through it.
I love that nickname every single time you say it.
It's so fitting. It used to actually be a bad nickname where, you know, in some ways where the script was that his teams would do more poorly early than they should, just so that the comeback will be more impressive and, you know, really be a dramatic spectacle. But this LGD, they're doing well early.
Yeah, and Shao 8, this roaming, I mean, it's so hard for Ice 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 to even move forward. He's just going to get the regen. That stun was just meant to bother him. And that gank in the mid lane, this is already a lane that Shadow Fiend should win when it comes to flat CS. He has the jungle available to him, and now Super's going to feel even more pressured to accomplish more in this lane.
And he's Radiant as well. And it's so tough to get in towards these camps. And Vici Gaming, for now, they are focusing on their Trilights. Let's talk a little bit about this. Yao, only level 1. He's been shut down quite a bit as well in terms of experience. They've already got 2 on Sylar, or sorry, not on Sylar, on Fenrir here. FY has the boots up as well. This is a very scary mid to late game support duo for Vici.
Yeah, and FI, we've seen what he can do with the Rubik, and there are plenty of abilities for him to steal, and so they're going to try to prioritize his level 6 as much as possible. Just get the AA to pull repeatedly, get levels wherever he can, and then FY can pretty much just split experience with this Phantom Lancer. And you can get away with that because the Tusk is barely being able to pressure Hao, and he's mainly just using his abilities to get farm. It's never a good sign, and meanwhile at bottom, Ice Ice Ice, he picks up that crucial level 2 for the level 2 Ion Shell, and he's getting really close to his Soul Ring. So he can just go to the jungle when he wants at that point.
Yeah, they've got 1 medium camp stacked up here, none of the big camps and not the small camp, so not the largest amount of jungle stacking as of yet. Doesn't want to leave this bottom lane quite already. He's still sticking around, trying to push out the waves. Level 3 now, but MMY with boots is just flapping his way forward and warning Ice 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 that this lane he's no longer welcome here.
I mean, still, it's only a level 3 Sylar and a level 3 Ice Ice Ice. He's managing to keep up in levels, and this smoke's going to mean a lot right now to Yao because he hasn't had the best time at top, and it has to succeed as the Shadow Fiend's going to start running forward right now.
Gank number 3, and it looks like kill number 3. The Fissure Snowball combo, nowhere to go. Super is being feasted upon now in the mid lane, and maybe having one of the most explosive starts you could ever ask for a Shadow Fiend. They're also making a slight go on bottom, but Ice Ice Ice, there's nothing to stun him here. So he's able to back off and continues to put pressure on the lane. Rough going for the Lina early. Doesn't even have her boots yet.
Yeah, and Chao, he's going to pick up the DD rune in front of FY, but FY is going to camp in this mid lane behind the Lina. She's not level 6 yet, so
he's
the
coming
Shadow
in again.
Yeah, there's actually... This is really rough right now because FY doesn't want to stick here. They're going to get the ward down at the same time. They're going to see that the Rubik is just camping. So what maybe he can do is just force out the lane and then go to the jungle at his own leisure. He doesn't actually have to contest this lane anymore. He's gotten the CS that he wants. He has the levels that he wants. His CS is actually a little bit poor considering the type of start that he's had, but he still has the jungle to fall back on.
Yeah, thanks to the kills as well. Maybe is the leader here in terms of net worth. And as you suggested, he will go back to the jungle. Now we're going to rotate back onto mid, so he'll just look to maximize his own personal economy. And Vici still not showing any signs of early pressure. These are pretty level-dependent support splits, the Rubik and Ancient Apparition. No smokes picked up as of yet. We used to see a lot more early pressure, but with this Ancient Apparition duo, it doesn't seem like they want to get as aggressive early on.
I mean, this is one of the more passive support duos, like you said. The Ancient Apparition, if there's a hero that relies on being level 6, it's it. He doesn't even go for the Chilling Touch build where you can go for the early engagements. Fenrir is pretty much all in for the late game already.
Yeah, what do you make of this particular skill build? Is this just to maximize like the spell damage you can bring to bear for your team?
Yeah, definitely. If he TPs in Ice Vortex, the slow is really good. I mean, look at the rest of his team. It's almost all magic damage. The only physical damage that you're going to see is when the Lina hits like level 25 and finally has 6 slots, and the Phantom Lancer's in a similar position. A lot of these heroes just rely on that mobility and the ability to just spam out repeatedly. So the Ice Vortex will make a difference there, but not going Chilling Touch at all is pretty indicative of a hero that just wants to play passively.
Now Vici Gaming, as the 6-minute rune will spawn. There's a bottled invis now online for maybe. Could be yet another death for poor Super. Finally has his boots. They're coming out on the courier. He's going to back off to his own woods where a nice healthy stack is waiting. So not going to go the way of Ice Ice Ice, who still only level 3 here bottom. 6 minutes in, about to crack 4. They're going to give Super the farm. They want him to catch up and get more active in this game, may even do a bit of bottle crowing. Let's see, does FY look to take over mid? No, for now. Ice 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 walking directly on top of Xiaowei to get slowed. The Fissure being held and blocks him. Doesn't block him fully. No, not quite. They don't have a call down yet. He's just creeps away from 6. Sylar thwarted in his effort for yet another kill. So Ice Ice Ice, he plays a bit with fire, but he doesn't get burned.
Still, that was so dangerous. A little bit more up, and Xiaowei would have been able to get that block, and that should have been a guaranteed kill on Ice Ice Ice.
It's really the way of Ice Ice Ice. If Hao is often known for being a bit over-aggressive at times, Ice 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 always pushes it to the limit in the off lane, it feels like.
Yeah, more times than not, he's successful, but this lane is so punishing. The combination of the Earthshaker plus the Rocket Barrage, easily able to chase him down, and he doesn't have the levels for farm anymore. He had a really early start that was really good, but I mean, now it's Yao that's getting a lot out of this lane. He's almost level 5, because both supports just have to rotate out.
Yeah, look how much Vici Gaming is maximizing their supports right now. FY's taking over mid. They were there to leech the stack that was cleared out by Super, and we see the PL rotate into the jungle. This used to be something that was really common when Terrorblades were running the safe lane, just trying to get as much as they can for their supports. Called out bottom. Onto Ice 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 to go. The Fissure follow-up. He didn't run away in time, and the Rocket Barrage will finish him off. LGD now finding their 4th kill of the game.
And Xiaowei, he's been the basic proponent of all 4 of those so far. They're getting so aggressive on the map with him. He doesn't even seem like he cares about his levels at this point in the game. He just relies on the ability to initiate with that Fissure, and he has so many powerful spells that can help him out. Maybe with the double Shadow Rays, you've got that Rocket Barrage that we've talked about all week, which makes Gyrocopter such a strong 1-2 punch. And in this mid lane, it looks like they do want to get aggressive. And is there a level 6 on either of the supports? No, and so this is going to deter LGD Gaming for very long.
They're banking on these support levels. Fenrir, 5.5. He is close to the Ice Blast Blitz, and LGD have really they've focused a lot on the mid and the off lane, but they've done nothing to slow down Fenrir, and even if he dies to this smoke gank that LGD are working on, this is fast level 6 for a tri-lane Ancient Apparition.
I think if they bring the Shadow Fiend, what this means is they want to go for that top and then eventually go for the tower push immediately after, but they're just going to run into Vici Gaming here.
FY gets the lift off, but does he get the multiple hero stun? Yes, he does. Super off the mark with his own stun, but it allows for the retreat. They get the stacks low and maybe will raise it down, but it's not a big stack. As far as the creeps go, you've got some golems and ogres in here. Some of the least valuable creeps in the jungle.
Let's still smoking committed and Yao at the same time.
Bottom, Ice 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 again, being punished by Sylar. This feels like one of those aggressive Gyrocopter games. He hasn't actually left the lane, I guess is the difference, but he's getting fed kills at this point.
How often do we see Ice 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 die solo like that? It's a hero that doesn't have a stun, but must have been out of position and is chased down.
Oh, Blitz. They just smoked. I don't know if they were spotted. The tree was kind of blocking the location that they were at, even though the Sentry Ward is just out of range. And let's see if LGD are wise to this. The Ice Blast is online. They get down the lane ward. Kind of an interesting spot for it. Unlikely to be dewarded if they put a Sentry to the north here. They also block off the Ancients. Trying to pull ahead in the economy game as well as in the kill potential. At the same moment, Familiars have arrived and they are on the scout. FY makes his move, he goes in. Does he get up the lift? There's the Ice Blast follow-up. They combo Xiaowei. He's blown up in a matter of seconds. They didn't even have to commit a Laguna. They can maybe turn on MMY. FY force back. Familiars in pursuit. Is there any backup? He survives. He lives. And he's now level 5 and to the north. It's Fenrir. He's been caged, but he's got a haster, and Yao can't bring him down. Fenrir makes the great escape. Level 6 and change now. The supports of Vici Gaming really looking to bring this one back, Blitz. They're keeping it reasonably close here through 10 minutes.
Yao was 1 XP away from level 6. That would have been the difference between being a kill and him running away with the haste, but great play by Vici Gaming, getting active on the map with just their 2 supports. You've got the level 6 on the Ancient Apparition, so it's really easy for them to set up kills around the map now. Super can set it up with just the Light Strike array. Vici Gaming, all they have to really do is drag this game out as long as they can, get to the late game, and just don't let LGD snowball off of these lanes, but that's easier said than done. This Gyrocopter and this Shadow Fiend are so farmed right now.
We may see them go for that big 5-man combo. LGD have used it quite a bit. Oh, familiar stunts, catch out super mid. A bit far to dive here. They try to farm these things up. There's no resummon available, and that's one. Do they get the second here? Looks like it should survive barely in the trees. What do you make of the Visage's role in this game? It's not a hero that LGD have favored much as of late, and in general hasn't been all that popular in the tournament.
I actually kind of agree with what the analyst said when they thought for a second that Vici Gaming could go aggressive tri-lane. You get Chilling Touch plus the Phantom Lancer and the Rubik. You've got a lot of different ways to initiate the fight. They can almost never contest you. But once you take MMY, who's playing a Visage, Gyrocopter Visage Earthshaker is not going to be challenged in the safe lane. And by guaranteeing that Gyrocopter's farm, he's one of the few ways that you can deal with the Phantom Lancer in the late game. So it's almost just a pick just to kind of prevent Vici from getting aggressive. And at the same time, you can do a lot of cool tricks. The birds can go around. You can set up for kills that are unexpected, and it's really strong against the Rubik. You just set the birds on him in the fight. What can FY do about it?
You can try to steal the birds. That's what.
There's actually no way. I'm saying that right now, but
I have seen it once, but it really should never happen. If anyone's going to prove you wrong, Blitz, it's probably the Prince himself. This top lane continues to be free farm here for Hal. Quietly staying close with the other cores. Not seeing any pressure. Looking for that next move from Vici Gaming. They've got level 6 on Fenrir. FY still trying to complete his. And they continue to just leave the cores off in the jungle, but as for LGD, it's a slightly more uneven, well, actually quite a bit more uneven farm distribution with their 2 big frontliners getting the lion's share of the gold and experience. They now smoke. It's an offensive build for Maybe. He's gone Blink first. Not the most common build for Maybe. I think we saw it maybe once in this tournament so far, but he may find someone here. Ice, ice, ice. Oh, does he reveal the smoke? Yeah, it's actually popped on Maybe. And they're doubling back now, starting to realize.
He's there.
Oh, Fissure, is it going to hit him in time? It does, and the raise. They get him. Ice, ice, ice. He almost just got away with murder. But LGD are like, huh? Oh, there's somebody there.
That must have been so confusing for them because they know that somebody's there. They're not quite sure where. They're looking around the map, but in the end, they do get ice, 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 and this should lead to a tower push. But everybody from Vici Gaming is already set up for this. They've smoked around, and this is going to be such a crucial fight because if Vici Gaming actually win this fight, with the type of lineup that they have, where they want to drag it out to the late game, if they can take control of this fight early, they could get so much map control out of this.
Yeah, and you can see Hao trying to bait them in a little bit, showing himself here in the bottom lane, and he's rather. Vici go the other direction, though. They start painting out the mid lane. It looks like they want to make moves towards Sylar's current home. Not finding anything. Still waiting on that FY level 6, and it looks like he'll go back and collect it now. Finish off these creeps mid. He's got his Arcane Boots. And, well, I guess the question is, what will be his first big steal? Bottom lane, though. LGD still wanting to pressure Hao. Maybe has the DD rune, and the Sigil begins its scouting run. Ice Blast is available. Do they hold? Do they try to hold this? There's no points in back yet. Ice, 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 a bit under-leveled. And there's also pressure coming from Sylar top, trying to force that Vici rotation out so they can take this tower freely.
They're wasting a lot of time on it right now. Sylar, he's trying to force somebody to come top just so that they can rotate and they can take that bottom tower like you said. But Vici Gaming, they can just play the waiting game. Hao doesn't have to get over-aggressive. LGD don't have the best way to instantly initiate on him. They'll all see it coming, and you've got the Ice Blast that can always follow it up. So LGD is a little bit hesitant to go for the 5-man, but they did waste a lot of time just camping 5 heroes down there the entire time.
Sylar, FY wants the backstab. He's got the lift available. Does he use it? Where's that lift? Drums are going to come out. He's still holding it. Still holding it. Now finally going to let it fly, but it's a bit too late. Doesn't even spell steal anything. What's he going to grab here? He's been cornered. He just TPs out, tells the team to leave him for the Wolves, and he will make it home. It seemed like he was hoping for a bigger spell steal and just scrambles out and says, this gank is a failure. Let's get the hell out of here.
I'm actually a little bit surprised that he was able to survive there.
They're going to get a tower bottom, though.
Yeah, but they should get the tower top at the same time. But this is Ice, Ice, Ice with almost a fully completed mech after this tower. He's going to get the last hit. But LGD, maybe they just decide to keep going because they have both their cores up here.
Can Vici contest this? Ice Blast cooling down for 25. Only 1 point in the back. Mech isn't actually finished yet. Can they fight?
I mean, it'll be really close. Alina has a Yule Scepter. With the Ice Blast, they can pretty much just one-shot somebody, and I think LGD are aware of that and are just going to continue to split up and farm. Their timing window is a lot bigger. They can just decide to farm out both of their major cores, but there is going to be a point where it becomes really scary because Vici Gaming, that Aghanim Scepter Lina plus the Ice Blast, we saw it in the game where they played against C9. This seems to be their bread and butter combination.
It's deceptively strong in the late games, as you talked about. They still need a while to go here, though. Super not really farming amazingly well on the Lina. He had a rough start. He's a full 60 CS down on Maybe's gargantuan Shadow Fiend. And it keeps that window open longer. Even if at some point maybe Vici could take over. It's quite some time before they'll have the big items, barring a fight. Do they look for that fight? Mech still not finished. The split push continues from Ice, but these familiars will allow them to pressure in the mid lane, and it looks like it won't be defended blitz. This is a lot of map control that Vici are giving up, and it just feels like they don't quite have the tools they need to hold.
You sort of have to just give that tower up, though, because it's incredibly hard for them to take a fight at this point in the game when you know LGD have most of the items that they need. Visage is one of those heroes that in the early game is so hard to fight against. The only way you take a fight here, and actually...
Courier, he only steals the Enchant Totem, not the best for FY, but the Lina's waiting. Laguna, and straight into the heart of Xiaowei will pierce it and take him down. FY will pay the price, though, as Maybe finishes him off. A 1-for-1 bottom. Meanwhile, the top lane, Hao, taking this moment to take a free tower, or at least it looks free, until this TPM.
Still be able to get it, and he's going to get away, and Hao's got a surprising amount of farm, despite the fact that his team hasn't had the best map control.
Trying to snowball, and getting up the hill where the Requiem's waiting for Hao. Follow-up by Sharks doesn't quite pin him in. He's got the Walrus Punch. He jumps forward. Hao is just playing around, and the Ice Blast will connect. It's on 2 instantly, down with the Tusk. Maybe also in a bit of danger here. There's a Light Strike array, but no range to make it happen. He'll barely retreat. Giving Ice the time he needs. He's now completed the mech. They have forfeited 2 towers, but there's the Diffusal Blade as well. Vici Gaming keeping this game very close. I mean, considering the start LGD had, it felt like they should run away with the laning stage blitz, but they're really neck and neck here when it comes to pretty much any metric as far as gold and experience go.
And this is what Vici Gaming want. They expected to be in this position. Like we talked about, the Shadow Fiend is naturally just going to pull so far ahead of Lina when it comes to CS. And the Gyrocopter is going to be really similar in that regard too, because the Phantom Lancer just can't flash farm, and you can't pressure as much. These are heroes that are meant to be a little bit behind in net worth, but they make up for it in items. A Phantom Lancer, when it comes to the ultra late game, can pretty much 1v3 all of LGD's non-core heroes, and it's going to be really tough for them to deal with him, as he's got a lot of farm. He's got 117 CS. He hasn't died once yet. They've taken a lot of these towers that I don't think they should have been able to. Aside from the mid tower, the top tower and the bottom tower going down means a lot of control for Vici.
Yeah, it seems like they've just kind of surprised LGD, where they show some heroes on one side of the map, they pull LGD to the other side, and then like out pops the Phantom Lancer, out comes Ice, and all of a sudden they've gotten a freebie. They've avoided the fight that it feels difficult for them to win at this stage. And another big combat item has been picked up. Maybe no mech build. He's just gone straight into the BKB, and with the Ancient Apparition in the field, he's made an adjustment here. When do they go? They've got Sylar with his own Ogre Club. Is he into BKB and then they 5-man? Is this a Sanjin Yasha and just play it slower? What's your tempo here for LGD?
I actually think that LGD should just smoke in and do Roshan. They've got the Shadow Fiend with enough levels of the presence of the Dark Lord, 3 levels of that. MMY has a Medallion of Courage.
Even
They've
against
got the course to be able to do it.
Even against the Dark Seer, you're not afraid of that triple vacuum onto the hill that we saw yesterday.
I mean, if you sneak it fast enough, Ice will show himself at bottom at some point.
Okay.
And maybe you go for a gank and then do it. It's still a little bit dangerous, but I mean, they need to make something happen. The alternative is you go for the tower bottom, but they've already demonstrated that 5-man tower pushes, Vici Gaming can hold it as long as they're in there a little bit early.
And LGD actually the team that's worried about a potential roach. They were scouting it with the Sigil. It continues to move on to Fenrir. And by the way, Fenrir is gearing up for that later game on the Ancient Apparition. Has the Gloves of Haste. It will be a Midas build. Compare this to, say, Fate's Ancient Apparition. You see that I think this is the one hero where Fenrir will get a lot of farm priority compared to FY. when he plays that AA. Here comes the smoke, though. Moving around.
Get this for sure. And Super's waiting behind, but
maybe blinks in. He just goes immediately onto FY. Familiars are going to follow this one up. Can they kill him? No! The turnaround from Super disintegrates the Shadow Fiend. And even if they get these 2 kills, it's still a pretty decent exchange here going the way of VG Gaming. That was just totally unexpected. Had the BKB and a haster and didn't see it coming.
That's 100% worth it. Hao's going to continue to farm. Ice continues to maintain space. 3 heroes from VG Gaming are non-stop farming, and they lose their Shadow Fiend out of that engagement, who's their highest net worth hero. If you look at the gold change, it's only 400 in favor of LGD, and that might have just been evened out by the amount of farm that 3 cores got at the same time.
And like you said, they're not killing Hao. They're not killing Ice, who's going back for the Arcane Boots. They even see that pair of Guardian Greaves coming out relatively soon. And LGD not finding opportunities to use their BKBs. You go for double BKB, you would love to team fight. And there they do feel very strong, but it buys time. The vacuum now level 4. It was level 2 when you mentioned the possibility of a Roshan, so the team fight potential levels up here, Blitz. Waiting on the Midas on the Ancient Apparition, and it just seems the way VG are moving that they are so content with just nothing happening for 30, 40 minutes.
Oh, this is their game plan. Even if you trade 2 heroes for 1 at this point, if you're trading for a core, VG Gaming are perfectly satisfied as long as it's not Hao that's dying. And Ice is getting a really good amount of farm. He's going to have a Blink Dagger at some point, and then it's going to be nearly impossible for LGD to push, even when you have that double BKB, because you can just immediately run into a trap. You get Vacuum stunned by the Lina at the same time. We saw IG execute that combo, but it was a line instead. And the Lina's even easier to do in some respects. And the Ice Blast to follow up at the same time. LGD got to be so scared right now.
How can they disrupt this rhythm that VG have found? Just pushing out the side lane, slowing the game down. They opt for a blink on the Tusk of Yao. He's going a little bit more aggressive here. Maybe we see him go back for a pipe if the game drags. He's got the value cloak for now. And they are farming MMY. He's picked up a point booster, working towards his eggs. Decent late game hero, that support Visage. Not yet level 11 though. Seems like they're going to settle on the bottom lane as 5 heroes move into position. FY gets the D ward though. And speaking of FY, he didn't really have a hot start, but Blitz, he's getting there. 1,300 gold. The ever so scary FY blink it's within striking distance. One good fight and he'll almost have it.
And there's a lot of good spells for him to steal in this game. If you can get anything from Sylar aside from the call down, or aside from the flat cannon, you'd want it. Maybe's Requiem. We saw him steal that from Fada a few times.
Oh, jeez.
When he was the Shadow Fiend. You can steal the Fissure potentially. The Echo Slam would be the big prize there once you get your Blink Dagger, but that might just be a little bit too greedy. As Hao, I mean, he's been uncontested this entire game.
And Super as well. Super was pushing in top. He killed off a Familiar. They're just not allowing LGD to execute this 5-man Dota. Ice Blast. Just doing a bit of scouting here bottom. The TP out will come. Even though nothing's happening, and even though farm is almost even, it just feels like VG are a puppeteer pulling LGD strings around the map.
Yeah, this is why score just doesn't simply matter in Dota. VG Gaming can just continue to push out these waves. It's hard for LGD to get a straight initiation without committing at least 2 of their cores, because the Earthshaker doesn't have a Blink Dagger. This is the one downside to playing this hard 5-roll that Xiao8 is, where he roams around nonstop. He's not going to have a lot of time for the blink unless they just definitively win fight after fight, which they haven't been able to. And Maybe, who's been at the top of the leaderboard, net worth this entire time, is about to be overtaken by a Phantom Lancer who hasn't even joined in one fight yet.
And you're saying that about Hao, and it's after the last game where it felt like he was looking for fights that didn't even exist. Just a much more patient approach, showing that veteran discipline, that he could come back from a rough game, not tilt, and just execute a slower pace. LGD, again, just pacing back and forth through their own side of the map, basically doing laps around their own jungle, reacting top, reacting bottom, still haven't taken on this tier 1 bottom, despite the 5-man. It's just incredible that they haven't been able to group up once. And we haven't even seen a smoke, really. They tried once, but they're reacting now. And maybe, well, he wants to get aggressive. He's going to finally just walk up the river. Not quite scouted, about to walk into a dire observer. In fact, now he is. He shows himself towards mid. Familiars do a bit of scouting. They are also deploying Sylar bottom, but FY's here in the trees, just leeching experience, zeroing in on the dagger, not getting caught or scouted. He's given himself an observer and sentry to ensure he's safe, and they continue to pace. This time, Sweeney passed the rope pit, and they just blink on the tower. They're trying to basically gank the tower before Vici can react in time. Ice Blast comes out. It hits on 2 off the bat, but they will bulldoze their way through this. Finally, LGD should be able to take it, and they will. But the Midas has been acquired on the Ancient Apparition. The Dagger is ever so close. FY 400 gold away. And House pushing in the top lane. He's ratting this one out. Even is going to spear Sylar on the TPN. The circle is drawn by by Shao 8 rather, over towards the Ancients.
I mean, they take that tier 1 bottom tower, but it took them so long. They had to maneuver, reposition repeatedly, scout out everything. And meanwhile, during all of that posturing, Hao just continues to farm. And yes, Vici Gaming are still in a decent position, or LGD are in a decent position. They're 1k gold ahead. But again, we discussed it early on. The draft is meant to do that. And I think Vici are incredibly happy and surprised that they're only down by 1k.
This was not a part of the script, unless Shao 8 is looking for a very exciting turn.
Oh, they've got a Blink Dagger though, and ice.
The rat,
get out!
Ice Shard's going to come through, not on the mark, and well, other big items of note here. Super's also gotten his Aghanim Scepter. Laguna, not level 3 yet, 675 damage. That's about half, in fact, it's just around half of Mavy's HP. It's over half of everybody else's except for Sylar. And you imagine that combined with an Ice Blast. It's tough to see how they command fight the Lima.
Ow. Just gonna get so frustrating right now. LGD, they just keep grouping up as 3 or 4 LD, and it doesn't really feel like they know where to go from here because they want to get aggressive. But if they get over-aggressive against a team with the Phantom Lancer and an Ancient Apparition, I think they just lose the game. And so it has to be, the cores have to do a whole lot in these next fights. Like the BKB timers are still at 10 seconds, and we're talking as if Vici have already won, but LGD, they've still got 2 10-second BKBs, and they've got cores that can deal with the Phantom Lancer in the mid-game.
They're just really looking for that right time to move, and here's it's now. They're going to get deep into the enemy woods. Fenrir backing off in the nick of time, maybe has another blink in 3 seconds. Don't tell me he dives the base here. Oh, Hao comes in though, he gets caught out. Walrus Punch, Fissure, everything in the kitchen sink used to stuff him 6 feet under. And now LGD, at long last, they've found the opening they're looking for. They're going to try to push in this top lane. They've got 2 cores up in front. The rest of the team farming up the jungle. MMI has picked up a gem here. He's still working towards the Aghanim Scepter. And he's got the next component available to be purchased. Same moment, Ice. Off in the enemy jungle. He's shoved in mid. The top tower actually not dead just yet, and they're not going to go for that one. Instead, they push out the mid lane. They get the Sanj and Yasha maybe. Now they Pains come out again. They've managed to find an aggressive ward here. Not up on the hill, where you'll often see it, but down towards the middle lane. And they blink forward. Again, just trying to bull rush the towers before there's a reaction. Thunder is off bottom. No level 2 Ice Blast yet. But he is closing in on it. It looks like this one, LGD, they'll completely surround and should be able to take it down.
And finally, they're starting to get objectives, and it's the opening off of that kill on the Phantom Lancer. Vici Gaming have no interest in fighting right now, and this is going to actually mean a lot for LGD, because this will free up control of the jungle if they want it, because they've already taken the mid-tier 1 tower, and this is going to make it really hard for Vici to go for that split push they were this entire game. Like, if Hao doesn't die there, he gets away, it becomes incredibly hard for LGD to do anything, because Vici Gaming then have them pinpointed when it comes to location. Hao can just boots of travel down to that bottom lane and start to pressure that tier 2, and LGD have to continue to play reactive Dota, but with that kill and that tier 2 tower, it opens up a whole lot of options for LGD.
Shao 8 is going to march down towards the bottom lane. If he shows himself, FY is ready to reveal him with the Blink Dagger at the ready. Could even steal the Fissure, which may be used to farm out the lane. More TPs coming in now as Yao will join him. Has a Glimmer Cape ready. Shows the Fissure, the Snowball's there, the counterplay. Look for it from FY, who leaps in to start up the fight. Now the Ice Blast onto Shao 8, holding him in position here, looking for the pickup. He didn't get the Fissure, though, only the Enchant Totem. And now Baby's arrived. He erupts onto FY and wrecks him. 2 for 1 there. Does force out a 10-second BKB. But Vici Gaming hemorrhaging a couple of kills. Back to split pushing.
And this is what LGD wanted. They wanted Vici Gaming to eventually get bold and say, okay, the net worth lead probably isn't too bad if you look at the heroes. Let's try to look for these 1 or 2 hero pickoffs and slow them down and create more space for Hao. But what this is actually going to do is you're going to lose 2 heroes and you're going to give up the Roshan. Without the Ice Blast at the ready, even with the Darkseer available, LGD finally see the opportunity to Roshan. And I mean, ever since that top pickoff, it's been all LGD. And Vici Gaming, they were doing a really good job of staying off the map, but eventually it becomes too much as LGD, they take a tower, they get the Aegis, they got the kill on the Phantom Lancer, and they pick up both support.
They're going to hold top here. Looks like the illusions may bring it close to deny range. Will be cleaned up in short order by Snowball, so that tier 2 does survive. How continuing just to chip away. Has gone Boots of Travel and Yasha now. Maximum split push appears to be the order of the day as he hits level 16. They can just a starkly different approach from each team. The more group up and fight from LGD, the stall and delay from Vici. Very interesting to see how this is going to turn out. For now, it's amounted to a 5,000 gold lead for LGD, and the experience really starting to go their way, up to 7,500. They will use this opportunity to smoke, and I think it is worth pointing out, they've got some aggressive wards down. Well, not super aggressive, but decent vision towards the mid and bottom. That's why he's split pushing. He's ratting as well. The whole team is starting to do it. It's tank Dota. Sylar getting an Eye of Scotty. Not opting for a more offensive item, just wants to be able to survive the combo. They're going to move towards bottom now, and another ward gets planted. Do they find anyone here?
Even if they kill FY, this is such a huge commitment for them. I think this is one of their plays where they want to try to catch somebody as they go for the split push, and then take the tower at the same time. But the lane is pushing in really rapidly, and I don't even think LGD is going to get anything out of this.
They really do want to go, though. There's the Blink Walrus punch to start off. Beautiful ice charge onto 2 and holds super in position, and now maybe goes in. Where's that Laguna? It doesn't even get a single kill, but the fact trying to counter this with the wall deployed, also ineffective. Call down will recover the path of retreat as Yao TP's home. They ambush 2, and then they just back. They won't get the objective you mentioned, Bloods, but they get 2 kills, and they get a core Lina as well.
That ward was just freshly placed, right? Meaning
yes, it was just placed.
I think Vici Gaming should have been able to see that and said, okay, there's a decent idea that LGD may be here. Like, nobody's showing on the map right now. We have ward vision in our own jungle, so they're clearly not invading that or farming it out. So by sending 2 heroes there and going for the ward deny, it was a little bit risky. I think they got unlucky a little bit too with the uphill misses, but still, LGD, they're just finding openings around the map everywhere that are just being presented to them for free as Vici Gaming. They played such a clean game up until this moment.
Vici Gaming are really testing LGD's map sense, and so far the moves have been the ones they needed. Now getting another mobility item here. Xiaowei with the Blink Dagger, and it puts the team on triple Blink, I believe it is, with Yao also having one. Sanjin Yashin maybe, and Familiars, which can get around the map fairly easily. So they do have a rather mobile reactionary force building up to try and keep these lanes out and to punish the split push. See Sylar stay bottom and deal with that lane. The rest of the team moving towards mid, and MMY going back to him, Blitz. He is closing in on the Ags, gets the Ogre Club now, has enough for one more component. He's very close.
It's going to be so hard right now for Vici Gaming.
Look for the combo, for the vac, into the follow-up Lina stun. That's the big play here with an Ice Blast over the top.
They're going to need it right now to hold, but Ice, it looks like he does want to go in. He's surging himself forward.
He's going in rather deep, and he gets second thoughts about that. Good positioning here from LGD, just no real opening.
I think LGD also realized what we have, which is we don't want to get hit by that vacuum Ice Blast. Look how far spread their cores are even.
Oh, they're going in. Walrus punch on the Ice. The Ice Shard's not quite trapping him in. He will scurry away, and Hao finally connects on that tier 2 top. Meanwhile, FY being scouted by the Familiars as he'll retreat out. They continue to play the split push game here, but it's a double Eye of Scotty. Maximum tank for LGD, getting very beefy. And now all of a sudden the Laguna Blade, it's about to be 950, but even so, it's only like a third of the health of Maybe, and around the same for the Gyro combo.
Oh, Yao's actually going to find Super here.
Could be another pick off Super. Ghost Scepter not going to save him. LGD strike again, continuing to just find pickoffs and map control, increasingly putting Vici Gaming back into their base. They're going to scramble down towards the bottom side of the map, but LGD, they may just walk back towards this bottom lane and go for tier 2. Let's see. Where do they want to go?
I think LGD, especially with Super down, they know that the Ice Blast plus Aghanim Scepter Lina Laguna Blade is on cooldown, and this is going to make their cores feel incredibly safe.
FY
Aegis.
He just can't find the fissure.
I think you just keep going. You're so tanky.
Xiaowei just getting harassed, though. The back combo. There's the Ice Blast onto Maybe. Maybe in a lot of danger. The Glimmer Keep trying to keep him alive. His own illusion bringing him ever so low. And he still has the Aegis, though, and it was set to expire fairly soon, I believe. He is going to be BKB here in the end. In fact, the Aegis now replaying well. That was just an awkward timing where if he doesn't BKB and then he dies as the Aegis expires, he's really going to regret it.
I think he would have survived, though.
Yeah, it was close. I guess he was worried about a backstab of some kind.
Yeah, but VG Gaming, they show the strength of their combination. If there was a Lina right there, BKB or no BKB, that Shadow Fiend 100% would have been dead. And then from there, Vici can take that 4v5 fight with the Phantom Lancer, and that's what they're going for every single time with this combination. It's not meant to catch multiple heroes. It's great if you do. If you don't, it's just meant to disrupt one hero out of the fight, and then Vici Gaming can play the numbers game.
LGD have backed off now. They retreat to their own side of the map. The Ice Blast thrown in rather aggressively. Fenrir just trying to keep these lanes out as much as possible. See FY building towards potential 4-staff for Yule Scepter here. Gets his Staff of Wizardry. But Sylar's got another item, and this dual core of LGD continues to top the net worth charts. They're keeping up in the farm department. 3,600. What is he going to pick up next? We'll see. Meanwhile, maybe up to 1,700 of his own. What's he got here? Nothing else.
So Sylar just continues to farm out. He's got 3,600 gold. I actually think this was the correct build for him, going for the Eye of Scotty. You don't want to be able to get one shot, but it was even yesterday we saw, or 2 days ago we saw the C9 Vici game. It didn't really matter how much HP you had. The combination still blows you up every single time, and so he might just opt to say, okay, well, I can't survive against that combo, but hopefully it goes on the Shadow Fiend instead, and I'll just get a Butterfly so I can fight the Phantom Lancer.
And it is worth just keeping an eye on these BKB durations here. Maybe he's down to 7. Still a very healthy 9 on Sylar. So they'll have a few more fights where they have long-term magic resistance. You know, there is the Laguna. You can still shatter it with the BKB, but they're still fairly durable here. Got a lot of fighting power. Vici moved again into the LGD jungle. Top lane, though, the counter to the Rat play, it may be these Familiars Blitz, which, while they don't have a Drow R or Lycanhow, they are still able to keep the lanes out of it.
Yeah, and it's really significant that now MMY has that triple stun for the birds. That Aghanim Scepter, that's a really good timing for it. It means that he can finally go for something like the Solar Crest, and going high ground becomes even easier, but they're going to need an Aegis at bare minimum if you're LGD.
That's a good point. And the other thing is, I mean, who's really going to be building an MKB here for Vici? How, maybe. Really not the best PL item, but evasion could be something that throws a wrench into the Vici gaming plans. Ice going plate mail. Looks like Shiva's will be the pickup for him as well. So, more to combo with the big AoE. Now the Demon Edge for Sylar. Looks like he may get rid of his Drum of Endurance here. So with that, MKB, maybe Daedalus next on the list. Maybe Rapier.
I think MKB is almost certain, unless you want to go for something incredibly YOLO.
If he gets the next Aegis, do you think he can get away with a Rapier? Or is that too risky and unnecessary here?
He could, because nobody from Vici really does exceedingly well with the Rapier. Like maybe the Phantom Lancer, but it would be so risky for him to do it. I don't think that he lives with himself if he loses it and they lose the game as a result of it.
A man can dream.
No, there's no way. He just goes for the MKB.
I hope he gets it now, just because you said there's no way.
He bought it already.
All right.
The Phantom. Oh, they're actually smoked up for this.
They're moving in. LGD in a very good position here, though. It looks like maybe the one up in front. He'll take an initial lance, blinks back instantly. They do show the PL, but that's not the hero that LGD are worried about. They're searching for the combo. Fenrir sitting back. The tower already down. Denied by Hal. Nice little play for him. Do they initiate? Vici really thinking about it. They're going to surge, but they still don't come in. It's FY who starts it up onto Sylar. Now the Ice Blast coming, the vacuum back, and he will almost instantly drop to half HP, but can they finish him up? Laguna will end him. The counter echo from Shawit, but it's all, well, 3 already dead here for Vici. Requiem going to turn this. They haven't dealt with the Shadow Fiend just yet, and now Shawit also going to fall. They get 1 core, but can they deal with the others? Hal now arriving and trying to turn it, but he's been forced back. At the same time, Illusions bringing MMY low, and trapped in the trees is Super. 1 little chop of the Tusk Cleaver will finish him off, and the only man to survive is Hal. And they got that first kill so easily, Blitz, but the follow-up just wasn't there.
When you lose your gyrocopter almost instantly, that's what Vici Gaming were trying to play for, but at the same time, maybe it just goes into the back lines, and they just snipe hero after hero, and that Aghanim Scepter Visage did so much work in that fight. Maybe he was just a monster. They couldn't even really touch him, and at the same time, how... He's tanky, but he doesn't do the damage necessary to really follow up in the fights, and that's even without the gyrocopter being there. And he's not even very threatened. He just doesn't do any damage, and LGD, they pretty much just ignored him the entire fight and killed everybody else.
Yeah, you mentioned the possibility that Hal could just come and clean up the 3 supports, so to speak, but they're getting pretty tanky just through sheer levels. You've got Xiao8 walking around with a lot of control, a blink, and now almost 1,400 HP. The Tusk of Yao sitting on 1,300 with a Shadow Blade as well as a blink cloak, so he's also tanky up. And then that's not even talking about MMY, who's got, well, when the Gravekeeper's cloak is in full effect, 33 armor, so almost impenetrable at first, and quite healthy in the HP department too. These supports quote unquote are just, they're tanky. They're not easy takedowns.
Yeah, and LGD know that the next Roshan is up, and this might be what they need to go high ground. They're going to feel really comfortable with how that last fight went, and they might think to themselves, okay, as long as we get an Aegis on the gyrocopter, there's almost no way that they can instantly burst us.
VG are smoking again. This time they're just barreling down the bottom lane. Hao has the heart, and he's the man who wants to initiate here, it looks like. GD swinging through the trees, and Ice, oh, he's in front. He's got to be careful not to get caught. He surges, and he jumps forward. Ice Blast coming in. They saw this coming. The back follow, but Sylar's already BKB'd, and he just starts pummeling VG Gaming. 2 dead off the bat. The combo a complete failure.
Go down here too.
And the Earn Charge tracking him out. He's got a Yule's available. Whiffs on the stun. Dunked as punishment for his failure.
The lane's even pushed up too, so LGD off the back of this, are just going to go for the racks right now.
No buybacks here. Ice Blast cooling down in 15, but they're also durable. And they've still got no back available, or rather no wall. They'll try to go in. Ice will be forced to buy back. This is going to put a huge dent into the VG Gaming economy. Hao in danger of not being able to have a chance at a repeat. Xiao8 looking for his. Well, comes the Ice Blast again. It will connect. There's the back onto 2. Bring Xiao8 down fairly low. Doesn't look like he should die just to this. There's no Aghanim Scepter yet. No follow-up available. They force out the buyback. They win the initial fight. Now they rotate. And they go right into Roche. They've got the Daedalus up, maybe the Familiars are here. LGD with this Aegis Blitz. This will be one of the hardest defenses VG Gaming have ever had to muster.
They couldn't even kill Sylar in that fight. Maybe, I think even after the combo of the Vacuum plus the Ice Blast, he's left with something like 1,500 HP. With the Laguna Blade follow-up, yeah, you might be able to kill the Shadow Fiend, but there's no way that you can deal with him during that time where he is BKB'd and alive. And Sylar, with that Aegis, he does so much damage. He has a fully completed MKB. MMY has that Solar Crest. Like we talked about, nobody from VG Gaming can afford to go for an MKB.
Maybe Hao goes towards one, but he's still a ways off of it as Yao hunts. Oh, and Fly Blink away. He actually forced himself forward. Realizes
Fenrir dies here.
A potential kill, but it's Fenrir who's left to the Wolves, and he'll go down again. You know, the other big thing for me, Blitz, and we haven't talked about it too much, FY has not been able to steal Fissure. Imagine how good that would be with the Vacuum. Every time he's gone for the spell steal in Xiao8, it's just an enchant totem he's gotten. This is not what you're used to seeing from the FY Rubik. Just great defensive support play from Xiao8.
Yeah, he hasn't had a lot of opportunities as Xiao8. I mean, he sits so far back. The Rubik's only level 12. He doesn't have something like that.
Going in. They're trying to engage on the Sylar who has the Aegis. Do they want to commit for this? No.
Oh, Super.
He hesitates and he dies for nothing.
He has no buyback now, too.
Sylar just going to walk away, still with 2 lives. They earn him up. They've already taken down the tower. They're going for the mid lane of Brax. They may even rotate on bottom here. There's no buyback, as you mentioned. Sylar doesn't even die a single time. Now the Blink Walrus. FY down as well. The Prince has fallen, and Ice will be next. Destroyed again by Maybe, who just rushes forward for the second lane of Brax. LGD, it's 1 Ice Blast, and they will pop the Aegis with that, but there's just no follow-up. There's no wall available. The buybacks aren't there. VG are in danger of being eliminated and denied what could have been a huge match versus EG. LGD, they can smell it. They can taste it. This game is in their hands, and they now lead by 20,000 gold. Close to 30,000 experience, but again, the jump!
How doesn't that buyback?
How it's dead for him as well. The PL down, 4 dead, 0 buybacks, 2 lanes of Brax. VG Gaming tap out, and it's LGD who hang on. The streak ends here. VG Gaming were undefeated coming into this series. They won that game 1, but it's LGD who hung on to take it. And Xiao8 will be the last man with a chance to repeat here at the International.
I mean, through the stretch, LGD was just a little bit more disciplined than VG Gaming. And VG Gaming, they had a really clear-cut, concise game plan, but eventually it falls apart, and LGD lay on the pressure over and over again and just outplayed them in the team fights.
The team fight execution was there, and like you said, they just found the openings. VG didn't get caught at all there for like 15, 20 minutes, and then they just started to collapse pick-off after pick-off. So we see Xiao8 here shaking hands with Ice. Great match between these two teams, but only one can move on. And in the end, it will be LGD who survive till the final day.
Yeah, so tomorrow it will be LGD versus EG. What a hype match, and they get the chance to fight against the grand final.
Two of the greatest captains Dota has ever seen here. Shao8 and PPD will be locking heads. The winner will face the wildcard surprise CDEC. And to break it down for today and look forward to tomorrow, it's back to Paul and the rest of the panel.
Thank you very much, LD and Blitz down in the commentary booth for our final game of the day. LGD successful, having bounced back from the upper bracket to the lower, and now are in the last game in that lower bracket. Tomorrow, of course, tomorrow morning they'll be playing Evil Geniuses for a place in the grand final. And the LGD boys on the end, you must be happy.
I'm sad that Vici lost, though.
Yeah.
That's what I feel as well. Like our bets, of course, important, but this is so impressive. I'm actually really impressed by how LGD, one game down, turned that around.
We made a big point about the fact that Vici had just gone on such a wreck down the bottom, 7-0, then won another one that made it 8-0, and then 2 in a row they've lost. So very disappointing from them. You can see LGD right now still talking about the game. Still talking about what's going on in the game after the game. Brilliant stuff from them. Let's start with LGD and assess where they went right in that third game. Wagger?
I actually believe that they just controlled the mid lane, made sure that maybe had good of a game the entire time. Like, they rely heavily on maybe Shadow Fiend. We said before, he did not die on Shadow Fiend, and then he had another game where he didn't die on Shadow Fiend, and then he had a game where he died once on Shadow Fiend. Like, what a monster.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other highlights in there? Any other players stand out for you?
I think the way the lanes were placed, we were actually discussing of the possibility of Vici running aggressive tri-lane because they had better early lane supports, Rubik and A. And if you look at Visage, you don't want to give him free farm. And I think the trade-off they got from the early game was better for LGD. That's why they were much stronger going into the mid game.
Okay, we'll leave it there for a second because Casey has caught up with one of our winning players. I believe Casey's with Sylar right now.
Yes, that's correct. We're with Sylar. Sylar, congratulations. You have been described as being the team that is probably one of the most well-disciplined here at the tournament. How do you think that might have factored into your win today?
首先祝贺，然后就是问一下你们队伍，很多人说是一个比较有纪律性的一个队伍，你觉得这个对你们是个怎么样的？
我觉得这是我们的一种风格吧，因为我们 LGD 战队，然后一直就队长说什么，我们就是完全统一的，不会做第二个动作。
I feel that this is a style of our team. Basically, whatever the captain says, that's just what we do. That's just our style.
And you were facing some of your former teammates with Vici Gaming. You placed second with them last year at the International. What was that like for you?
然后刚才打 VG 的话，他们也是当中有你去年的一些队友嘛，然后你是去年跟他们取了第二啊。然后就请问一下，你对这个的一些感觉？
我觉得就是也算是一种缘分吧。大家每一年都在差不多最后一天能碰到，在最后的争夺上，然后赢了，我跟我的队友也比较开心。而且我们跟 VG 交手过很多次，我觉得他们是一个实力跟我们很接近的队伍，所以赢了他们，我们也很开心的。
I feel that it's quite a bit of luck in that. We met again here in the event, and last year we got second place, but this year with my new teammates here we've done better. We've we're going to keep playing basically.
Yeah. And you have one more match standing between you and the grand final. What are your thoughts on Evil Geniuses looking ahead to tomorrow morning?
然后你们下一场应该是打EG最后一场，就是决赛之前最后一场。那你对这个有什么看法？
因为我们之前跟EG的交手不是很多，然后因为我们看 CDC 的风格好像比较克他们，可能我们会去研究一下吧。然后我觉得打EG我们发挥好自己就可以了。
EG we haven't really played that much against them before. But we saw CDEC, their style kind of counters EG, so we might go and look at that, try and learn something from that. But I feel that mainly as long as we play well against them, then we have a good chance.
Either way, we're in for a good couple of matchups. Congratulations, Sylar, once again to you and your team. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you very much, Casey, and also to Josh all day. Thank you, Josh, for your translations. And Siler there, of course, part of the winning team today. Top 3 are now decided. I would guess, if I asked all of you for a top 3 before the International, 2 of these 3 would definitely, or possibly, have been in your top 3, but it wouldn't have been all 3 of them, would it, Melini?
Nope, I had EG and LGD, but not CDEC.
Yeah. So switch out them for Secret, and I think we're probably about right, aren't we?
I didn't actually get LGD in my top 3.
Okay.
I got Vici, EG, and Secret.
Okay.
This is pretty much what most people expected, like EG and LGD being here, but CDEC, that's the upset. But LGD, he's now the last one, Zhao 8.
Zhao 8 is the last man alive that can repeat, and of course, he would also make history for winning 2 in a row. So that's, that's an extra little bit of motivation in there as well. What do you think, Seb?
I had the same.
You had the same top 3?
CDEC,
yeah, I think most people would have had them. Now that we've got our top 3, and we look forward to tomorrow a little bit, where do you place them in ranked order? Obviously, CDEC have that advantage of being in the upper bracket and gone through to the grand final already. EG and LG now have to play off to get in there. So bearing that in mind, one by one, starting with Ben.
CDEC, EG, then LGD, pretty much as it stands in order.
CDEC, EG, and LGD. Yeah.
Okay. Any EG believers here?
No, I'm actually with Ben as well.
Okay.
EG, CDEC, LGD.
Hey, we got one. Okay. So Seb tomorrow is an EG fanboy, so he needs the flags. Where are your flags? Where are your flags, Melini?
They've been shattered.
He's going to pass it over. Pass it over.
He's going to pass the flag on. Okay, so it's like a baton relay.
I'll take all of them. I'm going to need a lot of those.
Yeah, you are going to need a lot of those. We're going to take a look at brackets and wrap up today in a very short while, but I did want to mention some social media. You can, of course, make sure that you use all of the social media that's available to you right now. Facebook, if you want to use Facebook, that's out there as well. All the official channels. Also on Instagram, on Twitter as well. Make sure you're using the hashtag #TI5, otherwise I get into trouble for not mentioning it. And also, don't forget there is also the YouTube channel as well, because that's very good, and there's lots of VODs on there right now. One other thing I do want to mention is that tomorrow, the International 5 Grand Finals will be shown all over North America in pub stomps and theatres as well. More than 400 theatres are open tomorrow, so that if you can't get down to the Key Arena and you're a bit sad and a bit disappointed, and I understand why, don't worry. Lots of your fellow brethren can go and join you at a theatre. More than 400 of them are showing the Grand Finals tomorrow. So you can check out that on Dota2.com and get all the details there. Make sure you can visit one of those pub stomps as well. It's going to be a fantastic day tomorrow, and I don't want anyone to miss it either. Right, let's wrap up the day with final thoughts of the day as we go through the brackets as well and show everyone how we've gone through 16 teams down to just 3 left. The upper bracket looks like this. CDEC, of course, now in the gold box at the top of the bracket right now, and they are qualified for the grand final, and they don't have to play tomorrow before the grand final. That's the advantage they get tomorrow. They took down EG. In the lower bracket, however, here's how it looks. We've lost a lot of teams along the way. Vici Gaming looked very strong for a while, but unfortunately have fallen at the hands of LGD. So the final game in that lower bracket will be tomorrow. EG versus LGD. We'll open things up with that one tomorrow. Seb, what was your favourite part about today? What did you enjoy?
I'd say I enjoyed the most the CDEC versus EG match, although it didn't go in the way I would have loved EG to win, but I thought it was quite impressive and quite unexpected again.
Yeah, their second map, of course, was I should point out, was the fastest win of the main event so far. So incredible from them.
Yeah, it was stellar performance.
That is crazy, but I also think that this series we just witnessed was truly amazing, and I can't believe that we're down to 2 series remaining now. This feels amazing.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Where have 5 days gone exactly? Because some of the Dota has been absolutely brilliant. Winter.
I just can't believe how EG actually got outmuscled by CDC with the draft, especially the draft in the second game.
Yeah, you have to wait and see tomorrow to see whether anyone can actually beat the Merlini.
CDC has a chance of going to the grand finals and winning the grand finals undefeated. That's a wild card.
Yes.
That is absolutely
as a
astounding.
qualifier, as an open qualifier wild card.
I don't think we can mention that enough, honestly.
No, I don't either. I mean, Newbie last year was definitely a Cinderella story, the way that it came back after nearly going out and then nearly going out again and then having to go through that weird playoff bracket and then going through the upper bracket as well and all the way to the grand final.
And
that was fantastic.
PPD even went out and messaged on Twitter. He said that Q is a genius on his own Twitter. So he said it will be a tough road to face them again and play against them.
That's very interesting. Great, and a great thing for PPD to come out and say as well. Very sporting of him. As we look forward to tomorrow, we've got 2 matches. It's going to be a fantastic day. It's all going live all over the world as well. It's also, and I might just mention this to everyone as well, the final is a $9.4 million game. Stunned silence. No one can quite believe it. Combined. I mean, it's amazing. It's the richest game in esports history right now.
I mean, I don't know if the teams. I think it's like a danger for the teams to even think about it. Yeah, I think they need to forget about it somehow.
Yeah, I think we talk about it obviously because it's part of the story as well. It's the richest esports tournament of all time. But actually, what I've got from the players is that they never even think about the money. They genuinely don't. None of them do.
I believe whoever thinks of the money will never get the money.
Yeah, I think that's it's a very good try. We're going to call that winter truisms from now on. We are. Okay, let's wrap up. So what are you looking forward to most about tomorrow? I'm pretty sure I can guess, but let's go through it anyway.
I like seeing EG versus LGD. I think it'll be a lot of people wanted to watch Secret LGD in the finals, and I think this will be just as awesome.
Okay.
And I mean, I'm looking forward to see like potentially winning, TI overall. And I want to give a special shout out to Loda. I found a tweet of him the 7th of May. I don't know how he saw that coming, but also this year will be the first time a qualifier team wins TI.
When did he say that?
7th of May.
May, yeah.
So
he's a prophet.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, that was when you guys could qualify, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably. Just
throwing that out there. Last burn of the day for Mad.
Too much for me.
Winter, what are you looking forward to tomorrow?
The Great Wall of China again.
The Great Wall of China. So you think both Chinese teams be through the final?
Yeah.
Okay. Logo.
I just look forward to a great grand final because that's how TI is remembered. So I just wish for the most awesome games.
And so far we've had, at least to me, like the most incredible and entertaining TI we've ever had. So.
Yeah, definitely a best
The
TI.
games have been absolutely amazing from start to finish. Very rarely have we had a bad game. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much to all of the commentators today and observers as well. Thank you very much for their hard work over the last 5 days. The 5th day of the International 2015 has come to an end. We started with 16. We're down to 3. Only one man can repeat, and there are 3 teams still in the hunt for the title. We'll see you tomorrow for the grand final of the International 2015. Thank you very much, LD and Blitz down in